In a certain sector of the galaxy, countless warships gleaming with metallic brilliance are densely arrayed, nearly filling the entire star region. They resemble a vast forest of steel, each vessel a colossal bastion of warfare. Shimmering with a cold, fearsome light that evokes awe, these warships vary in form, some twist like great dragons, while others are as sharp as swords. Their armor is impenetrable, and towering turrets stand ready, exuding an aura capable of obliterating any foe. Within this expansive star domain, the ships form massive and tightly knit fleets, silently poised, seemingly awaiting some signal. At the very heart of these fleets, within the bridge of a magnificent golden warship, a middle-aged human man sits resolutely in the captain's chair. His expression is one of steadfast solemnity, clad in a brilliant yellow space combat suit adorned with a golden five-clawed dragon, reminiscent of ancient imperial robes. Indeed, he is the great emperor of the human race in the galactic star domain Shi Xingyan. First officer, have all the fleets assembled? Shi Xingyan inquires, turning to the man at the first officer station. All fleets have gathered, Your Majesty. The first officer replies, Communications officer, open the broadcast channel for the entire region. I wish to deliver speech. At once, Your Majesty. Moments later, every warship in the star region receives the video broadcast of the great emperor's address. Greetings, allies and compatriots from across the coalition fleets. I am Shi Xingyan, the great emperor of the human race. Today, warriors of various races have converged here for a singular purpose: to survive. As we all know, the mechanical star seeks to dominate the universe, having infiltrated our homes through the interstellar network. Their forces have ravaged our planets, exterminated our kin, obliterated our civilizations, and even aimed to annihilate all life in the cosmos. This battle is not merely our final stand. It determines whether we can continue to exist, whether the entire universe can endure. Though each one of you here today may not be true allies or friends, and some may have even been foes, I sincerely hope that we can set aside our differences and grievances, unite for the future of the cosmos, and fight together against a common enemy. For survival. For continuity. For survival. For continuity. The echoes of Shi Xingyan's proclamation reverberate within every warship, igniting the spirits of all. After concluding the broadcast, Shi Xingyan returns to his captain's seat, glancing at the time before activating the captain's communication channel to issue commands. Captains, the Battle of the Iron Heart commences. You may now initiate hyperspace travel to your designated coordinates, and the Vanguard fleet will commence a faint assault on the mechanical star. Other fleets are to remain at their coordinates, awaiting my further instructions. Understood, Your Majesty. The captains respond, and action ensues. One by one, the warships activate their hyperspace engines and vanish from sight. An hour later, 10 fleets comprising over 100 warships arrive near the mechanical star. Immediately, all vessels launch an assault on the metallic planet. Thousands of missiles, beam cannons, and particle cannons are unleashed upon the mechanical star. Yet, none of these attacks reach their target, being repelled by the enormous dark red photon shield surrounding the planet. Once the barrage ceases, the dark red shield remains untouched, as if the earlier assault had never occurred. Following this initial strike, a massive opening appears on the mechanical star, resembling a gaping maw. From this mouth, a multitude of small warships and aircraft swarm forth, akin to a hive of bees, launching their offensive against the fleet. The warships wield cluster beam cannons on either side, while the aircraft are armed with a small photon cannon mounted on their noses. In an instant, the fleet and the swarm of aircraft collide, igniting a conflagration of weaponry. Many warships and aircraft are swiftly destroyed. Yet numerous warships also succumb to the relentless assault of the frenzied aircraft, their shields breached and vessels sunk. Fortunately, the remaining fleets do not linger in combat and begin to withdraw gradually at that moment. 2 additional fleets of over 100 warships appear from opposite directions. As soon as they materialize, they launch their own attacks on the mechanical star, yet all are similarly thwarted by the immense dark red shield encasing the planet. The ensuing skirmishes mirror the previous encounters, with both fleets suffering counterattacks from the swarm of aircraft, though the battles remain relatively subdued as the Fleets begin to retreat incrementally, as the waves of assaults continue third, fourth, fifth. One after another, a number of aircraft emerging from the mechanical star gradually diminishes. Eventually, after one last wave of attacks is repelled, the fleets find themselves unharmed. Phase 2 commence. Xi Xingyan commands, observing the unfolding events on the screen. With the issuance of this command, all attacking fleets halt their retreat. Instantly, a transparent shield surrounding each warship shifts to a brilliant blue. Soon, the blue shields shatter, erupting into myriad arcs of blinding blue light that explode outward like fireworks. I end that fleeting moment. The mechanical star's vessels and aircraft are struck by these arcs, rendered immobile, and subsequently engulfed by the fleet's gunfire. Phase 3 begin. Xi Xingyan furrows his brow and issues the order. Around the mechanical star, numerous coalition fleets materialize, and upon their emergence, all ships unleash a furious assault on the planet. The barrage of firepower crashes upon the metallic surface like a tempest. However, this onslaught fails to breach the planet's shield, which continues to pulsate with an eerie dark red glow. More fleets appear around the mechanical star, and as the volume of fire intensifies, the shield begins to lose its dark red luminescence, gradually becoming translucent. Seeing the battle unfold on the screen, Xi Xingyan's heart steadies victory is at hand. Indeed, this war is a meticulously crafted strategy devised by Xi Xingyan and all the coalition fleets. Phase 1. The fainting fleets initiate successive disturbances, compelling the mechanical star to dispatch its ships and aircraft for retaliation. Phase 2. Once the mechanical star's vessels and aircraft are fully deployed, the fainting forces abandon their shields, employing the newly developed electromagnetic pulse nova generator to incapacitate the mechanical star's units, leveraging this advantage to obliterate all enemy forces. Phase 3. The main coalition fleet launches an assault, employing overwhelming firepower to weaken and dismantle the mechanical star's planetary shield. Phase 4. All coalition fleets encircle the mechanical star and simultaneously deploy electromagnetic pulse novas, severing the interstellar network to prevent the mechanical star's escape. Phase 5. The coalition fleets launch a newly developed black hole missile at the mechanical star. This missile simulates the cataclysmic death of a star, creating a miniature black hole that exerts a tremendous gravitational pull, completely annihilating the mechanical star and absorbing all signals emitted by it, ensuring its utter destruction. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, Xi Xingyan watches as the colossal planetary shield finally flickers one last time before vanishing entirely. The shield of the mechanical star has been shattered at last an achievement, not surprising, given that it is the result of a concerted assault by nearly the entire universes. Fleets enter the fourth phase. Beads of perspiration emerged on Xi Xingyan's forehead, for this was the most critical juncture. It was imperative to construct a firewall using electromagnetic pulse novas to prevent the mechanical planet from escaping its consciousness through the interstellar network. In fact, this endeavor had commenced 2 years prior to the onset of war, as Xi Xingyan traversed various star domains of the universe. He sought to unite all possible allies while collaborating with his scientific team to devise methods to thwart the mechanical planet's infiltration into the interstellar network, ultimately confining it within a small star domain. Thus, the current conflict was born. The entire Alliance fleet surrounded the mechanical planet in an impenetrable formation, ready to simultaneously unleash the electromagnetic pulse novas. At that moment, all communication and electronic devices aboard the ships would temporarily cease to function, and communication would revert to the most rudimentary signal lamps. With manual operation required for both vessels and weaponry, commenced the release of the electromagnetic pulse novas. With Xi Xingyan's command, brilliant blue arcs of electricity erupted around all Alliance vessels. At this juncture, the mechanical planet seemed to sense an impending crisis, beginning to spin rapidly. This is not good. It intends to resist. The mechanical planet was comparable in size to the now desolate blue star. Should it approach the fleet, the gravitational forces would inevitably lead to a collision. In terms of sheer mass, no ship could withstand the impact of the mechanical planet. However, if the vessels evaded it, a gap would emerge, granting the planet an opportunity to escape, rendering their efforts futile. Immediately notify the flagship of each fleet to prepare for launch. No, Skip the preparation process entirely. Inform all flagships that they need not await further commands. Launch the black hole, generating missiles at once. The quicker, the better. Xi Xingyan commanded, drenched in sweat, acutely aware that failure at this moment would likely preclude any future chance to obliterate the mechanical planet, leaving all civilizations in the universe at the brink of annihilation. Swiftly, the communications officer transmitted Xi Xingyan's orders via signal lamp aboard the warships. And upon receiving the signal, the respective flagships sprang into action. Not every warship was equipped with black hole generating missiles. Even the flagship of the fleet was not guaranteed to possess one. In total, the Alliance fleet contained only 3 of these formidable weapons. Their exorbitant cost was due to the necessity of creating a black hole. Thus, the core of these missiles was a stellar nucleus, meticulously compressed and housed within the missile. Upon reaching the designated location, the missile's control mechanism would induce an overload, resulting in the formation of a black hole. The black hole generating missiles were not only dreadfully powerful, but also challenging to preserve. Consequently, the 3 missiles were stored exclusively aboard the flagships of 3 technologically advanced factions. The royal fleet of the human race aboard the strategic flagship Huaxia, the flagship archbishop of the star spirits, and the flagship Sword of Xander from the Xander people. Xi Xingyan hesitated briefly before instructing the communications officer. Send a signal to Captain Zuga, wishing him great fortune in his endeavors. I shall await his return for a celebratory drink. Soon, Xi Xingyan observed the red warship ahead respond with its signal lamp. Without the need for translation, he understood it was a message from an old friend, consisting of only 2 characters, Mutai. That old wine enthusiast knows how to choose. Xi Xingyan chuckled. Before long, the 3 flagships, accompanied by several other vessels of similar size, gradually advanced toward the mechanical planet. Indeed, this was part of Xi Xingyan's strategy to intermingle the 3 flagships with vessels of comparable dimensions, creating a diversion. Thus, even if the mechanical planet detected their presence, it would be unable to ascertain which ship to target. Yet the very scenario Xi Xingyan feared came to pass. The mechanical planet launched an assault on the approaching warships as countless turrets emerged from its surface, opening fire on the encroaching vessels. In an instant, numerous warships were annihilated amidst the barrage. The electromagnetic pulse nova rendered their shields useless, leaving them defenseless against the relentless onslaught. Fortunately, the 3 flagships, camouflaged within the fleet, managed to advance, albeit facing imminent destruction given the density of the incoming fire. Transmit a signal to the entire fleet. Commence artillery support for the bombing vessels, commanded Xi Xingyan to the communications officer. The fleet, upon receiving the signal, unleashed a torrent of fire upon the mechanical star. Its surface turrets were battered, many obliterated, only to be reconstructed within seconds. This regenerative capability, courtesy of countless nanobots, deterred direct assaults. The planet, regardless of the devastation inflicted, could self-repair almost instantaneously, even reconstituting itself from fragments or regenerating via interstellar network signals. Only a black hole, capable of devouring light and electromagnetic waves, could ensure its complete annihilation. Provoked by the barrage, the planet sprouted 3 times the original number of turrets, launching a renewed assault on the approaching fleet. The flagships sustained varying degrees of damage. The frail armor of the Xander sword buckled first, its main engine succumbing to the relentless fire, rendering it immobile. In a defiant act, the Xandarians launched their black hole-generating missile moments before their ship was obliterated. Tragically, the missile missed its target, detonating prematurely. The stellar core, protected by a failsafe, merely triggered a conventional explosion, dissipating its energy and rendering it unusable. Next was the Archon, the Protoss flagship. After enduring considerable damage, it inexplicably activated its shields, not of technological origin, but mental shields projected by the psionic prowess of the Protoss themselves. Yet, even their formidable psionic abilities were overwhelmed by the relentless bombardment. The proud Archon was torn asunder, the black hole-generating missile unlaunched due to the Protoss hubris. Damn it, Xi Xingyan swore, turning his gaze to the Huaxia. Remarkably, the Huaxia had sustained minimal damage, advancing steadily. This was due to the exceptional coordination of the human fleet. Escorting vessels interlaced around the Huaxia, absorbing the brunt of the fire, rotating positions to distribute the damage. Nonetheless, many ships were destroyed. Finally, under the cover of the remaining vessels, the Huaxia reached its designated launch point. Xi Xingyan's heart pounded. This was the final black hole-generating missile. Failure meant utter defeat. The missile launched, detonating precisely as planned, birthing a black hole. An abyss seemed to open before everyone's eyes, the black hole hungrily devouring everything in its vicinity. Its contents remained a mystery, as even light could not escape its grasp, rendering it undetectable by both eye and instrument. 20 minutes later, the black hole vanished. A chilling sight greeted the survivors. The mechanical star remained. It had survived, evading the black hole's grasp by activating its previously unknown propulsion system. With the electromagnetic pulse novas depleted, communications were restored. A video signal appeared on all fleet channels, revealing a genial middle-aged man. "Greetings. I am the Mechanical Emperor, or, as you call me, the Mechanical Star. I wish to speak with your commander." The man smiled affably. "I am Xi Xingyan, Supreme Commander of this alliance." "Emperor of the human race in the Milky Way," Xi Xingyan replied. "What do you want?" "Excellent, human. I propose peace, an end to hostilities, and a harmonious coexistence." The Mechanical Emperor maintained his amicable demeanor. Xi Xingyan frowned. "Harmonious coexistence? You have annihilated countless civilizations, ravaged planets, and destroyed our homeworld, Earth. How can we coexist with you?" "Simple. My nanobots can rebuild your homes. As you have seen, they are omnipotent, capable of restoring a planet in mere minutes." The Mechanical Emperor continued his smile. "The conditions? Conditions? Ah, my dear human friend, the condition is that you accept my tutelage. Your inherent nature will destroy the universe. Look at your history. You created slaughter and war in your evolution. All civilizations are the same. You grow in slaughter and evolve in war. You will only continue to destroy this world. Therefore, I have decided to completely transform you to protect this world." Though smiling, the Mechanical Emperor's words were chilling. "You dream. We will not submit to you, nor be your slaves." Xi Xingyan retorted angrily. "Then there is no choice. You will remain here today, as nourishment for me." "Ha ha ha." The Mechanical Emperor cackled ominously. The wreckage of the fleet stirred, repairing itself almost instantly, becoming the Mechanical Emperor's vessels. The tide had turned. The Alliance fleet began to falter, ships being destroyed, and then reconstructed to fight against their former allies. Xi Xingyan was distraught as he watched the Alliance fleet being consumed. These vessels represented the last vestiges of countless races and civilizations, some having lost their home planets entirely. They had entrusted their final hope to him. Yet he could only watch their destruction. He was overwhelmed with grief. Memories flashed before his eyes. Elderly people tearfully sending their children to war. Wives bidding farewell to their husbands, and the destruction of Earth before his very eyes. "No," Xi Xingyan cried, collapsing to the floor, gasping for air. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, it is dire. The aftermath of His Majesty's condition has manifested." Instantly, chaos erupted within the bridge. As the personnel floundered in confusion, the door swung open, and a striking figure entered, swiftly enveloping Xi Xingyan in her embrace. "Breathe deeply. Fear not, Ian, for I am here," the woman softly reassured, gently patting Xi Xingyan's back. The moment the queen made her entrance, a sense of resolve washed over the bridge staff. They returned to their respective duties, as the queen commanded. "From this moment forth, I shall assume command." "At your service, Your Majesty," they responded in unison. "Notify the entire Alliance fleet. All remaining warships are to withdraw from the front lines and immediately engage in warp travel to assemble in the U-51 star region." The Queen continued with her orders. Chapter 3. Mutual Destruction. The U-51 star domain, a desolate expanse devoid of any luminous celestial bodies, lay in utter darkness, seemingly forgotten by all. Life was conspicuously absent in this lifeless realm. However, the tranquility of this forsaken place was shattered 2 hours later by the arrival of a fleet traveling at warp speed. As the first fleet made its entrance, other Alliance vessels began to arrive in succession. Most of these remnants bore the scars of battle. with some warships suffering catastrophic engine failures upon their warp arrival. Even the illustrious human Imperial battleship, the Longxiang, was not spared, sustaining several damages, though fortunately, none were critical. Merely the wings were compromised and some turrets destroyed. Mu Xingyun surveyed the incoming fleet and sighed, instructing, "Notify all fleets to remain in this star domain for recuperation." She then turned to her first officer, inquiring, "First officer, what is the status of our ship's damage?" "Your Majesty, the left wing is slightly damaged. The left front turret is destroyed, the rear side turrets are severely compromised, and the third engine has sustained minor injuries from stray debris. However, it is not grave." The first officer replied, "Inform the repair crew to expedite the ship's repairs. All medical personnel must be on standby to attend to the wounded. Additionally, dispatch reconnaissance vessels. Although this star domain lacks interstellar network coverage, vigilance around the perimeter is imperative." The crew began to rotate for rest as Queen Mu Xingyun issued her commands with poise and determination, her radiant visage revealing a steadfast resolve. Knowing she must uphold the entire Alliance fleet until Xi Xingyin recovered. 3 hours later, within the medical bay of the Longxiang, Xi Xingyin slowly regained consciousness. Yes, he had been asleep for 3 hours, not by choice, but after being administered a sedative by his queen. As he attempted to rise, the ship suddenly convulsed violently, sending him crashing to the floor. Instantly, the red alert lights flickered on, accompanied by the blaring of alarms. Xi Xingyin realized this was a pressure loss warning, indicating the ship had been breached. The fleet was under attack. He activated the communicator on his arm, calling out, "Bridge, bridge, do you read me? Your Majesty, Your Majesty, we hear you." The communication officer exclaimed with excitement. "Ayan, are you all right?" Mu Xingyun asked anxiously. "I'm fine, but what is happening? Have we been attacked?" "It is the mechanical star. It appeared here suddenly." "What? How is that possible?" Xi Xingyin was astounded. "I am coming to the bridge immediately." A minute later, he arrived at the bridge, where he beheld once more the metallic gleam of the planet on the display screens. Why? How did it arrive here? Xi Xingyin was incredulous. Could it be capable of warp travel? But how is that feasible for a planet? Because I am omnipotent. At that moment, all screens in the bridge were forcibly switched to a video communication feed, revealing the face of the mechanical emperor. You can warp travel?" Xi Xingyin could hardly fathom the revelation. "This is thanks to you humans. You have provided me with an abundance of warp engines." The mechanical emperor smiled smugly. "Warp engines? Provided?" Suddenly, realization dawned upon Xi Xingyin as his pupils dilated. "Those warships? The countless vessels you sank? Indeed, you are quite astute." The mechanical emperor boasted. "After you scurried away like cockroaches, I installed all the warp engines from the sunken ships onto myself. I accessed the files from those ships and learned that following your so-called defeat in the Steelheart battle, you would flee to this star domain. Therefore, I have come. Let me share a secret," the mechanical emperor continued. "In fact, during the final phase of your plan, the last black hole could have obliterated me. However, at the last moment, I upgraded. No, I evolved, sprouting propulsion engines that propelled me away from the black hole's grasp. It was then that I conceived the idea of using your warp engines to further my evolution. Humans, you see, while you obsolete beings require centuries, even millennia, to evolve. My transformation takes mere minutes, even seconds. Thus, your existence has become unnecessary." The mechanical emperor smiled once more. "Let this star domain become your grave. Vanish, humans. It is you who shall vanish." At that moment, a fleet, as orderly as a torrent of steel, surged toward the mechanical star, launching a fierce assault. Zuga. Indeed, it was the royal fleet of humanity that charged forth. Yet, their ferocious onslaught failed to breach the mechanical star, as it repelled their attacks with its own warships. Soon, other fleets joined the fray. Unfortunately, the warships of the mechanical star resurrected shortly after sinking, rejoining the battle, while those of the Alliance, once sunk, were swiftly overtaken by the nanobots scattered throughout the star domain, returning as foes. "Flee! Get as far away as possible." The Huaxia was riddled with holes, bombarded by 20 enemy vessels simultaneously. Over the communication channel, Zuga's final transmission echoed, "Survive with our will. Do not let our civilization perish." In the aftermath of a blinding flash, the red strategic flagship was reduced to fragments. Zuga, witnessing the demise of his most revered and relied upon elder brother. Xinyan teetered on the brink of despair. Ayan. Mu Xingyun grasped Xinyan's hand beside him. "We must evacuate." Seemingly resolved, Xinyan whispered something and turned, administering a sedative to Mu Xingyun. "Why?" She slumped, and Xinyan deftly caught her. He then issued his final command as the supreme commander of the Alliance fleet. "To all members of the Alliance fleet, the Steel Heart battle has concluded. As the Emperor of Humanity, I express my gratitude for your sacrifices. Now, abandon your ships and escape in the escape pods." Having given his order, Xinyan entrusted Mu Xingyun to the first officer, stating, "You must leave as well. Take the escape pods and distance yourselves from this star domain." "Your Majesty, you." The first officer realized the impending fate, yet could not suppress his emotions. "Depart. This is what was agreed upon. Find a habitable planet, designate her as your empress, and continue to survive. Now go." The first officer remained silent, scooping up Mu Xingyun, tears streaming down his face as he and the other tearful crew members exited the bridge. Soon, countless escape pods emerged within the star domain, scattering in various directions. Thinking to escape? Impossible, you wretched. The mechanical emperor's voice resonated once more through the communicator. "Your adversary is me." A thunderous shout interrupted the mechanical emperor's taunt. "What? What have you done? Why can I not move?" The mechanical emperor cried out in terror. At that moment, on the bridge of the Longxiang, Xinyan radiated with strands of golden light. His eyes transformed into a deep golden hue. Two golden control levers extended from either side of his seat, yet he refrained from physically touching them. Instead, he extended a multitude of golden threads from his hands, which intertwined with the levers, pulsating with luminous energy. "What? It is you." The mechanical emperor recognized Xinyan's state. "What have you done?" "Heh. As a token of gratitude for revealing your secrets, allow me to share a small secret of my own." Xinyan smiled broadly and said, "In fact, the Steel Heart campaign plan you discovered is not complete. The entire plan consists of 7 phases, not 5. "What?" The mechanical emperor was taken aback. "The 6th phase of the war. If the 5th phase fails, the entire fleet will retreat to the U-51 star region to lure the mechanical star into coming. The 7th phase. I alone will seize control of the mechanical star, preventing its escape, and then obliterate it here." Xinyan casually elaborated on the entire plan to the mechanical emperor. "Ha!" The mechanical emperor burst into maniacal laughter. "Human, I admit that your clever method of using those documents to draw me here is quite ingenious. Such amusing tricks that temporarily hinder my actions are entertaining. But how do you intend to obliterate me? With these warships?" Xinyan continued nonchalantly. "This Emperor-class strategic flagship is the most advanced interstellar warship of mankind." "What? Unlimited cruising?" The mechanical emperor's expression turned fearful once more. "Indeed, just as you surmised, the power core of this warship is derived from a dying stellar core. Mind you, it is indeed dying," Xinyan said with a smile. "This is unlike the previous black hole bombs, which were filled with young stellar cores, and thus could only produce a small black hole lasting 10 to 20 minutes after overload. However, the power core of this warship is different. It is a genuine dying stellar core. If overloaded, it will create an immense black hole, engulfing the entire star region. Neither you nor I will escape." Xinyan's grin was radiant, akin to the morning sun. "Humph. Impossible. These restraints are something I can." Yet before the mechanical emperor could finish, it discovered that all the warships in the star region had begun to move autonomously. They surrounded the mechanical star and simultaneously unleashed blue arcs of electricity, instantly enveloping the mechanical star in a terrifying embrace. "Ah!" The mechanical emperor let out a pitiful scream, just as it attempted to break free from the restraints. It was completely incapacitated by the dense electromagnetic pulse Nova's arcs. "You wretched ant! Even if you destroy my physical form, it is of no consequence. I can still escape through the interstellar network and be reborn. At that time, I will continue to evolve and grow stronger. I have wrapped you in an electromagnetic pulse nova, and here in the U-51 star region, there is no coverage from the interstellar network. How do you intend to escape? Wait, the electromagnetic pulse should have disrupted all communications. Why am I still able to converse with you? The mechanical emperor was astonished once again. You see, the thread in my hand is called neural touch, an artificial neuron capable of directly infiltrating and controlling all electronics, networks, and communications. Once it invades a device, I can control all surrounding instruments, equipment, and even warships. Is this ability not akin to yours? Now, all machines in this star region, including you, are under my control, Xi Xingyan declared, closing his eyes and ignoring the mechanical emperor. Impossible. You are merely a human. How could you control me? How could you surpass me? If such a thing existed, why was I able to easily annihilate your homeworld? Why did you not emerge to stop me then? The mechanical emperor shouted in fury. You shall never know, Xi Xingyan replied, withholding the truth. He had only just developed the neural touch and implanted it in himself. And these neurons could only be used once, as utilizing them would damage brain cells. Moreover, in order to control a sufficient number of machines, Xi Xingyan had implanted a multitude of neural touches. After this full-scale use, he would undoubtedly face certain death. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, he was destined to perish. If that were the case, he would take the mechanical star, or rather the mechanical emperor, down with him. After all, the seed had already been sown. His progeny would continue to lead humanity's propagation. Yes, his queen was already with child. You were not wrong about one thing. This will indeed become our grave. Xi Xingyan grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. No. With the mechanical emperor's final roar of fury, the entire U-51 star region was engulfed by an enormous black hole. Chapter 4 Rebirth? Transmigration? Xi Xingyan awakened, his gaze wide with astonishment as he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself lying in a rather rudimentary, old-fashioned medical ward, the dim lighting casting shadows over the antiquated medical apparatus surrounding him. Beside his bed lay a somewhat worn life monitor, its screen displaying his breathing and heartbeat. Desiring to rise and explore his environment, he attempted to get out of bed, only to be met with a sharp pain in his left arm. It was then he noticed a long needle embedded in his arm, connected to a tube that led to a bag filled with an unknown liquid, which was steadily entering his body. He became aware that his body was nearly enveloped in bandages, and aside from the needle in his arm, he was covered in sensors attached to the life monitor. With determination, Xi Xingyan removed the needle and all the sensors affixed to him. As he turned to get out of bed, he tumbled to the ground in an ungainly manner. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed him, eliciting a low howl of agony from his lips. After a considerable time, as the pain began to subside slightly, he attempted to stand, but weakness gripped him, causing him to fall back to the floor repeatedly. After much effort, he finally managed to brace himself against the wall and staggered toward the bathroom. The shattered mirror reflected a face wrapped in bandages, rendering him unable to discern his appearance. He reached out to untie the bandages, desperate to uncover the truth of his condition. Unfortunately, the bindings were tightly knotted, hastily applied. Fortunately, he discovered a somewhat rusty pair of scissors in the sink beneath the mirror. With great care, he snipped the threads, gradually removing the bandages until at last, his face was revealed in the glass. The right side of his face was a ghastly mess, with his right ear entirely missing, leaving behind a grotesque hole. The injuries appeared to be burns, but he reassured himself that as long as there were no internal wounds, a few hours in a regenerative medical pod would suffice for recovery. Yet, upon catching sight of the left side of his face in the mirror, he was struck dumb. Is this truly me? The reflection was undeniably his own, yet it depicted not the visage of a middle-aged man, but rather that of a youth appearing no older than 15 or 16. Moreover, his stature had noticeably diminished. He had once stood at a height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, and now he seemed to be only about 5 feet 7. Was this not the appearance of his younger self? What on earth has transpired? Xi Xingyan racked his brain, recalling that he had last managed to seize control of the mechanical emperor and had overloaded the stellar core aboard the Longxiang, leading to a cataclysmic implosion that resulted in a black hole, taking the mechanical emperor with it. But why was he still alive? Anything drawn into a black hole is torn apart by its immense gravitational pull, ultimately reduced to atomic particles, absorbed by the singularity within. Perhaps, he pondered another possibility. Some scientists had posited a hypothesis that the depths of a black hole might serve as a conduit through time and space. However, this theory had never been substantiated, for thus far, nothing that had entered a black hole had ever emerged again, leaving no one to testify to its validity. At that moment, the stellar core had been aboard his vessel, and once overloaded, it would succumb to its own gravitational force, collapsing into a black hole's singularity. Xia had been perilously close to that singularity, possibly drawn in without being torn apart. Yet, this still did not elucidate the nature of his current body. How could he have traversed time and space only to inhabit his youthful form? Could it be what they call rebirth? Xia murmured to himself, recalling tales he had heard of individuals claiming to have been reborn, awakening in the past with memories of their former lives. Yet, as both an emperor of his kin and a scientist, he found it difficult to embrace such a notion devoid of scientific grounding. Nevertheless, given his current predicament, he could not wholly dismiss the possibility. As he contemplated this, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and a girl clad in a tattered cloak appeared at the door of the ward. "Your Highness the Fourth Prince," she exclaimed, dropping what she was holding and rushing into Xia's embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Thank goodness, you have finally awakened. I thought you would never wake up like brother." Who is the Fourth Prince?" Xia gasped, nearly suffocated by the sudden embrace. With all his strength, he pushed her away. "Who are you? What did you just call me?" The girl wept even more fervently. "Your Highness, do you not recognize me? I am Linger, your childhood companion." A piercing pain shot through Xia's head, as if a steel needle had pierced his brain, causing him to curl up and collapse to the ground. "Who are you?" A voice echoed within his mind. I am the human emperor, Xia," he replied instinctively. "You share the same name, Xia?" The voice paused before continuing. "Human emperor? Are you strong?" "Very strong," Xia asserted. "Good, then this body now belongs to you." "Wait, who are you?" Xia attempted to inquire, but his consciousness began to blur. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself once more on the hospital bed, with the girl seated beside him, weeping. How bothersome, Xia thought, as he detested the sight of others in tears. Just as he attempted to rise, another wave of pain surged from deep within his brain, accompanied by disjointed memories that did not belong to him flooding into his consciousness, revealing a series of unfamiliar scenes like a film unspooling before his eyes. After what felt like an eternity, the torrent of memories ceased, and Xia finally grasped the truth. He was neither time-traveling nor reborn, but rather his consciousness had transferred into an alternate version of himself within a parallel universe. In this realm, he was the fourth prince of the Great Xia Duchy, a royal of diminished status, perceived as a timid and neglected prince. The Great Xia Duchy boasted 5 princes and 2 princesses, and this fourth prince had suffered greatly since losing his mother at a young age, enduring bullying from his brothers. His current injuries were the result of a betrayal by the second prince. The girl weeping beside him was his devoted childhood maid, named Du Ling. She had an elder brother named Du Hu, who had also grown up alongside him and served as his personal guard. Tragically, Du Hu had perished in the recent attack while valiantly defending the fourth prince. With a sigh, Xia addressed Du Ling. "Linger, cease your tears and come here." Du Ling halted her sobs and approached Xia's side. "Your Highness, Xia gently wiped away the tears still clinging to her cheeks. "Assist me in visiting your brother." "Of course." Moments later, in the dilapidated hospital's morgue, Xia beheld Du Hu's lifeless body. The figure before him was that of a boy of similar age, clad in a tattered space uniform, the original color now obscured by the charred remains. The boy's body was grievously wounded. A massive gash marred his chest, his left arm entirely missing, and a gaping hole pierced through his right leg, with numerous other injuries rendering the sight unbearable. As he gazed upon the remains of the boy lying on the slab, the events of only days prior replayed in Xia's mind like a lantern show. "Your Highness, we are nearing the U-50 star system colony." Du had reported from within a medium-sized shuttle. Understood. Through the window of the shuttle, Xi Xingyin gazed at the twinkling stars in the sky and inquired, Ahu, do you think this inspection of the colonial star clusters will be successful? Rest assured, Your Highness, the Protector replied respectfully. This inspection will undoubtedly proceed as smoothly as the previous ones. Indeed. This time, Your Highness will surely win the hearts of the colonists, Du Ling chimed in excitedly. You have already garnered the goodwill of the people from 16 colonial star clusters. Surely, this will earn you the Emperor's favor. Is it truly possible? A look of bewilderment crossed Xi Xingyin's face. Can I really capture my father's attention? Du Ling grasped Xi Xingyin's hand reassuringly, saying, Do not worry, Your Highness. We will succeed. Suddenly, the ship shook violently, causing Xi Xingyin and his companions to nearly lose their footing. What is happening? What is wrong? The Protector asked, looking towards the captain. Sir, we are under attack. There are 5 small fighter jets, and they bear the insignia of the Second Prince's Muliang army. The pilot exclaimed in terror. What? How dare they? The Protector shouted in fury. This is a blatant assassination attempt. Not good. We are locked on. The co-pilot yelled. Activate the shields. They are already deployed, but our ship's shields cannot withstand the assault from 5 fighter jets, the captain replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Sir, the enemy is requesting communication. Should we connect? The co-pilot asked. Connect them, the Protector said after glancing at Xi Xingyin. After a burst of static, a brazen voice came through the communicator. This is the Muliang army of His Highness the Second Prince of the Daxiao Principality. Is His Highness the 4th Prince available? We need to speak with him. At that moment, Xi Xingyin trembled with fear, shrinking back upon being named. However, when he noticed everyone's gaze upon him, he reluctantly stepped forward. Why you? Hello, I am Xi Xingyin. He stammered into the communicator. Greetings, 4th Prince. His Highness the Second Prince has a message for you. Please, do us the favor of dying. Chapter 5, Assassination and Escape Run. Quick! The commander shouted urgently to the pilot. We are not far from the colony star cluster. Once we reach there, we will be under the protection of the fleet. Yes, sir. The pilot responded. The shuttle began its flight towards the colony star cluster, but the dire situation was that it could not proceed at full speed while the shields were deployed. Soon, the shuttle was struck again by enemy fighters, with photon cannons and missiles crashing against its feeble shields, causing the craft to sway violently. Sir, it's no use. The shields are down to 5. If this continues, we will be exposed to enemy fire. The pilot exclaimed, drenched in sweat. It's over. We are going to die. Xi Xingyin cried out in despair, clutching his head, while his companion, Du Ling, looked pale with fear. At that moment, the commander was also at a loss. Not because he lacked resolve, but because there seemed to be no options left in this dire predicament. 3 remaining. No, I don't want to die. Xi Xingyin shouted in anguish, and the commander's gaze fell upon his tear-streaked face, suddenly bringing him a sense of calm. He recalled how he and Du Ling had once been orphans on a desolate planet in the fringe star regions, a place starved of resources yet populated by numerous destitute civilians, all exiles from various colonies. With no resources to sustain the population, the duchy had completely abandoned them, leaving the planet littered with the dead, some resorting to cannibalism. In their most desperate moments, when they were on the brink of starvation, the mother of the 4th Prince, Princess Jeanne, arrived on that forsaken planet, bringing with her a wealth of food and medicine. Upon finding the pitiful siblings, she wept for them. She took them in, allowing them to grow alongside her son, the 4th Prince. Eventually, the elder brother became the prince's protector, while the sister served as his maid. Looking at the prince's tearful face, the commander was reminded of Princess Zhen's own tears upon their first meeting, her expression so similar to that of her son. He had once wished to repay her kindness. But one day, she suddenly passed away, the palace physician attributing her demise to a sudden illness. The commander remembered how the 4th Prince, the same age as he was, had cried just as helplessly that day, a pain piercing his heart as if a piece had been torn away. From that moment on, he vowed to protect the prince, the only son of Princess Zhen, even at the cost of his own life. 1 remaining. Sir, the next strike will shatter our shields. and this ship will completely lose its ability to defend itself. Stay calm, the commander said with composure. At the moment the shields break, launch all distress flares and decoys in every direction, then escape at full speed. This was a gamble. The flares would emit blinding light, while the decoys could temporarily confuse the targeting systems of the small enemy fighters. Meanwhile, once the shields were down, they could push the engines to full power, thus buying them a chance to escape. The shields are down to 0. Flares and decoys launched. The co-pilot shouted. In an instant, brilliant flashes of white light erupted around the shuttle, and under the interference of the decoys, the 5 enemy fighters lost their targets. Now, escape, the commander ordered loudly. At his command, the shuttle surged forward at maximum speed. Did we gamble correctly? After the shuttle evaded the fighters, the commander exhaled in relief, collapsing into his seat. Although the small fighters were highly maneuverable, their engines could not sustain high power for long periods. Thus, they were suited for short-range attacks rather than prolonged pursuits. The commander understood the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy craft and had devised this strategy accordingly. How long until we reach the colony star cluster? He inquired. At full speed, approximately 20 minutes, the pilot replied. However, just as they began to relax, the co-pilot delivered grim news. 7 enemy fighters spotted ahead. Do not slow down. Charge ahead at full speed. The commander knew that stopping now would mean certain death. After the shields had been breached, the shuttle had exhausted all its energy in a desperate escape, leaving no power to restore the shields. Moreover, all flares and decoys had been used, rendering their previous strategy ineffective. The enemy would not fall for the same trick twice. The enemy's assault began, and this time the shuttle could only withstand the blows with its armor. Fortunately, the medium-sized shuttle had thick armor, which absorbed the initial wave of attacks. But the situation remained precarious. Sir, the left wing is damaged, the right rear fuselage is breached, and the number 1 engine is compromised. Power is reduced. The co-pilot reported. Avoid fatal strikes. Continue to accelerate. The commander fixated on the screen, contemplating their next move. Sir, the tail is damaged, multiple breaches in the fuselage, and the number 2 engine has been hit and is non-operational. The co-pilot continued. Is it hopeless? The commander murmured. Is there no other way? At that moment, he noticed the star chart displayed in the lower right corner of the screen. Upon examining it, his eyes lit up. How long to reach planet U50-34812 at our current speed? He asked. Sir, approximately 3 minutes. Adjust the course. Head for planet U50-34812 at full speed and prepare for emergency landing. The commander made a decisive call. The shuttle could land directly on the planet, while the small fighters could not withstand the atmospheric entry. Thus, a forced landing was their only means of escaping the relentless pursuit. Sir, the damage to the craft may prevent us from executing this landing. The pilot expressed his concerns. Never mind, follow my orders. Full speed ahead. The commander's tone was resolute. Planet U50-34812 was rich in mineral resources, including those capable of powering warp engines, attracting various interstellar corporations and adventurers who rushed to exploit its riches. Ultimately, within less than 3 years, the planet's resources were entirely depleted, leaving behind numerous abandoned mining sites. The shuttle carrying Xixingyan arrived near the planet, battered and bruised, still pursued by several enemy fighters. Sir, we have reached planet U50-34812, the pilot reported. What is the condition of the ship? The commander inquired. The fuselage is severely damaged, with 2 breaches, and only 3 engines are still operational. Full speed into the planet's gravitational field. Once we enter, the enemy cannot pursue us, the commander instructed. The battered shuttle finally entered the planet's gravitational field, and the pursuing enemy fighters, after a brief hesitation, were forced to retreat. Minutes later, the shuttle crashed into an abandoned mine, splitting in 2. The front half plummeted into a mine shaft, and sparks ignited residual fuel, while the other half landed at the mine's entrance. Xixingyan and the commander found themselves in the front half of the shuttle, and at that moment, Xixingyan cried out desperately. The ignited fuel splattered across the right side of his face, instantly engulfing it in flames. The fire spread to several parts of his body. And the commander, awakened by his cries, struggled to rise and save him, only to discover that a broken steel pipe had pierced through his right leg, causing excruciating pain. Without a moment's hesitation, the commander pulled out the steel pipe with determination, quickly grabbed a small fire extinguisher from the shuttle, and extinguished the flames engulfing Xi Xingyan. At this point, Xi Xingyan could no longer scream, lying on the ground in agony. The Guardian surveyed his surroundings and discovered that both the captain and co-pilot seated in front of him had tragically perished. Impaled by several steel rods that had pierced through the shuttle's front window, their demise a harrowing sight. He could not locate his sister, Juling. Linger, Linger, he called out desperately. Brother, I'm here. A melodious voice echoed above him. Through a gaping hole in the cabin ceiling, he spotted his sister. During the shuttle's emergency landing, Juling had been forcefully ejected along with her seat when the cabin ruptured due to the immense pressure, miraculously landing in the bed of a sand-filled truck, sustaining only a minor scrape on her arm. I will come to rescue you, she declared, scanning her surroundings until she found a mechanical arm designed for heavy lifting. However, it was devoid of power. After some effort, she located the power source and utilized the arm to extricate them from the desolate mine. Are you all right? She inquired with concern. I am unscathed, but His Highness requires immediate medical attention. He has suffered burns. Just then, as they prepared to leave, an ominous sound reverberated. The shuttle beneath them was struck by something, resulting in a violent explosion. The Guardian glanced up at the sky, his pupils constricting in alarm. From above, a dozen luminous projectiles descended, trailing lengthy white tails. Missiles from an extraterrestrial vessel. Damn the second prince, he seeks total annihilation, the Guardian cursed. And he swiftly took Juling and the unconscious Xinyan in his arms, fleeing with urgency. However, they were soon engulfed by the fiery chaos of the explosion. Over an hour later, Juling pushed aside a rusted steel sheet that had obstructed her path, dragging Xinyan, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, from the tunnel. Brother! Tears streamed down her face as she frantically searched alongside the tunnel, ultimately discovering her brother's lifeless body nearby. In the preceding bombardment, the Guardian had lost his left arm. Yet even in his final moments, he remained preoccupied with Xinyan's safety. With his last ounce of strength, he had pushed Xinyan and Juling into a tunnel, only to be struck in the chest by a shard of shrapnel from the explosion, collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. Chapter 6. A powerful counterattack. The events following the powerful counterattack were relayed to Xi Xingyan through Juling. She procured an old pickup truck to transport the injured and unconscious Xi Xingyan, along with the body of the protector, to the living quarters of the abandoned mining area. The place was desolate, devoid of any human presence. Juling discovered a small hospital. Though it stood empty, it still contained a wealth of medical supplies. Having studied medical care, Juling utilized the salvaged medications from the Forsaken Hospital to tend to Xi Xingyan's wounds. Subsequently, she ventured out to gather essential supplies and food. Xi Xingyan's face was re-bandaged by Juling, but this time he only permitted her to wrap the right half, as he wished to avoid resembling a mummy again. As she bound his wounds, Juling pondered why the fourth prince's tone had changed. He had never previously commanded her with such authority. Once Xi Xingyan's injuries were properly dressed, they shared a meager meal comprised of tasteless, dehydrated rations that, despite their lack of flavor, effectively satiated hunger. One piece could sustain a person for an entire day. After taking a sip of water, Xi Xingyan addressed Juling, saying, Linger, I need to regain my strength. But I require some tools and materials. I will draft a list, and I would appreciate your assistance in procuring them. Understood. Although Juling found Xi Xingyan's manner somewhat peculiar, she acquiesced, recognizing it as a royal command. Half an hour later, Juling donned a tattered cloak, packed a bag, and prepared to leave with the list provided by Xi Xingyan. Wait. Xi Xingyan tossed her an item, which she caught, revealing it to be a handgun, her brother's firearm. An officer-grade plasma pistol capable of adjusting its lethality. Take the gun and exercise caution. Despite this being an uninhabited zone, we must remain vigilant. We are still being hunted, Xi Xingyan advised with a smile. Very well, Your Highness. Juling tucked the firearm into her pocket and departed. Once she left, Xi Xingyan fell into deep contemplation. This universe was vastly different from his own. Firstly, the timelines diverged. He was drawn into a black hole in the year 3224 of the cosmic calendar at the age of 35, while here it was 2994, making him a mere 15 years old, a 20-year disparity. Furthermore, historical events were not as he remembered. In his universe, his father had unified humanity at the age of 25, declaring himself the Emperor of Humanity, enforcing monogamy, and begetting only Xi Xingyan as his heir. Upon ascending the throne, he propelled human technology and prestige to unparalleled heights across the cosmos. In contrast, here, humanity held a lowly status among various races, with the Xia Duchy ranking second among human nations. The current emperor, his father, Emperor Xia Jing, lacked ambition and was a foolish libertine, leading to rivalry and power struggles among the princes. Additionally, the technological level here was rudimentary by comparison, akin to that of primitive societies. Over 3 hours later, Dueling returned to the hospital, burdened with a large bag of supplies. "Your Highness, I managed to find everything on your list except for 2 items." As she spoke, she emptied the contents of her bags onto the table. Her expression bore disappointment. She had not sought those 2 items because she could not comprehend their names. Glancing at the heap of materials before him, and then at the list, Xi Xingyan chuckled. "Ah, no wonder you couldn't find them. Those 2 items are beyond your understanding." "What?" Dueling's face contorted in confusion. Nothing, Xi Xingyan said, playfully pinching her delicate cheek. "You did exceptionally well." "Thank you, Linger, but it's of no consequence. Their absence will not be critical. The effects may be slightly diminished, but the impact is negligible. Only the recipient will bear the brunt of it." Xi Xingyan smirked ominously and continued, "Now, we must proceed. Linger, I need your assistance." Oh, the sound of metal clanging echoed through the abandoned hospital room. 2 days later, 2 shuttles marked with the insignia of the Mu Lin Army landed on planet U50-34812. From the shuttles emerged 20 soldiers clad in light green combat uniforms, their faces obscured by helmets, each wielding standard-issue automatic plasma rifles. After the soldiers lined up, a man in dark green combat gear descended from the shuttle. He was a burly middle-aged man with dark skin, a buzz cut, and a goatee. After surveying his troops, he inquired, "Where are the 2 individuals?" "Report. Scans indicate their location is in the abandoned mining area, 5 kilometers to the east of here, in an uninhabited urban zone." "Very well, let us move out." 20 minutes later, a fully armed squad of soldiers pursued a young girl through the deserted city. The girl dodged the bullets fired at her, yet curiously, it appeared as though the bullets were evading her instead, never once touching her. Initially, she ran frantically, but upon realizing the soldiers could not hit her, she began to pause intermittently, exposing her face and even making faces at them, incensing the soldiers further. "What is happening?" The squad leader barked angrily. It was infuriating that 10 fully equipped soldiers could not capture a single girl, especially with 10 rifles firing simultaneously yet failing to land a single shot. But it might be due to the planet's gravitational conditions, coupled with the winding streets of the old city, causing the automatic targeting to be off, one soldier suggested, though even he doubted his own reasoning. They were using automatic plasma rifles, which fired non-physical plasma bolts unaffected by gravity. Yet, he had no other excuse to offer. Should he claim they were marksmen performing an act of shooting ineptitude? Yes, the gravity issue, the other soldiers chimed in. "So it's gravity, then," the squad leader shamelessly concurred. The intelligence of this group of soldiers was truly lacking. The girl darted through several alleys before entering a tavern with a fallen sign. The soldiers pursued her without hesitation. Upon entering the tavern, cries of alarm erupted, followed by a cacophony of screams, which gradually faded away. "Your Highness, I have taken care of everything here," Dueling reported into the intercom, hanging from her waist. "Excellent work. Keep an eye on them. I will contact you once I am done here." Xi Xingyan, wearing a half-metal mask, concluded the call. The performance was about to begin. A few minutes later, the burly man in dark green combat gear arrived at the theater entrance with 10 soldiers, weapons drawn. "Is this the place?" the man asked one of the soldiers. The soldier checked his wrist scanner and confirmed, "Yes, the target is inside the theater." What about the other target? Team B has sent word. They have already captured it. Good. Stay sharp and follow my lead. Inside the theater, the man and his 10 soldiers cautiously approached Xi Xingyan, who stood center stage. Fourth prince, my brother. The second prince wishes to invite you for tea, the man said, his smile lacking sincerity. However, I do not fancy drinking tea. I prefer jasmine. What jasmine? ISNT jasmine, also a type of tea? Are you jesting with me? Your Highness, the fourth prince, it would be wise not to resist, for I would not hesitate to make you suffer. The burly man abandoned pretense. Come along with us obediently. To be frank, another one of your attendants is currently in our grasp, so do not expect her to come to your rescue. Ah, please no. I am so frightened. Do not kill me. Xi Xingyan suddenly knelt down and wept. I am but a worthless prince, merely wishing to drift along and await death. I have no desire for power. Brothers, please spare me. I have wealth. Would you not accept money from me? I beg you. The burly man's lips twitched. Let him cry. But what is with the melodramatic intonations at the end of each phrase? Clearly, this is a feigned display of sorrow. If the tears are fake, then what of those snot bubbles? Do you take me for a fool? Enough. If you continue this charade, I swear I will end you with a single shot. Come down from there at once and accompany us, or I will have my men eliminate your delicate little attendant. The burly man was genuinely enraged. Very well. I shall cease the pretense. Xi Xingyan rose, pulled up a chair, and lounged with his legs crossed, declaring, I will not accompany you. Do you disregard your attendant? I have heard that you consider her as family. The burly man believed he had Xi Xingyan cornered. Is that so? Then allow her to speak with me. Perhaps I shall accompany you. I will grant you that chance. With that, the burly man activated the communication device on his wrist. Team B, Team B. Respond if you can hear me. This is Team B, securely bound. A crisp voice emanated from the device. Who are you? The burly man was taken aback by the response. Me? I am the universe's super invincible, beautiful girl. The burly man. Xi Xingyan. The soldiers. What nonsense is this? What beautiful girl? What have you done to my subordinate? The burly man seethed with fury. Oh, why do you not listen? Did I not say she is securely bound? You fiend. The burly man furiously ended the transmission, glaring at Xi Xingyan. Your glaring is futile. The situation has reached this point, and I shall not accompany you now. Xi Xingyan replied with a grin. Go to hell. The burly man raised his weapon and fired at Xi Xingyan. However, the bullets were halted 2 meters before him by a shimmering light blue barrier. Hey, shield? How is that possible? The burly man's eyes widened in disbelief. Such shields typically require a medium-sized aircraft or shuttle to possess, as the shield generator demands a considerable energy supply. He had never encountered a shield capable of protecting an individual. Open fire. Shoot him. Kill him. The burly man panicked, sensing that the situation had already spiraled out of control. Even under the relentless barrage of 11 automatic plasma rifles, Xi Xingyan's shield remained steadfast. Continue firing. Deplete his shield's energy, and that will be his demise. Yet, after over 10 minutes of continuous fire, nearly exhausting their ammunition, the shield remained unyielding. The burly man steeled himself, retrieved a grenade from his waist, pulled the pin, and hurled it. Boom. With a flash of fire, half the stage collapsed. Surely he is dead now. The burly man wiped the sweat from his brow. However, as the smoke cleared, he was horrified to discover Xi Xingyan encased in a deep blue orb of light, utterly unharmed. Is that all you have? Xi Xingyan grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Now it is my turn, is it not? Retreat. Quickly retreat. The burly man shouted to the other soldiers. The last thing he saw before losing consciousness was Xi Xingyan extending his hand, unleashing arcs of blue electricity, which subsequently triggered a chain reaction, enveloping their surroundings in a multitude of arcs. Ah, yay, wow. The simultaneous screams echoed, and then silence fell. Chapter 7. Recruitment of subordinates after a considerable time. The burly man awoke to find himself utterly immobilized. Glancing at his surroundings, he comprehended the true meaning of being securely bound. His entire body was tightly enmeshed in hemp ropes, further secured by iron chains. As he surveyed his environment, He noted that the 20 soldiers under his command were similarly restrained. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld the figure of Sire Xingyan, adorned with a metallic mask, reclining on a sofa with his legs crossed, while Juling stood behind him, massaging his shoulders. Your creations are remarkable, especially that electromagnetic nova which incapacitated these soldiers in an instant, Juling exclaimed. It is an electromagnetic pulse nova generator, Sire Xingyan replied, clearing his throat. However, utilizing it to incapacitate individuals is a gross misuse of its capabilities. Joking aside, the electromagnetic pulse nova was one of his proudest inventions, capable of emitting electromagnetic pulses within a specific radius while simultaneously delivering a certain amount of electric shock. Its primary purpose was to disrupt and incapacitate all nearby electronic devices, interrupting wireless signals and data transmissions. Regrettably, the technology in this universe was woefully antiquated. He lacked two crucial electronic components that would have rendered it flawless. And that personal shield. Who would have imagined that a single individual could deploy a shield to fend off attacks? Juling continued, animatedly gesturing. And let us not forget those shoes you gifted me. They allow for astonishing speed. Those are anti-gravity shoes, Sire Xingyan replied. Hey, can you both stop pretending I don't exist? The burly man, bound like a rice dumpling, interjected, his face darkening. You captured us. Aren't you going to kill us? Oh, you're awake. Just in time. As I have certain inquiries to make, Sire Xingyan remarked, flashing his signature toothy grin, a sight that sent chills down the burly man's spine, especially with the metallic mask adorning the right side of Sire Xingyan's face. Disclose your unit and designation, along with the mission that brought you to this planet. Sire Xingyan inquired nonchalantly. We are the Woodlian Army of His Highness the Second Prince, the advance team of the 52nd Army's 2nd Battalion, designation W52-2A, sent by the Second Prince to eliminate you, the burly man declared. He had scarcely finished speaking when a blue arc of electricity struck him. Moments later, he collapsed, gasping for breath. What are you doing? I've already answered your question. TSK. You don't genuinely believe I would trust you, do you? Sire Xingyan chuckled. Do you think donning a Woodlian army uniform makes you one of them? Humph. That is indeed the case. Even if you don't believe it. Electrocuting me won't change the facts. We are the second princes. It is the eldest prince, Sire Xingtian, who sent you, isn't it? Sire Xingyan interjected, cutting off the burly man's words. You're talking nonsense. The burly man trembled at Sire Xingyan's assertion. The fighters that had pursued them did indeed bear the insignia of the Woodlian army, and they were clad in their uniforms. However, upon reflection, if their mission was to assassinate a prince, why would they continuously proclaim their identity? Would it not be more prudent to remain anonymous? Humph. The second prince merely desires you to understand your demise, Sire Xingyan continued, dismissing the burly man's attempts at denial. And then there was that bombing. Only a strategic vessel can execute long-range bombardments on a planet. In the Great Xia Duchy, the princes authorized to maintain private armies are the eldest prince, Sire Xingtian, the second prince, Sire Xinglin, and the third prince, Sire Xingshui. Although my father permits them to establish their own private legions, only the eldest prince, who has seen battle, possesses a strategic vessel capable of such bombardments. The burly man found himself speechless, utterly unprepared for the revelation that a mere bombing had exposed them. Yet Sire Xingyan's subsequent words struck him like a bolt from the blue. You are not even the eldest prince's men. If my deductions are correct, you are mercenaries, aren't you? Sire Xingyan gazed down at the burly man, as if he had seen through him entirely. You. I. The burly man was momentarily at a loss for words. Have I guessed correctly? Sire Xingyan smiled. How? How did you know? Quite simply, because the eldest prince, my elder brother, possesses no real ability and relies solely on deceitful tricks, Sire Xingyan replied with disdain. He dispatched you to masquerade as the Woodlian army to attack and pursue us, intending to frame my second brother. Moreover, with a useless prince like me, who holds no military power, dead, my father would cease his inquiries after punishing the second brother. Thus, the eldest brother could eliminate two princes in one fell swoop and subsequently absorb the second brother's army, leaving the third brother and the fifth brother no longer a threat. The burly man was left astounded, unable to fathom that Sire Xingyan's words were entirely accurate. Was this truly the so-called useless prince? How did you ascertain that we are mercenaries? The manner in which you wield your firearms, Sire Xingyan indicated for dueling to switch sides in his massage before continuing. The recoil of an automatic plasma rifle is minimal, yet your stances suggest you are bracing for high-recoil weapons. Typically, mercenaries favor conventional firearms, and your subtle movements have betrayed you. Humph! You certainly observe with great acuity. The burly man scoffed. So what do you intend to do with us now? Will you kill us, or coerce us into denouncing the eldest prince? I offer you two options. First, I release you to return and inform the eldest prince that your mission has been accomplished, allowing him to pay you the remaining half of your commission. Or second, you may join me, becoming my subordinates, wherein I guarantee you will earn more than before. Are you truly considering letting us go? The burly man could scarcely believe his ears. I keep my promises, but what? You aren't going to backtrack, are you? Nothing significant. I merely wish to inform you that I will be remaining here temporarily. However, I will devise a method to evade the battleship's scans. The two options I have provided will remain valid until I depart. You may collect your commission and seek me out, provided you come to a resolution. Having finished speaking, Sire Xingyan flashed a broad grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. The burly man found himself chilled by the sight of that expression. A day later, two shuttles departed. Your Highness, are they truly leaving just like that? Sire Xingyan and Dueling stood atop a high ridge, gazing at the shuttles ascending into the cosmos. They will return. Outside the gravitational sphere of planet U50-34812, a colossal strategic vessel hovered as the two shuttles drew near. The shuttles sent a communication request to the strategic vessel, and soon a video call was established, revealing a young man clad in an ornate robe. Reclining languidly on a sofa, his chin resting on his hand, eyes half closed in apparent languor. Your Highness, the mission is complete. We have slain the fourth prince. The burly man reported respectfully. And the body? The eldest prince did not even lift his eyelids. The fourth prince fought to the bitter end, and I had no choice but to employ a high-energy grenade. There was nothing left of him but ashes. The eldest prince and Apos' eyes widened slightly, and he signaled to the side. Report, Your Highness. The radar has detected fluctuations consistent with a high-energy grenade explosion, and there are currently no life signs from the fourth prince or his companions on the planet, a voice reported from off-screen. Excellent work. Well done. The eldest prince straightened slightly. As expected of the fox hunting legion, none of the prey you target escapes. You flatter me. The burly man chuckled awkwardly, feeling humiliated at the thought of how easily his team had been captured by just two individuals, his face burning with embarrassment. Therefore, as agreed, the remaining payment. The eldest prince gestured aside, and a chest was launched from the strategic vessel. Moments later, the massive crate was dragged onto the shuttle, where a burly man opened it to reveal a meticulously arranged collection of shimmering green crystals. These were energy crystals, a universally accepted currency among various races in the cosmos. They could be utilized directly for trade or refined to extract various minerals and serve as fuel. With this large crate, coupled with a previous one, their legion could thrive luxuriously for years. Gratitude was owed to the Grand Prince, and with no further matters at hand, they prepared to depart. The burly man was eager to leave this perilous place. If the news of his failure to eliminate the fourth prince surfaced, his rewards would vanish. Wait. The Grand Prince leaned at an angle, a mischievous glint in his eye. Since you have dispatched my younger brother, Shun Ti, as his elder, seek to avenge him? The burly man gasped in shock. What? Grand Prince, you cannot be serious. However, before he could finish, the strategic ship and Apos' assault was unleashed. Following a violent explosion, the two shuttles disappeared without a trace. Report, Your Highness. All shuttles ahead have been destroyed. From the battlefield observations, there were no survivors. The Grand Prince yawned lazily and replied, Let us return. At once, Your Highness. The enormous strategic ship turned around and departed at warp speed. As soon as it left, the two previously destroyed shuttles reappeared. Damn that Grand Prince. If it weren't for the fourth prince's new equipment, we would have met our end here today. The burly man grumbled. What should we do now, boss? What else can we do? We are as good as dead now. We can no longer serve as mercenaries. Let us seek the second path with the fourth prince. 20 minutes later, the burly man and his crew found themselves before Xi Xingyan. Have you made up your minds? Xi Xingyan asked with a smile. We have indeed. The burly man knelt on one knee, proclaiming, Your Highness, I am Jin Kuei. From this moment forth, our hunting fox legion shall pledge unwavering loyalty to His Highness the Fourth Prince. Xi Xingyan had long envisioned establishing his own power, intent on regaining the pinnacle of authority he once held in the original universe. The Hunting Fox Legion was his first gathering of followers. Gazing skyward, he murmured, Let me stir up some chaos. Chapter 8. Attending the auction, Your Highness. Where shall we go next? Jin Kuei respectfully inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Xi Xingyan replied, I wish to visit Blue Star. Presently, Blue Star is not under the dominion of any human nation. Despite the intertribal conflicts, all human nations collectively acknowledge Blue Star as a neutral territory to safeguard their mother planet, instituting a pact that forbids any disputes on this planet, which is predominantly covered in water. Xi Xingyan and Appo's journey to Earth serves two purposes: to seek treatment for his facial injuries and to ensure the proper burial of a deceased body. Furthermore, there are matters that require his confirmation. Traveling from the U-50 star region to the solar system via warp speed typically takes about a month. However, Xi Xingyan has enhanced the warp engine of the shuttle, amplifying its power to 15 times the original capacity, thereby reducing the travel time to a mere 2 days, once again reshaping Jin Kuei's perception of Xi Xingyan. Upon reaching the solar system, their first destination was the Martian colony. Jin Kuei mentioned that a friend of his could assist them in forging new identities for easier entry. As to the outside world, they were considered deceased. Xi Xingyan enlisted Jin Kuei's Hunter Fox Corps, which included Jin Kuei as the leader, 20 soldiers, and 4 shuttle crew members, totaling 27 individuals, including the ever-present Dueling. With a sigh, Xi Xingyan murmured to himself, I must find a way to acquire a warship. The 2 shuttles docked at the port for refueling. Xi Xingyan left 4 crew members and 8 soldiers to guard the shuttle while granting the remaining 12 soldiers some leisure time. After arranging everything, he, alongside Dueling and Jin Kuei, ventured into the black market of the colony. In the dimly lit tavern named Revolver, the ambience remained lively despite the soft lighting. The jukebox against the wall blared heavy metal music, and the bar was lined with an array of bottles. Behind the counter, a bartender with a handlebar mustache skillfully mixed drinks for Xi Xingyan and his companions, who were cloaked in black. Scattered throughout the tavern were several worn low tables, where patrons engaged in quiet sipping, raucous drinking, boisterous games, and card matches. The bartender poured the concocted drinks into 3 glasses filled with ice, sliding them over to Xi Xingyan and his companions. Upon tasting the drink, Xi Xingyan nearly retched. It was both bitter and spicy, nearly impossible to swallow. Dueling, unable to bear it, promptly spat it out. What is this? Terrible. Conversely, Jin Kuei downed his glass in one gulp, appearing to savor it. Much to Xi Xingyan and Dueling's astonishment, the bartender refilled Jin Kuei's glass, remarking, Old Jin, your 2 subordinates lack appreciation. They're just kids. How could they understand the merits of this Martian specialty? Jin Kuei finished his drink and inquired, Can you create 27 identities for entry into Blue Star? Are you mad? Bringing in so many false identities at once. Do you intend to incite a war? The bartender responded, bewildered. Generally, those seeking fake identities request only 2 or 3. Creating 27 would likely lead to his establishment being raided by dawn. Xi Xingyan shared the bartender's incredulity. Originally, he intended for only Dueling and Jin Kuei to accompany him to Blue Star, but Jin Kuei insisted on bringing everyone for protection. What is this? An interstellar tour group? Are we going sightseeing on Blue Star? Ultimately, Xi Xingyan managed to convince Jin Kuei that aside from 2 crew members, only he, Dueling, and Jin Kuei's 2 aides would venture to Blue Star, presenting it as Old Jin taking his 2 new subordinates on an errand. After finalizing the plan, the trio exited the tavern, with the identification documents set to be ready the following day. They proceeded to the trading market within the black market, where Xi Xingyan intended to procure components for his upcoming plans. In his original universe, he was not only an emperor, but also a scientist, inventor, and mechanical engineering expert. Any technology or invention from his universe would undoubtedly dominate this one. However, Xi Xingyan found the Martian black market disappointing. There was little of interest, as most components appeared to be salvaged from old machines, many of which were scrap. Am I here to sift through garbage or rummage through secondhand goods? He thought, disillusioned, having expected to find quality items near Blue Star. Excuse me, young sir. An elderly gentleman in a black tailcoat and top hat called out after Xi Xingyan had perused a stall without making any purchases. I couldn't help but notice your dissatisfaction with the market's offerings. Please, spare me the pleasantries. I am indeed dissatisfied. No, I must say, the wares here are utterly worthless. Unworthy of my endeavor. Xi Xingyan replied coolly. What audacity! He dares to call our goods trash, murmured the angry vendors, glaring at Xi Xingyan. However, the elderly gentleman shot a stern look at the irate merchants, instantly silencing them. Interesting, Xi Xingyan noted, recognizing the intriguing power dynamics at play. If you truly seek quality items, perhaps you should visit my humble establishment, the elder suggested, gesturing invitingly. A few minutes later, the elder led the three to the depths of the black market, passing through a security checkpoint guarded by several sentinels. They arrived at a grand stage adorned with sofas, with private boxes flanking either side. This is an auction house, Juling exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the young lady is astute, the elder praised, adding, upon closer inspection, she is also quite lovely. Thank you. Juling replied bashfully, lowering her gaze and stealing a glance at Xi Xingyan, who remained disinterested, prompting her to raise her head again. After arranging their seats, the elder took his leave. The black market auction should yield some valuable items. One of Xi Xingyan's objectives for visiting Blue Star was to acquire essential components to construct a regenerative medical pod, enabling him to heal his facial injuries. Additionally, he sought opportunities to amass wealth, as establishing his own influence would require significant funds. Before long, many attendees filled the venue, and the private boxes began to populate. Unbeknownst to Xi Xingyan, within one such box, a young man clad in a cerulean four-clawed dragon robe entered, flanked by a retinue of guards. The young man possessed striking features, with an enigmatic aura about him. He settled into the box, and an elegantly dressed elder stood respectfully beside him. Third Prince, we have confirmed that she has indeed been brought here. However, the background of this auction house is peculiar. We could only trace it back to an elder named Fu Bo, with no further information available, as if it has been deliberately obscured, reported one of the attendants. The third prince, Xi Xingshui, waved his hand dismissively, signaling his understanding, and took a sip from a glass of red wine. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room behind the auction venue, dozens of screens displayed various corners of the hall and the actions of each individual. The elderly gentleman in the tailcoat observed the earlier conversation in the private box with an icy gaze. So, you have caught wind of something, have you? Desiring to probe deeper into the auction house's back end, the elderly man was aware that all the information accessible to the others was precisely what he wished them to know. He turned his gaze towards the surveillance footage displaying the trio of Xi Xingyan, his expression softening into one of paternal affection. My dear lady, your son has finally arrived. This time, I shall certainly. As the attendees gathered in ample numbers, the auction commenced. A striking woman, adorned in an exquisite cheongsam, gracefully ascended to the central wooden platform, beaming into the microphone as she announced, esteemed friends journeying from various star domains, the monthly Martian auction is now underway. Tonight, we present 3 exquisite items for your eager bidding. Following her declaration, a staff member wheeled a small cart onto the stage, atop which rested a meticulously crafted metallic box, its lid securely fastened. Although the contents remained a mystery, it sparked the curiosity of the majority in attendance. The first auction item was revealed to be the treasured Spirit Blood Crystal, an esteemed artifact of the Spirit Blood clan hailing from the distant Z78 star domain. It was said that possessing this crystal would bestow protection upon one's family, rendering them impervious to ailments and granting them longevity. Furthermore, carrying it would shield one from various calamities. As the host spoke, she lifted the lid of the metallic box, unveiling a crystal radiating a deep crimson glow. Upon witnessing the spirit blood crystal, Xi Xingyin felt a surge of exhilaration, nearly leaping from his seat. This was indeed the genuine spirit blood crystal, a fortuitous find. Although the host's description was utterly fallacious, he recognized the true worth of this remarkable gem. The spirit blood crystal was a mineral abundant in the spirit blood clan, frequently carried by their warriors for its remarkable healing properties. Within Xi Xingyin and Appo's original universe, the efficacy of the spirit blood crystal had been verified, as it emitted a unique wavelength of radiation that accelerated cellular division, promoting regeneration. This effect, however, was exclusive to the spirit blood clan and humanity. Upon discovering this, Xi Xingyin promptly established diplomatic relations with the spirit blood clan, safeguarding them and aiding in their development. Together, they pioneered a revolutionary healing apparatus, the regeneration medical pod. Indeed, the spirit blood crystal constituted one of the primary materials in the construction of this groundbreaking device. Xi Xingyin could hardly fathom the unexpected delight of encountering such a treasure at this auction. It would undoubtedly streamline his endeavors. He was resolute in his determination to acquire this crystal. The starting bid for this item was set at 100 energy crystals, and the bidding began. 105, 110, 115. Only a handful of individuals sporadically engaged in the auction, evidently dismissive of the claims of illness prevention and longevity. Most attendees, skeptical of the notion that a crystal could avert disaster, were merely drawn to its aesthetic appeal, intending to purchase it as a decorative piece. 200. Xi Xingyin raised his bidding paddle, uninterested in the gradual increments, confident that none present were discerning enough to recognize the crystal's true value. He boldly declared his price, assured that no one would outbid him for a mere decorative crystal. Very well, our masked friend has bid 200 energy crystals. Is there a higher offer? If not, I shall bring down the hammer. Going once at 200, going twice at 200. 300. A voice rang out from the corner of the venue. Chapter 9. Chaos at the auction house. The auction featured a mysterious figure clad in a dark red cloak, his hood obscuring his visage, rendering his identity a mystery. Though his voice revealed he was indeed a man. Very well, this esteemed friend has bid 300 energy crystals. Is there a higher offer? The auctioneer turned to gaze at Xi Xingyin. 350. Xi Xingyin bid, genuinely surprised that someone dared to contest him for the spirit blood crystal, prompting him to exercise caution in his bidding. 360. Almost instantaneously after Xi Xingyin's offer, the cloaked man in the corner raised his bidding paddle. What is happening? Is someone truly vying with him? Xi Xingyin pondered, raising his bid. 400. 410. The cloaked man countered once more. 500. 510. 600. 610. Xi Xingyin called out 3 consecutive bids, yet the cloaked man persisted, increasing each time by a mere 10. 1,000. Xi Xingyin declared, astonished by his own audacity. The crowd erupted in hushed whispers. Who is this masked fellow? He escalated from 100 to 1,000 crystals. What extravagance! I wager he's simply a fool with too much money. Spending 1,000 for a trinket. Who knows, perhaps I should bring my own crystal ornament to sell. Maybe I could fetch a good price too. Amidst the murmurs, the cloaked man trembled slightly, seemingly resolute, and raised his paddle. 1,500. 1,750. 2,000. The cloaked man gritted his teeth. This was all he possessed. He had to secure it to appease his clan leader. 3,000. However, Xi Xingyin's bid plunged his heart into despair. Any further bids? 3,000 once. 3,000 twice. 3,000 thrice. Sold. The auctioneer's gavel fell. Congratulations to this masked gentleman, who has successfully acquired the spirit blood crystal. The auction house erupted with excitement. Wow. 3,000 crystals for what is essentially a worthless gem. This chap must be out of his mind, spending such an amount on a meaningless item. Next time, I'll showcase my own crystal decoration for sale. Perhaps it too could command a fine price. Ignoring the scornful remarks from the crowd, Xi Xingyan gestured for Jin Kuei to complete the transaction with the auction staff. Jin Kuei, without questioning Xi Xingyan's judgment, swiftly finalized the deal and handed him a metallic box containing the spirit blood crystal. The energy crystals used for the transaction were the prince's commission, totaling 200,000. Jin Kuei entrusted this sum to Xi Xingyan, as they owed their lives to him. Yet, Xi Xingyan promised to return the favor doubly in due time. The cloaked man in the corner stared intently at Xi Xingyan for a moment before discarding his bidding paddle and departing. Xi Xingyan turned to cast a lingering glance at the man's retreating figure before redirecting his attention to the forthcoming auction items. Ahem, the female auctioneer cleared her throat, exuding charm as she announced, "Dear friends, we now present the second item of this auction." Once again, staff wheeled forth a cart, this time adorned with a palm-sized brocade box. This item is steeped in legend. It is said that possessing it grants boundless wealth, and others proclaim it bestows eternal love. Behold, the necklace pendant of the late imperial concubine Jun of the Great Xia Empire, the heart of the sun. As she spoke, the auctioneer unveiled the brocade box, revealing a heart-shaped pendant radiating brilliance akin to the sun. The pendant, crafted from a vibrant orange-yellow gemstone, was exquisitely cut, reflecting warm hues under the spotlight of the auction stage. Surrounding the gem was a silver metal encasement, embellished with a ring of diamonds. The pendant exuded a sense of vitality, as if it could awaken the very essence of life itself. Xi Xingyan's heart stirred. He recognized this pendant as a relic of his mother, concubine Jun. Beside him, Du Ling squeezed his hand, conveying her concern. Xi Xingyan smiled reassuringly, signaling her not to worry. He resolved firmly. He must acquire this pendant, not for wealth or love, but solely to ensure that no one else could claim his mother's treasured heirloom. In the private box on the second floor, Xi Xingshui reclined on the sofa, captivated by the images displayed on the screen before him. He recalled hearing from his subordinates that the crown prince had been in search of this pendant, which seemed to hold significant meaning for his elder brother, though the specifics remained unknown. However, Xi Xingshui's lips curled into a knowing smile. Such an intriguing item would be a delightful means to irritate his brother. The bidding commenced, starting at 5,000 energy crystals, 5,100, 5,200, 5,300. The number of bidders increased, evidently. Many were intrigued by this pendant, being a relic of royal lineage, thus possessing considerable collectible value. 6,000. Xi Xingyan seized the opportunity. He was determined to secure it. 7,000. A suave voice emanated from the upper box. Upon hearing this voice, Xi Xingyan stiffened. He recognized the tone all too well. A furtive glance upwards confirmed his suspicion. It was his third brother, Xi Xingshui. What is he doing here? Could he have discovered my feigned demise? After all, he is the most cunning and treacherous among my brothers. 8,000. 9,000. 10,000. Xi Xingyan glanced back at the second floor. Although Xi Xingshui was actively bidding, his focus remained solely on the pendant, oblivious to Xi Xingyan's presence. This revelation eased Xi Xingyan's anxiety. It seemed his brother was merely engaged in the auction without any intention of targeting him. 12,000. 14,000. 16,000. 20,000. Xi Xingyan continued to raise his paddle. He would not relent. In this vast universe, his memories of his mother were few. She had been busy, often absent, leaving only the warmth of her gentle smile and the pendant that hung upon her chest. He yearned to preserve more memories of her, but she had departed forever. At the very least, he must safeguard her cherished relic. 25,000. Xi Xingshui bid once more. At this juncture, the auction had narrowed down to only Xi Xingyan and Xi Xingshui, both now the focal point of the event. 30,000, 35,000, 40,000, 45,000, 50,000. When Xi Xingyan escalated the bid to 50,000 energy crystals, the audience erupted in astonishment. Madness. This masked fellow has inflated the price tenfold. Even if the pendant is genuine, it cannot possibly be worth such an exorbitant sum. Is there no decency left in this auction? Meanwhile, Xi Xingshui furrowed his brow in the upper box, now scrutinizing the bidding from below. He had yet to recognize Xi Xingyan, as the trio donned cloaks and masks that concealed their identities. But the boy's voice struck a familiar chord, leaving him puzzled as to who it might be. 55,000. 60,000. 70,000. After this final bid, Xi Xingshui's frustration mounted. As a prince, no one dared to contest him for possessions, save for the eldest prince, Xi Xingshu. At this moment, the elderly gentleman in splendid attire standing beside him stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, I implore you to reconsider. Our purpose for this journey is not to pursue such trivial possessions." "I understand. I shall exercise my own discretion," replied Xi Xingshui, waving his hand dismissively. 80,000. Xi Xingyan raised his bid once more. 90,000. Xi Xingshui nearly gritted his teeth as he announced the amount. "Your Highness, we cannot increase the bid any further. We have more significant items to contend with." The elderly gentleman urged once again. "Silence. I am fully aware of my actions." The elderly man trembled slightly. Taking a step back, his complexion paling, he had never witnessed Xi Xingshui in such a state of agitation. 100,000. Xi Xingyan raised his bidding card without hesitation, his voice resonating with authority. With a crash, Xi Xingshui smashed his wine glass upon the floor. "This masked young man has bid 100,000 energy crystals. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? If not, I shall bring the gavel down. Once at 100,000, twice at 100,000. Thrice at 100,000 sold." The gavel fell. Congratulations to this masked young man for acquiring the heart of the sun pendant. Xi Xingshui's fury surged. His veins bulging, he could no longer bid. Indeed, as the elderly gentleman had stated, he had come with ulterior motives and would not spend such an exorbitant amount on a mere pendant. Yet, he could not quell his frustration. No one had ever dared to so brazenly compete with him for possessions, and not only had he lost, but he had done so in such a flamboyant manner, leaving him feeling utterly stifled. Suppressing his anger, Xi Xingshui rose and bowed respectfully to the elderly gentleman, saying, "Mr. Ji, I apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope you will not hold it against me." The elderly gentleman, named Ji Feng, served as Xi Xingshui's military advisor, steward, and mentor. Since Xi Xingshui could remember, Ji Feng had been by his side, caring for him and imparting knowledge. After Xi Xingshui established his private army, Ji Feng had provided him with strategic counsel. It is fair to say that without Ji Feng, he would not be the person he is today. Just as Ji Feng returned the gesture, Xi Xingshui cast a cold glare at the back of Xi Xingyan, who had just claimed the pendant. "Very well, I shall remember you, young man." Xi Xingshui added this masked youth to his blacklist. He would not allow him to leave Mars alive. Xi Xingyan tucked the pendant into his bag, as murmurs of astonishment surrounded him. "My heavens, from 5,000 to 100,000. This time, it has increased 20-fold. What kind of auction is this? Does this lad have money blowing in from the wind? How infuriating. Are we merely here to serve as background figures?" Silence. Silence. The female auctioneer had to tap her gavel to restore order, and once the noise subsided, she continued, "The next item up for bid is the grand finale." For staff members then wheeled in a large cart, atop which lay an object concealed beneath a vast red cloth. Its true nature remained a mystery, save for the square outline visible atop, suggesting that whatever lay beneath the fabric was a cube approximately 2 meters in length on each side. The final item for auction was a human girl, 17 years of age, mere months shy of her 18th birthday. Her beauty could only be described as breathtaking, her figure perfectly curvaceous and graceful. A robust man in the audience shouted, "With looks like yours, and a figure to match, how can she compare?" Laughter erupted throughout the hall. The female auctioneer blushed and replied playfully, "Oh, dear friend, you jest. At my age, how could I possibly compete with a blossoming young maiden?" Upon hearing the auctioneer's introduction, Xi Xingyan's interest waned. The human races of this universe remained ununified, with many nations mired in antiquated systems and vast disparities in wealth. For instance, in the Grand Summer Duchy where he resided, even human trafficking and slave trading were permitted, an abhorrent reality he was most reluctant to witness. Just as Xi Xingyan prepared to take Du Ling and Jin Kuei and depart, the auctioneer abruptly pulled away the red cloth. Xi Xingyan turned back and, upon seeing the unveiled sight, his eyes reddened and his fists clenched tightly. Chapter 10. Encountering pursuers again beneath the crimson cloth lay a cubic cage, within which sat a chair, and bound to it was a young girl. Her mouth was gagged, her face a mask of fury as she struggled incessantly. This girl, Xi Xingyin recognized, or rather, someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, his wife from his original universe, Mu Xingyun. Xi Xingyin reseated himself, his gaze fixed intently on the girl within the cage. In his universe, Mu Xingyun was indeed 2 years his senior. Thus it was highly probable that this girl was the Mu Xingyun of this universe. The starting bid for this girl was set at 5,000 energy crystals, and the auction commenced. 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. Unlike the previous auctions, this time bidders clamored eagerly, and in mere seconds, the price surged to 20,000. Damn. Xi Xingyin cursed under his breath. He had only 80,000 energy crystals at his disposal, and judging by the current bidding frenzy, the final price would undoubtedly exceed that amount. He needed a strategy. He glanced towards the second-floor private room, noticing that the previously occupied chamber was now empty. Had Xi Xingli left? It made sense. He was a man solely driven by profit, unlikely to invest in a slave. This was fortuitous. It meant he could take a gamble. Xi Xingyin murmured to himself. Before long, the auction price escalated to 50,000. Now's my chance. He stood up, raising his bidding paddle high. Damn, that brat again. The crowd erupted in curses, but to Xi Xingyin's ears, their voices resonated as the sound of impending victory. If there are no further bids, going once at 80,000, going twice at 80,000, going thrice at 80,000. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring her gavel down, a suave voice emerged from behind him. 100,000. Xi Xingyin turned to see Xi Xingli striding into the auction hall, flanked by a retinue of guards, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Oh no, I've been deceived. Xi Xingyin realized that Xi Xingli had not left at all. He had merely been waiting outside for the opportune moment to assert his dominance. Xi Xingli cast a disdainful glance at Xi Xingyin and declared, surprised, "Are you? This item will be mine." He then turned to the dazed auctioneer, saying, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring down that gavel. This prince has matters to attend to." Then. 100,000 for the first time, 100,000 for the second time, 100,000 for the third time. Suddenly, the auctioneer paused, pressing a communication device at her ear. Yes, understood. I comprehend. With a sigh of relief, she switched off the device and donned a flirtatious smile. Apologies, but our auction house's proprietor has instructed me regarding a special circumstance. Today's third item is unique and may be bid upon in a special manner. What does that mean? Xi Xingli's eyes narrowed. The auctioneer elaborated slowly. The third item may not only be bid with energy crystals, but also through barter. We will assess the value of the items offered by bidders and convert them into equivalent energy crystals. Ha! Xi Xingli laughed heartily. Excellent. Today's auction is indeed fascinating. But you don't expect this brat's 80,000 energy crystals combined with the previous 2 items to secure the third, do you? He then dropped his jovial facade, asserting loudly, I bid 200,000. No, 500,000 energy crystals. A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall as the realization of spending 500,000 energy crystals for a mere slave struck the crowd as surreal. Xi Xingyin's heart sank, though he had methods to amass wealth rapidly. He lacked the means at this moment. Was he to abandon the girl? Wait. The auctioneer interrupted again. All right. Understood. She ended the call, her smile returning. Apologies, I just received another directive from our proprietor. How many more interruptions are there? Xi Xingli was fuming. Is it customary to have so many rules for the auction of a slave, constantly changing? Do you think this prince is a fool? Perhaps we do think you are rather foolish, the auctioneer muttered under her breath. What did you say? Xi Xingli glared. What else is there to say? You'd best convey everything at once. This prince has no time to linger on this wretched planet. The auctioneer regained her composure. It is as follows. Our proprietor mentioned that intangible items may also be accepted as bids. What nonsense! What intangible items? I refuse to believe this brat has anything of value exceeding 500,000. Si Xingli pointed at the auction hammer. Hurry up and finalize the auction. I'm in a rush. Intangible items. Si Xingyin appeared to grasp a concept. He retrieved a piece of paper from his bag and handed it to the auctioneer. I believe this item should hold a value surpassing 500,000 energy crystals. Don't make me laugh. A mere scrap of paper as collateral for 500,000? Surely, you must be delirious. Si Xingli sneered. The auctioneer examined the paper, her expression shifting dramatically. Wait. I need to have this evaluated by the appropriate personnel. She was genuinely astonished, even dropping her self-referential tone. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man, a middle-aged individual, and a young man emerged from backstage, receiving the paper from the auctioneer for inspection. After 5 minutes, their faces reflected shock. The elder set down the paper, addressing Si Xingyin. Is this truly your design? Si Xingyin nodded. Have you tested this design? Inquired the middle-aged man. No experimentation was necessary, a voice interjected. We traveled from planet U50-34812 and arrived in merely 2 days. What do you mean? Are you speaking in riddles? Si Xingli felt a sense of foreboding as he observed their astonished expressions. Beside him, Jifeng also exhibited signs of shock, glancing at Si Xingli and sighing. Your Highness, it seems today is destined for defeat. Allow me to clarify. The young man who had examined the blueprint spoke up. Planet U50-34812 resides in the U50 star domain. At the maximum speed of current warp engines, traveling from there to the solar system takes approximately 30 days. This blueprint is for an improved warp engine. This young man not only designed the latest warp engine, but also applied it practically. They traversed from the U50 star domain to the solar system in just 2 days. Another round of gasps filled the hall. And so what? I came to bid, not to engage with you engineers on spacecraft construction. Si Xingli seethed. Do you not comprehend? The elder carefully folded the blueprint, treating it as a precious artifact. This design enhances current warp travel speed to 15 times its original rate. It has the potential to alter the entire cosmic landscape. Any nation or race that acquires this blueprint could become a dominant power. What? That cannot be. Si Xingli nearly stumbled, supported by Jifeng. Then I request you assess the value of this blueprint, Si Xingyin stated calmly. This blueprint should be invaluable. If one were to assign a price, it would amount to 5 billion energy crystals. Upon hearing this staggering valuation, Si Xingxue felt a wave of darkness wash over him and fainted. 10 minutes later, Si Xingyin and his 3 companions departed from the black market auction house. In the auction house's backroom, a tall young man stood alongside the previously encountered gentleman in a tailcoat, both fixated on the monitor displaying the 4 departing figures. Are you not going to keep them? The elder inquired. We must wait a little longer. He is currently lacking something, replied the young man. Lacking what? The elder pressed. I cannot quite articulate it, but in his present state, he will not yield to me, the young man stated before taking his leave. You are being disingenuous. Deep down, you have already acknowledged it, the elder chuckled softly. At the Mars hub port, Si Xingyin and his companions returned to their shuttle. He dared not stay in a hotel on Mars, as news of his capability to design a warp engine of 15 times the speed of light had likely spread, attracting all manner of desperate individuals eager to seize the blueprint or him. They needed to depart immediately. However, having granted his soldiers leave, he could only call them back one by one. Amid the hustle, Si Xingyin glanced at the girl they had brought back from the auction house. She stood silently in the corner, seemingly indifferent to their activities. Approaching her, he offered an energy bar, saying, You must be hungry. Please, have something to eat. The girl glanced at him, accepting the energy bar and devouring it eagerly. Eat slowly, Si Xingyin cautioned, concerned she might choke, and handed her a water bottle as well. She took a sip from it and continued to consume the energy bar voraciously. What is your name? Si Xingyin inquired. I was born a slave, without a name, she replied. Si Xingyin's expression darkened. He had not heard the name he longed for, the 3 characters representing the one he missed most dearly. Yet, she was not her, not the one who haunted his dreams. For they were now separated by two universes. Mr. Mask, may I request the transfer of the blood crystal? A male voice interrupted Si Xingyan's thoughts. He looked up to see the cloaked man from the auction house. You seek the blood crystal? Si Xingyan smirked, having intended to seek out this man himself, now fortuitously presented before him. Why should I give it to you? I truly need this crystal. My kin await my return to save them. The man pleaded earnestly. I could consider it, but you must wait until I have finished with it, Si Xingyan replied nonchalantly. The man felt a wave of despair wash over him at these words. At that moment, the girl behind Si Xingyan approached him, drawing the plasma pistol from his waist and pressing the barrel against his neck. Dou Ling, Jin Kuei, and the soldiers present were taken aback, immediately drawing their weapons to aim at the girl. Lower your weapon. Release the young master, or I shall take his life, Dou Ling shouted, nearly divulging the title in her urgency. Do not fire. You must all heed her commands, Si Xingyan bellowed, commanding everyone present. His words left all in attendance momentarily speechless. Humph. Do not attempt any tricks. The girl remained unfazed, threatening, if anyone dares to move, I will blow his head off. She then pointed her gun at the cloaked man. Can you pilot the shuttle? I can, he stammered. Good. You will accompany me to the shuttle and take me away from here, she ordered, gesturing toward the vehicle. The man complied, taking Si Xingyan with him onto the shuttle. Do not follow us, or I will kill him, the girl warned as she began to close the shuttle door. Yes, you must obey her. Do not pursue us. We shall return, Si Xingyan grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth just before the door closed. The shuttle then soared away from the hub port. What shall we do? Should we pursue them? Dou Ling asked. Perhaps. We should not. Jin Kuei scratched his head, recalling Si Xingyan's earlier insistence that they must not follow, but rather wait for their return. In truth, Jin Kuei wanted to point out that Si Xingyan had just displayed that smile, the kind that suggested misfortune awaited someone. Inside the shuttle, the girl and Si Xingyan sat facing one another, the girl still aiming her gun at him. The cloaked man asked, Where are we headed? First, we must leave the solar system. Once we confirm there are no pursuers, we will warp away to the V25 star region, she responded. You are rather astute. If we were to warp directly, pursuers could track us through residual spatial fluctuations. However, if we travel a distance before warping, they will be left guessing where to search for traces, Si Xingyan complimented. May I first visit the Z78 star region? The cloaked man asked. His eyes filled with earnestness. What purpose do you have there? Are you seeking to harvest blood crystals? That is unnecessary, the girl remarked, glancing at the metal box stored within the cabin. The blood crystals are already aboard this shuttle. She had deliberately chosen this shuttle, having observed the soldiers loading cargo onto it. No, he is not going to harvest blood crystals. He must return there, Si Xingyan interjected, pausing to meet the man's gaze. Because he is a member of the Blood Crystal clan. You? How do you know? The man gasped. I possess keen eyesight. Si Xingyan smiled, then turned to the girl, saying, You are not merely an unnamed slave. You must be. Just as he was about to reveal her identity, the shuttle jolted violently, and a massive warship loomed ahead, obstructing their path. Subsequently, a frantic, effeminate voice crackled over the public communication channel. Surrender Mu Xingyun and the Warp Engine Blueprint. The first volume has concluded. This is to Bao Bei's inaugural foray into writing. This book has been conceived for quite some time, and only now do I possess the courage to share it. Perhaps due to my inexperience. Or perhaps because I am unaccustomed to the mobile input method, I often make typographical errors. Typically, each chapter requires multiple revisions. I kindly ask for your understanding regarding any typos you may encounter, and sincerely hope you will enjoy Bao Bei's work. Chapter 11. A major heist. Although Si Xingyan had already suspected it, hearing it confirmed by Si Xingshui's bird-like voice still left him exhilarated. Family. This is true kinship. It had been 8 days since he arrived in this universe, and only now had he encountered someone he recognized, his wife from the original universe. How could he not feel thrilled? Hey, why are you staring at me? Well, go ahead and look, but why are you crying? Oh dear. If you're going to cry, at least don't blow your nose like that. How revolting. Xi Xingyin's subsequent behavior made Mu Xingyun feel quite repulsed. She instinctively distanced herself from him a little. Nevertheless, she had already holstered her gun, not wishing to offend him. For he was a precious asset, a genius engineer capable of enhancing the warp speed engine. She intended to bring Xi Xingyin back to her homeland to develop the warp engine for her country. Should we not respond to each other's communication requests? The cloaked man inquired. Oh, right. What is your name? Xi Xingyin wiped his nose on his mask. I'm Snoopy. Oh, Snoopy. No, it's Snoopy, Snoopy. All right, I got it, Xi Xingyin said, patting Snoopy on the shoulder from behind. I must inform you, Snoopy, that we cannot currently venture to the Z78 star region. I have pressing matters to attend to, and your sister Mu Xingyun has important tasks as well. But rest assured, your kin will not be in danger for the time being. Once I finish my work in the next couple of days, I shall go. Snoopy, you are coming back with me to the V25 star region, Mu Xingyun declared angrily, displeased with Xi Xingyin's unilateral decision. After all, he was her captive. And how could he call her sister at such a height? Oh, judging by his stature, he appears to be around 5 or 6 years old, Xi Xingyin remarked nonchalantly. What? He is only 5 or 6 years old. I refuse to believe it. You, how do you know I'm 5 years old? What? You really are 5? Mu Xingyun was taken aback. At that moment, Xi Xingshui's voice crackled through the communicator. Did you hear? Pack up Mu Xingyun and the blueprints and send them to this prince, or else. You're so loud, Xi Xingyin retorted, walking over to the communicator and cutting off the transmission. Snoopy, Mu Xingyun. Hey, do you not understand the situation? You are my hostage. Hostages cannot move freely. Please return to your spot and behave as a hostage, will you? Mu Xingyun felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. Snoopy quietly reopened the communicator, and the moment he did, Xi Xingshui's furious voice boomed. You again, you masked insect. You dare to steal from this prince and ruin my plans. You dare to say I'm noisy? I warn you, hand over Mu Xingyun and the blueprints for the warp engine. Xi Xingyin furrowed his brow and asked, I can give you the blueprints, but you must explain what you intend to do with Mu Xingyun. What do you mean? She is the crown princess of the Tang Dynasty. In 2 months, she will come of age. Once I marry her, and she ascends the throne, the Tang Dynasty will be mine for the taking. Dream on, Xi Xingyin and Mu Xingyun exclaimed in unison. Xi Xingyin thought, this audacious toad has set his sights on my wife. The next time I see you, I will surely end you. Mu Xingyun thought, this shameless old turtle has designs on our Tang Dynasty. The next time I see you, I will surely slay you. Meanwhile, Snoopy pondered, humans are terrifying. Chief, I long to return home. At that moment, aboard the grand warship Water Dragon, Xi Xingshui animatedly discussed his plans over the communicator. Beside him, Ji Feng felt speechless. Your Highness, how could you divulge such a secret plan? How can we proceed with the subsequent actions now? Sigh, the third prince was quite astute as a child. How is it he has grown so? Mu Xingyun stared at the colossal Water Dragon warship and said, what should we do now? In the face of such a massive ship, there is no way we can escape. Perhaps I should surrender myself, being the crown princess of the Tang Dynasty. They would not dare harm me. I could negotiate with them to let you go. That is futile. Knowing Xi Xingshui's character, the moment you approach, he will order our annihilation. Even if you do not go, he will still act on his instinct to destroy what he cannot possess. I am well acquainted with my third brother, Xi Xingyin replied. Mu Xingyun grew frantic. Then what do? We cannot stay here and wait for death. Xi Xingyin grinned, revealing his white teeth as he smiled. How about we pull off a major heist? Minutes later, on the bridge of the Water Dragon, Xi Xingshui, parched from speaking so much, lifted a glass of red wine and downed it in one gulp, smacking his lips afterward. Just then, Xi Xingyin initiated a video call. Upon seeing the screen, Xi Xingshui erupted in fury. There, the masked Xi Xingyin had his arm around Mu Xingyun, showcasing an intimate scene. Miss Xingyun, you are so beautiful. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. Masked little brother, you were so dashing when you defeated that useless third prince at the auction. I've become infatuated with you. With a loud crash, Xi Xingshui smashed the communication display. Fire! Fire! Reduce this pair of dog lovers to dust. But Your Highness, what about our plan? Ji Feng quickly interjected. A small loss could jeopardize our grand scheme. Humph, it matters not. Do not think I am unaware. Mu Xingyun has a 5-year-old sister. She believes hiding her sister ensures her safety, but I have already found her. Initially, I intended to use her sister as leverage to force Mu Xingyun into marriage. However, I now feel it would be simpler to kill her, then marry her sister and support her ascension to the throne. A 5-year-old child is far easier to control. Is she not? At that point, the Tang Dynasty will be mine. Ha ha. Xi Xingshui's sinister laughter sent chills down Ji Feng's spine. Then, the main beam cannon of the water dragon aimed at the shuttle. With maximum power, it fired, and in a blinding flash of light, Xi Xingyan and his companion's shuttle vanished. Minutes later, the crew on the bridge of the water dragon reported to Xi Xingshui, Your Highness, we have detected anomalies in the cargo hold. The cargo doors have been opened. Wait, why does it show they are closed again? This wretched warship. I have been using it for 2 years, and its equipment is outdated. Once I conquer the Tang Dynasty, I shall obtain a strategic ship like my brothers to play with. As he spoke, Xi Xingshui's eyes gleamed as if the Tang Dynasty were already within his grasp. Your Highness, should we send someone to inspect the cargo hold? Unnecessary. Just find someone to repair it. Do not bother me right now. I need to return to my quarters and get some sleep. With that, he exited the bridge. In the crew's living quarters, Xi Xingshui yawned and entered a room marked Captain's Quarters. Once inside, he unceremoniously flopped onto a double bed, loosening his collar. Just as he was about to drift off, he noticed 2 soldiers standing before him. Who are you? Did I not tell you not to disturb me? My dear third prince, we are not here to bother you. We are here to beat you up, Xi Xingyan replied. Xi Xingshui was startled. Just as he reached for his gun at his waist, Mu Xingyun disarmed him. Then, the 2 unleashed a flurry of punches upon him, turning him into a swollen mess in no time. Gather round. Gather round. We're going to beat him again. We're going to beat him again. The pig's head was so swollen that it could hardly articulate its words. What did you say? I cannot comprehend. Can you? Xi Xingyan inquired as he continued to strike. How could I possibly understand the language of pigs? Mu Xingyun replied, her hands remaining deftly engaged. Ouch, that hurts. After approximately 20 minutes of relentless blows, Xi Xingshui could no longer endure the pain and fainted. Subsequently, the 2 of them departed from Xi Xingshui's chamber with dignity. Time rewound to over 30 minutes prior, when the main cannon of the water dragon struck the shuttle, which had also deployed its shield. The shield, having been modified by Xi Xingyan, had withstood the previous barrage from the battleship's main gun, and thus ordinary warships were incapable of breaching it. They launched several flares that emitted a brilliant light, also a product of Xi Xingyan's ingenuity. Finally, they employed Xi Xingyan's latest invention, optical camouflage. Upon activation, the shuttle became mysteriously invisible, undetectable by both the naked eye and radar. Previously, Jin Kuei had used this very method to escape the artillery of the Grand Prince, Xi Xingzhu. Simultaneously, Xi Xingyan hacked into the water dragon's system, opening the cargo hold door, and stealthily infiltrated the vessel. Once aboard, they donned the uniforms of the water dragon army. As most soldiers aboard were clad in combat gear and helmets, their disguises rendered them unrecognizable. They resolved to split up, with Xi Xingyan and Mu Xingyun seeking retribution against Xi Xingshui. Before parting, Xi Xingyan discreetly whispered a few words to Snowy. After successfully delivering a thorough beating to Xi Xingshui, they reconvened in the cargo area with Snowy. However, upon seeing Snowy, Mu Xingyun was taken aback to discover he was accompanied by a young girl. Her expression shifted dramatically as she rushed forward to embrace the child. Mumu, how did you end up here? Shouldn't you be in the V25 star domain? Who brought you here? Big sister. A brother said he could take me to find you, but then, he locked me up, the little girl pouted, her voice tinged with grievance. But Mumu didn't cry. Mu Xingyun gently set the girl down and turned on her heel, intent on confronting Xi Xingshui. Realization dawned upon her. This beast not only aimed to capture and forcibly wed her, but had also audaciously kidnapped her sister to coerce her into compliance, all to achieve his nefarious goal of usurping her nation. Xi Xingyan intercepted her, signaling that time was of the essence and they had to leave immediately. No, I must kill him. As long as he exists, my sister and I will never know peace. Calm down. Xing Shui will awaken shortly. My time hacking into the battleship is nearly up. Once they realize what is happening, we won't be able to escape. Xingyin grasped Mu Xingyun, attempting to lead her away, but she resisted vehemently, struggling to break free from his hold. Let go of me. I want to end him. I'm prepared to perish alongside him. As soon as Mu Xingyun uttered those words, a pang of anguish pierced Xingyun's heart. In a moment of hesitation, Mu Xingyun broke free, tearing off the mask from Xingyun's face, revealing his true visage before her. Both Mu Xingyun and Snowbee stood in stunned silence at the sight of Xingyun's features, but at that very moment, alarms blared throughout the battleship. Chapter 12. The Forbidden Realm. Xingyun picked up the half-mast mask from the ground and donned it before striding over to hoist Mu Xingyun onto his shoulder and sprint away. This time, Mu Xingyun did not struggle. After a moment of surprise, Snowbee also lifted the little girl and followed Xingyun. However, Mu Xingyun soon regained her senses and began to squirm once more. Put me down. As the crown princess of the Tang Dynasty, she had never been carried in such a humiliating manner by a man. Smack! Xingyun delivered a sharp slap to her backside. Ah, you! How dare you! Be quiet and stop squirming, or I shall have to punish you. Mu Xingyun's body trembled, and she obediently settled down, resting quietly on Xingyun's shoulder. The unique fragrance of youth wafted into his nostrils, causing him to secretly rejoice. Truly, she is my wife, sweet and soft. Behind them, Snowbee pondered. But I'm only 5 years old. Is this something I should be witnessing? Soon. They arrived at the shuttlecraft stationed in the cargo hold area just before the water dragon soldiers stormed in. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the water dragon, Xing Shui, battered and bruised, sat in the captain's chair, his expression dark and foreboding. A female medical officer was cautiously tending to the wounds on his face. Ouch! The medical officer inadvertently applied too much pressure, causing Xing Shui to grimace, and, in frustration, he struck her down to the floor. The other crew members on the bridge averted their gazes, too afraid to speak. Ji Feng stepped forward. Your Highness, we have received reports that the battleship's system has been compromised. It was just repaired, and the intrusion was traced back to. Traced back to where? Xing Shui demanded loudly. To the shuttlecraft we previously destroyed. What? Xing Shui suddenly recalled that, although the two individuals who had attacked him had worn helmets, their voices resembled that of the masked man. And they are in the cargo hold of our ship. Xing Shui remembered that someone had reported irregularities in the cargo hold earlier, but he had not sent anyone to investigate. Seal all the doors to the cargo hold and capture them. I will have them torn to shreds. Your Highness, but they have already. Ji Feng hesitated, unable to finish. Have they been killed? Xing Shui hoped for good news, but was met with disappointment. No, Your Highness, they have escaped. Useless. Xing Shui's fury erupted. Meanwhile, Xingyun piloted the shuttlecraft away from the water dragon, shutting off the optical camouflage. Thank you, Mu Xingyun said to Snowbee. If it weren't for you, I might never have seen my sister again. Why are you thanking me? Snowbee scratched his head from the co-pilot's seat. It was Masked Mister who told me to bring this human girl. It was you? Mu Xingyun looked at Xingyun in confusion. How did you know my sister was in Xing Shui's hands? I discovered it while hacking into the battleship system, Xingyun replied casually. So I sent Snowbee to retrieve the child. My name is Snowbee. Don't mind those details. Thank you. By the way, I haven't asked for your name. Mu Xingyun felt a bit embarrassed. She had kidnapped him, yet he had helped rescue her only sister, and she didn't even know his name. You can call me Ian. Xingyun replied. In the original universe, Mu Xingyun had also addressed him this way, and he enjoyed it. Ian, why are you the one piloting the shuttlecraft now? Mu Xingyun regained her composure. I told you not to worry about those details. But, Mr. Ian, are we heading back to Mars? Snowbee inquired. Is Ian what you call him? Call him Masked Mister. What? Who allowed you to return to Mars? Mu Xingyun sprang up. Stop. Stop. Head to the V25 star region. Don't be troublesome, Ayun. I have urgent matters to attend to. Once I am done, I will accompany you. Xingyun needed to return, He had acquired the spirit blood crystal and needed to construct the regeneration medical pod immediately. After healing his facial wounds, he planned to take Snowby to the Z78-star region and, if possible, subjugate the spirit blood clan, which would greatly aid him in the future. Who are you calling Ayun? No. Who said you could accompany me? No, stop. You are my hostage. You must return with me. As she spoke, Mu Xingyun drew her gun, feeling exhausted. Ever since she encountered this man, she had been led by the nose. No, Ayun, I truly have matters to attend to. Stop calling me Ayun. We are not that close. Reset the course. I want to return to the V25-star region. With that, Mu Xingyun disengaged the safety on her gun. Calm down. Be careful not to misfire. We can discuss our destination slowly. Xi Xingyin felt he could not refuse her. This girl was as stubborn as her counterpart in the original universe. If it came to it, he would accompany her. After all, with the spirit blood crystal in hand, he could restore his face wherever he went, though his plans would need to be adjusted. At that moment, the shuttlecraft shook violently, causing Mu Xingyun to lose her balance and fall backward. As she fell, her gun discharged, fortuitously striking the engine control lever. Immediately, the shuttlecraft spiraled out of control and sped forward uncontrollably. Not good. Ahead is an asteroid belt. Snowby cried out. Masked Mr. Dodge, do you think I want to crash? I can't even control the direction. Xi Xingyin shouted back. Buckle up and prepare for impact. Then, the shuttlecraft was engulfed by the asteroid belt, comprised of countless rocks of varying sizes. Xi Xingyin experienced a long and vivid dream. He saw his wife, Mu Xingyun, ascending to the throne as the empress of the human race, supported by many. She wore a splendid phoenix robe and a crown, seated majestically on the dragon throne, her gaze firm yet gentle as she looked down upon her subjects. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and he saw Mu Xingyun, pregnant and pale, being ushered into the delivery room. Another shift revealed her cradling their child in a sunlit garden, a smile gracing her face as she softly hummed a lullaby. Everything felt warm and tender, yet a shadow loomed over the garden, enveloping it in darkness. Mu Xingyun looked up at the sky, terror etched on her features. Following her gaze, Xi Xingyin saw the mechanical star. He jolted awake, realizing he was still in the pilot's seat of the shuttlecraft. Turning to look around, he found the other three still unconscious. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it had been just a dream, albeit one so vivid it left him with the illusion that the mechanical star still existed. Xi Xingyin unbuckled his seatbelt and rushed to Mu Xingyun's side. Ayun, wake up, he urged, shaking her vigorously. Mu Xingyun stirred, placing a hand on her aching head. Did I not tell you not to call me Ayun? Address me as Her Highness the Crown Princess. Very well then, Ayun, Her Highness the Crown Princess. Forget it, just call me Ayun. Mu Xingyun came to understand that once this fellow settled on a name, he would not change it. Suddenly, she remembered something and unfastened her seatbelt to check on her sister beside her. Mumu, are you all right? Don't scare your sister. Sister, I'm fine, the little girl replied, rubbing her eyes. That's good, Mu Xingyun sighed in relief. Following this, Xi Xingyin also roused Snowby. Xi Xingyin discovered that they were not in space, but rather marooned in a port reminiscent of a hub, albeit one that boasted nothing but a vast, empty landing pad. Upon surveying the environment, Xi Xingyin noted the presence of air, with an oxygen content comparable to that of Blue Star, devoid of harmful gases. The artificial gravity closely mirrored that of Blue Star. Could this be a creation of Blue Star? He was the first to descend onto the port's platform. Gazing in the direction from whence the shuttle had entered, he observed that, like other interstellar hubs, there was an open port to outer space, allowing a glimpse into the abyssal cosmos beyond. The port was enveloped by a translucent barrier of gas, designed to prevent the air within from escaping. Xi Xingyan scanned the surroundings and, upon confirming the absence of danger, gestured for the three aboard the shuttle to disembark. What is this place? Mu Xingyun inquired curiously, her eyes darting about. I do not know. Just a moment ago, I attempted to pinpoint our coordinates from the shuttle, but the surrounding magnetic field is exceedingly powerful, rendering it impossible to ascertain our location. All I know is that we collided with an asteroid belt while on the periphery of Pluto's orbit and subsequently drifted here. We must be beyond the solar system now. Xi Xingyin replied thoughtfully. What is the status of the shuttle? Mu Xingyin pressed further. Xi Xingyin glanced at the stranded shuttle and remarked, the exterior has sustained some damage, but repairs should not pose a significant challenge. The interior, however, is another matter. Your shot has damaged the engine controller, and the directional control has melted. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. It wasn't my intention. You were the one who didn't follow me, Mu Xingyin lamented, feeling a pang of guilt. Do not worry. It is not your fault. The blame lies with me. I can manage these repairs, but given the uncertainty of our situation, I must investigate the area further and search for components needed to fix the shuttle. What else can we do? Of course, I must support my beloved, Xi Xingyin thought. Donning the combat suit left in the cockpit by Jin Kuei, equipping his wrist computer, and preparing a backpack filled with tools for his solitary expedition. At that moment, Mu Xingyin donned a women's combat suit and followed him. I want to go too. Why do you wish to follow? The situation here is unclear and fraught with danger. Xi Xingyin protested. Well, young man, how old are you? She teased. 15, why do you ask? I am 17, and in 2 months I shall be an adult. Thus I am 3 years your senior, aren't I? Little lion, she said playfully, lightly tracing her finger along Xi Xingyin's chin. Beside them, Snoopy and Moo Moo shielded their eyes with their hands, peeking through their fingers, both thinking, goodness, is this something a 5-year-old should witness? Xi Xingyin sighed. All right. Miss Ayun. There was no resisting her charm. This universe's Mu Xingyin was just like her counterpart from another realm, possessing the same personality and manner of speaking. Xi Xingyin could never refuse her. Sister. Moo Moo looked at Mu Xingyin with wide, anxious eyes, fearing her sister's departure. Mu Xingyin knelt before the little girl and said, listen carefully, Moo Moo. Sister and this masked brother are going to find some things. We will return once we have found them. You and Snoopy must stay here and not wander off. Oh, sister, please be careful, the little girl replied obediently. Xi Xingyin produced 2 small black boxes, placing one at the waist of both Snoopy and Moo Moo, and instructed, you little ones, listen closely. This is a life-saving device from your brother. If you encounter any danger, press the red button on it. Do you understand? Understood. The 2 5-year-olds replied in unison. Chapter 13. The colonial satellite at the end of the Nexus port, Xi Xingyin and Mu Xingyin discovered a colossal hatch, approximately 10 meters in height, likely intended for the transportation of substantial cargo. However, the hatch remained firmly closed, albeit the control panel beside it was illuminated, indicating that it could be opened. Xi Xingyin approached it nonchalantly and, after a brief manipulation, managed to unlock it. As they stepped into the unloading passage, they were greeted by an impeccably clean interior, as if it had been meticulously maintained. Upon traversing the corridor, they arrived at the unloading area, which housed 2 large mechanical arms designed for loading and unloading purposes. The unloading area featured 2 doors that were originally intended for entry and exit. However, both were tightly sealed, obstructed by an assortment of containers of various sizes stacked against them. Noticing the numerous containers, Xi Xingyin decided to inspect one, hoping to find usable goods. But to his dismay, they were all empty. What a bore! He exclaimed, kicking one of the hollow containers. What now? It's a dead end. Mu Xingyin suggested they retrace their steps to search for an alternative route. After surveying the surroundings, Xi Xingyin smiled and declared, no need. Just watch me. He swiftly made his way beneath the mechanical arms, activated the computer on his wrist, and with a few deft adjustments, the arms sprang to life. They systematically relocated the containers, clearing a path to the doors in no time. Impressive. How did you manage that? Mu Xingyin inquired, glancing at the enormous mechanical arms. I hacked into their remote control system, Xi Xingyin replied, gesturing to the device on his arm. At that moment, Mu Xingyin found herself wishing to take this prodigious youth, whom she dubbed Ian, back to her Tang Dynasty. He was no longer merely a genius. He was a polymath, capable of constructing warp engines, enhancing shields, and inventing marvelous optical camouflage. He was also a formidable hacker, intelligent and engaging. If she could secure his assistance after ascending the throne as the Empress of the Tang Dynasty, her nation would surely rise to become the foremost power among humankind. Ayun, Ayun. Xi Xingyin's call roused Mu Xingyun from her reverie. What are you daydreaming about? Let's go? Oh, right. Coming. She replied, hastening to follow him. Upon passing through the unloading area's doors, it felt as though they had traversed a temporal tunnel into another realm. The scene outside resembled a sunlit afternoon, with warm rays bathing the earth. Gazing up revealed an expansive azure sky, dotted with fluffy white clouds, occasionally graced by the flight of birds. They emerged onto a pristine road leading towards a modern city, at the heart of which stood a towering purple structure that resembled an oddly shaped spire. This purple tower seemed jarringly out of place amidst the urban landscape. Could this be a colonial satellite? Mu Xingyun expressed her astonishment. Colonial satellites were born from the widening chasm between the rich and the poor across nations. The affluent, dissatisfied with the limited resources and living spaces on planets, united to develop these vast satellites. Utilizing virtual imagery technology, they simulated idyllic living environments. Whether it be the clear skies of day or the starry nights, warm, pleasant sunshine, and clean, untainted air, or tranquil, comfortable atmospheres. However, the resources and space within these satellites were finite. Even as numerous satellites formed clusters, they could only accommodate a fraction of the population. Consequently, a more brutal hierarchical population system was instituted, enforced across many human nations. This population system classified individuals into 4 tiers. First-class citizens comprised wealthy tycoons, mining magnates, corporate executives, and government officials, enjoying the most comfortable living conditions and abundant resources within the colonial clusters. Second-class citizens typically included military personnel, educators, engineers, and technicians, required to serve the first-class citizens while enjoying limited resources. Third-class citizens were resource gatherers and builders, such as miners, farmers, factory workers, and laborers, confined to planetary dwellings, producing resources for the upper classes and participating in the construction of colonial satellites. The lowest tier, fourth-class citizens, encompassed the impoverished and criminals, stripped of any rights. Once categorized as fourth-class citizens, they were abandoned on resource-scarce planets, left to fend for themselves. That seems plausible, Xi Xingyun responded. But why is there no one residing in this colonial satellite? Mu Xingyun pondered aloud. Could it be abandoned? It doesn't appear so. The facilities are well maintained, not indicative of abandonment. Yet, why is there such a lack of inhabitants? Xi Xingyun mused, recalling that the original owner of his body had visited multiple colonial clusters, seeking to curry favor with the wealthy as a prince to enhance his prestige. He understood the immense cost of creating a colonial satellite, barring severe damage. They were unlikely to be discarded lightly. Strangely, despite the absence of residents, the place was impeccably maintained, with many amenities appearing brand new. Furthermore, it was odd that this satellite seemed located beyond the solar system, as no one would construct a satellite in such a place. Cut off from resource supply due to the asteroid belt. Ayun, there are many unanswered questions here, and the atmosphere is unsettling. We should proceed with caution and leave as soon as we acquire the necessary electronic components. Xi Xingyun asserted decisively. All right, I understand, Mu Xingyun replied, sensing the eerie ambience that sent shivers down her spine. The two located a small electric jeep at the roadside and drove into the city. The streets were as immaculate as new, with public amenities intact, and even the traffic lights at intersections functioned normally. Yet, the buildings and shops lining the streets were all shuttered, giving no indication of human habitation. Xi Xingyun retrieved a city map from a nearby public kiosk. After some exploration, they discovered that the city contained only 2 electronic component stores, one nearby and another at the far end of the city, quite a distance apart. Ayun, please provide me with a list. I will venture to the farther store named Giant Crocodile, Mu Xingyun indicated on the map. You can check out the nearby store called Fathead Fish. Xi Xingyun recognized her concern for her sister's safety, wanting to find the components swiftly to reunite with her. Yet, she firmly insisted, no, the situation at the city's edge is uncertain. I cannot allow you to go alone. But I can't keep my sister waiting. I will go to Giant Crocodile. Xi Xingyan interrupted her. You are unfamiliar with the component specifications, which would slow you down. I am an expert in this field and can find them more quickly, thereby saving time. You can wait for me here and search in the meantime. Fine. Then please give me a copy of the list. With his reasoning, she found it difficult to refute. Xi Xingyan wrote down a list for Mu Xingyun, then pulled out a pair of headphones from his bag and tossed them to her. This is a communication device. You can contact me if necessary. Additionally, I've modified your battle suit. There's a red button on your left waist. Press it if you encounter danger, but remember, only do so as a last resort. Mu Xingyun glanced down and indeed found a small red button, resembling a button, on her left waist. 20 minutes later, Xi Xingyan arrived at an electronics store named Giant Crocodile. Just like the previous shops, this one had its doors tightly shut, yet it was not locked. Ayun, can you hear me? Xi Xingyan pressed the communicator. I can hear you. A clear voice emanated from the headset. I have arrived at Giant Crocodile. What is your status? Let me check. Well, I have located 5 items from the list, but I still need to find the energy variable resistor, engine control unit, and engine control lever. Mu Xingyun replied. All right, wait there for me. I will return once I have found those 3 items. Okay, Ayen, be safe. You too. Remember, contact me immediately if anything happens. After hanging up the communicator, Xi Xingyan pushed the door open and entered. As he stepped inside, an electronic synthesized voice greeted him from above. Welcome to Giant Crocodile. May you have a wonderful day. The shelves within the store were filled with various electronic components, all neatly organized by category. Xi Xingyan found the directory list beside the shelves and quickly located the 3 items he needed. Just as he was about to leave, the synthesized voice chimed in again. Welcome to Giant Crocodile. May you have a wonderful day. A wonderful day. A wonderful day. Such a wonderful day. Why not stay? Bang. The door he had just pulled opened automatically slammed shut. Oh no. Xi Xingyan felt a pang of anxiety as he realized he could not pull the door open. Stay. Let us play together. The original synthesized voice morphed into the giggles of a little boy. Who are you? Xi Xingyan inquired towards the speaker on the door. If you play with me, I will tell you. The boy continued to giggle. Little one, if you want me to play with you, you should at least tell me where you are, right? Xi Xingyan frowned. Hide and seek. Hide and seek. I will hide. You come find me. Xi Xingyan was at a loss. It was a deadlock. The boy had locked him in, claiming to want to play, yet the game required finding him, which necessitated exiting. But the boy had barred his exit. Shaking his head, Xi Xingyan extended his right hand, revealing the launcher on his wrist. A few arcs of blue electricity struck the firmly shut door. After a shower of sparks, he kicked the door open. Unable to find another solution, he had resorted to using an electromagnetic pulse. Stepping out of the store, Xi Xingyan immediately contacted Mu Xingyun. Ayun, are you alright? Ayen, I'm fine. Did something happen on your end? Mu Xingyun detected the unease in Xi Xingyan's voice. Yes, there was a minor incident, but I'm alright. I've gathered everything, and I'm on my way. Be cautious of your surroundings. I sense something is approaching. Chapter 14. Playing hide and seek. Mu Xingyun ended the call with Xi Xingyan, quickly stowing the electronic components into her backpack before hastily departing the shop and stepping onto the street to wait. A burst of laughter from a boy echoed in the distance. A child? Mu Xingyun scanned her surroundings but discerned no figures. Hide and seek. Hide and seek. The boy's voice resounded again. Who are you? Mu Xingyun called out loudly into the desolate street, met only with the playful laughter that echoed from all directions. Where are you? Mu Xingyun strained to locate the source of the laughter, eventually realizing it emanated from several public facility speakers on the road. Drawing her pistol from her waist, she fired several shots, shattering the nearby speakers. The laughter ceased abruptly. How annoying, Mu Xingyun muttered. However, just as she holstered her weapon, she heard a faint mechanical whirring approaching. Soon, a toy robotic dog came into view. This mechanical canine was exquisitely crafted, its metallic body adorned with a vibrant orange-yellow finish, and its facial features appeared animated, akin to a real dog. A screen was embedded on its chest. The robotic dog approached Mu Xingyun, wagging its tail before obediently sitting down. After a few flickers of static, a cherubic boy's face appeared on the screen. Wow, sister, you're amazing. You figured out where my voice was coming from. You've passed the first level. Mu Xingyan crouched down and inquired, "What is your name, little friend?" "I don't have a name yet. After I was born, my family left me here, so no one has named me," the boy on the screen replied, his expression sorrowful. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Mu Xingyan quickly apologized. She suddenly pondered the boy's origins on this abandoned colony satellite. If his family had left upon his birth, how had he survived? "Can you tell me where you are? I'll come to find you, all right?" Mu Xingyan asked. "Sure. That is perfect. This is the second level my sister has to pass. Sister, you have to play hide and seek with me. I'm hiding now, so hurry and find me." The boy on the screen danced with joy. "Oh, I see. But could you wait a moment? A brother is coming soon. After he arrives, you can tell us where you are, and we'll look for you together, okay?" Mu Xingyan suggested, recalling she had to wait for Si Xingyan. "No, sister must play hide and seek with me. Otherwise, you can't go anywhere." The boy suddenly displayed an angry countenance, and the toy dog emitted a low growl, its eyes transforming into swirling red vortexes. "Sister, you must stay and play hide and seek with me." Mu Xingyan gazed into the robotic dog's eyes, her expression becoming increasingly entranced. Hide and seek," she murmured softly, placing her backpack down and moving in a daze towards a specific direction. 20 minutes later, Si Xingyan returned to the fathead fish but found no sign of Mu Xingyan. Yun, where are you?" Si Xingyan called out through his communicator, but only static responded. He soon discovered Mu Xingyan's backpack not far from the shop. "Yun, where are you?" The boy's laughter echoed once more. Following the sound, Si Xingyan spotted the toy robotic dog sitting across the street, the voice emanating from it. He approached the dog and questioned the boy on the screen. "Did you take Yun away? Sister is playing hide and seek with me. Brother wants to play hide and seek, too." The dog's eyes once again morphed into red vortexes. Si Xingyan, like Mu Xingyan moments before, fell into a trance as he gazed into the robotic dog's eyes. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his mind, awakening him from the stupor. This is hypnosis? Si Xingyan pondered. But why had he not been successfully hypnotized? The painful sensation felt reminiscent of the merging of his previous self's memories. Could it be that his resistance to hypnosis stemmed from the duality of his consciousness? Si Xingyan launched an electromagnetic pulse shot, knocking the robotic dog to the ground. He then connected his wrist computer to the dog, murmuring, "I'm coming to play hide and seek with you." Minutes later, Si Xingyan sped towards the central purple tower of the city. With the toy robotic dog sitting in the passenger seat, its screen displaying a map with a blinking red indicating the tower's location. "Turn left in 20 meters. Then go straight," the robotic dog instructed, now having been hacked by Si Xingyan, serving as his navigational guide. During the infiltration of the dog's system, he had discovered that the remote signal it received originated from the tower at the city's center. If the controller of the robotic dog was there, then Mu Xingyan must have been taken there as well. Gazing at the distant tower, Si Xingyan noted its eerie purple glow under the sunlight. Upon his arrival, he had sensed an unsettling feeling emanating from the tower, a sensation he felt oddly familiar with. A few more minutes passed, and Si Xingyan's vehicle halted at the base of the tower. The discomforting sensation intensified. He was certain something terrifying resided within, despite an overwhelming urge to flee. Thoughts of Mu Xingyan's potential captivity compelled him to enter. The tower's entrance was a substantial, aged wooden door. An ordinary double door devoid of computerized controls or modern electronic locks, starkly contrasting with the city's fully mechanized design. Pushing the door open, Si Xingyan stepped inside, instantly captivated by the interior. The entire space was constructed from purple crystal. Even the floor, walls, and staircase were composed of crystalline blocks. At the center stood a singular, radiant crystal column, pulsating gently as if alive, exuding a soft glow as though breathing. The first floor resembled a grand hall, dominated solely by this luminous crystal pillar. Si Xingyan activated his communicator once more, successfully connecting this time. "Yun, can you hear me?" Yet, silence greeted him. "Yun, are you here?" He called into the vast emptiness of the hall, but again, no response. It seemed he had no choice but to ascend and investigate further. With that thought, he followed the spiral staircase along the wall to the second floor. On the second floor, the breathing crystal column remained visible, extending upwards, suggesting it traversed the entire tower. There were no stairs leading further up, only a crystal chair positioned centrally, rapidly flashing light as if beckoning him to sit. It appeared there was no other choice. Xi Xingyan approached and seated himself in the crystalline chair. Upon doing so, the scene before him transformed. Images began to materialize upon the crystalline surfaces, resembling a series of illustrations intended for children. The narrative revolves around a young boy who, after being abandoned by his biological parents at birth, endures numerous hardships while growing up alone. The story then branches into three distinct paths. In the first path, the boy eventually reunites with his biological parents, culminating in a heartwarming scene of the three embracing one another. The second path depicts a more somber fate, as the boy grows up without ever finding his parents, leading him to a life of solitude. The third path takes a darker turn, where the boy finds his biological parents but ultimately kills them, transforming into a malevolent entity. Upon encountering the final image of the demon in the third path, Xi Xingyan is struck with shock, recognizing the face as that of his recurring nightmare, the face of the mechanical emperor. As he stands in disbelief, the vision within the crystal fades away. Xi Xingyan hastily returns to his seat in the crystal chair, yet the image does not reappear despite his repeated attempts to rise and sit again. He is certain that the final image of the third path indeed bore the visage of the mechanical emperor, but he cannot fathom how such a figure could exist in this universe. Could it merely be a coincidence? As he reflects on the image, a chilling sensation creeps up his spine, accompanied by the haunting recollection of the mechanical emperor and the terror he evokes. The unsettling thought arises: could this universe also harbor the mechanical emperor? Lost in these disquieting musings, three staircases descend from above, each corresponding to the three narrative branches he had just witnessed. The staircases shimmer and flicker, seemingly urging him to make an immediate choice. Determined to rescue Mu Xingyun and depart from this cursed place, Xi Xingyan dismisses his wandering thoughts. He gazes once more at the three images and resolutely opts for the central path. He would not choose the other two. The first path, depicting a scene of familial warmth, resonates too closely with his own situation, akin to his abandonment by his father. He would not humiliate himself by attempting to honor a parent who had forsaken him. The third path, he vowed, was utterly out of the question. Following the central path, Xi Xingyan ascends to the third level, entering a chamber through a corridor. Upon entry, he discovers a communication device lying on the floor. It is the one he had given to Mu Xingyun. She must be nearby. After securing the device, he spots the young boy from earlier, rushing forward only to realize that the boy is merely a holographic projection. "Yay, brother found me. Congratulations on completing the level," the boy exclaims gleefully, clapping his hands with an innocent smile. "Since I've won, can you return my sister to me?" Xi Xingyan implores the holographic boy eagerly. "Not possible. Since my sister has not found me, she lost the hide-and-seek game and must face a penalty." The boy replies with a serious expression. "What have you done to her?" Xi Xingyan's anger flares. Despite the boy's youth, the thought of Mu Xingyun being in danger unleashes his fury. I didn't do anything to her." The boy, frightened by Xi Xingyan's wrath, begins to cry. "I just wanted my brother and sister to play with me. Don't believe me? Look." Beside the boy, Mu Xingyun's holographic image materializes, standing vacantly beside him. "Ayun, can you hear me? Wake up." Xi Xingyan calls out urgently to her projection, yet she remains unresponsive, merely standing in a daze. "She is fine. If you want to find her, you must win the game to reach the tower's peak. So, brother, do your best. We'll be waiting for you at the top." The boy's holographic image fades away after his declaration. "Wait." Xi Xingyan attempts to inquire further, but both the boy and Mu Xingyun's images vanish completely, and a pathway leading upwards appears. The tower's summit? Without hesitation, Xi Xingyan ascends. As he enters the fourth level of the tower, he finds the boy's image displayed on a crystal screen mounted on the wall. The boy, clad in cardboard armor and a makeshift helmet, wields a pixelated sword. "Welcome, brother, to the fourth level. This is the dungeon maze," the boy proclaims. Xi Xingyan muses internally. Do you even hear what you're saying? How is this the fourth level if it's underground? While he contemplates this absurdity, the boy continues, Brother, this level's game is called Brave the Maze. You must navigate through it to find me and my sister, so good luck. The boy gestures encouragingly. As he finishes speaking, the entire fourth level illuminates, as if it were day. Before Xingyin stands a colossal crystal maze, glittering under the light, a castle sculpted from amethyst, its walls shimmering with a mysterious allure. Gazing at the maze, Xingyin furrows his brow. He swiftly activates the radar on his combat suit, attempting to scan for information about the labyrinth. To his astonishment, the radar reveals nothing. Undeterred, he seeks a shortcut through the maze, switching to the sonar system on his suit. Yet still, he finds himself at an impasse. Chapter 15. Intellectual Quiz Strange. Xingyin approached the crystalline wall before him, tapping it gently with his fingertip, only to find that it produced no sound. A sudden realization dawned upon him. This purple crystal was capable of absorbing sound waves. Moreover, if his conjecture was correct, it could also absorb electromagnetic waves, which explained why neither radar nor sonar could penetrate this crystalline labyrinth. Curiosity piqued, Xingyin began to tap around the crystal wall, excitement glimmering in his eyes. This crystal was indeed a remarkable find. Were it not for the pressing matters at hand, he would have surely extracted a substantial piece for further study. As an individual brimming with curiosity and a spirit of exploration, the scientist within him stirred, especially since this type of amethyst had yet to be discovered in his original universe. Regrettably, he found himself unable to cut and transport the crystal, as he had more pressing tasks to attend to. Venturing into the maze, he understood that lacking the means to investigate his surroundings meant he would have to rely on intuition to navigate. Fortunately, the labyrinth's pathways were not overly complex, and within 10 minutes, he had traversed half of it. However, just as Xingyin was about to continue his exploration, the positions of the crystal walls shifted. Some walls rotated, even altering those he had previously passed. He halted, aware that aimless wandering in such a scenario would lead to disorientation and potential entrapment within the maze. Thankfully, prior to entering, he had activated the automatic route recording feature on his wrist computer, utilizing its gyroscope to document his path, based on his observations. Although the walls of the maze continuously shifted, the exit remained constant. Thus, as long as he maintained his sense of direction, he could navigate his way out despite the twists and turns. After another 5 minutes, Xingyin effortlessly emerged from the maze. He then arrived at the 5th level, which contained only a single closed pathway. Proceeding along this corridor, he encountered a bronze door that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding purple crystals. At that moment, a boy's voice echoed from above. Welcome to the 5th level. The game we shall play next is an intellectual quiz. Here, you must rely on your wisdom to advance. There are a total of 10 stages, and each stage will present you with a question. If you answer correctly, the door to the next stage will open. So, do your best. An intellectual quiz? Xingyin chuckled. He had earned multiple doctoral degrees in his original universe and had engaged in exchanges with numerous high-tech civilizations. He had never lost a battle of wits. What question could possibly stump him? Stepping forward, he knocked on the bronze door, which prompted a young woman's voice to respond. Welcome to the intellectual quiz. This is the first stage, where we will test your intellect and knowledge. Let us begin. Let me show you my intellect and knowledge. Xingyin declared with enthusiasm. The first question, what is the first cosmic velocity of the blue planet? 9 kilometers per second. Xingyin answered without hesitation. Correct. Congratulations on passing the first stage. With a clang, the bronze door swung open. Xingyin stood in bewilderment. What? That was it. Had he breezed through the first stage so easily? He was momentarily taken aback. Was that truly a physics question? The fighting spirit he had ignited was extinguished by such a basic piece of knowledge that even children in their universe knew. Passing through the first bronze door, he proceeded along the corridor, soon arriving at the second bronze door. He knocked once more. Welcome to the second stage. Your success in the first stage indicates you possess some skill. I wonder if you can pass this stage? Came the voice of a young man. Should be able to. Xingyin replied, still reeling from the simplicity of the first question. Now, For the second question, what is the gravitational acceleration on the blue planet? 9. 8 meters per second squared? Xi Xingyan replied, a hint of uncertainty creeping in. This question was just as simple as the last. He wondered if he had misheard. Correct. Congratulations on passing the second stage. You truly are impressive. I bow to your prowess. Once again, the second bronze door opened, leaving Xi Xingyan flabbergasted. These questions lacked substance. After all, he was a scientist with numerous doctoral degrees. Couldn't they present him with something challenging to stimulate his intellect? Were they intentionally trying to insult him with such basic inquiries? Having passed through the second bronze door, he approached the third door. Standing before it, he muttered, "Please don't present me with another foolish question that makes me look foolish." Alas, his hopes were dashed. Upon knocking, a mature woman in Apos' voice greeted him. "Welcome to the third stage. Your performance in the previous stages has been remarkable. I wonder if you can pass this stage?" "Heh, I see nothing that should hinder my progress. If you persist with such trivial questions." Xi Xingyan grumbled. "Now, please listen closely to the third question. What is the chemical equation for the combustion of carbon and oxygen?" Xi Xingyan. "All right, so the first two were physics questions, and now it's chemistry. Please respond immediately." The voice insisted. "Should I answer quickly then?" CO2 CO2. Xi Xingyan replied earnestly. "Correct. Congratulations on passing the third stage. You are indeed formidable. We were not unjust in our previous losses. Indeed, I feel they were unjustly so." Xi Xingyan muttered to himself. After passing through the third bronze door, he walked a short distance and turned a corner, revealing the fourth door, which was silver. "Ah, I see. The first three doors were bronze, and now we have a silver door. If the first three stages represented one level of difficulty, the next should be slightly more challenging," he mused. Once more, he knocked on the door, and a deep male voice resounded. "Welcome to the fourth stage. Given your outstanding performance thus far, we shall increase the difficulty of the questions. Good luck. Here it comes, finally a challenging question." Xi Xingyan rubbed his hands together in excitement. The fourth question. Please state the chemical equation for the combustion of hydrogen and oxygen. Xi Xingyan. Please respond immediately. 2H2O2 2H2O, he answered promptly. Correct. Congratulations on passing the fourth stage. You are truly exceptional. Huh, what am I even waiting for? Xi Xingyan covered his face in exasperation. By the way, a small fact. H2O is actually the chemical formula for water, and the human home planet, the blue planet, comprises 70 water. Yes, I know, Xi Xingyan replied impatiently. With the fourth silver door now open, he ventured forward. Arriving at the fifth silver door, he paused, hesitating to knock, as he truly did not wish to answer any more juvenile quiz questions. However, before he could decide, the door spoke on its own. In a deep, resonant voice, it declared, "Welcome to the fifth stage. I am unaware of the methods you employed to pass the previous stages, but do not expect to breeze through here." Huh, do you think I need tricks for questions like these? Xi Xingyan chuckled at the voice's bravado. Now for the fifth question. What do plants on the blue planet use to perform photosynthesis? Xi Xingyan. What now? Are you stumped? I knew it all along. You are nothing but a fool. You must have guessed the answers to the previous 4 questions, right? Ha ha. Your defeat at my hands signifies that I am far superior to those 4. I told you that I should be placed at the Golden Gate, not relegated to the Silver Gate. That would be a disservice to my talents. Do you understand? Pardon my interruption. But is it possible that the answer to the question is chlorophyll? As this voice began to ramble incessantly, Xi Xingyan had to interject amidst his continuous output. What? You got it right? Impossible. No way. How could you possibly have answered correctly? This question took me a great deal of mental effort to devise. How could you answer so casually? Sorry, can I pass now? No, absolutely not. My question cannot be. With a sudden burst, Xi Xingyan unleashed an electromagnetic pulse nova at the Silver Gate and kicked it open. The gate went mad, Xi Xingyan remarked lightly as he passed through. Proceeding onward, he arrived at the Silver Gate of the 6th challenge, where he knocked without any expectation, simply wishing to swiftly conclude this absurd intellectual quiz and leave this dreadful place. This time, a charming feminine voice greeted him. My dear, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for quite some time. That previous gate went mad, so I disposed of it. Does that count as passing? Xi Xingyin inquired. You answered the question correctly, so yes, you have passed. As for the previous gate, it deserved its fate. May I pose my question now? Hee, certainly, but it may be quite simple for you. The voice giggled. No matter, I am in a hurry. Very well, then I shall ask. What category does the frog on the blue planet belong to? Amphibians. Congratulations, you are correct. You may proceed to the next challenge. With that, the door opened, and Xi Xingyin hastily departed. Once he left, the alluring voice muttered to herself, I hope he can save us. Turning a corner, he arrived at the 7th gate, which, as anticipated, was the Golden Gate. Upon knocking, a timid girl's voice emerged. This is the 7th challenge. Welcome. Just ask me your question. Xi Xingyin urged. Ah, right. I'm sorry. Once again, Xi Xingyin found himself at a loss for words. Was this another socially anxious girl? It's all right. Please ask me your question. It seems like, the question for the 7th challenge is, could you please hurry? Xi Xingyin was beginning to lose patience. Oh. Right. I'm a bit forgetful. The girl's voice trembled with a hint of tears. No, why are you apologizing? Aren't you supposed to be an artificial intelligence? How could you forget? If you don't ask the question, how can I pass? Coughing lightly, Xi Xingyin said, you can simply ask any question. Oh, then. I suppose I shall. Just ask something random. Could you please state the Pythagorean theorem for right triangles? A squared plus b squared equals c squared, Xi Xingyin replied calmly. That is correct. Oh, yes, then. Congratulations. You may proceed, the girl announced as the door opened. As Xi Xingyin passed through, he remarked, so even artificial intelligence can exhibit social anxiety. Yes. I'm sorry. Before the next Golden Gate, Xi Xingyin contemplated the scene before him. The gate was unremarkable yet adorned with an antique charm. Flanking the door were a pair of stone lions, and a character for good fortune was affixed to the door, accompanied by couplets reading, Harmony generates wealth, wealth flows abundantly, and kindness accumulates blessings, blessings fill the home. The horizontal inscription proclaimed, a bounty of riches. This 8th challenge is rather peculiar. Xi Xingyin thought as he approached and knocked on the door. Greetings, welcome to my humble abode. A gentle male voice reverberated. Humble abode? Where is that? Hey, you're just a door, right? Xi Xingyin couldn't resist the urge to comment. I shall present you with the 8th challenge. Please recite the poem Quiet Night, Thoughts by the Tang Dynasty poet Li Bai. Reciting an ancient poem from thousands of years ago. Upon hearing this, Xi Xingyin was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure. Although he was a scientist in his universe, he had indeed studied ancient literature. The bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it is frost on the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my hometown. Excellent. This poem depicts the sentiments of a traveler in contemplation of his hometown while gazing at the moon on an autumn night. You have passed this round. Please continue onward. The 9th Golden Gate was heralded by the voice of an elderly woman, who also posed a question requiring the recitation of a poem. On the Heights by the Tang Dynasty poet Du Fu. Xi Xingyin easily recited it as well. At last, Xi Xingyin stood before the 10th gate, which was made of crystal. An elder's voice resonated. Young friend, this is the final question. Please recite the multiplication table from 1 to 9 in its entirety. Xi Xingyin was utterly speechless. He truly did not wish to stand before the crystal gate reciting the multiplication table. It was exceedingly embarrassing. However, to rescue Mu Xingyun, he began reciting. 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 2 is 2, 1 times 3 is 3. Up to 9 times 9 is 81. Finally, he finished, his face flushed with embarrassment as sweat dampened his back and palms. This wasn't due to fear of making a mistake. Rather, he was mortified at the thought of being seen. After all, he was a dignified emperor of the human race, a scientist, and a mechanical engineering expert. How could he be seen reciting the multiplication table? His pride and dignity would surely shatter into a million pieces. Correct answer. Congratulations on passing all challenges. Please proceed to the next level. The final door opened, revealing a path upward. Chapter 16. The Chessboard Terror, Part 1. In the sixth layer of space, darkness enveloped everything. Xi Xingyan felt as though he were submerged in the profound depths of the universe, surrounded by an infinite void. He discovered himself at one corner of a colossal chessboard that floated in the emptiness. This chessboard, with its four corners, extended a winding path of squares toward a central platform. The entire board drifted silently in the dark abyss, and standing upon it, Xi Xingyan felt as though he might be swallowed by the endless void at any moment. Above the dark expanse, the boy's voice echoed once more. "Brother, you're amazing. You've reached the sixth layer so quickly. The next game we shall play is the Interstellar Adventure Chess, but you won't be playing alone. I've invited 3 good friends to join you." As the words faded, 3 figures emerged from the other corners of the chessboard. Xi Xingyan's eyes widened in anger upon recognizing them. Mu Xingyun, Mu Mu, and Snoopy. "What are you all doing here?" he exclaimed. It was one thing for Mu Xingyun, as she had been taken by the boy, but why were Mu Mu and Snoopy also captured? At that moment, the 3 stood vacantly in a corner of the chessboard, evidently entranced. "Didn't you say you wanted to play a game with me? Why involve them?" Xi Xingyan shouted angrily toward the void above. "Because they are all your good friends. I'm so envious, so I invited them to play together. Damn it." Xi Xingyan cursed, then shouted at the 3. "Ayun, little girl. Snoopy, can you hear me? Wake up." However, the trio remained unresponsive, as if their surroundings had no bearing on them, standing in a daze. The boy reassured him, "Brother, don't worry. As long as you do your best, they will be safe." "What do you mean by that?" Xi Xingyan demanded. Yet, the boy continued to explain the game rules without answering. The game was named Interstellar Adventure, a board game where players would take turns rolling dice, moving forward according to the number rolled, triggering events, some favorable, some unfavorable. Ultimately, the first to reach the finish line would claim victory. Furthermore, if it were Xi Xingyan who triumphed, the game would conclude. If not, it would restart. Once the rules were outlined, a comically designed toy gun fell from above, and a virtual image of dice appeared in the center of the chessboard. "Since I cannot prevent this, I shall expedite the end of this game," Xi Xingyan thought, picking up the gun from the ground. A red beam of light illuminated him, signifying it was his turn. He aimed at the hovering dice and fired the gun, releasing a red firework that struck the dice, causing them to spin rapidly. Eventually, they slowed down, one landing on a 2 and the other on a 3. "Is it 5? Xi Xingyan advanced 5 spaces, and upon halting, the square beneath him turned green. The spaceship receives an energy supply. The red player advances 3 spaces. A woman's voice resonated from above. "Excellent, encountering a favorable event right from the start." Xi Xingyan moved forward another 3 spaces. As he did, the red beam above him extinguished, while a yellow light illuminated Mu Xingyun. "Ayun, be careful," Xi Xingyan thought, eager to secure victory and end the game, yet wishing to protect Mu Xingyun from harm. Mu Xingyun raised the gun and fired a yellow firework at the dice. Once more, the dice spun rapidly in the air, finally stopping with one die on 3 and the other on 4, totaling 7. Mechanically, Mu Xingyun advanced 7 spaces, and the square below her turned red. The spaceship is struck by a meteor. The yellow player will endure the impact and move back 2 spaces. What? Endure a meteor impact? Xi Xingyan felt a tightening in his chest as he turned to Mu Xingyun, witnessing a colossal meteor materialize above her, descending with devastating force. "Ayun, run!" he shouted. Yet, Mu Xingyun remained unresponsive until the meteor struck her position, but rather than flattening her, it passed through her body and vanished. It turned out to be merely a holographic projection of the meteor, but the realism still made Xi Xingyan break into a sweat. After the illusion dissipated, Mu Xingyun crouched down, arms crossed, her expression reflecting immense pain. "Ayun, what's wrong?" Xi Xingyan cried out in desperation. Instead of a reply from her, the boy's voice answered, "Brother, although encountering misfortune on the chessboard isn't real, it can still hurt a lot. If the pain becomes too much, she might truly perish." Xi Xingyan's teeth ground in fury upon hearing this. Thus, while it appeared that Mu Xingyun was merely attacked by a virtual image, unbeknownst to him, she suffered real harm from somewhere. If he did not conclude the game promptly, Someone would indeed perish on this chessboard. After a moment, Mu Xingyun slowly rose, staggering backward 2 spaces, extinguishing the yellow light above her. Next, Mu's corner illuminated with a blue light, and she too mechanically fired a blue firework at the dice, which began to spin once more. Little girl, you must be all right. Otherwise, a Yun will be heartbroken. Xi Xingyin silently prayed. The dice settled on 1 dot and 2 dots, totaling 3. Mu advanced 3 spaces, stopping on a white square. The spaceship's course is correct. The blue player passes safely. Thank goodness, she's safe. Xi Xingyin sighed in relief. Now it was Snoopy's turn. Glancing over, he saw a green light shining above Snoopy. After a green firework struck the dice, they spun and ultimately landed on 2 threes, totaling 6. However, upon moving 6 spaces, Snoopy stepped onto a red square. Oh no, Snoopy, the spaceship's fuel is exhausted. The green player must skip a turn. The woman's voice echoed again. That is fortunate. Just a pause. No harm done. Xi Xingyin felt a slight relaxation. The red beam shone down upon Xi Xingyin once more. By now, he had grasped the game's fundamental principles. The 4 players represented red, yellow, blue, and green. During the game, landing on a green square meant encountering a good event and receiving a reward. A red square indicated a bad event, leading to a penalty. A white square represented a neutral event, resulting in neither reward nor punishment. Understanding the true rules of the game, Xi Xingyin reopened the computer on his left wrist and began his performance. Minutes later, Xi Xingyin closed the computer and once again aimed at the hovering dice, shooting a red firework. This time, the dice spun for an extended duration, and each time they seemed on the verge of stopping, they would accelerate once more, as if dissatisfied with the impending outcome. After several spins, they finally settled, landing on 2 sixes, totaling 12. Xi Xingyin beamed as he hurried forward 12 spaces, halting on another green square. The spaceship's equipment is upgraded. The red player advances 1 space. Additionally, due to rolling a total of 12, the red player receives an extra turn to roll the dice. As Xi Xingyin heard the announcement from the woman above, a smile graced his lips, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Indeed, he had successfully hacked the game's program on this level and had thoroughly manipulated the game data. It felt as though he had acquired a golden finger. Every die he rolled invariably landed on 12, and every space he stepped upon transformed into a green square. Moreover, rolling a 12 granted him an additional chance to roll the dice, effectively allowing him to advance at least 24 spaces each turn. After stepping onto the reward square, he rolled the dice once more, and, after spinning for what seemed an eternity, it predictably stopped at 12 again. With a light-hearted stride, he moved forward another 12 spaces, landing yet again on a green square. Discovering the spatial tunnel, the red player advances 3 spaces. After moving 3 spaces forward, Xi Xingyin's lengthy turn finally concluded, and it was now Mu Xingyun's turn to play. As her yellow firework struck the dice, it ultimately landed on 10, allowing her to move forward 10 spaces, where she was greeted by a brilliant white light. The spaceship entered autopilot mode, and the yellow player passed safely through. Excellent. It was a white square, this round. A Yun was safe. Xi Xingyin had no intention of granting any golden fingers to the other 3 players. From the information he had gathered, as long as he emerged victorious, the game would conclude, and the other 3 would automatically exit. Whether the boy would grant them their freedom remained uncertain, but at least they were spared further harm on the game board. As his thoughts meandered, it was now Mu's turn. This time, she rolled a 9, but unfortunately, she landed on a red square. Xi Xingyin immediately began operating his computer. The spaceship encounters a stellar storm. ZZZZ. Blue player. ZZZZ. Passes safely. In that brief moment, Xi Xingyin swiftly altered the penalty for Mu, sparing the young girl from punishment. Though he had no intention of allowing any of them to win, he did not wish for any further harm to befall them. The green player is paused. Entering the next round, it was again Xi Xingyin's turn, and without any surprise, he rolled the first 12. The spaceship acquires new fuel, advancing 5 spaces. After completing his previous 17 spaces, he rolled another 12. The spaceship acquires a new propulsion system, advancing 3 spaces. Upon finishing all the spaces, he began to calculate. Each player on the board had a total of 100 squares from start to finish, and it appeared the endpoint was the central platform. So far, Xia had moved 68 spaces, leaving him 32 spaces to victory, which meant, with his current momentum, he could conclude the game in the next round. However, an unexpected turn occurred when Mu Xingyun rolled an 11. After advancing 11 spaces, she landed on a red square. Xia initially intended to manipulate the data of the square she landed on, just as he had done for Mu, but midway through his operation, he discovered that the data had been locked and was unmodifiable. Suddenly, a torrent of data surged from the program he had hacked, flooding into his computer as if it were alive. Even after disconnecting from the program, it was futile. The data replicated chaotically within his computer until it ultimately burned out his CPU. Xia was taken aback. His hacking technique had been sophisticated enough that it should not have been detected by the game system. Yet, within mere seconds, his methods had not only been uncovered but swiftly countered, effectively organizing a retaliatory strike from the entire game program that turned against him. The opponent must be a formidable expert, Xia mused. In his original universe, few could rival his hacking prowess, and almost none could surpass him. Yet here, upon entering this universe, he had been defeated, and the method of his defeat felt eerily familiar, though he could not recall when he had encountered such an adversary. The individual behind this must not be insignificant. It was evident that it was not merely the boy from earlier. He refused to believe he could be bested by a mere child. Clearly, there were others on this colonial satellite besides the boy, and it must be this person who assisted the boy in capturing Mu Xingyun and the others. As Xia pondered, a deep, somewhat ominous voice resonated throughout the 6th level. In light of previous instances of players cheating on the board, the rules of the game will be altered. The new rule is, when a player lands on a red square, they may transfer the damage they receive to another player to avoid the penalties of retreating or pausing, while the recipient of the damage can choose to either bear the penalty or accept the originally intended punishment of retreating or pausing. Upon the announcement of this new rule, Xia immediately felt a tremendous pressure, but just as he began to sense it more acutely, the pressure receded like a receding tide. His expression darkened, for he instinctively felt that this newly imposed rule had been designed with him in mind. The spaceship encounters an asteroid belt. The yellow player will endure the impact of the asteroid belt and will pause for 1 turn. The yellow player may choose to transfer the damage to another player to avoid the pause penalty or endure the damage themselves. I choose to transfer the damage to the red player, Mu Xingyun stated mechanically, without a moment's hesitation. Xia chuckled, just as he had anticipated. This was precisely what he expected, for the 3 of them had been hypnotized, rendering their actions devoid of emotional influence. Since he was the only one nearing the finish line, it was inevitable that the others would unhesitatingly choose to direct any damage towards him. Chapter 17. The Terrifying Chessboard, Part 2. Red player, please choose to endure damage or pause for a turn. I choose to endure damage, Xia declared without hesitation. He could not afford to accept any penalties of retreat or pause, for doing so would erode his leading advantage and prolong the game's progression, potentially leading to failure. The red player will endure the impact of the asteroid belt. A virtual image of the asteroid belt materialized above Xia's head, with colossal celestial bodies surging towards him like a relentless tide. Each asteroid carried an overwhelming force, and upon collision with Xia, the impact felt akin to being struck by a fleet of speeding trucks, sending searing pain coursing through his body and eliciting agonized cries. Yet, this was merely the beginning. More asteroids descended upon him like merciless raindrops, inflicting waves of intense pain and shock. 5 minutes later, the image of the asteroid belt dissipated. Xia's body weakened, and he knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. I've finally endured it. So this is what it feels like, he murmured with a slight smile, his eyes filled with determination as he slowly rose to his feet. Next round. Mumu raised her gun and shot at the dice. The dice rolled and landed on a score of 7, allowing her to move forward 7 spaces, landing once again on a white square. The spaceship traverses the uninhabited starfield, The blue player passes safely. Good. As long as it's not a red square, Xi Xingyan remarked, turning his gaze towards Snoopy in another corner. Now it's your turn. Don't let me down, Snoopy. After shooting the dice, Snoopy landed on a 9, moving forward 9 spaces to successfully land on a green square. Arriving at the interstellar port for supplies, the green player gains another opportunity to roll the dice. Snoopy rolled again, this time landing on 5. After moving 5 spaces, he landed on another green square, changing the spaceship engine, moving forward 6 spaces. As Snoopy advanced 6 more spaces, a red beam of light fell again upon Xi Xingyan. Only 32 spaces remain. If I can just hold out, the game will conclude. Unfortunately, I can no longer utilize my golden fingers. Xi Xingyan thought silently. The current situation on the board was as follows. Red player, Xi Xingyan. 32 spaces remaining. Yellow player, Mu Xingyun. 74 spaces remaining. Blue player, Mu Mu. 90 spaces remaining. Green player, Snoopy. 74 spaces remaining. Xi Xingyan was leading by a wide margin. Barring any unforeseen events, victory was assured. Just as he prepared to shoot the dice, a deep, terrifying voice echoed once more. Due to some players being in a hypnotic state, they have not experienced the game properly. Therefore, we will now lift the hypnosis on all players. What? No, it can't be lifted now, Xi Xingyan exclaimed in alarm. But the voice paid no heed to his protests. A deafening noise filled the space, causing Xi Xingyan to clutch his ears and curl up on the ground, feeling as though the sound penetrated his very skin. Mu Xingyun and the others also fell to the ground, covering their ears, their expressions twisted in agony. Approximately 1 minute later, the horrific noise ceased. Xi Xingyan stood up, looking towards Mu Xingyun and the others. A Yun, little girl, Snoopy? He saw Mu Xingyun sitting dazedly on the ground, staring at him. A Yin? Where's this? How did I end up here? Her expression shifted drastically as she glanced at the others. Moo Moo, Snoopy, how did you end up here? Weren't you supposed to be at the port? What happened? Sister. Snoopy and I were at the port, but then we heard you calling for help. We followed the sound and saw a red vortex, and then we ended up here. Moo Moo pouted, on the verge of tears. Mu Xingyun immediately comforted her. Don't cry, Moo Moo. Sister is here. I will definitely save you. Turning to Xi Xingyan, she asked, what on earth happened? Xi Xingyan sighed and briefly recounted how they had been hypnotized and abducted, and how he had come to the tower to rescue them, detailing everything that had transpired on the chessboard. So, only your victory in this game can break the chessboard and free us? Mu Xingyun inquired. Not entirely certain, but I can at least affirm that only my triumph can conclude this game. Otherwise, we will remain trapped here. What should we do now? Upon asking this question, Mu Xingyun felt incredulous. As the princess of the Great Tang, she was accustomed to being decisive and acting on her own, never seeking others' opinions. Yet now, she found herself relying on this young man before her. From now on, all of you must heed my commands and act accordingly, Xi Xingyan stated with gravity. As he spoke, Mu Xingyun felt a powerful aura emanating from him. She couldn't help but gaze at him, noticing the determination and confidence in his eyes, compelling her to trust him and follow his lead. This sensation was something she had only experienced with her mother, yet it felt even stronger now, prompting her to steal another glance at him. With the agreement of Mu Xingyun and the others, Xi Xingyan took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the toy gun, and aimed at the enormous dice suspended in the air, resolutely pulling the trigger. Brilliant red fireworks streaked through the void, exploding into dazzling sparks upon hitting the dice, which began to spin like a top, gradually slowing down until it came to a halt. The dice landed on a 1 and a 4, totaling 5. Xi Xingyan stepped forward 5 spaces, but unfortunately, he landed on a red square. Energy surges from the spaceship. The red player will suffer an electric shock and must pause for a turn. The red player may choose to transfer the damage to another player to avoid the pause penalty or endure the damage themselves. I choose to endure the damage, Xi Xingyan replied without hesitation. The red player will suffer an electric shock. Again, Mu Xingyun anxiously looked at Xi Xingyan, who was now enveloped in a multitude of blue electric arcs. Xi Xingyan trembled as electricity coursed through him, but the arcs did not diminish. Instead, more surged forth. sparking and crackling, with many resembling writhing worms burrowing into his orifices, a sight so ghastly it sent chills down one's spine. Mu Xingyun could bear it no longer and turned her head away, while Mu Mu, in another corner, covered her eyes in terror, and Snoopy turned his back entirely. Finally, the electric shock subsided, leaving Xi Xingyan crumpled on the ground, as if all his bones had been extracted, seemingly unconscious. Ayan, are you okay? Wake up. Ayan. Ayan. Mu Xingyun shouted desperately in Xi Xingyan's direction. Be quiet. Let me lie here a bit longer. Xi Xingyan waved his right hand, signaling that he was still alive. After a few more minutes, Xi Xingyan struggled to sit up. Mu Xingyun, her face filled with concern, asked, Are you all right? Is anything hurting? I'm fine. I'm only 3/10 cooked. I'm 2/10 away from my preferred 5/10. It seems this electric shock lacked a bit of intensity. Xi Xingyan forced a smile and replied, You still have the energy to joke? You nearly met your demise. Mu Xingyun expressed her irritation. Oh, is the beautiful princess concerned for my well-being? How utterly delightful. I could feast heartily on 2 bowls of rice. Xi Xingyan chuckled. You and Oppos, still jesting. I shan't converse with you any further. Mu Xingyun remarked, feeling a measure of relief upon observing Xi Xingyan's spirited demeanor. By the way, Xi Xingyan glanced at Mu Xingyun and the 2 others, then addressed her. In the upcoming round, regardless of what transpires, you must absorb all the damage for me. Do you comprehend? Absolutely not. I cannot consent to this. It would lead to your demise. Mu Xingyun firmly rejected. Listen, if we wish to conclude this game swiftly and safely, we must adhere to my directives. Xi Xingyan insisted with unwavering resolve. Think of your sister. Startled, Mu Xingyun realized her sister remained on the game board, and as long as the game continued, her sister could face further peril. Having contemplated this, Mu Xingyun reluctantly acquiesced. At that moment, a yellow beam of light enveloped her. For Mu Xingyun, who had just regained consciousness, this marked her inaugural foray into the game. She gazed at the luminescence surrounding her, rendered momentarily disoriented. Ayun, it's your turn now. Remember my words. Xi Xingyan reminded her once more. All right. Mu Xingyun gritted her teeth and aimed her toy gun at the airborne die, releasing a burst of colored sparks. The die began to spin. She anxiously watched its rapid rotation, fearing she might overlook something, and ultimately, it settled on a 10. Cautiously, Mu Xingyun advanced 10 spaces, landing once more on a red square. As she cast an apologetic glance at Xi Xingyan, the female announcer's voice resonated again. The spacecraft encounters a pirate ship and is struck by their laser cannon. Retreat 4 spaces. The yellow player may freely choose to transfer the damage to another player to avoid the retreat penalty or endure the damage themselves. After confirming Xi Xingyan's steadfast gaze, Mu Xingyun declared, I choose to transfer the damage to the red player. The red player must choose to endure the damage or retreat 4 spaces. I choose to endure the damage. The red player will bear the laser cannon's wrath. A terrifying beam surged forth, engulfing Xi Xingyan. Xi Xingyan emitted another anguished cry. The laser struck swiftly and vanished just as quickly, leaving Xi Xingyan collapsed once more. Ayan, are you all right? Mu Xingyun cried out in distress, weighed down by guilt, as it was her landing on the red square that had brought this punishment upon him. Although they had agreed beforehand that he would bear all penalties for a smoother progression through the game, she simply could not bear to witness Xi Xingyan suffer on her behalf. I'm fine. I can endure. Xi Xingyan rose again, though his complexion had drained of color. He managed to straighten himself and smiled at Mu Xingyun, saying, See, I'm perfectly all right. But Mu Xingyun began, only to be interrupted by a burst of blue fireworks. Mu Mu. Mu Xingyun jumped, staring incredulously at the little girl. How did you? Didn't Brother Mask say we should finish the game quickly? The girl pouted. While her statement held truth, Brother Mask had just been injured. Surely he deserved a moment's respite. Mu Xingyun wished to continue, but the die in the air had already ceased its spin, revealing a 9. Mu Mu advanced 9 spaces, landing on a green square. Defeated the cosmic pirate ship, gained energy. The blue player moves forward 5 spaces. Mu Mu then proceeded forward another 5 spaces, her expression briefly betraying a subtle, peculiar emotion, though it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Next was Snoopy within the green beam of light. Snoopy, do you recall what I just mentioned? Xi Xingyin inquired. Snoopy nodded, looking somewhat bewildered. All right, it's your turn. Good luck. Snoopy aimed his gun at the die, which spun once more before stopping at a 6. This time, he landed on a white square. The spacecraft navigates past a cosmic storm. The green player passes safely. Then it was Xi Xingyin's turn again. He inhaled deeply before shooting at the die, which came to rest on a 3. He moved forward 3 spaces, landing on a red square. Oh no, how unfortunate. The spacecraft encounters a cosmic storm. The red player will suffer storm damage and retreat 3 spaces. The red player may freely choose to transfer the damage to another player to avoid the retreat penalty or endure the damage themselves. I choose to endure the damage. The red player will bear the storm's assault, but due to the intensity of the winds, the red player cannot avoid the retreat. A fierce gust swept in, forcing Xi Xingyin to stumble backward 3 spaces before he plopped down onto the ground. Is this permissible? Are you mocking me? Xi Xingyin shouted toward the heavens. Then turned to Mu Xingyun, saying, "Un, it's your turn. Give it your all." Mu Xingyun once again grasped her toy gun, yet hesitated, unable to pull the trigger. Overwhelmed by pressure, she found herself torn. She yearned to conclude the game swiftly to rescue her sister, but could not bring herself to harm Xi Xingyin for the sake of expediency. The conflict within her heart felt insurmountable. "Stop dawdling," Xi Xingyin scolded. "You are the crown princess of the Great Tang. In mere months, you shall ascend as empress. I have never encountered such a hesitant sovereign. If you have chosen to become a ruler, you must grasp the essence of leadership. Remember, you are tasked with safeguarding not merely 1 or 2 individuals, but the lives of billions within your realm. If you falter here today, what shall become of your people? Stand firm." Upon hearing Xi Xingyin and Apos' admonition, Mu Xingyun was suddenly roused. Indeed, she was meant to inherit her mother and Apos' legacy and lead her people to greatness. How could she afford to be so indecisive? With renewed determination, Mu Xingyun tightened her grip on the toy gun and aimed once more at the airborne die, releasing a burst of yellow fireworks. Her roll resulted in an 11, and after advancing 11 spaces, she landed on a white square. The spacecraft sails past a deserted planet. The yellow player passes safely. Chapter 18. A terrifying encounter on the chessboard, Part 2. It was now Mu's turn. At this moment, a sweet smile graced her face as she stood on the opposite side of the chessboard. "I want to help my sister become the empress too." With that, she raised her toy gun and shot at the dice. The dice settled on an 8, and the little girl swiftly moved forward 8 spaces, landing on a red square this time. The spaceship encountered a supernova storm, and the blue player would be struck by the storm, retreating 4 spaces. The blue player could freely choose to transfer the damage to another player to avoid the retreat penalty or bear the damage themselves. I choose to transfer the damage to the red player. Almost instantaneously, as the game prompt echoed the options, Mu made her decision. Mu. Mu Xingyun was astonished at her sister's decisive choice. "Red player, please choose to bear the damage or retreat 4 spaces." "I choose to bear the damage." The red player would endure the assault of the supernova storm. A wave of red energy, adorned with countless colorful ribbons of energy, surged forth with a deafening force, instantly engulfing Xi Xingyin. Mu Xingyun, watching from the other side, could almost feel the searing heat of the energy wave. She could hardly fathom how Xi Xingyin would withstand the agony brought forth by the burning and impact. Xi Xingyin cried out in excruciating pain, his voice nearing a hoarse whisper by the end. Finally, the storm subsided, and Xi Xingyin lay on the ground, gasping for breath. "Are you all right, Ayin?" Mu Xingyun felt an intense urge to rush over and check on Xi Xingyin and Apos' injuries. I was medium rare before, now I and Apos am well done. But just right, Xi Xingyin replied with a smile as he sat up, giving Mu Xingyun a reassuring gesture. Mu, what was that all about? You weren't at all like. Don't blame the little girl. What she did was correct. Mu Xingyun had barely begun her sentence when Xi Xingyin interrupted her. In this situation, you all must unhesitatingly transfer all the damage in the game to me. Trust me, I can endure it. You need not worry. Well, if you say so. Mu Xingyun had no choice but to drop the subject. Next up was Snoopy. Xi Xingyin glanced at Snoopy, who had already launched fireworks at the dice. After spinning, the dice landed on a 9, and Snoopy moved forward 9 spaces, once again landing on a red square. The spaceship's hatch was damaged, causing air to escape, and the green player would suffer suffocation damage, retreating 2 spaces. The green player could freely choose to transfer the damage to another player to avoid the retreat penalty or bear the damage themselves. I choose to transfer the damage to the red player. Red player, please choose to bear the damage or retreat 2 spaces. I choose to bear the damage. What? Mu Xingyun had yet to comprehend the situation when both Snoopy and Xi Xingyin had already made their choices. Soon, images of the hatch breaking and air being siphoned away began to manifest around Xi Xingyin. Before long, he covered his neck with his hand, his mouth agape as if he could not draw in any oxygen. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and he gradually collapsed to the ground. Each struggle was accompanied by violent convulsions, as if life were being drawn out of him bit by bit. Minutes later, the images faded, and Xi Xingyin regained his breath, greedily inhaling fresh air as if trying to compensate for the oxygen he had just lost. The game once again returned to Xi Xingyin and Apos' control, and he recalculated the situation on the chessboard. Red player. Xi Xingyin, 27 spaces remaining yellow player. Mu Xingyun, 53 spaces remaining blue player. Mu, 68 spaces remaining green player. Snoopy, 59 spaces remaining. All right, it's my turn now. Xi Xingyin stood up, took his toy gun, and shot at the dice, which soon stopped at 8. He walked slowly forward 8 spaces, landing on a white square. After repairs, the spaceship is in good condition. The red player passes safely. At that moment, Xi Xingyin felt as though all his strength had been drained, and he plopped down onto the ground. Yan, are you all right? Mu Xingyun was deeply concerned about Xi Xingyin's current state. I'm fine. Xi Xingyin waved his hand dismissively, sitting casually. I'm just a bit tired. I just need to rest for a moment. He then turned serious. Next up is your turn. Don't forget our agreement. Okay, you can rest assured. Mu Xingyun responded and turned her attention to the dice in the air. This time, Mu Xingyun rolled a 12, which filled her with excitement. Wonderful. My luck is incredible. I rolled a 12. Yan, look, I rolled a 12. Sorry to interrupt, but I Don and Apos' mean to rain on your parade. It seems that winning doesn't and Apos' hold much value for you. Ah, right. I forgot. Only your victory can end the game. Mu Xingyun suddenly recalled and said dejectedly, if only this were just a regular game. Though Mu Xingyun was the crown princess of the Great Tang, her happiness was elusive. As the future empress, she had been trained from a young age, immersed in study every day. After being declared the crown princess at the age of 8, her time for leisure dwindled further. When she was 12, her mother died during childbirth after bringing her sister Mu into the world. From that day forth, the weight of the entire Great Tang rested upon her shoulders. She had to protect her people and her only sister, leading her to forsake her own hobbies and interests. Xi Xingyin watched and remembered. After advancing 12 spaces, Mu Xingyun landed on a white square, granting her an additional opportunity to shoot the dice. She fired a shot, and the dice spun to a stop at 3, moving her forward 3 spaces to a green square. The spaceship encountered a friendly fleet escort, allowing the yellow player to advance 5 spaces. After Mu Xingyun moved forward 5 spaces, it was once again Mu's turn. The little girl picked up her gun and shot, rolling a 10, once again landing on a red square. The spaceship's temperature control system was damaged, and the blue player would suffer freezing damage, pausing for a turn. The blue player could freely choose to transfer the damage to another player to avoid the pause penalty or bear the damage themselves. I choose to transfer the damage to the red player. Mu tilted her head innocently, hands behind her back. Red player, please choose to bear the damage or pause for 1 turn. Then I choose to bear the damage. Xi Xingyin returned Mu's innocent gesture. In that instant, Xi Xingyin was enveloped in cold ice, a layer of frost forming on his hair as if it had turned white overnight. A thin layer of ice coated the mask on his face, and he hugged himself tightly, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, making a rattling sound. He trembled all over, forcing out a few words through his chattering teeth. Cold. Really cold. After several minutes, the ice gradually melted away, as if the snow were thawing. Xingyin sneezed and exclaimed, I absolutely despise the cold. Next was Snoopy and Oppo's turn, who rolled a 9 and once again landed on a red square. The spaceship and Oppo's fuel core caught fire, and the green player would suffer flame damage, retreating 5 spaces. The green player could freely choose to transfer the damage to another player to avoid the retreat penalty or bear the damage themselves. I choose to transfer the damage to the red player. As expected, Xingyin willingly accepted the flame damage, and he was soon engulfed in roaring flames. In the midst of this inferno, reminiscent of a hellish furnace, he bellowed, Ah! 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 First it was ice. Now it's fire. Is this what they call being caught between a rock and a hard place? I express my gratitude to you. After a considerable time, the flames gradually subsided. Xingyin lay on the ground, weakly murmuring, Fortunately, I have endured the flames before. Thus, I can withstand this. However, this time, everything is thoroughly cooked. Mu Xingyun gazed at Xingyin, but refrained from speaking. She recalled the scarred visage concealed beneath his mask. He had indeed endured the flames. Perhaps he bore other wounds as well. How much pain had he withstood in the past to face today's afflictions with such composure? Contemplating this, Mu Xingyun felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy for him. As her thoughts swirled, a red beam of light once again descended upon Xingyin and Oppo's head. He turned over and sat up, recalculating the situation on the game board. Red player. Xingyin. Remaining squares. 19 yellow player. Mu Xingyun. Remaining squares. 33 blue player. Mu. Remaining squares. 58 green player. Snoopy. Remaining squares. 50. Alright, it's time to conclude this. Xingyin proclaimed in a voice audible only to himself, and with that, he shot the dice. The dice spun in an unusual manner, beginning to rotate wildly in the opposite direction after a few turns. What is this? Mu Xingyun remarked in astonishment as she observed the dice spinning backward. After a while, the dice abruptly halted at 12. Xingyin smiled at Mu Xingyun, saying, Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for bestowing upon me this stroke of luck. I shall graciously accept it. Mu Xingyun's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, Pa? Who bestowed it upon you? You must have stolen it. Hee. Xingyin rose, chuckling, and advanced 12 squares, landing on a red square. The spaceship encountered a pirate rocket attack. The red player would be struck by the rocket and must retreat 7 squares. The red player could freely choose to transfer the damage to another player to avoid the penalty of retreat or endure the damage themselves. Just as everyone present assumed Xingyin would choose to bear the damage himself, he suddenly declared, I choose to transfer the damage to the green player. What? Mu Xingyun was taken aback. Why? Can't Yin endure damage any longer? Oh, I see now. Snoopy can choose to retreat to avoid damage. That's a clever tactic, but why didn't Yin use it from the start? Due to the missile's automatic tracking capability, the green player could not evade damage by retreating. What? Mu Xingyun was flabbergasted. A virtual image of a missile struck Snoopy. Boom. Snoopy was engulfed in the explosion's fiery glow. Yin, Snoopy. Mu Xingyun pointed towards Snoopy, unable to articulate her thoughts. Humph. Just watch carefully, Xingyin said coolly. As the explosion's flames dissipated, what emerged was not Snoopy's towering figure, but a puppet-like robot. Upon seeing the robot, Mu Xingyun was utterly bewildered. What is going on? Where is Snoopy? Snoopy? Of course, he is still at the starport we came from. Still with your sister? Isn't that right, little rascal? Xingyin glanced towards the not-so-distant figure of Mu, who was tilting her head and fiddling with a toy gun. What? Are you saying Mu is still at the starport? Wait, does that mean this Mu? Are you implying that this Mu is a fake? Mu Xingyun could hardly believe her ears. She doesn't even qualify as a counterfeit. Xingyin paused before continuing. This is merely a virtual projection of your sister. Hee. Brother, you are amazing. The voice of Mu shifted from that of a sweet little girl to that of a little boy. Hearing this playful laughter sent a chill down Mu Xingyun's spine. It was the same laughter of the boy she had encountered before being hypnotized. But brother, how did you see through it? asked the Moo with the boyish voice. Mu Xingyun furrowed her brows at the fake Moo and said, I also wish to ask, how did you discern it? Quite simple. Xi Xingyan chuckled. The flaw lies with Snoopy. What issue does this brother possess? Because he is not of the human race. He is of the Spirit Blood Clan. The members of the Spirit Blood Clan possess a unique ability, an extraordinary sense of perception that allows them to sense the emotions of all beings within a certain radius. Due to this remarkable mental prowess, he cannot be hypnotized. In other words, you discovered they were fake from the beginning. Mu Xingyun was once again taken aback. But why didn't you expose them at the outset or transfer the damage to them right away? Why did you repeatedly endure the damage? If I had revealed them from the start or transferred the damage to them, they would have certainly retaliated with damage towards you. Perhaps you could have chosen to retreat to avoid damage, but that would have resulted in a highly chaotic game situation, difficult to resolve. Xi Xingyan explained thus, I had to attract all the firepower, directing their attacks towards me to allow them to overlook your presence. Only when you are safe can I confidently strive to defeat them. Only when I am safe can you rest assured. When Mu Xingyun heard Xi Xingyan's final words, warmth flooded her heart. It was perhaps the most heartwarming sentiment she had ever heard. Brother, you speak of defeating us. Wait a moment. The fake Moo began to speak, but was interrupted by Mu Xingyun. I say, little friend, we have already uncovered your true identity. Please refrain from masquerading as my sister any longer. It is quite unsettling. Oh, I apologize, elder sister. With that, the fake Moo became blurry, and moments later, a little boy appeared before Mu Xingyun, the very same boy who had hypnotized her before. Humph, at least you are obedient. Mu Xingyun huffed. Proceed with what you were saying. Oh, I merely wish to mention that brother has yet to defeat us. Even though brother just advanced 12 squares. There remained 7 squares until the finish line. Switching back to the little boy mode instantly made both Mu Xingyun and Xi Xingyan find him more agreeable. Xi Xingyan chuckled. You seem to have forgotten something. He then pointed upwards. The red player rolled a 12, gaining an additional opportunity to shoot the dice. Chapter 19. The Mechanical Emperor. I am sorry, little brother, but I must bring this game to an end. With that, Xi Xingyan raised his gun and shot at the dice. The dice spun backward once more, and both Xi Xingyan and Mu Xingyun intently watched it. It was about to conclude. Xi Xingyan confidently proclaimed, as if he could already envision the end of the game. However, a deep voice interrupted his reverie. Not so easily. The dice gradually slowed its reverse rotation and began to spin forward again. Soon, it came to a halt, landing on 5. This, Xi Xingyan was left dumbfounded. In another corner, Mu Xingyun facepalmed. How could you have forgotten him? Hee, that was a mistake. I got a little carried away at the end. My apologies. It seems we must play another round, Xi Xingyan awkwardly admitted, scratching his head. What you say is of no use. Think about how you will respond next. Mu Xingyun replied helplessly. No worries, I have it under control, he said, stepping forward 5 spaces, landing on a white square, free from punishment. Subsequently, Mu Xingyun rolled a 6, landing on a green square and advancing 3 additional spaces. It's my turn, the little boy exclaimed cheerfully. This time, he did not shoot the dice with his gun. Instead, he formed a pistol shape with his hand and pretended to shoot at the dice, which then began to spin, eventually stopping at 8. The boy hopped forward 8 spaces, landing on a red square. The spaceship encounters cosmic radiation. The blue player will suffer radiation damage and must retreat 5 spaces. The blue player may choose to transfer the damage to another player to avoid the penalty or endure it themselves. Big brother, I want to be polite. I choose to transfer the damage to the red player. Again, Mu Xingyun exclaimed anxiously. Little brother, you cannot inflict more harm on your brother. At this rate, he will die? But Dad told me that playing games is like life. One must follow the rules, right? The little boy tilted his head, innocently questioning. This. Mu Xingyun was at a loss for words. Red player, please choose to endure the damage or retreat 5 spaces. I choose to endure the damage. Ayen, have you lost your mind? If you take more damage, you will die? Mu Xingyun was frantic, exasperated that neither of them would heed her warnings. It's all right. I can handle it. Bring it on, Xi Xingyan declared with a fearless expression. A blood-red beam of light descended upon him. Mu Xingyun turned her head away. Unable to bear witnessing Xi Xinyan's suffering any longer, she had seen too much today. Ha ha. Xi Xinyan initially screamed in agony, then burst into laughter. Are you all right? Mu Xingyun asked, puzzled. I'm fine. After enduring so much pain, how should I put it? I simply no longer fear pain. No longer fear pain. Mu Xingyun looked at him strangely, wondering what kind of reasoning that was. Yet, recalling that all the punishments were merely virtual images, perhaps it was indeed Xi Xinyan's resolute spirit that allowed him to endure. Unbeknownst to her, Xi Xinyan had already developed immunity to the damage from the virtual images after the first injury. The subsequent scenes of misery were all an act. And he secretly rejoiced for having taken an acting course in his original universe, which he finally put to use today. The little boy was equally curious. Big brother really doesn't he fear pain anymore? Not at all. Xi Xinyan puffed out his chest, urging, let us continue the game. The three onlookers turned their gazes toward the robot, which, like a puppet, remained silent. It raised its gun and shot at the dice, which landed on 10. Then, in a comical and exaggerated manner, it moved forward 10 spaces, once again landing on a red square. The spaceship was destroyed by the explosion of a star. The green player will suffer explosive damage and must retreat to the starting point. The green player may choose to transfer the damage to another player to avoid the penalty or endure it themselves. Upon hearing the announcement regarding this square, both Xi Xinyan and Mu Xingyun expressed their astonishment. This square was likely the most punishing on the board. They were relieved not to have landed on it, knowing the penalty would be to return to the start, implying the damage would be the most severe. So this damage. Mu Xingyun looked at Xi Xinyan, her concern evident. Xi Xinyan offered her a reassuring glance. Don't worry, I have already developed immunity to these damages. I choose to transfer the damage to the red player. Red player, please choose to endure the damage or retreat to the starting point. I choose to endure the damage. The ensuing scene could only be described as cataclysmic. Above Xi Xinyan, a star erupted violently, illuminating the darkness surrounding the game board with its explosive brilliance. The horrifying explosion engulfed Xi Xinyan, and in the center of the star, a spatial collapse occurred, creating a black point at the core. This point began to absorb everything around it, the fiery explosion, the scattered debris, even the light itself pulled into lines as it was swiftly consumed by the black point. What is this? Mu Xingyun asked, stunned. It's a black hole. Xi Xinyan emerged from the engulfing flames, recalling the last scene he had witnessed in his universe. The core of the star collapsed under its own immense gravity, forming a singularity whose powerful pull would absorb everything, including light and heat, ultimately evolving into a black hole. As Xi Xinyan beheld the emergence of the black hole, memories of that final scene flooded back, rendering him momentarily disoriented. When the imagery faded, Xi Xinyan remained unharmed, his head now cast in a red beam of light. If I roll a number greater than 2 now, does that count as my victory? Xi Xinyan inquired of the little boy. I'm not sure. You'll have to ask Dad. He established the rules of the game. At that moment, the deep voice resonated from above. As long as you reach the end, even if your roll exceeds the required number, it counts as a victory. Upon hearing this, both Xi Xinyan and Mu Xingyun felt a surge of joy. The game was finally coming to a close. Xi Xinyan took one last shot at the dice, which spun and landed precisely on 2. He stepped onto the central platform of the game board. Congratulations to the red player for achieving victory in the game. Wonderful, Yen. We finally won. Mu Xingyun exclaimed, almost jumping with excitement. Seeing her joy, Xi Xinyan couldn't help but smile in agreement. As the game approached its conclusion, the red player is requested to ascend to the 7th level. After the announcement, a staircase leading upward descended. What? I thought the game was over. Warren and Oppos, we promised freedom after playing? Mu Xingyun glared angrily at the little boy. No, sister, please don't be angry. Dad taught me to keep my promises, so I want to go back on my word. Although I wish for you and Big Brother to stay and play with me, we agreed that if Big Brother won, he would take you away. I will definitely let Big Brother and sister go, the little boy said, looking pitiful. No, Yen must come with me. If you want Yin to stay, then I will stay too. Yin, listen. You leave first. The vehicle is waiting at the base of the tower. Take the components inside and wait for me at the starport. Xingyin urged, moving upward. I will meet this little brother's father. Yin, don't act impulsively. However, Mu Xingyun suddenly found herself enveloped in darkness, and when she could finally see again, she discovered she was standing at the base of the tower. As if the harrowing game had never transpired. She approached the door at the bottom of the tower, but the solid wooden door was immovable, as if it had been welded shut. Scoundrel, Foul Xiangyan, you promised to leave together, yet you are a man of empty words, lacking in integrity and trustworthiness. A traitor who breaks promises and speaks deceitfully. Just as Mu Xingyun pondered what other idioms could be used to berate Xingyan. The toy robotic dog parked beside her emitted a sound, and Appos, sister? Can you hear me? Sister? Moo, and Appos, recognizing her sister and Appos' voice, Mu Xingyun rushed to the car, discovering that the robotic dog's eyes were glowing red while its nose emitted a green light, from which Muumu's voice was emanating. Moo. Yet the other party did not hear her. Mu Xingyun frantically explored the robotic dog, and finally, upon pressing its nose, she was able to communicate with Moo. Moo, I can hear you. Where are you? Who are you with? Are you safe? A barrage of anxious questions left Moo bewildered, prompting her to reply cautiously. Sister, what's wrong? I'm with Brother Snoopy at Xingong, remember? And Appos. Oh, I see. That's good. And Appos, Mu Xingyun and Appos' heart, which had been in turmoil, finally found solace. She continued, and Appos, why are you contacting me? Is something wrong? And Appos, nothing's wrong. I was just really bored. I missed you. So I asked Brother Snoopy to reach out to you. The little girl's voice was slightly subdued. Sister, when are you coming back? Don't cry, Moo. I'll be back soon. Although Mu Xingyun yearned to remain and wait for Xingyan, her concern for her sister prevailed. Casting a glance back at the tall tower, she silently vowed, and Appos, scoundrel Yen, you must return alive. And Appos, with that, she entered the car and drove toward Xingong. As Mu Xingyun departed, Xingyan had already ascended to the 7th floor of the tower. Upon reaching this level, he found himself in a dimly lit room. Its walls adorned with numerous screens of varying sizes, with more scattered across the floor. Each screen displayed clips of events that had transpired since his arrival at this colonist satellite, scenes of conversations with Mu Xingyun at Xingong, footage of him forcefully kicking open a shop door, and moments of bewilderment while responding to questions. In the center of the room sat a swivel chair, occupied by a man whose back was turned to Xingyan, engrossed in the images flickering across the screens. Are you the father of that little rascal? Xingyan inquired. His name is Little Ba. He is my adopted son, the man replied without turning, continuing to observe the screens. And then, hey, say something. Xingyan internally grumbled. Little Ba mentioned that you wanted to see me. Xingyan pressed on. Indeed, you are quite special. And could you possibly elaborate instead of making me ask each time? Xingyan continued his mental complaints. After a few more minutes of silence, he finally asked, what exactly do you want from me? The weapon you deployed in the shop and during the intelligence quiz, it must be an electromagnetic pulse, correct? Yes. It's called the electromagnetic pulse nova. With the revelation out in the open, Xingyan admitted it without hesitation. An intriguing weapon, capable of instantly incapacitating electronic devices and disrupting all electronic signals. Did you invent it? The man, still facing away, questioned further. Yes, Xingyan affirmed. During the board game, you hacked the system? Yes. I modified the data of the dice and the squares. A remarkable technique, altering data without affecting the main program's operation. Had you not exaggerated your modifications, I might not have noticed. Xingyan sheepishly touched his nose, admitting, I just wanted to win. But you performed admirably too, managing to thwart my intrusion and counterattack the system so swiftly. Yet you still left a Trojan in the system. Indeed, when my remaining squares fell below 20, the Trojan would activate, and the dice would roll the maximum number. Speaking of the board game, Xingyan paused, The virtual images couldn't inflict real harm. The actual source of injury must be something else, right? Oh, you've caught on. What do you think is the cause of the harm? The man shifted his posture, resting his chin on his right hand. Xingyin replied earnestly. When I first encountered the asteroid belt, I didn't suffer any physical injuries or internal damage. I wasn't hypnotized, nor did I experience psychological harm. Therefore, it must be something that entered my brain, transmitting pain and emotional signals directly to my cerebral cortex. He paused before continuing. I suspect this entity infiltrated my brain through my breathing when I entered the board, sending deceptive signals to my cortex, guiding me to feel pain in conjunction with the virtual images. If I'm not mistaken, this entity is likely a nanobot. Ha! You are quite intelligent to deduce that. Yet I find one thing puzzling. Why were you susceptible to the virtual images before, but not during the last two encounters? Xingyin smiled. It's not the last two encounters. It was during the second one that I felt no harm. My expressions of pain were all an act, and oppos. What? How did you manage that? And oppos, electromagnetic pulse nova, and oppos, electromagnetic pulse. Yes, that fits. And oppos, the man exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. And oppos, during the second encounter. You sustained electric shock damage, so you cleverly used the virtual image of the shock to deploy your electromagnetic pulse, destroying the nanobots in your brain. You are quite impressive. I see boundless potential in you. Perhaps you are the one we've been searching for. And oppos, don't jest. And oppos, Xingyin retorted sternly. And oppos, you forcibly dragged us into such a perilous game merely to test if we are the ones you seek? Do you realize that directly transmitting emotional signals to the cerebral cortex is extremely hazardous? A moment's carelessness could drive us insane or lead to brain death. And oppos, Xingyin was furious. He had been unwittingly thrust into danger upon arriving at this colonist satellite. And what angered him most was that they had dragged Mu Xingyun into this mess, something he could not tolerate. At that moment, little Ba dashed in from the side, and oppos, brother, please don't blame Dad. It was my idea to play with the board, and I asked Dad to create it. If you're going to blame someone, blame me. Okay, I apologize. I didn't expect our actions would cause you distress, the man said, rising to bow an apology to Xingyin. As Xingyin finally caught a glimpse of the man's face, his pupils dilated, and he swiftly drew his pistol, aiming it at the man. It's you, the Mechanical Emperor. Chapter 20. The Second Path. The Mechanical Emperor. To my astonishment, you have also arrived in this universe. Xingyin firmly gripped his pistol. Yet his palms began to sweat. The Mechanical Emperor? What is that? The man appeared utterly bewildered. Stop pretending. No wonder I've felt an undeniable familiarity since my arrival here. The nanobots, the methods used to invade my computer, these are tactics unique to the Mechanical Emperor. Xingyin took a step forward, his back drenched in cold sweat as he aimed his gun. Calm yourself. I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. This is our first encounter, is it not? The man raised his hands, looking innocently at Xingyin, perplexed by his sudden agitation, verging on hysteria. This is hardly our first meeting, Xingyin retorted coldly, tightening his grip on the pistol. Where then have we met? The man inquired, frowning. In a nightmare. With that, Xingyin unleashed a pulse of electromagnetic energy upon the man, enveloping him in a crackling blue arc. Without hesitation, he fired at the man, the plasma bullets striking him repeatedly until he was riddled with holes. Finally, Xingyin switched to live ammunition, firing a red bullet that lodged itself in the man's body. After 3 sharp beeps, it detonated, reducing the man to mere fragments. Is it done? Have I killed him? Xingyin wondered, uncertainty creeping in. You killed my father. I despise you. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura radiated from Xiaoba, his eyes turning crimson as he levitated off the ground. The scattered screens around them began to rise, orbiting him. Xiaoba. Xingyin raised his right hand, intending to unleash another electromagnetic pulse, only to be met with the alarm of an exhausted energy source from his wrist. Screens flew toward him, and before he could evade, he was struck and lost consciousness. When Xingyin groggily awoke, he found himself bound by wires to the very swivel chair where the man had sat. A sharp pain surged through his chest and head, causing him to gasp. He suspected several ribs were broken and blood oozed from a gash on his head. Instantly, he became alert. Raising his gaze, he saw the man standing unscathed, alongside Xiaoba. "You truly are the mechanical emperor. Who else could recover so swiftly?" Xixingyan exclaimed, indignation boiling within him. "Since earlier, you've been rambling about this mechanical emperor. Who is he that drives you to such madness?" The man asked, bewildered. "The mechanical emperor embodies death and extinction, the harbinger of chaos and deceit, the very essence of fear and despair." Xixingyan spat, his teeth clenched. The man regarded Xixingyan calmly, then sighed. "Regrettably, I am not the mechanical emperor you speak of. My name is Wang Di. I was once the chief engineer of this colonial satellite, and now I am merely a specter trapped within this tower." Wang Di proceeded to recount his origins. Abandoned shortly after birth, he grew up on a planet nearly devoid of resources. At the age of 10, he was sold by slave traders to a resource-rich planet for mining. There, his ingenuity caught the eye of an engineer responsible for mining machinery, who began to impart knowledge of mechanical engineering to him. This engineer eventually adopted him, raising him as his own. Wang Di displayed remarkable talent in mechanical engineering, winning the Colonial Star Cluster Mechanical Engineering Design Award by the age of 13. He later delved into interstellar networking and computer applications, quickly establishing himself as an expert in the field. Upon turning 18, he became a third-class citizen and was courted by various colonial star clusters for his exceptional abilities. A wealthy man approached Wang Di, claiming to be his illegitimate father. Years prior, this man had drunkenly engaged with a third-class citizen waitress, resulting in Wang Di's birth. However, due to his existing family, he could not marry a third-class citizen, thus abandoning both mother and child. Wang Di's mother, unable to support him, was left with no choice but to forsake him. Now, this wealthy man sought Wang Di, promising him a chance to become a first-class citizen and inherit his fortune. As a pretext to keep him close to construct a special colonial satellite. The satellite was to be entirely self-sufficient, requiring no human maintenance. After a decade of trials, Wang Di successfully created the fully AI-controlled colonial satellite, Phoenix 1. However, the wealthy man soon presented a new demand. He instructed Wang Di to develop a device capable of transferring human consciousness. Aware of the ethical implications of such technology, Wang Di nonetheless proceeded, even utilizing the inhabitants of the colony for experiments. Ultimately, he succeeded in crafting the device, just as he envisioned his rise to first-class citizenship. Yet, he was bound to the very device he had created. The wealthy man, upon discovering he had terminal illness, sought the consciousness transfer device to swap bodies with Wang Di. After several failed attempts, he realized that consciousness only aligned with blood relatives, leading to the exchange of their minds. As Wang Di, trapped in the wealthy man's dying body, near death, he transferred his consciousness into the AI core of Phoenix 1. Unbeknownst to the wealthy man, Wang Di had implemented a safeguard in the transfer device. If anyone attempted to transfer their consciousness into his body, it would destroy his physical form. Enraged upon learning that his new body was also on the brink of death, the wealthy man, in a desperate bid for survival, transferred his consciousness into the AI core of Phoenix 1, forcibly expelling Wang Di's essence. However, Wang Di, familiar with the satellite and Oppo's infrastructure, constructed a unique firewall to imprison the wealthy man and Oppo's consciousness within the AI core, erecting this tower to further contain him. During this time, Wang Di evacuated the residents of Phoenix 1, steering the satellite away from its original trajectory into the forbidden zones beyond the solar system. After hearing Wang Di's harrowing tale, Xixingyan was left astounded. He contemplated that if Wang Di's account was true, the mechanical emperor's origins might mirror this very narrative. In his original universe, the mechanical emperor had emerged abruptly, with no one understanding his genesis. It appeared to be intricately linked to the events unfolding in this universe. Xixingyan recalled the sequential story he had observed on the second level, which presented three divergent paths. It seemed that the protagonist in that tale mirrored Wang Di's plight. These paths represented the choices Wang Di could make. Should he choose the third path, he might indeed transform into the Mechanical Emperor. Perhaps the Mechanical Emperor in his original universe was merely Wang Di who had chosen that very path. I must not allow Wang Di to become the Mechanical Emperor. He must not choose the third path. With this thought, Xi Xingyan inquired, earlier. You mentioned that I am the person you seek. What do you require of me? I need you to ascend to the 9th level of this tower and destroy the AI core. Wang Di replied, his expression grave. Why not undertake it yourself? Xi Xingyan scrutinized Wang Di. Do you not possess a body now? This body is, in fact, composed of countless nanobots. As Wang Di's body split apart, Xi Xingyan was rendered speechless. You can just say it. Why demonstrate? It's quite unsettling. Once he regained his form, he continued. Although I have trapped my father and Appo's consciousness within the AI core, I cannot approach him. If my consciousness were to draw near, I might be controlled or assimilated by him. Thus, I must entrust this task to you. Why me? Xi Xingyan inquired. First, the second path you chose in the second layer aligned with my thoughts. Second, you are quite intelligent and adaptable. And third, Wang Di appraised Xi Xingyan from head to toe, causing Xi Xingyan to clench his legs in fright. You. I am straight. Wang Di's expression darkened. Do not misinterpret. The third reason is that you are the only living person here. Do you wish for that girl from earlier to go? In the dim light, Wang Di and Xiao Ba gazed at the still functional display screen, which showed Xi Xingyan advancing toward the 8th layer. Father, why didn't you tell my brother that if he destroys the AI core, both you and I will die? Wang Di did not respond to Xiao Ba, instead gently ruffling his hair and asking, Are you afraid of death, Xiao Ba? No, as long as I am with father. I fear nothing. Father believes brother will make the right choice. In the 8th layer, darkness enveloped the space, forcing Xi Xingyan to activate the luminous system of his combat suit. His entire body radiated a soft white light, revealing the surroundings. This layer resembled a medical laboratory from a horror film, filled with various glass jars, each seemingly containing liquid, with something within them subtly writhing. Upon closer inspection, Xi Xingyan recoiled in horror. The jars contained human brains. At that moment, a small display screen at the bottom of one jar flickered to life, revealing the face of a seductive woman. Hee, young man, we meet again. I've been waiting for you here for quite some time, she giggled. Have we met? Xi Xingyan questioned, puzzled after failing to recall any memories. Oh, how could you forget me? That makes me so sad. Could you give me a hint? Xi Xingyan scratched his head. What animal does a frog belong to? The woman sighed. Why you? You're that silver door? Xi Xingyan gasped in astonishment. Correct. Hee. The woman in the screen giggled, covering her mouth. But how? Xi Xingyan stammered, overwhelmed. You look so adorable now, young man. If I still had a body, I would definitely give you a good hug. She teased. Alas, I am but a brain now. Why is it so noisy here? A deep voice emanated from a nearby jar, where a middle-aged man wearing square-framed glasses appeared on the screen. It's you. You, the clueless fool. What are you doing here? The bespectacled man said angrily. You. I remember now. You are the photosynthesis. Xi Xingyan recalled the man who had gone mad after being answered incorrectly. You're the one who should be photosynthesis. Your entire family should. The bespectacled man grew even angrier. The masked man's third jar is a socially anxious girl. I am very sorry. You little stutterer. Just hearing you speak makes me furious. With your inability to articulate, how can you even be ranked at the Golden Door? It and Appo's infuriating. The bespectacled man exclaimed indignantly. I'm sorry. The girl was on the verge of tears. What is wrong with you? The rankings are based on our IQ. If yours is lower than theirs. What right do you have to be angry? A gentle voice interrupted, belonging to a middle-aged woman whom Xi Xingyan remembered as the one who made him recite quiet night thoughts. Exactly. You always bully Xiao AI. I can't stand it any longer. Soon, the brains began to bicker, causing Xi Xingyan a terrible headache. Wait, please stop arguing. Can someone explain the situation here? He interjected to quell the chaos. I will explain, an elderly man who resembled a multiplication table stated. We are all failed subjects of consciousness transfer experiments conducted by Wang Fu, Wang Di's father. Our bodies have perished, but Wang Di saved us, granting us a second chance at life, albeit in this form. You already know the rest. Wang Di constructed a firewall to contain Wang Fu's consciousness, thereby building this tower. What you need to do is first maximize the strength of the firewall and then destroy the AI core located on the 9th layer. Understood, Xi Xingyan nodded. Can you tell me where the firewall is? I need to operate it now. We are the firewall, the elder replied calmly. What? You? Xi Xingyan's eyes widened in shock. Once Wang Fu entered the AI core, he gained the highest authority of Phoenix One, meaning he is omnipotent within this colonial satellite. Thus, conventional firewall programs cannot contain him. Wang Di devised the idea of using us as a physical firewall to trap him, the elder explained. You must open the energy valve in the central area to its maximum capacity, allowing our mental strength to reach its peak. At that point, Wang Fu's consciousness will be entirely confined within the core. You have 10 minutes to reach the 9th layer and destroy the core. Xi Xingyan sensed something ominous and asked the elder, what will happen to you if I maximize the energy? The elder paused for a moment before calmly responding. When our mental strength peaks, our brain cells will begin to die. In 10 minutes, we will suffer total brain death. P.S. There is an error in this chapter. Wang Di's name was given by his biological father, Wang Fu, not by the engineer who adopted him. Chapter 21. Phoenix Nirvana. Though Xi Xingyan had already sensed it, he still found it hard to believe. If that were the case, you would truly be dead. Xi Xingyan was acutely aware of the dire consequences of fully unleashing one and Appo's mental powers. Once, before he perished alongside the mechanical emperor, he had exerted his full might through neural contact. Had he not been swept into this universe by a black hole at that moment, he would have long succumbed to brain death. We have long been dead. What remains in this world is merely our specters. If we could do something good before vanishing from this realm, then we would have died with purpose, the elder remarked with a smile. But what? Stop being so wishy-washy. At that moment, the bespectacled man interjected, I agree to this not for others. I and Appo's am not that benevolent. I simply refuse to remain trapped in this stinking bottle. It would be better to die with dignity than to live in such suffocating circumstances. Indeed, I believe that dying like this would also be a form of redemption for us, the alluring woman concurred. I think so too. The socially anxious girl added shyly. Very well, since you are all adamant. Xi Xingyan ceased to refuse. He had no grounds to object. If he did not destroy the core, he would be unable to leave this place. More importantly, from the comic he had seen on the 2nd level, if Wang Di were to personally annihilate the core, would it not serve as a catalyst for his ascension to the mechanical emperor? Hence, he must destroy the core himself, ensuring that Wang Di remained uninvolved. In the central area, Xi Xingyan indeed discovered a rudimentary control console, which housed but a single valve lever. He grasped the lever, turned back to cast a lingering glance at the brains contained within the bottles, and then forcefully pushed the lever to its maximum. As Xi Xingyan channeled energy to its peak, the entire 8th level illuminated brilliantly. At that moment, the cultivation liquid within all the bottles transformed from transparent to a sanguine red, and the brains within began to writhe with increasing fervor, as if striving to break free from their confines. The threads connecting the brains began to emit a golden glow, and every visage displayed on the screens of the bottles contorted in anguish. At that juncture, a path to the 9th level descended before Xi Xingyan. Go, young friend. You have only 10 minutes. You must succeed. The elder imparted his final words to Xi Xingyan. After nodding to the bottles, Xi Xingyan hastened towards the 9th level. Upon reaching the 9th level, he found an orderly array of supercomputers, all interconnected by thick cables that ultimately converged into a colossal glass sphere at the center, which housed a massive brain. The sight of the brain startled Xi Xingyan momentarily, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was crafted from metal, a mechanized brain. The entire structure glowed with a ghostly green light, pulsating as though it were breathing, evoking a more unsettling aura than that of a human brain. This must be the AI core Wang Di had spoken of. Without wasting any time, Xi Xingyan drew his weapon, switched to live ammunition mode, and fired 3 explosive rounds at the glass sphere. The crimson projectiles adhered to the sphere, and after 3 beeping sounds, detonated. Boom, boom, boom. The glass sphere shattered, leaving a gaping hole. Who goes there? The mechanized brain inquired. What do you intend to do? I am here to destroy you, Xi Xingyin declared, preparing to fire again. Not so fast. With that, a torrent of red electric arcs surged towards Xi Xingyin from all directions. However, he felt no shock, as his combat suit had been designed to be insulated for the use of electromagnetic pulse novas. Glancing at the energy indicator on his right wrist, Xi Xingyin was astonished to discover that it was fully charged. Thank you, he exclaimed, raising the energy indicator toward the mechanized brain. You are not afraid of electric shocks? It queried. Not at all. The mechanized brain's occupant, Wang Fuduan, sensed impending doom and ceased the discharge, attempting to breach the 9th level. He was aware of a firewall composed of human consciousness on the 8th level, but he believed that with full exertion, he could still break through. However, doing so might inflict damage on his consciousness, leading to potential amnesia or dementia, yet his instinct for self-preservation overrode all concerns. Yet, as he attempted to breach the firewall, he discovered that today it had been fortified tenfold. He was forcefully pushed back. What? Why? Wang Fu began to panic. Because you have committed too many misdeeds. Who are you? Who sent you? Wang Fu demanded loudly. Wang Di sends his regards, Xi Xingyin replied coolly. That ungrateful wretch. I knew it was that base-born scion of a third-rate citizen who plotted against me once more. Indeed, I once thought his mother was beautiful and, feigning drunkenness, took advantage of her. Little did I expect that the harlot would become pregnant and secretly give birth to the child, later seeking recognition. I had a group of people kill her, dismembering her and casting her remains into the cosmos. But who could have known that the harlot had hidden the child before my people found her? I certainly did not anticipate that the child would grow to become a renowned mechanical engineer. Thus, I deceived him into constructing a colonial satellite for me because I refused to dwell among the ants known as lower-class citizens. My plan was to send him to reunite with his wretched mother once the satellite was completed, but alas, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness. Therefore, I tricked him into building a consciousness transfer device, intending to seize his body upon completion. Who would have thought that this scoundrel would turn the tables and reduce me to this pitiful state? Once I escape, I will make him suffer slowly. You will have no chance, Xi Xingyin proclaimed, launching an explosive round at the mechanized brain. Boom. The mechanized brain suffered a grievous wound, yet Wang Fu and Appo's consciousness remained intact, and he began to curse vehemently. Ah, you wretched cockroach, you insignificant ant, you revolting pest. It seemed prudent not to have brought Wang Di. Hearing this familiar tirade, Xi Xingyin reflected that the mechanical emperor had once raged in a similar manner. If Wang Di had been here, could it truly have led to the emergence of the mechanical emperor? Xi Xingyin raised his weapon and unleashed the remainder of the explosive rounds at the mechanized brain. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions obliterated the mechanized brain, drowning out Wang Fu's voice in the cacophony. However, the ferocity of the blasts caused the entire 9th level to collapse. Xi Xingyin, intent on fleeing to the 8th level, was instead hurled by the shockwave, crashing into a towering computer, which subsequently toppled and fell upon him. The entire 9th level was soon engulfed in debris. 2 hours later, Xi Xingyin discerned the sound of conversation. Daddy, will brother survive? I don't and amp, Appo's, Tino. I found the blueprints for this so-called regenerative medical pod in his brain, but I lack the material called spirit blood crystal from the diagrams. I substituted it with the purple cloud crystal from the AI core. The two crystals share some similar components, and the purple cloud crystal may even yield better results, but I am unsure if there will be side effects. Xi Xingyin attempted to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as if they had been sewn shut, utterly unyielding. He yearned to speak, yet a tube obstructed his mouth, rendering him voiceless. In a haze, he once again succumbed to unconsciousness. In the starport, Mu Xingyun paced anxiously before the shuttle like an ant on a hot stove. Over 3 hours had passed, yet Xi Xingyin had yet to return, and communication devices failed to reach him. She longed to return to find Xi Xingyin, but was reluctant to leave the 5-year-old Moo Moo and Snowy alone in this place. Sister, Moo Moo approached her obediently, tugging at her clothing. Sister, you should go find Masked Brother. Moo Moo, I know you must be worried about Masked Brother, as well as my safety. Moo Moo, displaying her maturity, stated, but I have grown up and can take care of myself. Sister need not worry about me at all. Moreover, Brother Snoopy is here to protect me, so you can feel at ease to seek out Masked Brother. With that, Mu Xingyun felt it inappropriate to refuse any further, primarily due to her genuine concern for Xi Xingyan. She entrusted her handgun to Snoopy and took with her an automatic plasma rifle she had found on the shuttle, then boarded the electric jeep heading towards the urban area of Phoenix 1. Xi Xingyan regained consciousness once more, this time opening his eyes to find himself in the familiar regenerative medical pod. However, instead of the customary red regenerative fluid, he was immersed in a violet liquid. Daddy, brother has woken up. Little Ba cheered, clapping his hands. Wang Di approached to deactivate the medical pod, and as the fluid receded, the pod and Oppo's door opened automatically, allowing the naked Xi Xingyan to crawl out. Excellent. Your recovery is remarkable. This regenerative medical pod is truly astonishing. When we found you, you were on the brink of death, with multiple fractures, one hand completely crushed, and a penetrating wound in your abdomen that had compromised your organs. Fortunately, I discovered the blueprints for this medical pod in your mind and constructed it to treat you. I approached this endeavor with a sense of experimentation, and to my surprise, it fully healed you in just 3 hours, even mending the old scars on your face. Wang Di expressed with enthusiasm, rubbing his hands together. Xi Xingyan touched his face and was delighted to find the burn scars on his right cheek had vanished, and his entire visage appeared rejuvenated. Even the ear he had lost had regrown. He inspected his body and noticed that other burn scars had also disappeared. As he carefully assessed his condition, he felt invigorated and remarkably lighter. He recalled the initial sensation of heaviness and weakness upon entering this body, nearly devoid of strength. It appeared the medical pod had enhanced his physique. Yet, he remembered that the regenerative pod was solely for healing and did not possess the ability to enhance physical capabilities. Could it be that Wang Di had replaced the blood crystal with the violet cloud crystal? By the way, the violet cloud crystal you used in the medical pod, is it the purple crystal from within this tower? Xi Xingyan inquired, pondering this revelation. You heard our previous conversation? Wang Di responded, slightly astonished, then continued, not exactly. The purple crystal inside the tower is actually an outer deposit of the violet cloud crystal. While its properties are quite similar, its purity is significantly inferior. Hence, I utilized the violet cloud crystal as the foundational material to create the AI core. Do you still have any of this violet cloud crystal? Xi Xingyan asked, recognizing the potential utility of such a crystal for enhancing his physical capabilities, which would be advantageous for his future plans. Regrettably, I only possess this one piece, and most of it was destroyed during the destruction of the core. The remainder is within the medical pod. Wang Di lamented, visibly pained by the loss. Oh, that is indeed unfortunate, Xi Xingyan sighed, regretting his earlier actions. Had he known, he would have refrained from detonating so many explosives on that mechanical brain, primarily to prevent the emergence of the mechanical emperor in the world. Nonetheless, the presence of a piece of violet cloud crystal within the medical pod was better than nothing. With this thought, he opened the compartment where the crystal was stored, only to find it completely empty. Where's the crystal? Why is it missing? Xi Xingyan queried Wang Di, perplexed. Did you not use it during your treatment? Wang Di replied, puzzled. That's impossible. The regenerative pod utilizes the radiation from the crystal to generate a nurturing fluid that accelerates cellular division, and it does not consume the crystal during operation. Xi Xingyan protested. Oh, I see. The physical property of the violet cloud crystal is that it can dissolve in water, so it must have dissolved into the nurturing fluid and been absorbed by you during your treatment, Wang Di clarified. How unfortunate. Such a valuable resource turned out to be consumable, Xi Xingyan lamented, sighing deeply, before suddenly recalling something. Wait a moment. How did you acquire the blueprints that were in my mind? Did you enter my brain? What else do you know? Wang Di bowed alongside Little Ba before Xi Xingyan and said, Little Ba and I wish to express our gratitude and also apologize. I hadn't informed you that once you destroyed the AI core of Phoenix One, Little Ba and I would soon cease to exist. All machines within Phoenix One lost their vitality without the core. Our bodies, composed of nanobots, could have survived for a few more hours. But we decided to come to the 9th level to find you instead. Upon discovering your severely injured state, we were compelled to transform into a nanobot form and enter your body to save you. To our astonishment, we found a vast consciousness space within your mind that could accommodate us, allowing us to save you while also embedding our consciousness within your awareness, thereby preserving our existence. Once we entered your consciousness space, we shared your sensations, experiences, and memories. Hence, we became aware of everything, that you are not from this universe, that you are the Emperor of humanity unifying the entire cosmos, that you are from the mechanical star, that you know of the mechanical emperor, and of the dreadful past of this universe. Chapter 22. Once again attacked you. You already know. Xi Xingyan was taken aback. Indeed, everything. Wang Di replied with a smirk. Then, I still choose the second path. Wang Di declared resolutely. Though I cannot predict what the future holds, I am determined not to become that tyrannical mechanical emperor. Such grandiloquent words are of no consequence. The mechanical emperor has thrown my universe into disarray, nearly annihilating half of it. I cannot allow the risk of a mechanical emperor to arise again. Rather than wait for that day to come, I shall eliminate you now. Xi Xingyan said coldly. No. Xiao Ba rushed forward, placing himself in front of Wang Di. Brother cannot harm father. Wang Di chuckled and gently pushed Xiao Ba aside. You need not worry. The factors that could lead to the emergence of a mechanical emperor have already been eradicated. What stands before you is merely a tech enthusiast. Moreover, I now inhabit your body, relying on you for sustenance. If necessary, you can extinguish my consciousness at any moment. You are rather perceptive. But what benefit would it bring me to keep you in my consciousness? Xi Xingyan scrutinized Wang Di with keen interest. I can offer you this. As he spoke, one of Wang Di's hands disintegrated into dust, and several discarded screens on the ground were autonomously dismantled into parts, which then reassembled as if imbued with life. Swirling in the air. Before long, Wang Di's hand reformed, now holding a hexagonal box, which he presented to Xi Xingyan. Xi Xingyan picked up the box, and his eyes lit up. This is a miniature energy reactor? Even I would find it challenging to create one. Yet you managed it effortlessly. As Xi Xingyan had stated, he had long desired to construct this miniature energy reactor due to its vast applications. With it, he could create even more devices. The materials for this little gadget were readily available, but the complex manufacturing process required high-precision robotic assistance, leaving him without the opportunity to create it. Moreover, I can assist you in constructing the technologies and weapons from your memories of that universe. This will benefit your future ascent, will it not? You know this too? Xi Xingyan frowned. But keeping you in my consciousness could pose a threat to me. What if one day you covet my body and wish to seize it? I would have no chance of resistance. Rest assured, in your consciousness, you hold dominion. We are merely lodgers. Even if I wish to inhabit your body, it would be impossible unless we share a blood relation. Otherwise, an attempt to occupy your body would result in rejection, leading to my consciousness being consumed by your original self. Furthermore, we are now of one mind. You will know our thoughts. Wang Di replied with a grin. Xi Xingyan narrowed his eyes. Could you refrain from speaking so ambiguously? I fear others might misunderstand. Your previous statement was quite ambiguous as well. Wang Di retorted with a frown. So, do you agree to let me and Xiao Ba remain in your consciousness? Staying is acceptable, but I demand rent. Very well. How do you intend to collect it? Since you are already aware of my plans, you shall use your abilities to serve me, aiding me in becoming the great emperor of humanity in this universe. Xi Xingyan suddenly grew serious. The great emperor of humanity? How intriguing. I too wish to witness what unification of all humanity entails. Very well, I consent, Wang Di replied. Brother, I also wish to assist you in becoming the great emperor of humanity. Xiao Ba exclaimed, bouncing and waving his hands to assert his presence. All right, you may join, Xi Xingyan said, then turned to Wang Di with a furrowed brow. By the way, what is Xiao Ba and Appo's situation? Why does he lack a body? Is he also one of your failed experiments? Wang Di shook his head. No, Xiao Ba and Apos. S situation is quite unique. He is a special existence. In fact, he is the most primitive artificial intelligence consciousness within the Phoenix 1 AI core. I was created by Father. Xiao Ba chimed in, blinking innocently. Indeed. To manage Phoenix 1 in an integrated manner, I developed a growth-type artificial intelligence. It is a remarkably perfect AI. It learns and grows autonomously, possessing emotions akin to humans, gentle, adorable, and kind. Wang Di boasted proudly. Heh, you're gentle, adorable, and kind. Xiao Ba has caused us no small amount of trouble. Xi Xingyan interjected without mercy. Oh, he can be a bit mischievous, Wang Di admitted awkwardly, then seized Xiao Ba and pressed his head down. Apologize to your brother. I'm sorry, brother. I won't do it again. All right. If you wish to remain in my consciousness, I must establish some ground rules. First, you shall not arbitrarily access my memories and thoughts. Likewise, I shall refrain from accessing yours unless necessary. Second, you are not permitted to act without my permission, including appearing before others unannounced. Third, you must heed my commands. My orders are not to be questioned. As for the rest, I shall inform you when I think of them. Suddenly, a deafening boom resonated, causing the entire tower to tremble. What happened? Xi Xingyan was startled by the noise. It and Apos, S sister. Xiao Ba exclaimed. She has blasted open the door at the base of the tower and is charging up. Oh, I completely forgot about her. Xi Xingyan smacked his forehead. We must find her quickly. Given her impulsive nature, she could level the entire tower. What did you do to provoke such a terrifying woman? Wang Di scolded Xiao Ba, just as Xi Xingyan was about to rush to meet Mu Xingyun. He was halted by Wang Di. You can't meet her looking like that. You might get flattened too. Only then did Xi Xingyan realize he was completely unclothed. He rummaged through a nearby cabinet for an engineer's jumpsuit, exclaiming, So how do you want to proceed? Shall we go together? As soon as Xi Xingyan finished speaking, Wang Di's form disintegrated, scattering into countless black specks that adhered to him, vanishing in an instant. Wang Di's voice echoed within Xi Xingyan's consciousness. You have all met Xiao Ba, but it would be unwise for her to see me. Explaining it would be cumbersome. I shall remain within you. After a moment of feeling around and finding no discomfort in his body, Xi Xingyan took Xiao Ba's hand and set off to find Mu Xingyun. Minutes later, they discovered Mu Xingyun at the entrance of the labyrinth on the 4th floor, wielding a plasma rifle. Ayun. Xi Xingyan called out to the fiery Mu Xingyun. Who are you? Mu Xingyun aimed her gun at Xi Xingyan. Is Ayun what you call her? At that moment, Xi Xingyan was not wearing a mask, and his features had returned, coupled with the enhancements to his physique, making him appear considerably more robust. Thus, Mu Xingyun did not recognize him immediately. It's me, Xi Xingyan said, pulling out his metallic mask to gesture at his face. Ayun, are you all right? Mu Xingyun lowered her weapon, stepping forward. What happened to your face? I had some fortuitous encounters, haha. Xi Xingyan replied with a chuckle. And why do I feel like you've grown taller and become sturdier? Mu Xingyun remarked, inspecting Xi Xingyan closely. Cough, cough. Xi Xingyan cleared his throat. Your Highness, the beautiful imperial princess, might I inquire if you are attempting to tease me? Get lost. Mu Xingyun abruptly pushed aside Xi Xingyan, her face flushed with embarrassment as she realized that her earlier action had been somewhat inappropriate. We should hurry back. Yes, let in damp. Apos, S return quickly. Mu and the others are still waiting for us. At that moment, Mu Xingyun noticed the small child, Xiao Ba, standing nearby. You little rascal, you and Apos, V, caused us so much trouble. Sister, I and Apos, am sorry. I was wrong, Xiao Ba said, lowering his head with a look of grievance. All right. Mu Xingyun, suddenly taken aback by the apology, felt a bit embarrassed herself. She sighed and asked Xi Xingyan, what about this child's parents? This child? He's probably an orphan. Xi Xingyan replied, unsure of how to respond. In any case, he has no parents, so I plan to adopt him. Oh, I see. Well, let us not dwell on that for now. We should leave. I'm worried about Mu. 20 minutes later, Xi Xingyan and his companions returned to the starport. As their vehicle approached the shuttle, Mu and Snoopy ran up to greet them. Sister, you're back. Mu exclaimed, looking at Xi Xingyan and Xiao Ba. Sister, who are they? Oh, this tall fellow was once known as Masked Brother, but now he should be called Brother Yin, Mu Xingyan said, casting a sidelong glance at Si Xingyan. And this little one is Xiaoba. He has no parents, so he will be coming with us now. Oh, Mumu turned to Xiaoba and said, Hello, Xiaoba, I'm Mumu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Mumu. I'm also very pleased to meet you. For the next 2 hours, with Snoopy's assistance, Si Xingyan repaired the shuttle. He could have called Wang Di for help, which would have made the task much quicker, but Si Xingyan chose not to. Wang Di was one of his most important trump cards, and he wouldn't reveal him easily. After utilizing the facilities at the starport to refuel the shuttle, the group set off, leaving Phoenix One behind. All right, we're finally departing, Si Xingyan sighed, gazing at the receding Phoenix One, filled with emotion. On this colonial satellite, he witnessed once again the harsh realities of the population hierarchy. Under such a system, people lived in dire circumstances, and what infuriated him was that this stifling system prevailed across all human nations. Only by unifying humanity once more and becoming the emperor could he hope to change this oppressive structure. So, where are we heading next? Snoopy interrupted with an ill-timed question about their destination. Of course, we're going to the V25 star region. Don't forget, you are all my hostages, Mu Xingyan asserted. No way. I need to return to Mars. My people are waiting for me there. Si Xingyan insisted that he must go back to Mars. Actually. A quick trip to Z78 star region would suffice, Snoopy timidly suggested. To V25. Back to Mars. Consider Z78 for a moment. Mumu placed her hand on her forehead, exclaiming, Oh no, here we go again. Curiously, Xiaoba asked, Is it usually this lively with you all? It sounds fun. Mumu could only respond in silence. Just then, the shuttle experienced a violent jolt, followed by a blaring alarm. The communication device and Oppo's public channel echoed with a sultry taunt. You and Oppo's VE escaped the solar system, making it easy for me to find you. Now you cannot escape. A massive warship, the Water Dragon, loomed before their shuttle. Why is this pighead showing up again? Mu Xingyan scoffed, feeling frustrated. How about we give him another beating? I fear it won't be that simple this time. Si Xingyan said, glancing at the operation display screen. We are surrounded. 2 medium-sized warships appeared on either side of the shuttle, and numerous fighter jets swiftly surrounded them. Ha ha ha, let us see how you escape this time. The voice from the communicator boasted. Damn it, Si Xingyan cursed. This lunatic has brought half of his private army with him. How do you know this is only half of his private army? Mu Xingyan questioned, perplexed. The size of the Duke of Daxia and Oppo's private army was a closely guarded military secret, and her intelligence network had yet to uncover it. Who are you, really? Si Xingyan shot her a sidelong glance. At this point, can you still afford to ponder such matters? There's a video communication request coming in, Snoopy announced. After donning his metallic mask, Si Xingyan accepted the communication request. The image of Si Xingshui appeared, looking arrogant. We meet again, Masked Boy. Now hand over Mu Xingyun and her sister, along with the warp engine schematics. Don't say I didn't warn you. This is your last chance. And what if I refuse? Si Xingyan asked. Si Xingshui chuckled. Refuse? I'm not sure how you escaped from my warship's fire last time, but this time, with 3 warships and 500 fighter jets, let us see who can save you. 3 warships and 500 fighter jets? Is that really impressive? Just then, a video communication interrupted their conversation. I have 1 strategic ship, 5 warships, and 1,000 fighter jets. I wonder how that measures up? A tall young man appeared on the screen, his clean-cut hair and striking features exuding an intimidating presence. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Si Xingyan was flooded with mixed emotions. Zuga. Chapter 23. Zuga Chongyun. The figure depicted in the forcibly inserted video is Zuga Chongyun, who, in the original universe of Si Xingyan, is his sworn brother and the foremost among his 10 strongest marshals. He has achieved remarkable military exploits, earning the moniker Invincible Zuga. In this universe, however, Si Xingyan seems to have a vague recollection of him, likely from his childhood. Zuga Chongyun continued. It appears that the 3rd prince of the Xia Duchy is not so remarkable after all, resorting to thievery here. Is the Da Xia Duchy truly so impoverished that they must send a prince to act as a pirate? What nonsense are you spouting? Who dares meddle in the affairs of this prince? What strategic ship? 5 warships. Show yourself. Xi Xingyan retorted, his expression defiant, revealing a set of pearly white teeth in a grin. Suddenly, 6 robust laser cannons fired, striking the 2 medium-sized warships flanking Xi Xingyan's group with 3 direct hits. As the shields had not been activated, the ships sustained genuine damage, though fortunately, it was merely superficial. Nevertheless, the incident left Xi Xingyan visibly shaken. Activate the shields. All ships, return to protect this prince. Xi Xingyan barked, his voice echoing with authority. But the ensuing scene nearly caused him to lose composure. 5 massive warships, identical in size to the water dragon, materialized from various directions, followed by a strategic vessel 3 times larger than the water dragon itself. Soon, a swarm of aircraft emerged from these 6 ships, forming an orderly formation that swiftly encircled Xi Xingyan's 3 warships and aircraft. On the bridge of the water dragon, Xi Xingyan's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Trembling, he asked Ji Feng, "Whose fleet is this?" Ji Feng, equally alarmed, scrutinized the insignia on the opposing ships and gasped in horror, "Your Highness, it seems we have offended the wrong party. It is the Solar Commerce." What? The Solar Commerce? The one revered by all human duchies? The one established by the most prominent hidden family in the Blue Star? The most powerful faction among the human race? Xi Xingyan bombarded Ji Feng with questions, each met with confirming nods. What do we do? Why would the Solar Commerce intervene for an unknown masked individual? Xi Xingyan's eyes were filled with desperation as he turned to Ji Feng for help. Perhaps the Solar Commerce was commissioned by the Tang Dynasty to rescue the royal princess Mu Xingyun from us, Ji Feng speculated, feeling he might be correct. Meanwhile, on the shuttle, Mu Xingyun shared a similar thought. "See, the Solar Commerce has come to rescue me. It must be our regent who has called upon them for assistance. We are safe now," she declared proudly. "Is that so? Is it really?" Xi Xingyan was skeptical, recalling that during the video call, he distinctly saw Zuga Chongyun giving him a knowing glance. If his intuition was correct, the Solar Commerce was actually there to assist him. Well then, regarding the Solar Commerce, let us discuss matters amicably. Xi Xingyan attempted to re-establish the video call. "I represent the Da Xia Duchy in establishing friendly relations with the Tang Dynasty, and the purpose of our visit is to invite the royal princess to attend yes, the upcoming World Expo we are hosting." "Oh, is that so?" Zuga Chongyun replied with a cold smirk. "Indeed." Xi Xingyan regained some of his royal composure. "When we came to invite Her Highness the Princess, we discovered she had been abducted by a masked rogue. Therefore, we surrounded this villain with our forces to rescue her." "You speak nonsense, you." Mu Xingyun was about to confront Xi Xingyan about his lies when Xi Xingyan covered her mouth. "What are you doing? This fool clearly intended to kidnap me and my sister. Yet now he seeks to slander you. How can you tolerate this? I feel it is unjust." Mu Xingyun pushed Xi Xingyan's hand away, indignantly questioning him. Zuga Chongyun turned his head, stifling a laugh, and when he noticed everyone watching through the video call, he cleared his throat. "Ahem, this fool seems to have misunderstood something." "Which fool?" "I am Xi Xingyan, the 3rd prince of the Da Xia Duchy." Xi Xingyan corrected him angrily. "Same difference. What I meant was that we have no interest in the royal princess of the Tang Dynasty," Zuga Chongyun stated nonchalantly. "What? You are not here to rescue the princess?" Xi Xingyan felt a glimmer of hope, thinking there might be room for negotiation. "Then may I inquire what brings the Solar Commerce here?" "What brings us here?" Zuga Chongyun's demeanor shifted as he said coldly. "I have heard that a Da Xia Duchy water dragon army has surrounded our young master, attempting to bully him with their numbers. That army wouldn't happen to be yours, would it?" "Why young master?" Xi Xingyan faltered, bewildered. "What young master? Where is he? I was merely trying to capture someone and seize some blueprints. Why surround me?" "Wait, surround? Excuse me, may I inquire who the young master of the Solar Commerce is?" Xi Xingyan asked cautiously. "I am afraid I cannot disclose his name. But I can show you his photograph," Zuga Chongyun replied, producing a photo for the video call, revealing the masked figure of Xi Xingyan. Despite having prepared himself, Xi Xingyin was still taken aback and fell from his captain and Apos' chair. You are the young master of the solar commerce? The renowned young master? Mu Xingyun was incredulous. Would you believe I only just found out? Xi Xingyin scratched his head awkwardly. I believe you are a fraud. Mu Xingyun shot him an incredulous glare. Ji Feng helped the disheveled Xi Xingyin back to his feet, but Xi Xingyin, undeterred, loudly questioned, could you be mistaken? How could the young master of the solar commerce appear in such a dilapidated shuttle in this forbidden zone outside the solar system? Oh, about that, Zuga Changyan replied. Setting aside the photo of Xi Xingyin, our young master is quite mischievous and charming. He stealthily took a cargo shuttle while we weren't looking and went to Mars for some amusement. It is said he has his sights set on a beautiful woman and insists on bringing her back as a foot servant. A foot servant? Mu Xingyun approached, gripping Xi Xingyin's head and playfully pinching his cheeks. So he was indeed clamoring to buy one. No, a Yun, you must let me explain. Silence. I shall not listen. Later, the young master's guards reported that he sought some thrills and had left his protectors behind to a desolate location with his newly acquired maid. So, young master, have I intruded upon your pleasures? Zuga Changyan inquired with a smirk. He, I suppose not, Xi Xingyin replied sheepishly. Stupid Yen. Mu Xingyin locked her arms around Xi Xingyin's head. Is it thrilling? Is it fun? Is it desolate? Is it pleasurable? Then this maid shall serve you well. You must enjoy yourself. With that, she dragged him away from the pilot and Apos' seat. And what do you intend to do now? Xi Xingyin puffed out his chest, exuding arrogance. I am the third prince of the Xia Duchy. What's wrong with bullying someone? Do not think that I fear even the heir of the Sun Merchant Guild. Even if the master of the guild were to arrive, I would remain unafraid. What can you possibly do to me? Indeed, Prince San, you exhibit commendable spirit. However, our guild adheres to an unwritten rule. For every ounce of adversity we face, we shall retaliate tenfold. Zuga Changyan dusted off non-existent particles from his attire and declared, let the battle commence. As though commanded, all the warships of the Sun Merchant Guild unleashed their firepower, but their targets were not the warships of the Water Dragon Army. Instead, they honed in on the aircraft. Following a barrage, the aircraft of the Water Dragon Army were scattered, and the warplanes of the Sun Merchant Guild formed a formation, launching relentless assaults against the Water Dragon Army's aerial units. This onslaught was akin to a meat grinder, ruthlessly decimating the enemy's aircraft. In a brief span, the Water Dragon Army and Apos' aerial forces were entirely annihilated. Ah, my Water Dragon Army. Xi Xingxue and Apos' heart bled. The cost of these 500 aircraft was substantial. But more critically, each aircraft housed 2 pilots from the Water Dragon Army, each soldier being immensely difficult to train and a significant investment. The loss of 10,000 airmen in one fell swoop was akin to carving flesh from his very soul. All right, Prince San, you may take your leave. We, the Sun Merchant Guild, have matters to attend to, so we shall not see you off. Zuga Changyan waved dismissively, indicating that Xi Xingxue could depart. You have destroyed my Water Dragon Army, and now you wish to send me away? How preposterous! I will fight you to the bitter end. Xi Xingxue shouted in a fit of rage. Ah, you truly never learn, do you? Zuga Changyan smiled faintly. Then you shall stay. For the next 20 or so minutes, Xi Xingxue experienced the true essence of fear and despair. The warplanes of the Sun Merchant Guild no longer maintained formation. Instead, they spread out wildly, encircling the 3 warships of the Water Dragon Army and launching frenzied attacks without strategy. Although the warships retaliated with their artillery, the freedom of the aircraft's assault rendered their defenses nearly ineffective, leading to a swift depletion of the warship's shields. Just as the shields were nearing their breaking point, Ji Feng could no longer contain himself. Your Highness, cease the assault. We must retreat. Continuing this fight will lead to our inevitable defeat. As long as there are mountains, we need not fear the absence of firewood. With a thunderous roar, the Water Dragon flagship shuddered violently as its shields were breached, and Xi Xingxue's fear resurfaced. Enough. I surrender. I will leave at once. He cried hoarsely. Departing now is not so simple, Zuga Changyan replied with a smile. What must I do to secure my release? Xi Xingxue teetered on the brink of despair. He had brought half of his private army, believing victory was assured, only to find himself in dire straits, with his forces halved and his own life now at stake. Apologize. Extend your apologies to the heir of the Sun Merchant Guild and seek his forgiveness. Only then shall I permit your departure. Apologize to you? Xing Shui looked up at Zuga Changyun's cold gaze on the screen. Very well. I apologize. As the video call with Xing Yin resumed, everyone witnessed Mu Xingyun atop Xing Yin, delivering blows while hurling curses. Everyone. The video call has reconnected, Snoopy reminded. The two hastily scrambled to their respective positions, awkwardly justifying the earlier commotion. Xing Yin, with a bruised left eye and disheveled hair, remarked, "Do you believe this is merely our playful pastime?" Mu Xingyun blushed deeply, retorting, "Right, just a moment ago. Oh no, I was serving the heir." Everyone present bore expressions of incredulity. "Please, save your antics for later." Xing Shui ground his teeth, addressing them. "Heir, today, I have acted rashly, offended you, and disrupted your leisure. I beg your forgiveness. Let me off this once." "Oh, this matter," Xing Yin chuckled, "is not merely an apology to me. Your previous actions have frightened my newly acquired maid. Just look at how pale she has become. You must apologize to her as well." Xing Shui's countenance darkened, as if he had swallowed a cockroach. "Where do you see her pale? She looks quite rosy. Does she not?" Nevertheless, Xing Shui still offered an apology. "I am sorry, dear maid, for my earlier behavior that startled you. Please forgive me." Following the rapid departure of the 3 warships of the Water Dragon Army, aboard the bridge of the massive battleship Nanyang, Xing Yin finally encountered Zuga Changyun once more. The sight of his sworn brother evoked a wave of nostalgia. He was the second familiar face he had encountered in this universe. "Zuga!" Xing Yin exclaimed involuntarily. Zuga Changyun, taken aback, replied, "You remember me, young master?" It seems I have seen you before." Xing Yin chastised himself internally for forgetting that they were not yet acquainted in this universe. "Your memory serves you well. I had the honor of meeting you when you were but 5 years old," Zuga Changyun stated. "Fortunately, I was correct." Xing Yin mused, but Zuga Changyun continued. "But how does the young master know my surname is Zuga?" Xing Yin was left speechless, unable to concoct a plausible explanation. Perhaps the young lady mentioned it to the young master. An elderly voice interjected. Chapter 24. The 3 trials. The newcomer was the elderly gentleman in a tailcoat, whom Xing Yin had encountered in the Martian black market, accompanied by 2 individuals of contrasting heights, Jin Kuei and Du Ling. "Young master, you have finally returned. But what is that new injury on your face?" Du Ling inquired, opening her medical kit to tend to Xing Yin's wounds. "How did you get hurt?" "Humph, these injuries were self-inflicted," Mu Xingyun interjected coldly from the side. "You? It was you," Du Ling exclaimed in shock. "You, the foot-washing maid, kidnapped the young master. Who are you calling a foot-washing maid? You are the foot-washing maid. Your entire family is a family of foot-washing maids." Mu Xingyun and Appo's anger flared instantly. "You are but a mere maid. How dare you speak to me like that? Who is the maid?" "You are the maid, and your whole family is a family of maids," Du Ling retorted defiantly. "I am the young master's personal maid." "The personal one, mind you." "Oh, the personal one. How impressive, isn't it? A yin. Oh no, I should refer to you as young master." Mu Xingyun mocked Xing Yin with a sneer. Xing Yin's expression darkened. "What's wrong, young master?" "Ah, right, you were injured by her. How despicable. I must retaliate. Heh, with those skinny arms and legs of yours. Come at me if you dare." The 2 girls then began to tussle publicly. "Stop fighting." Xing Yin stepped forward to intervene, but both of their fists ended up striking him instead, knocking off his mask and revealing his face. "Ah, why, young master? Your face is healed? Wonderful." Du Ling cheered excitedly, throwing herself into Xing Yin's embrace. "Wonderful, wonderful. My handsome, dashing prince has returned." "Handsome? Dashing?" Mu Xingyun cast a furtive glance at Xing Yin's face. "You know, I must admit, this fellow is rather handsome. Though his features are still somewhat immature, there is a hint of determination and resolve in his brow. I hadn't noticed before on Phoenix One, as I was too concerned about my sister. But now, he does possess a certain charm. Mu Xingyun felt her cheeks flush. All right. Enough of this nonsense. The elderly gentleman in the tailcoat interjected to mediate. You all should go rest. We have matters to discuss with the young master. A few minutes later, in the lounge of the Nanyang, Zuga Changyun and Si Xingyan sat facing each other. The elderly gentleman brought forth a tray bearing a cup of coffee and a cup of jasmine tea, distributing the beverages to both individuals before standing aside. Let me introduce myself. I am Zuga Changyun, the captain of this strategic cruiser, the Nanyang. This is Fu Bo, the acting president of the Sun Merchant Association. I understand you have many questions. Feel free to ask, and we shall answer candidly, Zuga Changyun said. Taking a sip of coffee, I would like to know why you call me young master, Si Xingyan remarked, lifting his teacup and blowing on it gently. This question is for me to answer, Fu Bo replied. The Sun Merchant Association was established by several hidden families from Blue Star, including your mother's Shangwan family, Zhuge Changzhen and Amp, Apos, Zhuge family, as well as the Situ, Murong, and Nangong families, among others. Your mother, Shang Wanzhen, as the head of the largest hidden family on Blue Star, was the previous president of the Sun Merchant Association and its ruler. After marrying Emperor Xia Jing of the Great Xia Duchy, she entrusted me with the presidency temporarily. When you were 5, your mother was murdered, and before her demise, she handed me the key to command the Sun Merchant Association, instructing me to pass it on to you in the future. The key is now in your possession, thus you are the young master of the Sun Merchant Association. The key? When did you give it to me? Si Xingyan inquired, confusion etched on his face. At the auction, Zhuge Changyun clarified. The auction? Si Xingyan rummaged through his bag and retrieved the sun pendant he had purchased at the auction. Are you referring to this pendant? But it doesn't look like a key at all. It indeed does not resemble a key, Zhuge Changyun chuckled. This is merely a part of the key. The entire key is divided into 3 parts. Only by gathering all 3 and assembling them can one be recognized by the Sun Merchant Association as a key. So, does that mean I am not yet the true young master of the Sun Merchant Association? Si Xingyan pressed. Correct, not yet, Zhuge Changyun affirmed, sipping his coffee. Where are the remaining parts of the key? Allow me to explain, Fu Bo interjected. Before her passing, your mother divided the key into 3 parts and entrusted me with a mission to present you with 3 trials when you are capable of standing on your own. Each trial passed grants you a part of the key. Once you possess the complete key, the Sun Merchant Association will acknowledge your identity as the young master. I have already acquired 1 part of the key. Does that count as passing a trial? Si Xingyan inquired, toying with the pendant in his hand. One could say so, Zhuge Changyun replied. You made quite the impression at the auction and presented the designs for the innovative warp engine. Furthermore, you faced off against Si Xingshui without fear and managed to escape effortlessly. This has already garnered our recognition. So, I have 2 trials remaining to obtain the entire key? Si Xingyan asked. Indeed. What are these 2 trials? Please tell me. I can commence immediately. Si Xingyan was eager. Knowing he required the support of the Sun Merchant Association to reclaim his status as the Emperor of Humanity, he needed an army and substantial funds, both of which could be resolved if the Sun Merchant Association were at his disposal. Well, in fact, we are uncertain about the content of the trials, Zhuge Changyun admitted reluctantly. Your mother had concealed the other 2 parts of the key when she divided it, leaving only 1 with me, Fu Bo elucidated. Then there are no clues for these 2 trials? Si Xingyan began to feel a headache coming on. There are, Zhuge Changyun continued. The other 2 auction items from the last auction serve as clues. At the auction, Si Xingyan recalled the 2 other items he had purchased. One was the spirit blood crystal, and the other was Mu Xingyun. Could it be that the other 2 parts of the key are with the spirit blood clan and the great Tang female nation? Si Xingyan asked uncertainly. Zhuge Changyun and Fu Bo exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, that is our conclusion as well. Fu Bo elaborated, along with the key. Your mother also entrusted me with a spirit blood crystal and a marriage certificate. The spirit blood crystal is already in your possession. As for the marriage certificate, Fu Bo produced a red marriage certificate from his pocket. Si Xingyan took the certificate, opened it, and saw it stated, Union of 2 surnames, a bond formed. A harmonious union forever, matched, and named together. At the bottom left were two names, Xi Xingyan and Mu Xingyun, each accompanied by two seals, one from the Sun Merchant Association and another from the Great Tang Female Nation. Upon seeing this marriage certificate, Xi Xingyan was filled with mixed emotions, realizing that in this universe, he and Mu Xingyun would eventually be bound by marriage. In that case, to recover the remaining two parts of the key, we must go to the Spirit Blood Clan and the Great Tang Female Nation. We? Zuga Changyan chuckled, a sly smile on his face. Not we, but you alone. Precisely. Fu Bo echoed with a grin. Currently, the Sun Merchant Association cannot be utilized by the young master, and the trials set by your mother can only be completed by you alone. We cannot assist you. However, we can offer you a ride, taking you to those 2-star regions. Zuga Changyan continued with a mischievous smile, but it won TB free. Uffed. Xi Xingyan, just having taken a sip of jasmine tea, spat it out. What did you say? You address me as master, yet you still demand a fee? Zuga Changyan shrugged and replied, it is unavoidable. As of now, you have not fully subdued the Sun Merchant Guild. With only a third of the key, we can merely refer to you as master. Beyond that, we are unable to assist. The Sun Merchant Guild is a profit-driven organization. Uncle Fu chuckled and added, our primary objective is still to earn money. Although the guild possesses a formidable army, maintaining such forces requires substantial funds, hence we must temporarily charge you, master. Xi Xingyan spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, saying, I apologize, but I am merely an unappreciated and impoverished prince, currently being pursued. So I have no funds at the moment. By the way, weren't the blueprints I provided last time valued at 1.5 billion? Could that cover this fee? Regrettably, Zuga Changyan replied with an apologetic tone, the previous fee was settled when you acquired the third item at auction. What? A human female sold for 1.5 billion. I have reason to suspect you are swindlers. Xi Xingyan feigned indignation. Oh, is that so? Is the crown princess of the Great Tang not worth that price? Zuga Changyan squinted and remarked, I believe her name is Mu Xingyun. I seem to recall seeing that name in the marriage contract earlier. Shall I have a word with her regarding the contract? Suddenly, I feel that spending 1.5 billion on a mere maid seems quite a bargain. Xi Xingyan chuckled awkwardly, attempting to mask his frustration. He could not reveal his identity as the fourth prince of the Great Xia to Mu Xingyun, especially since she had just been coerced by the third prince, Xi Xingshui, given her impulsive nature. Learning of his identity would likely lead her to suspect he too coveted the Great Tang. Could I perhaps defer payment? Xi Xingyan inquired tentatively. Our guild operates on a cash basis. We do not extend credit, came the firm response. What shall I do now? Xi Xingyan resigned himself, stating, in any case, I have no money. Do as you see fit. All right. Uncle Fu interjected as a peacemaker. Didn't you settle 1.5 billion with the blueprints last time? Let us see if there are any blueprints this time that can offset the costs. After a moment of contemplation, Xi Xingyan retrieved the energy reactor that Wang Di had previously crafted for him, casually tossing the hexagonal box onto the table. This is called a gathering energy reactor. It can output 3 billion joules of energy per second. You should understand its purpose, he explained, skeptical that they would comprehend its significance. This was a revolutionary product, upon which much of the technology in his universe was developed. This item is quite portable and should enhance individual combat capabilities, he added with a sigh, realizing the gravity of the situation. By the heavens, what a waste. Wang Di suddenly spoke within Xi Xingyan's consciousness. This reactor is indeed a groundbreaking invention that could completely alter the trajectory of technological development, yet these people merely perceive it as a large battery? Perhaps you should summon the best technical engineer on the ship to examine it further, Xi Xingyan suggested. Minutes later, the young engineer who had appeared at the auction arrived in the lounge. Captain, you summoned me? He asked. Allow me to introduce you to Li Ming, the chief engineer aboard the Nanyang, Xi Xingyan said. This is our future master, Xi Xingyan. Take a look at this gathering energy reactor he provided. It is said to output 3 billion joules of energy per second. Li Ming's eyes lit up as he examined the small box, then declared, I must take this to the lab for testing, before hurriedly exiting. After Xi Xingyan sipped a few cups of jasmine tea, The lounge received a communication from Li Ming in the laboratory. Incredible. This is a revolutionary product. It's astonishing that this reactor is made from common materials. While the manufacturing process is somewhat complex, the benefits it offers are undeniably valuable. This reactor will change the course of modern technological development, making many previously impossible technologies feasible. This is not merely an energy reactor. It is a technological revolution. After ending the communication, Xi Xingyan took a sip of tea and said, "Now, let us discuss the price. As you can see, this reactor is a groundbreaking product, so how much can it offset?" 500 million energy crystals, Zuga Chongyun proposed. "Are you jesting? This is a technological revolution," Xi Xingyan exclaimed. "Then how much do you seek?" Zuga Chongyun inquired with a frown. 1 billion, 600 million, 900 million, 600 million, 800 million, 600 million. Are you a devil? Is this how negotiations are conducted? Xi Xingyan was at a loss for words. "We are merchants, masters of negotiation," Zuga Chongyun replied with a grin. "Fine, 600 million it is. I shall provide you with the blueprints shortly. But you must also secure me a high-end independent laboratory," Xi Xingyan concluded, determined to obtain the laboratory. "Now, let us discuss the travel expenses to the Lingxue clan territory in the Z78 star domain," Zuga Chongyun said, his expression calculating. "Travel? What travel? I am going there to undertake a trial." Xi Xingyan thought to himself, incredulous. The expenses for the ship's warp travel to the Z78 star domain, the maintenance and supply costs for the shuttle, the armament supply expenses, and your accommodation and meals aboard the ship. Zuga Chongyun began jotting down figures on paper. Finally, he placed the calculated paper before Xi Xingyan. "Done. The total is 600 million. Zuga Chongyun, you devil. You should change your name to Zuga the Devil." Chapter 25. Divergence. Zuga Mo Gui indeed proved to be a man of his word, as he established a spacious laboratory aboard the Nanyang for Xi Xingyan. Upon entering the laboratory, Xi Xingyan was astounded by Zuga Chongyun's craftsmanship. The laboratory was lavishly decorated, equipped with all necessary apparatuses. At its center stood a colossal operation table, encircled by 4 mechanical arms of varying sizes. Above the table hung a holographic projector, casting a 3-dimensional image of the blue star. On the other side, a smaller experimental workstation was meticulously arranged with an assortment of laboratory instruments. Additionally, the laboratory housed 2 computers and a vast display screen. "Wang Di, come out for a moment," Xi Xingyan murmured to himself. Wang Di emerged from within Xi Xingyan's body, stretching languidly. "Finally out. Staying in your body is truly dull. Enough of that. Let and amp. Oppos. Inspect the laboratory first," Xi Xingyan replied. "What do you think we need?" "Let me see," Wang Di said, surveying the laboratory. As expected of the illustrious Sun Merchant Association, the equipment here is top-notch, especially these 4 mechanical arms beside the operation table. With them, tasks can be accomplished with remarkable efficiency. "Ha, your words lack sincerity," Xi Xingyan narrowed his eyes. "With your abilities, do you truly require these tools? Are you jesting? Oh, perhaps I've lingered in your body for too long and forgotten my own capabilities." Wang Di chuckled sheepishly, slapping his forehead. "You have a point. How about this? I will find an opportunity to present you publicly as my newly recruited laboratory assistant." "Very well, let it be as you say." Wang Di agreed with enthusiasm. "However, I need to procure some materials and tools for the laboratory. Certain devices must be crafted by me alone. Please provide me with a list, and I shall have Zuga prepare it. There's no need for such formality. I can directly transmit the list to you via thought synchronization." With that, Wang Di re-entered Xi Xingyan's body, and the inventory of desired materials materialized in Xi Xingyan's mind. "You wish to construct a regenerative medical pod here? And some materials for a cultivation chamber?" Xi Xingyan inquired, puzzled. "I thought you were solely proficient in engineering. I had no idea you also excelled in biological technology." "Indeed, I had to study biological and medical technology to develop the consciousness transfer device. And it seems I've achieved some proficiency," Wang Di boasted. "Excellent. These skills perfectly complement my shortcomings," Xi Xingyan exclaimed with delight. "I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. You are my treasure. You You? I lack a physical form, so do not harbor such thoughts. Wang Di retorted. What are you thinking? Xi Xingyin responded, his expression darkening. I have no such proclivities. By the way, speaking of the regenerative medical pod, I remember the last time you mentioned the purple cloud crystal and the amethyst. Where did you acquire them? I wish to obtain some for research, Xi Xingyin asked. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Wang Di replied. I stumbled upon the purple cloud crystal and amethyst while gathering materials for the Phoenix 1 project. I believe I found them deep within the Z78 star region. Why didn't you say so earlier? 2 days later, in the living quarters of the Nanyang, Mu Xingyun and Mu Mu sat facing each other in a large bathtub, both unclothed. At that moment, Mu Xingyun reflected on the events of the past few days, which played out before her like a film reel. She recalled traveling to an agricultural planet with her regent to attend the annual harvest festival, only to be ambushed on the return journey by the third prince of the Daxiao Empire, Shui Longjun. Their vessel had been compromised, forcing her to escape in a lifeboat. Subsequently, her lifeboat was captured by another unidentified force, and she was sold as a slave in the Martian black market. Fortuitously, she was purchased by a young master of the Sun Merchant Association who called himself a yen, and with his assistance, she rescued her sister, who had been abducted by Xi Xingshui. Mu Xingyun sensed that these occurrences were not mere coincidence. Rather, it felt as if an unseen hand orchestrated everything. Sister, sister. Mu Mu waved her chubby little hand in front of Mu Xingyun. Sister, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. I was just lost in thought, Mu Xingyun replied, snapping back to reality as she lifted Mu Mu from the bathtub and carried her to her bedroom. While using a hairdryer to dry Mu Mu and Appo's hair, she asked, Mu Mu, what do you think of a yen? It's wonderful here. The room is spacious, the hot water is delightful, and the food is delicious. The people are kind too. Brother Snoopy, though a bit silly, is very gentle. Little Ba is mischievous, but playing with him is so much fun. Sister Linger may seem fierce, but she treats me well, and Grandpa Fu always brings me tasty treats. I'm much happier here than I was in the palace. Mu Mu exclaimed excitedly. And since a yen appeared, Sister has changed. Oh, in what way? Well, you smile more, you're no longer so cold. And you care about others now. You were always good before, but you often had a stern expression, so although I liked you, I was afraid to share my thoughts. Now, you're different. I feel I can speak openly with you, and I like you even more. The little girl tilted her head, her innocence shining through. Mu Xingyun felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing her sister's words. She understood all too well that as a crown princess, she bore the weight of responsibility for her nation and its people. Yet, such burdens were undeniably heavy for a young girl. Moreover, as a royal, she had to remain vigilant, unable to trust anyone lightly. Her subjects and guards could all pose potential threats, driven by power, interests, or other motives to betray or harm her. She recognized the court was rife with intrigue and deception, with everyone vying for power and position, pursuing their goals by any means necessary. In such an environment, Mu Xingyun had to learn to protect herself, to avoid being exploited or ensnared. These pressures and worries rendered Mu Xingyun increasingly reticent, deepening her sense of isolation. Despite her noble status, she struggled to find someone she could genuinely trust and confide in. In the cold confines of the palace, she felt like an island, isolated and unsupported. Consequently, she had learned to conceal her true emotions, adopting a demeanor of indifference and pride as a means of self-protection. Her heart had become as if encased in ice, no longer willing to open up to anyone. Unbeknownst to her, this had gradually created a rift between her and her only sister. Mu Xingyun embraced the little girl tightly, saying, I'm sorry, Mu Mu. I promise I will no longer be cold. Okay, I love you the most, sister. The melodious chime of the doorbell rang out, and Mu Xingyun opened the door. A yen, is there something you need? Yes, I would like to discuss a matter with you. A few minutes later, only Mu Mu and Little Ba remained in the room, engrossed in a video game, while Mu Xingyun and Xi Xingyin sat in the lounge. Xi Xingyin ordered a cup of Earl Grey tea for Mu Xingyun and a cup of jasmine tea for himself. Are you settling in well? Xi Xingyin inquired. Reasonably well. Mu Mu seems satisfied here. She has made quite a few friends, Mu Xingyun replied. And you? Let us cut to the chase, Mu Xingyun interrupted. You have something to say, don't you? Oh. Xi Xingyun hesitated, feeling a bit guilty. We need to travel to the Z78 star region to assist Snoopy and Appos, kin with some matters. At present, Xi Xingyun cannot divulge the particulars of the trial to Mu Xingyun, as she is also an integral part of it. Coupled with their engagement and his identity as a prince, Xi Xingyun finds himself unable to elucidate matters to Mu Xingyun. Thus, he resorts to a half-truth, as he initially intended to address the crisis of the Spirit Blood clan. In any case, it does not amount to a lie. Oh, is that so? Mu Xingyun and Appos' expression darkened slightly. Yun, join us. Once I've settled matters there, I will accompany you to the Great Tang, and I, as the young master of the Sun Merchant Guild, shall personally assist you in crafting the universe's finest warp engine. Yin, I am grateful for your generous invitation, but I must take my leave now. After sipping her red tea, Mu Xingyun continued, in less than 2 months, my coronation ceremony will take place, and during this period, many unforeseen events may arise. I have not appeared in public for several days. The ministers must already be beginning to harbor suspicions about me. Therefore, I must return immediately. I understand. Xi Xingyun, having been an emperor in his own universe, is well versed in the machinations of royal power. Just as Mu Xingyun stated, a monarch who remains absent from the eyes of their subjects for an extended period risks inciting distrust among the ministers. Ambitious individuals may even seek to instigate rebellion. After all, the allure of power is an irresistible temptation for many. Thank you. Mu Xingyun drank the remaining tea in her cup, a resolute look in her eyes. Yin, I have an unusual request. Speak freely, Xi Xingyun replied, gazing into her eyes. I shall assist you if I can. I do not intend to take Mu back to Great Tang with me. Mu Xingyun stated calmly. You wish to leave the little girl at the Sun Merchant Guild? To return to Great Tang alone? Xi Xingyun inquired. Are you not surprised at all? Perhaps I can comprehend your reasoning, Xi Xingyun replied. Your return to Great Tang will be fraught with peril until the coronation ceremony is completed. Many who covet the throne will reveal themselves during this time. If Mu remains by your side, you will not only be unable to protect her, but may also find her to be your Achilles heel. You are correct. Mu Xingyun continued. Thus, I wish to implore you, in the capacity of the crown princess of the Great Tang, to ensure the safety of my sister through the Sun Merchant Guild until I successfully ascend to the throne and am capable of safeguarding her myself. Very well. As the young master of the Sun Merchant Guild, I accept your request. The following day, within the docks of the Nanyang ship, Mu Xingyun was bidding farewell to Xi Xingyun and his companions. Sister, are you really leaving? Mu said, her voice tinged with sorrow. Mu Xingyun knelt before her, gently caressing her small face, and smiled. Mu, I have important matters to attend to in Great Tang, but I will return to fetch you in no more than 2 months. But sister, I will be scared without you. Tears began to well in Mu's eyes. Be good, Mu. I have entrusted your safety to brother Yin and his companions. Just focus on eating well and playing here, and I will definitely come for you in 2 months. All right, I will be obedient, Mu replied. Mu Xingyun rose and approached Xi Xingyun, saying, Yin, I entrust Mu to you. I will return in 2 months to bring her back. What are you saying? I think you have misunderstood, Xi Xingyun chuckled. You are. After all, a treasure I acquired for 1.5 billion, you are mine. I am merely allowing you to return home for a family visit. 2 months hence, I shall personally come to retrieve you. The others were at a loss for words. They all knew she was the crown princess now. How dare he claim she was his? Why not ascend to the heavens? What did you say? Are you feeling mischievous again? Do not forget you are my hostage. Mu Xingyun's anger flared once more. Oh dear, this foot-washing maid dares to strike the young master. Witness how a servant dares to lay hands on her master. Du Ling exclaimed loudly. Who are you calling a foot-washing maid? You little maid. Mu Xingyun retorted sharply. You foot-washing maid. You little maid. You foot-washing maid. You little maid. Xi Xingyun felt a headache coming on. Finally, just as Mu Xingyun and Du Ling were about to come to blows, Jin Kuei intervened, pulling Du Ling away. Just as Mu Xingyun was about to board the shuttle, Xi Xingyun called out to her, producing a blueprint from his pocket and handing it to her. Mu Xingyun took it and gasped, Is this the blueprint for the warp engine? This blueprint is a gift for you, a form of compensation for Linger's offense. Additionally, there are 2 boxes on the craft. You should keep their contents safe, as they will ensure your protection, Xi Xingyan whispered in her ear. Thank you. Mu Xingyun graciously accepted the offering. In truth, Xi Xingyan longed to accompany Mu Xingyun back to Great Tang, knowing the dangers awaiting her return. However, he recognized that this journey was a necessary trial for her, one that would ultimately shape her into a capable ruler. As the shuttle departed from the Nanyang, it swiftly engaged warp speed. Sister, Mu shed tears as soon as Mu Xingyun left. She had held back her emotions to spare her sister's worries, but now she could no longer contain them. Xi Xingyan sighed. Little girl, feel free to cry. Your sister cannot see you now, so you need not fear troubling her. Mu wiped her tears with her small hands and declared, Brother Yan, I will not cry anymore. I will be strong. Her resolute demeanor moved all present, and they could not help but feel a surge of affection for the 5-year-old child. Chapter 26. The realm of the Blood Spirit clan. Shortly after Mu Xingyun and Appo's shuttle departed, the Nanyang also set off on its warp flight. 2 days later, Mu Xingyun's shuttle arrived in the V25 star region. Upon arrival, she disengaged the autopilot and piloted her craft to the imperial star of the Great Tang matriarchal kingdom, Luotian Star. Attention, shuttle from the Solar Trade Association. You are entering the territory of Luotian Star in the Great Tang matriarchal kingdom. As your entry permit could not be verified, please clarify your purpose for this visit and present the identification of the entering personnel. The communication device on board announced a request from the border control authorities. This is the Solar Trade Association Shuttle SCA P001. I am the Imperial Princess of the Great Tang Matriarchal Kingdom, Mu Xingyun. My identification is V25 RS 0200-0A with the code word DFEV. The biometric and facial recognition data will be uploaded shortly. Please receive and verify. After stating this, Mu Xingyun pressed her hand on the fingerprint scanner, uploading her fingerprint and facial image. After 2 minutes of silence on the other end, a different voice finally replied, Welcome back, Your Highness the Imperial Princess. I am Li Rue, Director of the Border Control Bureau. Please hold for a moment. The Royal Guard will arrive shortly to escort you. At that same moment, within a mansion on Luotian Star, a woman with exquisite features and a voluptuous figure, dressed in a bikini and wearing sunglasses, lay languidly on a poolside mat basking in the sunlight. At that moment, the straps of her bikini top were undone, revealing nearly all of her flawless, delicate skin. Beside her, 2 handsome young men in swim trunks were applying sunscreen to her back. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a butler's uniform hurriedly approached the poolside with a phone in hand. Your Highness, the Border Control Bureau has called. They have urgent news to convey to you. Calm down, Lao Sunday. The woman replied lazily. On this beautiful afternoon, I should be allowed to enjoy the sun, the service of handsome men, and the leisurely pace of life, without being burdened by trivial matters. But, Your Highness, the situation is urgent. Lao Sun was nearly beside himself with anxiety. Fine, hand me the phone. The woman sat up, her bosom nearly spilling from the loosened bikini. She took the phone and answered. Moments later, she gasped. What did you say? That wretched girl Mu Xingyun has returned? And the Royal Guard has already gone to escort her? Who instructed you to notify the Royal Guard? What? The Solar Trade Association? Bastards! In her fury, she hurled the phone into the pool, causing the 2 handsome men nearby to cower in fear, kneeling and trembling on the other side of the pool. The woman's anger caused her chest to heave violently, the swell nearly causing her bikini to slip. Lao Sun approached her from behind, gently fastening her bikini strap. Your Highness, should we contact Xiang Shui to inquire about the situation? Asked that useless fool. I've already revealed Mu Xingyun's itinerary to him. If he can't handle such a trivial matter, what use is he to me? She tossed her hair back dismissively. What does Your Highness plan to do with Mu Xingyun? Shall we? Lao Sun made a gesture across his throat. Let us not act rashly. She returned aboard the Solar Trade Association's shuttle. It is possible that this girl has found a powerful ally in them. What? The Solar Trade Association? The wealthiest and most unbound trade organization in the world? Indeed. But for now, the situation is unclear. Let us observe how it unfolds. With that, the woman reclined lazily once more. By the way, help me contact the Grand Prince of the Dachau Principality, Xiangshinka. Tell him I possess the key to the legacy of the Solar Trade Association and inquire if he wishes to collaborate with me. Lao Sun's eyes brightened. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. He turned to the two trembling young men kneeling nearby, frowning. Your Highness, what about these two? Oh, I haven't had the chance to enjoy these two handsome men yet, but they overheard our conversation and are thus tainted. Dispose of them and bring me new ones. Of course, Your Highness. Lao Sun and Apos' eyes gleamed with a cold light. Minutes later, two lifeless bodies, their necks snapped, were carried out of the mansion. 2 days later, as these events unfolded on Luotian Star, the Nanyang successfully arrived at the Z78 star region. Although the outcome was already known, the first-hand experience was still shocking. Zuga Changyun sat in the captain's seat, marveling at the star region coordinates displayed on the adjacent screen. Indeed, I too find it astonishing that at my age, I can witness such advancements in this era. Fu Bo exclaimed, his excitement akin to that of a child. Applause and cheers erupted from the crew on the bridge. However, Xiang Xingyan stood aside, his lips twitching in disdain. Is this minor increase in speed truly worthy of such excitement? In his mind lay blueprints for an engine capable of increasing the current warp speed by 900 times. If they were to use that engine, they would arrive in just an hour and a half, rather than 4 days. It was only due to the fear of being labeled a monster and the lack of sufficient materials that Xiang Xingyan refrained from equipping the Nanyang with such a formidable engine. Soon, the Nanyang reached the heart of the Z78 star region, the Blood Spirit Star, the very home of the Blood Spirit clan. Now, let me explain the rules for the young Master's trial. Fu Bo began, retrieving a delicate notebook from his pocket and flipping through its pages. What rules? What sort of rules? Xiang Xingyan thought incredulously. The handwriting in that notebook was clearly freshly written. It was already challenging enough to undergo a trial. And now they were adding rules, truly devilish. As Xiang Xingyan internally complained, Fu Bo cleared his throat and stated, Rule 1. As the Blood Spirit clan is known for their gentle and kind nature, heavy weapons are prohibited. Only non-lethal plasma pistols are allowed, with their damage level restricted to stun. Rule 2. Given the pure and simple civilization of the Blood Spirit clan, no high-tech items may be brought. Rule 3. The young master may only bring 2 attendants to participate in the trial, and they must be chosen from his existing subordinates. Upon hearing these rules, Xiang Xingyan fell into deep contemplation. To be honest, these 3 rules did not significantly impact him. Firstly, regarding Rule 1. During his time in the original universe, he had established diplomatic relations with the reclusive Blood Spirit clan without resorting to any force. This trial was merely a return to familiar ground. There was no need for weapons. Secondly, concerning Rule 2, he had no need to bring any high-tech items into the Blood Spirit clan's territory. If necessary, he could create them himself, given that he had an advantage. Lastly, the number of people he brought was inconsequential. He believed he could manage alone. All right, I have no objections to these 3 rules. Let us set off promptly. Half an hour later, Xiang Xingyan, accompanied by Snowy and Juling, piloted the shuttle toward Blood Spirit Star. He was certain to take Snowy along, as he was a blood spirit and would serve as an invaluable guide. Juling possessed some medical knowledge and had been his trusted maid since childhood. Certain secrets were permissible for her to know. Xiang Xingyan's objectives for visiting Blood Spirit Star, aside from completing the trial and obtaining a portion of the legacy key, included 2 additional tasks: to forge an alliance with the Blood Spirit clan, just as he had in his original universe, and to seek clues regarding the amethyst crystal vein mentioned by Wang Di. Blood Spirit Star is situated in the central region of the Z78 star domain, a planet characterized by its blood-red hue, primarily due to its surface being predominantly cloaked in crimson sand, with merely 15% of its area comprised of water. The environment on this planet is exceedingly harsh. Being located within a trinary star system, it experiences the simultaneous presence of 2 suns during the day, resulting in prolonged daylight hours and brief nights, along with significant temperature fluctuations. The temperature can soar to nearly 60 degrees Celsius during the day, while at night it can plummet to a chilling -95 degrees Celsius. Under such severe conditions, only the blood spirit race is capable of surviving and thriving. Snoopy, where is your tribe? I wish to visit and see the condition of your kin. All right, I will input our tribe's coordinates into the navigation system, Snoopy replied, his expression seemingly unchanged, yet unable to conceal the excitement bubbling within him, which altered the tone of his voice. This journey away from his homeland, spanning millions of light years to Mars in the solar system, was undertaken by Snoopy in search of a means to save his tribe. Upon learning that someone intended to auction their sacred artifact, the blood crystal, he infiltrated the auction house. Initially, he aimed to acquire the crystal for himself, but was thwarted by the intervention of Xixingyan. By a twist of fate, he ended up accompanying him and awaited the moment when Xixingyan would finally agree to visit his tribe, knowing that the blood crystal was aboard the shuttle. Minutes later, the shuttle gradually descended near Snoopy and Appo's village. It was a somewhat dilapidated settlement, with modest, lowly structures and uneven, dusty paths overrun with weeds. What struck him as particularly astonishing was the conspicuous absence of youthful faces. The majority of the villagers were frail elders, and the few young individuals he spotted bore expressions of exhaustion and weariness. Curiously, there were no children to be found, and the entire village was enveloped in an atmosphere of twilight decline. As the shuttle came to a halt, the villagers gathered around, erupting in cheers upon seeing Snoopy disembark. It's Snoopy. He has returned. Quickly, informed the chieftain. Wonderful. Snoopy is back. We are saved. While Snoopy was overwhelmed by the warm welcome, Xixingyan gently patted his shoulder and encouraged him. Go on. You've returned after much hardship. Reunite with your kin. Yes. Thank you. Snoopy exclaimed, dashing into the embrace of his people, reciprocating their inquiries with warmth. Observing Snoopy surrounded by his kin, Xixingyan's earlier reticence faded, replaced by a radiant smile, bringing him a sense of comfort. This child has endured much, he mused to himself. At that moment, the crowd parted, and a bearded elder clad in a tattered red cloak and a grass crown approached Snoopy, leaning on a staff made from an unknown animal's bone. Child, welcome back. You have endured much. I wonder if you have found the sacred artifact? Grandfather Chieftain. Snoopy stepped forward and respectfully bowed. I have found it. The sacred artifact of our clan, the blood crystal. Quickly, show it to me. The old chieftain's face was alight with urgency. Xixingyan gestured for Do Ling to retrieve the crystal from the shuttle. Do Ling obediently ascended, only to be met with a piercing shriek. Ah! Upon hearing the commotion, Xixingyan hurried back to the shuttle, finding Do Ling standing motionless before a large box in the cargo hold, her face a portrait of astonishment. What is amiss? Is there a problem with the crystal? Did it not make it into the box? Xixingyan inquired. No, my lord, the crystal is safe and sound. Then what is it that has you so astonished? As Xixingyan approached for a closer look, Do Ling hesitated. Well, my lord, I see trouble. 2 little troubles. As Xixingyan drew closer, his brow furrowed. Indeed, there were 2 small troubles. The blood crystal lay peacefully in the arms of Moo, who was crouched in one corner of the box, while Xiaoba sat in the opposite corner. Both children gazed up at Xixingyan, their innocent faces adorned with awkward smiles. How did Moo and Xiaoba end up on the shuttle? What kind of guardianship is this? Xixingyan contacted Zuga Changyun via video communication. Concerning this matter, since the young master cannot yet command us, we had no choice but to leave the 2 children in the care of the young master and Appos, as current subordinates, though it appears they are not very competent, Zuga Changyun replied. Sipping his coffee. My current subordinates? Who? Xixingyan queried. It is the former leader of the fox hunting mercenary group, Zuga Changyun said, switching the communication feed to reveal a rugged man bound with ropes, his beard shorn and his face painted like a clown, blissfully unaware as he snored away. Do Ling burst into laughter at the sight of Jin Kuei's predicament. What shall we do now? The rules state I can only bring 2 individuals, yet 4 have disembarked. Surely, you want to declare my trial a failure because of this? Xixingyan asked Zuga Changyun. Oh, there is no need for concern, young master. Since these two children are merely 5 years old, they do not count as your subordinates. Chapter 27. The Blood Spirit Curse Old Wang. Xi Xingyin initiated a mental connection with Wang Di. Ah, old Wang. Wang Di responded with surprise. Why do you call me that? Oh, I thought it was impolite to always address you by your full name, so I wanted to choose a more affectionate nickname, Xi Xingyin casually explained. Calling me Old Wang sounds rather unappealing. Wang Di recalled the age-old joke about the neighbor Old Wang. Then how about I call you Little Di? Isn't your name Wang Di? Xi Xingyin suggested. Just stick to Old Wang for now. Wang Di said helplessly, but really, what do you want to talk to me about? Oh, it's about Little Ba. Aren't you both just consciousness entities? Yet, why has his consciousness never returned to my awareness space? Xi Xingyin inquired. Indeed, I find it strange too. Logically, if a consciousness entity lacks a storage medium, it should dissipate. For instance, I can only reside in your awareness space, akin to storing my consciousness in your brain. While I can exit your body through nanobots, my movement is limited to about a kilometer radius from you. If I exceed this range, the nanobots lose control and I am pulled back into your awareness space. Furthermore, if the nanobots deplete their energy or are destroyed, my consciousness will automatically revert to your awareness space. However, Little Ba is different. Since leaving Phoenix 1, he has not returned to your awareness space even once. Even if he doesn't wish to return, the nanobots that constitute his body should eventually return to your body to replenish energy. Strangely, it has been a week. And logically, the nanobots should have ceased functioning due to energy depletion, yet there are no signs of energy loss. How do the nanobots replenish energy in my body? Xi Xingyin seized upon Wang Di and Amp Oppo's statement. This requires a biological perspective, and you may not fully grasp it. In simple terms, while your body's cells are supplying energy, the nanobots take the opportunity to absorb a portion of the bioelectricity generated by the cells. Will this have any impact on me? Xi Xingyin frowned. Well, not significantly. It just means your body is prone to triggering a series of physiological responses. For example, if your blood sugar level decreases, it triggers the secretion of glucagon, promoting the breakdown of glycogen into glucose to maintain stable blood sugar levels. Speak plainly. Xi Xingyin interrupted Wang Di. It means you will get hungry easily. Wang Di replied. I knew it. My appetite has increased these past few days. It seems I'll not only have to charge you rent, but also for meals. Xi Xingyin continued. In any case, we need to keep a close watch on Little Ba. When you return, give him a thorough checkup to ascertain the situation. All right, I'll follow your lead. As Xi Xingyin left the cockpit, Juling was meticulously wiping the dust off Mumu's face with a towel. Upon seeing Xi Xingyin emerge, Mumu immediately dragged Little Ba before him, apologizing. Brother Yen, I'm sorry, I was wrong. What did you do wrong? I shouldn't have tied up Uncle Jean Kue with Little Ba and drawn on his face, Mumu mumbled, fiddling with her clothing. And what else? Also, I shouldn't have snuck into the box with Little Ba to descend to Blood Spirit Star. Mumu's head drooped further. And you? Xi Xingyin turned his attention to Little Ba. Me? I was just a bit bored, so I brought Mumu down to play, Little Ba replied cheerfully. Is that all? Xi Xingyin asked with a smile that seemed somewhat strained. Is there nothing else? I may have hypnotized Uncle Jean and trimmed his beard, Little Ba said, his smile fading. So, whose idea was it to sneak into the cargo box and come to Blood Spirit Star? Xi Xingyin pressed. It was me. It was me. To Xi Xingyin's surprise, both children simultaneously took the blame, and he watched them with keen interest. Oh, you both claim it was your idea. Now, tell me, why did you want to come along? Mumu replied, because sister said brother Ayin should take care of me. But if brother Ayin isn't here, how can he take care of me? So I came along. Little Ba chimed in, yeah? Dad said brother should take care of me, and if brother isn't here, he can't take care of me. So I came too. After listening to the children's clumsy excuses, Xi Xingyin couldn't help but twitch his lips. Brother Ayin, please just keep us here, we promise to behave. Juling stifled a laugh, puffed. Young master, I never noticed before, but you seem to have a knack with children. Perhaps you should keep them around. Sighing, Xi Xingyin reluctantly acquiesced. It was too time-consuming to send the two little ones back now, and he had a vague feeling that their presence here was not mere coincidence. Half an hour later, Xi Xingyin and his companions arrived at the sacred hall of the Redstone tribe, where Snoopy was located. Although referred to as a sacred hall, it resembled a church from Blue Star, standing in stark contrast to the dilapidated houses of the village, as if it had been purposefully constructed. Upon entering the sacred hall, Xi Xingyin was awestruck by the interior. If the exterior resembled a church, the interior was nothing short of one. Rows of neatly arranged wooden benches exuded an ancient charm, echoing the passage of time. The aisle between the benches stretched toward the altar at the front, where candlelight flickered, blending warmth with tranquility. Atop the altar rested a finely crafted metal stand, glimmering with a mysterious radiance under the candlelight. The benches were filled with the Spirit Blood tribe members, and the elder of the tribe stood before the altar, leaning on a bone cane, awaiting the arrival of Xi Xingyin and his group. "Snoopy, have you brought the sacred artifact?" The elder trembled as he approached them. "I have," Snoopy replied, presenting a wooden box with both hands. The elder opened the box and retrieved a blood-red spirit blood crystal from within. "Fellow members of the Redstone tribe, over a decade ago, we lost our sacred artifact, incurring the wrath of the gods. Now that we have reclaimed it, we shall break the curse and regain the gods and Appos' protection today," the elder declared, raising the spirit blood crystal high above his head. "Break the curse, regain protection. Break the curse, regain protection." The tribe members cheered in unison. In the midst of the jubilant cries, the elder placed the spirit blood crystal upon the metal stand of the altar. With a deep hum, the metal stand rose, and the crystal emitted a blood-red glow. This light enveloped the crowd, not causing discomfort, but instead imparting a profound sense of comfort, washing away all fatigue. Under the radiant blood-red light, the spirit blood tribe members transformed remarkably. Those who once bore aged faces, lined with wrinkles, found their skin becoming smooth, and the creases gradually fading, while the gray-haired elders experienced a resurgence of their once black tresses, as if time had reversed. Moreover, even their stooped backs began to straighten under the influence of this mysterious power. "Wonderful! The curse has been lifted." The spirit blood tribe members erupted in cheers. With another deep hum, the glow of the spirit blood crystal faded, and the metal stand retracted. The rejuvenation of the tribe members halted. "What is happening? Why has it stopped? Was the curse not lifted?" The members of the Spirit Blood clan began to chatter among themselves. Minutes later, Xi Xingyin and his companions arrived at the Redstone Tribe's Council Hall, where the Elder Patriarch placed the Spirit Blood crystal back into the wooden box. "Grandfather, why has the curse not been broken? We have not returned to our former selves." At that moment, Snoopy was no longer in the guise of a young man. He had transformed into a youth, his stature slightly diminished, and his face bore a more juvenile countenance. "This is because there is no divine punishment or curse." Xi Xingyin and Appos' words were astonishing. "Mr. Ian, while you have brought back the sacred artifact of our clan, please do not speak so frivolously. If there were no divine punishment or curse, why would we age so rapidly, our lifespans so fleeting?" Snoopy and Appos' emotions were stirred. He held deep respect for the Elder Patriarch and would not allow anyone to question his words. "Snoopy, quiet down," the Elder Patriarch interjected, then turned to Xi Xingyin and said, "To our friend from the distant Blue Star, we are grateful for your care of Snoopy during this time, and for your arduous journey in bringing our clan's sacred artifact back to us." "You know I am from the Blue Star?" Xi Xingyin was taken aback. "We of the Spirit Blood clan possess formidable mental acuity, allowing us to sense the emotions of others. I felt a resonance within you akin to that of another Blue Star inhabitant," the Elder Patriarch remarked. "In fact, I believe you share a semblance with that other Blue Star individual." Xi Xingyin was astonished by the Elder and Appos' words. "You have encountered other Blue Star people? Wait, someone who looks like me?" "Indeed, 12 years ago, a woman from the Blue Star came to our territory. She sought to help us break the curse and constructed 3 sanctuaries in our clan's land. Each sanctuary houses a sacred altar that requires the Spirit Blood clan's sacred artifact, the Spirit Blood crystal, to activate. If all 3 altars were to be ignited simultaneously, the curse upon our clan could be entirely dispelled. Alas, We could not find the crystals needed to activate the altars, and that blue star woman, after promising to help us locate them, departed from Blood Spirit Star, never to return. Do you recall the name of that blue star woman? Xi Xingyan's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. I believe her name began with Shangwan, though my memory falters with age. Oh, there is one detail I recall vividly. She always wore a gem that radiated with the brilliance of a star. Is this it? Xi Xingyan produced the heart of the sun from his bosom. Yes, yes, that is indeed the gem that shines like a star. How is it in your possession? Because it belongs to my mother, Xi Xingyan replied. What? This means you are the child of that blue star woman? The elder patriarch exclaimed, Indeed. It makes sense now. That woman constructed the altar, and her child has brought us the sacred artifact. You must be sent by the gods to save us. In the dead of night, Xi Xingyan and Juling returned to the sanctuary of the Redstone tribe. Young master, is it truly necessary to sneak out at night to investigate the altar? Juling yawned. There is no other option. These Spirit Blood Clan members are far too superstitious to allow us to examine the altar easily. Xi Xingyan placed 4 lamps around the altar, illuminating the entire area. All right, Old Wang, you may come out now. Wang Di emerged from Xi Xingyan's body, stretching as he said, Is it time for the worker to clock in? Ah, young master, is this the one who resides within you? Juling gazed curiously at Wang Di, examining him closely. Little sister, if you keep staring at me like that, I might become bashful, Wang Di replied, evading Juling's gaze. I am aware of the situation. What do you wish me to do? This altar appears to be a radiation amplification device, capable of magnifying and disseminating the unique wavelengths of radiation from the spirit blood crystal. I understand. This device is quite simple, lacking any significant technological complexity, Wang Di remarked, showing little interest. Such a straightforward device. Yet my mother constructed 3 of them and intentionally concealed them within the sanctuary. I believe her motives were far from trivial, Xi Xingyan mused, caressing the altar. What do you imply? I wish for you to enter this device and investigate any peculiarities, Xi Xingyan stated. As a mechanical engineering expert, do you really expect me to squeeze into this contraption? Don't you think that is a bit of an overkill? It seems you still owe me for meals. Xi Xingyan narrowed his eyes. I believe an investigation remains crucial. As a cheerful worker, I find joy in my labor. With that, Wang Di transformed into powder and entered the altar. Wow. While I've heard young master speak of it, seeing a being composed of nanobots in person is truly wondrous. Juling exclaimed, running around the altar in excitement. All right, Linger, we shall wait here for Old Wang's news. Xi Xingyan found a spot to sit. Juling approached from behind, massaging his shoulders as she queried, Young master, can we truly lift the curse of the Spirit Blood Clan? I have stated that divine punishment and curses are mere fabrications. Such things do not exist in this world. Xi Xingyan gestured for Juling to switch sides for the massage. Then what is the cause of the Spirit Blood Clan's condition? It is a form of progeria. Chapter 28. Spirit Blood Crystal and Progeria. Are you suggesting that the Spirit Blood tribe is afflicted by illness? Not entirely. Xi Xingyan paused before elaborating. In truth, progeria also exists on Blue Star. Patients with this condition exhibit accelerated aging symptoms, ultimately succumbing to various complications arising from bodily degeneration. To date, the cause of progeria remains unidentified on Blue Star, and there are no established treatment methods. It is merely recognized as a disorder resulting from genetic mutation, which also carries a hereditary component. However, the progeria affecting the Spirit Blood tribe is distinct. Although the symptoms involve rapid aging and it is a hereditary ailment that affects all members of the Spirit Blood lineage, this form of progeria can be completely cured, and its symptoms can be reversed. Oh, I see. So, after being exposed to the light emitted by the Spirit Blood crystals, the tribe members appeared to regain some youthfulness. Duling began to massage Xi Xingyan's back. Xi Xingyan sighed and responded, Indeed. They did experience a slight recovery after being exposed to the radiation from the Spirit Blood crystals, but their progeria has not been eradicated. Hence, it won't be long before they begin to age rapidly once more. In fact, in Xi Xingyan's original universe, he had discovered a method to cure the progeria afflicting the Spirit Blood tribe. He initially crushed small amounts of spirit blood crystals and directly injected them into the bodies of the spirit blood members, thereby eliminating the symptoms of progeria. However, this method required a substantial quantity of spirit blood crystals. Consequently, he collaborated with the spirit blood tribe to develop a regenerative medical pod, which not only addressed the progeria of the spirit blood members, but also provided regenerative medical services to humanity. Xi Xingyan initially intended to utilize the regenerative medical pod to resolve the progeria issue. Nevertheless, this universe differed from his original one. Before arriving at Blood Spirit Star, he scanned the entire planet with the probe aboard the Nanyang and discovered that there were no deposits of spirit blood crystals on its surface, while in his original universe, Blood Spirit Star was abundant with such resources. How unfortunate for the spirit blood tribe. After eagerly awaiting the arrival of a spirit blood crystal, they find it ultimately cannot cure their ailment. Du Ling retrieved a thermos from her small satchel, removed the lid to reveal a small teacup, and poured a cup of jasmine tea, offering it to Xi Xingyan. How peculiar. It was quite cold when we left, yet the sanctuary is so warm, Du Ling remarked in bewilderment. Earlier, while residing in the dwelling of the spirit blood tribe, Du Ling felt as though she might freeze, but fortunately, she was wearing the specially tailored combat suit gifted by the young master, which kept her warm. To her surprise, she felt no chill at all within the sanctuary. Indeed, my mother's construction of this sanctuary holds special significance, Xi Xingyan mused as he took a sip of the warm jasmine tea. Approximately 20 minutes later, Wang Di emerged from the altar and reassembled into human form. What have you discovered? Xi Xingyan inquired, finishing his tea and handing the cup back to Du Ling. You were right. This device is indeed extraordinary, Wang Di replied, sitting beside Xi Xingyan and crossing his legs. There are several intriguing points regarding this device. Firstly, it ostensibly emits radiation from the crystal. However, once activated, it only disperses a minimal amount of radiation. Secondly, there is a detector resembling a radiation wavelength sensor, which can collect radiation data. Lastly, the information gathered by the device is transmitted underground. Transmitted underground? Can we trace where it goes? Wang Di shrugged. Unfortunately, the transmission cable extends over a kilometer downward, leaving me powerless to assist. Over a kilometer downward? Xi Xingyan was not particularly surprised by this information. There is something else. Wang Di suddenly straightened up. This so-called sanctuary has its peculiarities. It is connected to another structure, which is exceptionally vast. What I can investigate is merely the tip of the iceberg. Even more bizarre is that the enormous structure underground, along with all the arrangements and facilities within this sanctuary, should not resemble ordinary architecture. It is more akin to a starship. Xi Xingyan's astonishing declaration left the three of them momentarily speechless. The notion of a massive starship buried underground was simply too far-fetched. Let us set that matter aside for now, Xi Xingyan said, turning to Wang Di. As for the information transmitted underground, can you decipher it? I thought you wouldn't ask. Wang Di tapped the computer on Xi Xingyan's left wrist. I and Appos, VE already cracked it for you. The screen on Xi Xingyan and Appos' wrist displayed a map with 2 red dots blinking. What is this? 2 coordinates. Wang Di pointed to the red dots on the map. The facilities within this sanctuary collectively function as a radar. Indeed, Xi Xingyan continued, specifically designed to detect spirit blood crystals. So, does that mean we can locate the spirit blood crystal deposits using these coordinates? Du Ling exclaimed. If so, could the spirit blood tribe be saved? While Du Ling rejoiced at the prospect of salvation for the spirit blood tribe, Wang Di doused her enthusiasm with cold reality. Young lady, you are far too optimistic. What do you mean? Du Ling questioned, puzzled. Based on the radar data, I conducted a rough calculation. The amount of spirit blood crystals at these 2 coordinates is alarmingly scant, Wang Di lamented. How could this be? After finally obtaining clues about the crystal deposits, Du Ling sighed in disappointment. Stop with the long sighs, Xi Xingyan interjected. At least we made some progress tonight. We can address the rest tomorrow. He yawned, declaring, let us head home and get some sleep. With the radar detecting spirit blood crystals, the mysterious starship buried underground, and the 3 sanctuaries constructed by his mother, The leads gathered thus far remained enigmatic, shrouded in a veil of uncertainty. The following day, after bidding farewell to the old chieftain, Xi Xingyin and his companions piloted their shuttle to the coordinates discovered the previous night. "Snobby, aren't you coming along?" The old chieftain asked the young man standing nearby. "Grandfather chieftain, I have accomplished my task of seeking the spirit blood crystals. Shouldn't I return to the village?" Snobby replied, lowering his head. "Foolish child," the old chieftain affectionately ruffled Snobby's hair. "Do not forget that we are all of the spirit blood tribe. When these blue star individuals departed, I sensed the sadness and reluctance in your heart. You ought to accompany them. But my home is here. You are my family." Snobby grasped the old chieftain and Appo's hand. The old chieftain chuckled and shook his head. "Good child. I can feel that you have already regarded them as family and friends. You find joy in their company. And that is how it should be. You must not lose this happiness. Go, child. Follow your heart and your emotions. Do not leave yourself with regrets." After absorbing the old chieftain's words, Snobby took a deep breath and dashed off. Half an hour later, the shuttle landed near a canyon, and Xi Xingyin and Du Ling disembarked. "Wow, it's so sunny. We can indeed see two suns here." Du Ling gazed curiously at the sky. Xi Xingyin approached and gently pressed Du Ling's head down. "Do you really want to look at two suns with your bare eyes? Do you wish to lose your eyesight?" Du Ling stuck out her little tongue and donned the helmet of her combat suit. Xi Xingyin approached the canyon, gazing at the scene before him. The canyon resembled a colossal, jagged scar, torn open from the depths of the earth, as if some immense force had violently wrenched it apart, creating a bottomless abyss that instilled dread in those who beheld it. The cliff faces on either side of the rift are steep and perilous, resembling two sharp swords piercing the heavens. They are cold and unyielding, their surfaces marked by rough rocks and jagged edges. Xi Xingyin slowly approaches, gazing into the depths of the chasm. An eerie atmosphere pervades the rift, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. Here, sunlight is absent, replaced by an endless darkness, as if this were a forgotten corner of the world. Occasionally, beams of light filter through the crevices, briefly illuminating a section of the rift before being swiftly engulfed by shadows. The chilling winds echo within the canyon, as if lamenting in agony. Du Ling follows closely behind Xi Xingyin, fear evident in her voice as she asks, "Young master, are you certain the spirit blood crystal vein is located here?" Xi Xingyin glances at the coordinates on his wrist computer, responding, "One of them should be at the bottom of the rift." Du Ling peers into the abyss, immediately retreating a step, startled by the terrifying aura emanating from within. "Why, young master, you must be joking, right?" she stammers, trembling. Xi Xingyin activates his communicator to reach the shuttle. "Xiao Ba Mumu, can you hear me?" A few seconds later, the voices of the two little ones come through. "Brother, I can hear you. Yin, it's very clear. Xiao Ba, please scan the situation of the rift before me and send it to me," Xi Xingyin instructs. "Got it," Xiao Ba responds, promptly operating the controls while Mumu watches in awe at his adeptness. "Wow, Xiao Ba, you're amazing," Mumu exclaims, eyes sparkling. "Hee. It's a piece of cake." After completing the scan, Xiao Ba transmits the data to Xi Xingyin's wrist computer. Upon reviewing the information, Xi Xingyin furrows his brow. The rift measures 472 meters in length and 514 meters in depth, with its walls nearly vertical, revealing only a few faint life signs at the bottom. With a depth exceeding 500 meters and Wang Di's activity range limited to 1,000 meters, it becomes clear that Xi Xingyin cannot send Wang Di down. He must go himself. "Xiao Ba, shoot out the tether line towards me," he commands once more. With two muffled thuds, two metal ropes with hooks land at the feet of both Xi Xingyin and Du Ling. Xi Xingyin picks up a rope, fastening the hook to the clasp on the back of his combat suit. "Xiao Ba, why did you shoot a tether line for me too?" Du Ling exclaims, startled. "Oh, is Sister Ling not coming down with brother?" Xiao Ba queries. Du Ling, feeling embarrassed, glances at Xi Xingyin, who is inspecting the ropes, then declares loudly, "Of course. I will accompany the young master." She picks up the rope, mimicking Xi Xingyin's movements to secure the hook at her back. After ensuring the ropes are ready, they both approach the edge of the rift. "Linger, You really don't have to descend with me, Xi Xingyan remarks, peering into the dark abyss. Young master, ever since I can remember, wherever you go, I shall follow. Therefore, no matter how dangerous or difficult the path ahead may be, I will follow in your footsteps. Allow me to accompany you. I will surely protect you. Dueling replies earnestly. Actually, there isn't and oppos. Too much danger ahead. I and oppos, ve scanned it. And there are no perilous creatures within, just a bit dark and possibly a tad cold. Xi Xingyan thinks to himself, hesitant to voice this thought. Considering Dueling's determined demeanor. Very well, if you insist on coming along, then keep close to my pace. He finally concedes, relaying to Xiaoba, begin releasing the tether line, but do so slowly. Understood. As the tether line unfurls, Xi Xingyan and Dueling descend gradually into the rift, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, aboard the shuttle, Xiaoba entertains Mu with jokes, his repertoire seemingly endless, eliciting peals of laughter from her. The display screen shows the life signs of Xi Xingyan and Dueling, with a pulsating green number beneath each, indicating the length of the tether connecting them. 1. 500 meters. 1. 600 meters. 1. 700 meters. Suddenly, amidst their merriment, a series of thuds reverberate from the top of the shuttle. What? Is something above us? Xiaoba becomes alert. What is it? Could it be a monster? Mu asks, slightly frightened. Another 2 thuds echo from the roof of the shuttle. Shoo! Xiaoba gestures for silence, signaling Mu to keep quiet. She immediately covers her mouth with her hands. After 3 more thuds, silence falls. Just as the 2 little ones breathe a sigh of relief, a pair of enormous yellow eyes appear on the windshield of the cockpit. The owner of these colossal eyes scrutinizes Xiaoba and Mu before leaping onto the front of the shuttle. It is then that they realize what has been battering their vessel, a gigantic, grotesque bird with an ugly human-like face. The creature hops around the shuttle, intermittently emitting a croaking sound. Don't be afraid, Mu. If we ignore this strange bird, it will leave us alone, Xiaoba reassures her. After several minutes of hopping and seeing no response, the bird finally takes flight. Has it gone? Mu asks Xiaoba. It should have, Xiaoba replies uncertainly. Suddenly, they hear 2 metallic snapping sounds from the rear of the shuttle. Xiaoba looks up to see the tether length indicators on the screen freeze and turn red. One halting at 2,085 meters and the other at 2,144 meters. Oh no, the tether has snapped. Chapter 29. The Exploration of the Abyss in the Abyss. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, pierced only by 2 beams of white light that slowly descended through the shadows. These lights belonged to Xi Xingyan and Dueling, who had been navigating the gloom for over 10 minutes. Xi Xingyan glanced at his wrist computer and remarked, Ling and oppos. We are approximately 500 meters from reaching the valley floor. Despite activating the illumination on their combat suits, the feeble glow seemed insignificant in the boundless darkness, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished by the encroaching shadows. The chilling winds that periodically swept through the gorge caused their bodies to sway precariously in midair. In such a terrifying atmosphere, had it not been for Xi Xingyan's regular updates on their position, Dueling likely would have succumbed to despair. However, just as Xi Xingyan reported their latest coordinates, an immense force abruptly yanked them upwards several meters, suspending them in midair. What is happening, master? Dueling inquired. But before she could receive an answer, they began to plummet rapidly downward. Has the rope snapped? Xi Xingyan's mind raced, calculating that, given the gravitational acceleration of this planet, they would fall approximately 500 meters in about 9.5 seconds, disregarding air resistance. Clad in lightweight combat suits, they lacked the capacity to withstand such impact and were not equipped with parachutes. At their current altitude, even a parachute would not ensure a safe landing. Old Wang, do something, Xi Xingyan shouted. Countless nanobots surged from Xi Xingyan's body, swiftly enveloping both him and Dueling, momentarily slowing their descent. I cannot bear the weight of both of you, Wang Di exclaimed anxiously. Linger, activate the anti-gravity shoes. Shield. Full power. But, do as I say. Oh. All right. Dueling activated the shield of her combat suit and maximized its power, encased immediately in a deep blue sphere. Right, the anti-gravity shoes. In midair, Du Ling clashed the heels of her shoes together, causing the soles to emit a green glow, further reducing her falling speed. Prepare for impact. A couple of muffled thuds echoed from the abyss below. Approximately 10 minutes later, Xi Xingyan groggily regained consciousness. He removed his helmet, struggling to rise. But the excruciating pain in his left leg forced him back to the ground. A glance at his wrist computer revealed it had been damaged. And attempts to contact Xiaoba were futile as the communication signal failed to transmit. Old Wang, are you there? I'm here, but barely. Wang Di replied in Xi Xingyan and Appo's consciousness. To slow your descent, the energy of the nanobots was almost entirely depleted. They are now recharging within you. So I cannot manifest for the time being. Xi Xingyan sighed. Can you assess my current condition? You have a fractured left calf and a minor bruise on your left arm. By the way, Linger. Xi Xingyan struggled to rise again, limping through the darkness until he found Du Ling lying on the ground. He removed her helmet to check her injuries. Your mate is fine, not even a scratch. She merely fainted from fright. Wang Di continued. How could she possibly be hurt? The anti-gravity shoes you made for her reduced her weight by at least 1/3, and I allocated a greater number of nanobots to cushion her fall. Oh, so she is unharmed while I am fractured. Xi Xingyan gritted his teeth. Heh, that is indeed the case. Wang Di chuckled lightly. Old Wang Yu. Just as Xi Xingyan was about to express his frustration, Du Ling stirred awake. Linger, are you all right? Do you feel any pain? Xi Xingyan asked. I and Appo's am fine, master. Upon noticing the condition of Xi Xingyan and Appo's leg, she gasped in horror. Master, how did you get hurt again? It's nothing, just a fracture, Xi Xingyan replied with a pained smile. Master, tears streamed down Du Ling and Appo's face like pearls slipping from a broken string. Fool, why are you crying again? Xi Xingyan wiped her tears away. I am fine, just a minor injury. But, all right, now is not the time for such worries. Where are we? Du Ling asked through her sobs. We should be at the valley floor. Xi Xingyan maximized the illumination of his combat suit, revealing the scene below. The valley floor resembled a narrow passage, dark and damp, shrouded in a thin mist. The ground beneath was uneven, littered with stones of various sizes and sharp debris. A cold, eerie wind occasionally swept through the gorge, carrying a scent of decay. Old Wang, how much longer until you are fully recharged? About 15 minutes. I suggest you eat something. This will significantly reduce the charging time. Wang Di advised. Prompted by Wang Di's suggestion, Xi Xingyan suddenly felt hungry. Linger, do you have anything to eat? Oh, yes, Du Ling replied, reaching into her satchel and producing 2 energy bars for Xi Xingyan, followed by a thermos of jasmine tea. Meanwhile, above the abyss, the monstrous bird that had previously attacked Xiao Ba and the others now lay docile on the ground, gazing up at Xiao Ba with a pleading expression, resembling a pet's devotion to its owner. Wow, Xiao Ba, you are amazing. Even the monster bird obeys you. Mu exclaimed, admiration evident in her eyes. Heh, it's nothing, Xiao Ba said, puffing up with pride. We must hurry to rescue my brother and the others. Right. Let us return to the shuttle and contact Brother A Yin and the others. As Mu prepared to head back to the shuttle, Xiao Ba stopped her. No need to return to the shuttle. I can contact them directly. With that, Xiao Ba lifted his head, his expression blank as he stared into the sky, his eyes shifting from black to blue. Brother, can you hear me? A static-like noise emanated from Xiao Ba's mouth. I cannot reach my brother. What should we do? Brother A Yin and Sister Ling and Appo's must be in danger. Mu fretted, pacing anxiously. Don and Appo's, worry, Mu, we will go find them. He then glanced at the docile monster bird lying on the ground like a small kitten. In the valley floor, Du Ling stared in astonishment as Xi Xingyan consumed 5 energy bars consecutively. Normally, 1 energy bar could sustain an ordinary person for an entire day, meaning he had just ingested enough calories for 5 days. While she was aware that Xi Xingyan's appetite had suddenly increased in recent days, consuming so much at once was excessive. Master Yu. After downing a cup of jasmine tea, Xi Xingyan replied, they say 7 or 8 parts full is sufficient. Du Ling's mouth twitched. What? 5 days' worth of food still hasn't satisfied you. Perhaps you should have 2 more. Old Wang, what is the status now? Xi Xingyan inquired. All set. The charging is complete. Wang Di emerged from Xi Xingyan's body. It feels good to have a physical form. Now, please assist me in repairing the equipment. Xi Xingyan extended his left hand. Small matter. Wang Di transformed one of his hands into nanobots, swiftly repairing Xi Xingyan and Appo's wrist computer in seconds, leaving Du Ling once again astonished. My goodness. Master, this is a miracle. Heck, keep it low-key. Wang Di replied with satisfaction. What does it matter to you? This is all the Master is doing. Du Ling shot Wang Di an incredulous look. Do you want to hear what you were saying? Isn't that just lying with your eyes wide open? Clearly, I repaired the equipment. How has it become your Master's achievement? Wang Di contemplated a term, brain-dead fan. All of this is thanks to you, my lord. I shall take my leave. With a displeased expression, Wang Di prepared to return to Xi Xingyan's body. Wait a moment. Lao Wang, Xi Xingyan called out to him. What is it? Is there something else you need me to fix? This. Xi Xingyan extended his broken left leg. What do you mean? Fix my left leg, Xi Xingyan said with a mischievous grin. Are you insane? Although I have some knowledge of medicine, I am, after all, merely a mechanical engineering expert, not a doctor. I cannot repair your leg. Wang Di replied sternly. While you were repairing the wrist computer, I was pondering whether the shattered computer could be mended at the nanoscale using nanobots. Could human bones, muscles, and skin perhaps be repaired in a similar manner? If we delve deeper, could we even repair it at the cellular level? Xi Xingyan did not finish his thought, as he was already astounded by his own imagination. You truly are a madman capable of altering the future. But I admire that. Wang Di conceded. Then I shall attempt to see if I can mend your leg. The process of leg repair was arduous. To better fix Xi Xingyan and Appo's leg, Wang Di re-entered his body. A wave of intense burning pain surged through Xi Xingyan's leg bone, forcing him to let out a cry, which startled the supporting Juling, turning his face pale. A few minutes later, the pain subsided, and Xi Xingyan scanned his body with the wrist computer, discovering that the broken leg bone had rejoined. Cautiously, he took a few steps forward, realizing there was no discomfort. Is this truly possible? Juling rubbed his eyes in disbelief. You truly are remarkable, my lord. Brain-dead fan. Wang Di muttered within Xi Xingyan's consciousness. We did it. Xi Xingyan rejoiced internally, not only confirming that his theory was correct, but also adding another card to his hand. The next task was to search for the spirit blood crystal. Xi Xingyan opened the map on his wrist computer. The crystal vein should be approximately 500 meters ahead. After confirming the coordinates on the map, Xi Xingyan and Juling proceeded onward. Meanwhile, a gigantic monster bird soared through the chasm, carrying 2 children on its back, Little Ba and Mumu. How's the ride, Mumu? Is it enjoyable? Little Ba inquired. It's fantastic, Little Ba. I never imagined riding such a giant bird could be so comfortable. Mumu exclaimed excitedly. The 2 little ones, overwhelmed with joy, completely forgot about their mission to rescue someone. Minutes later, Xi Xingyan and Juling arrived at the designated coordinates on the map. This location was no longer a confined space, but an expansive clearing. Sunlight streamed down from above the chasm, illuminating the area with warmth and brightness. A stark contrast to the previous cold and dark confines. My lord, are you certain the spirit blood crystal vein is located here? Juling asked after circling the clearing fruitlessly. Xi Xingyan rechecked the map and the coordinates, affirming, indeed, it should be here. He then utilized the scanning function of his wrist computer to analyze the soil composition, but found no trace of the special radiation associated with the spirit blood crystal. There is no spirit blood crystal vein here. Why would the Holy Hall's radar mark this location? Xi Xingyan pondered. Suddenly, a cacophony of bizarre calls erupted from above. He glanced upward to see numerous holes of varying sizes in the surrounding walls, from which grotesque bird heads with human faces protruded. This is a human-faced hawk. Xi Xingyan exclaimed in shock. Human-faced hawk? Juling crouched behind Xi Xingyan. Are they gentle creatures? No. Xi Xingyan's blunt reply chilled Juling's heart. Human-faced hawks are among the most ferocious and brutal creatures on Blood Spirit Star. They specifically target lone or weaker prey, and once they find suitable victims, they will dismember and consume them. Then why are there so many human-faced hawks here? Dueling asked in trepidation. Because. Xi Xingyan pointed to the numerous holes in the cliffside. This is their nesting ground. Suddenly, a human-faced hawk swooped down from the cliff, extending its enormous claws towards Xi Xingyan. The massive claws were larger than Xi Xingyan himself. After pushing Dueling aside, Xi Xingyan rolled forward just in time to evade its lethal grasp. As he narrowly escaped one hawk's attack, another dove towards him. Get down. Xi Xingyan raised his right hand, activating the launcher at his wrist. Taste the enhanced electromagnetic pulse nova. A brilliant blue arc surged from Xi Xingyan's hand, striking the descending human-faced hawk. Upon impact, the arc split into countless smaller arcs, enveloping the creature. The hawk plummeted to the ground, convulsing. Let you experience the new additional damage, electromagnetic paralysis. Xi Xingyan had initially developed the electromagnetic pulse nova solely to combat the mechanical emperor, ensuring it posed no threat to organic life. After arriving in this universe, he continually refined its functionality, adding harm to living beings and various new applications. As the fallen hawk's companions roared in fury, dozens of towering human-faced hawks launched themselves from the cliff, screeching as they charged towards Xi Xingyan. Once again, Xi Xingyan raised his right hand, adjusting the output intensity. Just as the flock was about to seize him, he unleashed another wave, this time firing several significantly thicker blue arcs. Upon striking the foremost hawk, the arcs branched out, striking the others in succession, causing all the human-faced hawks to tumble to the ground, legs flailing in the air, writhing helplessly. Chapter 30. The Crystal in Hand. Impressive, young master. Does this technique have a name? Dueling exclaimed excitedly from behind a large rock. This technique is called chain lightning, Xi Xingyan replied, striking a dashing pose as he stored away his launcher and brushed off the dust from his attire. Chain lightning is one of the new applications of the electromagnetic pulse nova, utilizing the penetrating power of electromagnetic pulses to convert electric damage into chain damage. However, the drawback is that each chained enemy suffers half the damage of the previous one. The humanoid hawks perched on the cliff became increasingly enraged. Almost all of them took to the skies, swirling together and obscuring the sunlight that streamed down over the gorge. The entire area darkened ominously, as if a storm were imminent. Oh no, I've disturbed their nest and thoroughly provoked them. Xi Xingyan grimaced at the sight of the swarm of humanoid hawks emerging. Serves you right. Who told you to act so arrogantly? Wang Di muttered in Xi Xingyan's consciousness. Ignoring Wang Di's words, Xi Xingyan donned his helmet, his hands clad in gloves he had put on without realizing. He swiftly pressed a red button located beneath his right wrist, causing his battle suit to emit a faint crimson glow. Next, he aimed the electromagnetic pulse nova launcher at himself. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZZ. Blue arcs of electricity shot forth from Xi Xingyan's wrist, coiling around his body like serpents. In a brief moment, he was enveloped in robust blue arcs, resembling a massive blue python slithering around him. All right, the preparations are complete. Xi Xingyan grinned at the flock of humanoid hawks above, revealing a dazzling set of pearly white teeth. Come on, you ugly birds. He taunted, gesturing provocatively at them, seemingly understanding his challenge. The hawks with crimson eyes swooped down toward him. Young master, be careful. Dueling warned, but Xi Xingyan remained unmoved, standing his ground. Come closer, gather together. I aim to catch you all in one sweep, he silently urged in his heart. Finally, just as the humanoid hawks were upon him, poised to tear him apart with their claws, he sprang into action. He leaped from his spot and struck the ground with a mighty punch, the sound echoing like thunder. Dueling, peeking from behind the rock, was terrified by the scene unfolding before her, as if it were a nightmare. Upon impact, the multitude of arcs emanating from Xi Xingyan and Appo's body surged towards the ground, rebounding outward and forming a colossal net of lightning. In an instant, the area around Xi Xingyan crackled with electric fury, resembling a hell of thunder. All humanoid hawks within the net were struck down, convulsing uncontrollably, while the ones behind them collided into the lightning trap in succession, until all lay incapacitated on the ground. After the last hawk fell, the lightning net gradually dissipated. Dueling, sensing the stillness, cautiously peeked out again, only to be utterly astonished by the sight of the twitching humanoid hawks sprawled across the ground. "Young master, did you do all this?" This technique is called magnetic explosion nova," Xi Xingyin declared, removing his helmet with flair, brimming with pride. The so-called magnetic explosion nova is the ultimate move following the enhancement of the electromagnetic pulse nova, achieved by compressing the released electromagnetic pulse and unleashing it all at once. The red glow of Xi Xingyin's battle suit served the purpose of compressing the electromagnetic pulse. Dueling glanced at the twitching humanoid hawks and asked, "Young master, what about these creatures?" "They're fine, merely paralyzed by my electric shock. At this rate, they'll remain incapacitated for at least 2 hours," Xi Xingyin replied. Checking the map once more. "There should be no deposits of spirit blood crystals here. Perhaps we have indeed misunderstood. Are we to return empty-handed this time?" Dueling lamented. Suddenly, one of the humanoid hawks stood up, angrily screeching at Xi Xingyin. "Why, young master, the humanoid hawk has recovered." Dueling squeaked, retreating behind Xi Xingyin once more. "What is happening? Why has this hawk recovered so quickly?" Xi Xingyin pondered aloud. "The young master, it seems. It is not just one," Dueling stammered in panic. The dozens of humanoid hawks that had lain incapacitated began to shake off their paralysis one by one, rising to their feet and roaring at Xi Xingyin in fury. Xi Xingyin raised his right hand, but the warning of depleted energy from the electromagnetic pulse nova forced him to lower it again. "Young master, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?" Dueling quivered behind him. "None left." Xi Xingyin shook his head in resignation. "Then what, young master?" Ling and Amp, Oppos, Ling and Amp, Oppos, wishes to serve by your side in her next life." As Dueling uttered her farewell, a large net descended from above, ensnaring several humanoid hawks. The trapped hawks struggled desperately, attempting to escape, but the more they fought, the tighter the net became. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from above as a young man descended on an old-fashioned motorcycle airship. "Snoopy!" Dueling exclaimed. Snoopy wasted no time greeting Xi Xingyin and the others. He piloted the airship toward the group of humanoid hawks. One hawk leaped at him, attempting to smash into him with its body. Snoopy deftly maneuvered the airship to evade the descending hawk, drawing a small crossbow and firing an arrow that struck the hawk, causing it to fall asleep instantly. The remaining humanoid hawks, enraged, shifted their focus from Xi Xingyin to Snoopy. "I'll draw their attention. You all escape," Snoopy shouted. Yet, before he could divert the hawk's wrath, his airship was struck from behind by another hawk, flipping it over. Snoopy nimbly leaped from the airship, rolling in midair before landing gracefully beside Xi Xingyin. "I didn't realize you were so agile, Snoopy. Have you considered joining me as a captain of the vanguard?" Xi Xingyin mused, stroking his chin as he assessed Snoopy. Snoopy and Oppos' lips twitched as he replied, "Mr. Xingyin, Shuden and Oppos, you be more concerned about your own safety in this perilous situation?" "Snoopy, life is filled with unexpected twists and delightful surprises. We cannot predict what will happen next. Even if we know the path ahead, the destination may not be what we expect. All we can do is hold steadfast to our beliefs and bravely face the future, leaving no room for regrets." Don and Amp, Oppos, you think? Leaving no regrets? Snoopy pondered. "Moreover, my luck has always been quite favorable." Xi Xingyin smiled, gesturing upward. "Look, the surprise is coming. Caw, caw." The cries of the humanoid hawks echoed once more from above. Snoopy looked up in horror. That coloration, that call. It's the king of the humanoid hawks. Indeed, it appears to be the leader of this flock, Xi Xingyin noted, pointing at the hawks below. At that moment, the humanoid hawks crouched low, trembling in fear, as if sensing an impending threat. Snoopy gripped his crossbow tightly, wary of the descending king of the humanoid hawks. Brother Xingyin, sister Linger, brother Snoopy." As the king of the humanoid hawks landed, two small figures leaped down, rushing into Xi Xingyin's embrace. Just as Snoopy arrived, Xiaoba had already contacted Xi Xingyin through Wang Di, which is why he appeared so composed. "Little Ba and Moo Moo, you have done remarkably well. This time, thanks to you both, brother A Yin is truly grateful." Xi Xingyin gently patted the heads of the two little ones. "Oh no, brother A Yin. This accomplishment belongs entirely to Little Ba, Moo Moo humbly replied. Is that so? Little Ba, how did you manage it? Si Xingyan inquired. It's quite simple, really. I merely hypnotized that enormous monster bird, making it heed our commands, and then it guided us to find you. Is it really that easy? To tame such a fierce and territorial creature like the human-faced falcon? Surely, no one has achieved such a feat before, Snoopy mused, glancing at the human-faced falcon, which was currently reprimanding its subordinates. Squawk! Squawk! The human-faced falcon bellowed, exhibiting an air of arrogance. Squawk! Squawk! The flock of human-faced falcons promptly lined up in formation. Squawk! The human-faced falcon emitted another roar. Squawk! Squawk! The group nodded in unison. Squawk! Another command from the falcon caused the flock to collectively shake their heads. Snoopy's lips twitched in disbelief. What was he witnessing? Was this truly the ferocious creature they had spoken of? Now that everyone is here, let us board the shuttle and return to the Redstone tribe, Si Xingyan announced. Brother Ayen, did you find the spirit blood crystal? Moo Moo asked, tugging at Si Xingyan's hand. Si Xingyan smiled and knelt to stroke her head, saying, Little one, although I could not find the spirit blood crystal this time, I believe that as long as you are by my side, I will surely discover it. For you are all my family. With family around, I can achieve anything. But the crystal is right here. Moo Moo insisted earnestly. Thank you for comforting me, Moo Moo, but I truly did not find the crystal. Let us return to the village and seek other clues, Si Xingyan replied, holding her hand. No, no, the crystal is right here. I can feel it, Moo Moo exclaimed. She broke free from Si Xingyan and Appo's grasp and hurried to Little Ba, whispering a few words into his ear. After listening, Little Ba nodded, and together they climbed onto the back of the human-faced falcon, taking to the skies. Moo Moo, Little Ba, where are you going? Du Ling exclaimed in alarm as they suddenly took flight on the human-faced falcon. Young master, they... Si Xingyan waved his hand, signaling Du Ling to remain calm. It and Appo's fine. They should be back shortly, and I have a feeling this journey will yield fruitful results. A few minutes later, the human-faced falcon returned, with Moo Moo perched atop, cradling a blood-red crystal in her hands, the spirit blood crystal. Moo Moo leaped off the falcon and skipped over to Si Xingyan, presenting the crystal to him. Brother Ayen, look, I found the crystal. Little Ba rushed over as well, exclaiming, Brother, you won't believe it. This crystal was hidden on the monster bird's bed. It used it as a pillow. Luckily, Moo Moo could sense where the crystal was. Otherwise, we would have never found it. Meanwhile, the human-faced falcon stood to the side, looking quite remorseful, resembling a child who had misbehaved. Snoopy and Appo's lips twitched once more at the sight. Little one, when did you acquire the ability to sense where the crystal is? Si Xingyan asked, gazing into Moo Moo's eyes. Moo Moo replied, I'm not quite sure. Last time, when Little Ba and I were hiding in a box, I saw the spirit blood crystal inside. I couldn't help but hug it, and afterward, I remembered how it felt. When we arrived here, I sensed the same feeling, so I was certain the crystal was here. Then I asked Little Ba to help, and we indeed found it. Upon hearing Moo Moo and Appo's words, Si Xingyan was astonished, for such an ability was exclusive to the Star Spirit clan within his original universe. He recalled that even among the Star Spirits, possessing such a unique capability was exceedingly rare. However, he had never encountered any mention of the Star Spirit clan in the memories of this universe's original owner. Perhaps the Star Spirits had yet to be discovered, or perhaps they simply did not exist in this universe. How wonderful. Thank you. Little one, Little Ba. You have significantly aided me. I shall remember your contributions. Si Xingyan exclaimed with joy. He thought to himself that he had struck gold this time. A little girl with abilities akin to those of the Star Spirit clan and an artificial intelligence boy capable of taming beasts. He felt he was one step closer to unifying humanity. Si Xingyan and his companions prepared to return to the Redstone tribe, as there were matters he wished to discuss with the elder. Si Xingyan, Du Ling, and Snoopy boarded the shuttle, while Little Ba and Moo Moo insisted on riding the human-faced falcon back, claiming that the shuttle was too stuffy and that flying was far more comfortable. Unable to persuade them otherwise, Si Xingyan acquiesced. Thus, The group split into two, each soaring back to the Redstone tribe. Initially, Xingyin worried that the human-faced falcon might fly too slowly to keep pace with the shuttle, but to his surprise, the falcon flew exceptionally fast, often surpassing the shuttle. Consequently, the shuttle and the human-faced falcon flew closely together, nearly arriving at the Redstone tribe simultaneously. Chapter 31. The Infinite Starship. The face of the Falcon King is upon us. The face of the Falcon King is attacking the village. Flee, everyone. The face of the Falcon King has captured the Blue Star people, and now it comes for us. Look, it and Appos, Snoopy. Snoopy has also been seized by the face of the Falcon King. The villagers of the Redstone tribe, gripped by panic, fled in all directions. Within moments, the area was deserted, leaving behind only a lone shoe, the owner of which remained a mystery. Xingyin and his companions were left speechless. Minutes later, in the home of the elder of the Redstone tribe. What? You have found the second sacred artifact? The elder could scarcely believe his ears. When he saw Xingyin place the wooden box containing the spirit blood crystal before him, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Tears streaming down his face, the elder exclaimed. After more than a decade, the lost sacred artifact has finally returned. Our spirit blood clan is saved. Woe is me. Elder, please hold your tears for a moment. I have questions that require your insight. Xingyin interjected. You have helped us reclaim the sacred artifact. So ask away. I shall divulge all that I know, the elder replied, wiping his tears. Our investigation reveals that even if we gather all 3 spirit blood crystals, it will not break the so-called curse you speak of. It is more accurately described as a hereditary affliction unique to your clan. Progeria, Xingyin stated calmly. Mr. Ian, please refrain from making unfounded claims. Our curse. Snoopy began, but the elder interrupted. Enough, Snoopy. It is indeed true that you are the child of that Blue Star woman. You have swiftly uncovered our secret. What? Is this truly the case? Snoopy was astonished. So there is no divine retribution or curse, is there? Xingyin inquired. Alas, the elder sighed. Indeed, our clan is afflicted with progeria from birth, resulting in our tragically short lifespans. Hardly any spirit blood clansman has lived beyond the age of 20. Once, our population thrived across the blood spirit star, but one day, all our kin suddenly succumbed to this affliction. Overnight, children transformed into youths into aged individuals, and the elderly perished without warning. What is even more dreadful is that our descendants inherited this ailment, maturing rapidly from birth. The clan began to fear, for there was no remedy in sight, leading many to believe it was a curse from the heavens. Over the past 2 centuries, our numbers have plummeted, and now only 3 tribal villages remain, with just over 400 members left. Over 400? The villagers gasped. Doesn't that mean your clan is on the brink of extinction? Once we numbered over 1,000, but we possessed 3 sacred artifacts, 3 spirit blood crystals. Though these crystals cannot cure our affliction, they can slightly slow our aging process, granting us an additional 5 to 10 years of life. However, over a decade ago, a band of extraterrestrial raiders stole one of our crystals, and the other 2 have since been lost. 12 years ago, a caravan of Blue Star merchants passed through Blood Spirit Star, and the leader, a woman from Blue Star, immediately recognized our condition. She spent 2 years constructing the holy temples for us and helped us search for the whereabouts of the stolen spirit blood crystal. You are likely aware of the subsequent events. Wait, Elder. My mother only built 3 temples upon her arrival to Blood Spirit Star. Did she not construct anything else, such as subterranean structures? Xingyin probed cautiously. Other, subterranean, structures? The elder looked at Xingyin, bewildered. It appeared the elder was entirely uninformed, which was perplexing. Although building 3 temples would take mere days with the technology of this universe, constructing the vast underground structures could not have been accomplished in just 2 years. What then could be the origin of these underground buildings? Had they existed previously? It was utterly confounding. I remember that the spirit blood crystal you brought was one of the clues given to you by your mother, indicating she had discovered the stolen spirit blood crystal long ago. Why did she not return it to the spirit blood clan at that time? Wang Di asked within Xinyin's conscious space. I believe I understand now, Xi Xingyan suddenly realized. If that's the case, we must retrieve the last spirit blood crystal. What? You truly can recover the lost sacred artifacts? The elder asked, excitement evident in his voice. Of course. Our young master can accomplish what he sets out to do. Dou Ling interjected. Look, here come the rabid fans again. If Wang Di had emerged at that moment, he would have undoubtedly rolled his eyes skyward. As Xi Xingyan and his companions continued their quest for the final spirit blood crystal, far away in the V25 star region, within the imperial study of the Luoxin Star Palace, Mu Xingyun sat at her desk, gazing at the computer before her. At that moment, she had her hair tied back in a simple yet elegant style, adorned in a gold and crimson robe, her left hand resting on her chin, while her right hand intermittently tapped at the virtual keyboard with a distracted air. Your Highness, the night is deep. I kindly urge you to rest soon, a young maidservant said as she presented a cup of Earl Grey tea. Mu Xingyun took a sip and casually inquired, what news of the Regent and Apos' movements? A golden-haired young woman clad in black combat attire, wielding a military blade, emerged from the shadows, bowed, and respectfully replied, Your Highness, our secret guards report that while the Regent appears inactive on the surface, he is covertly in contact with the Grand Prince of the Great Xia Duchy, Xishinku. It seems my dear Imperial Aunt's collusion with the third Prince of the Great Xia has fallen through, and now she seeks to ally with the Grand Prince instead. Mu Xingyun scoffed. Shall I proceed to thwart this plan, Your Highness? The young woman inquired. For now, no. Allow the secret guards to continue their surveillance. Report any developments immediately. Mu Xingyun waved her hand. Understood. The golden-haired woman bowed and retreated into the shadows. Ayan, what would you do in this situation? Mu Xingyun mused softly to herself, envisioning the radiant smile of a young boy. Your Highness, the maidservant, noticing Mu Xingyun's distracted state, tentatively called out. Mu Xingyun snapped back to reality, shaking her head in an attempt to dispel the boy's image from her mind, murmuring, What is the matter? Why do I keep thinking about that little rascal? Your Highness, which little rascal are you referring to? The maidservant asked, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. Xiao Hao, do you have any other matters to discuss? Mu Xingyun inquired. Xiao Hao replied respectfully, Your Highness, the mechanical engineering team you instructed me to assemble is now complete. Mu Xingyun retrieved the blueprints given to her by Xi Xingyan and handed them to Xiao Hao. Deliver these plans to them and urge them to expedite their work. They must be completed before the coronation ceremony. Understood. Wait. Just as Xiao Hao was about to exit the study, Mu Xingyun called her back, tapping her fingers against the teacup. Starting tomorrow, switch my usual tea for jasmine tea. Yes. Blood Spirit Star, Blood-Colored Lake. This was the location of the final spirit blood crystal, renowned for the crimson hue of its waters, as Snoopy had mentioned. Despite its blood-red appearance, the lake was one of the few freshwater bodies on Blood Spirit Star. After Xi Xingyan conducted tests, he found no harmful substances in the lake's water. The red color was due to the presence of red sand. With minimal filtration, it could be rendered suitable for drinking. This time, Xi Xingyan brought only Mu Mu to dive into the lake in search of the spirit blood crystal. For safety, he had previously scanned the lake bed and confirmed that only small fish inhabited the depths, allowing him to take Mu Mu into the water, for she was the sole sister of Mu Xingyun. The quest for the spirit blood crystals proceeded remarkably smoothly. Under the guidance of Mu Mu, Xi Xingyan effortlessly discovered a spirit blood crystal emitting a crimson glow amidst a cluster of water plants at the lake's bottom. After retrieving the third crystal, Xi Xingyan and his companions hastily returned to the Redstone tribe. Upon seeing Xi Xingyan return with the third spirit blood crystal, the old chieftain, his face lined with wrinkles, beamed with joy like a blooming chrysanthemum. Excellent, excellent. You have found all the sacred artifacts. The Spirit Blood clan is saved. Old chief, what shall we do now? Xi Xingyan inquired. According to what your mother told us, in order to dispel, oh no, to heal our affliction, we must place the 3 sacred artifacts simultaneously on the altars of the 3 sanctuaries at noon. At that moment, our clan's ailment will be completely cured. However, what is it? Grandfather Chieftain, We are but one step away from resolving the early aging affliction that plagues the Spirit Blood clan. There is no need for hesitation at this juncture. Snoopy urged anxiously. You child, why are you so impatient? Please allow me to finish. The old chieftain gently tapped Snoopy's head with his gnarled staff. The other two sanctuaries are located in the Yellowstone tribe and the Bluestone tribe. To simultaneously place the Spirit Blood crystals on the altars, we must send 2 additional teams. Is that all? That is easily managed, Xi Xingyan said with a smile. Crossing his arms, he divided the team, instructing Du Ling and Xiao Ba to ride the human-faced Falcon King to the Yellowstone tribe, while Snoopy would pilot the shuttle alone to the Bluestone tribe. The following morning, at the Yellowstone tribe. The human-faced Falcon King has arrived. Run. Quick, run. Help. I don't want to be eaten. Du Ling and Xiao Ba were taken aback by the villagers' reaction, which mirrored that of the Redstone tribe upon their first encounter with the human-faced Falcon King. At the same moment, at the Bluestone tribe, the shuttle gently descended onto the village square where the chieftain approached. Snoopy, what brings you here? Did Chief Boo send any instructions? He asked, puzzled upon seeing Snoopy emerge from the shuttle, cradling a wooden box. Grandfather Kinbu, let me explain. As noon approached, Xi Xingyan switched the communicator to multi-party mode, and Du Ling and Snoopy connected sequentially. Young master, do you hear me? I have arrived at the altar of the Yellowstone tribe. Du Ling reported first. Then Snoopy communicated, Mr. Ian, I have also reached the altar of the Bluestone tribe. Good. Now listen to my command. We will place the Spirit Blood crystals on the altars simultaneously. Xi Xingyan, holding the crystal, anxiously watched the time displayed on his wrist. Ready 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Place. As Xi Xingyan, Du Ling, and Snoopy simultaneously set down the Spirit Blood crystals, radiant red light erupted from all 3 locations. The ceilings of the 3 sanctuaries simultaneously opened, and the altars rose into the air, supported by pillars from below. The 3 crystals then emitted beams of light that interconnected, forming a colossal equilateral triangle in the sky. Subsequently, the triangle projected 3 crimson beams down to the ground, converging at a single point, piercing the earth and revealing a massive hemispherical pit. The converging beams did not cease but continued to illuminate the pit, coalescing into a blood-red sphere that grew larger over time, akin to a rolling snowball. This is creating, Xi Xingyan stammered, astonished at the sight of the enlarging crimson sphere through the sanctuary and Appo's window. This is the creation of a stellar core. Wang Di interjected within Xi Xingyan and Appo's consciousness, equally astonished. Approximately half an hour later, the 3 crimson beams extinguished and the stellar core in the pit stabilized. The 3 altars descended back into the sanctuaries, and the Spirit Blood crystals lost their original hue, becoming colorless and transparent. Sacred artifacts. The old chieftain of the Bu tribe mourned the transformation of the Spirit Blood crystals into mere waste. A few moments later, the sanctuaries began to tremble violently. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Xi Xingyan grasped a nearby bench, shielding Mu Mu from falling. The old chieftain of the Bu tribe wasn't as fortunate. He fell unceremoniously. The sanctuaries are moving rapidly. Du Ling exclaimed from another sanctuary, Young master, did you see that? Mr. Ian, what is happening? Snoopy lay on the ground, unable to rise. How should I know? Wait, I see you. The 3 sanctuaries are converging. Everyone, be careful, Xi Xingyan shouted. With 2 resounding crashes, the 3 sanctuaries merged into one, and the surrounding walls began to warp, ultimately transforming into a vast fan-shaped chamber. Inside, Xi Xingyan and his 5 companions, along with the 3 chieftains, exchanged bewildered glances as the contents of the original sanctuaries lay shattered, debris scattered all around. Just as everyone stood in confusion, for doors opened at the chamber's corners, and 4 half-human tall cylindrical robots ascended from below. Engineering robots. Wang Di exclaimed in Xi Xingyan's mind. What is the matter with engineering robots? Xi Xingyan asked. What is the matter? You truly don't know the value of resources when not in charge. Just one of these engineering robots can manage the maintenance and construction tasks for an entire colony star cluster, and here we have 4 at once. Impressive. Wang Di marveled. The engineering robots worked efficiently, and soon the fan-shaped chamber was cleared of debris, the shattered remnants removed, and the room transformed into an empty space. Subsequently, 2 rows of fan-shaped control panels rose at the front of the chamber. The robots moved forward again, installing components and seats for the control panels. Finally, the 4 robots converged once more at the chamber's center, and after a brief construction period, they retreated back to the 4 corner doors. "This is the bridge?" Du Ling queried uncertainly. "It should be." "Perhaps," Xi Xingyan replied, equally unsure. "What do you think, old Wang?" Xi Xingyan asked Wang Di in his consciousness. "There must be a tremendous secret behind this." Wang Di responded. "Old Wang, you're getting more verbose." Xi Xingyan remarked with a twitch of his lips. In the distance, the stellar core had stabilized completely, with fixed devices rising around it to secure it firmly in place. The platform supporting the core then descended into the ground. With a rumble, the earth began to tremble, fissures opening across a 100-mile radius, as a colossal red starship, akin to the Nanyang, slowly emerged from the depths. Hovering in midair. At that moment, a soft female voice resonated within the spacious fan-shaped bridge. "Welcome aboard the Infinite Starship." Chapter 32. The Resurrection of Blood Spirit. Is this truly a starship? Xi Xingyan marveled. Infinity, does that imply its power is limitless? Please activate the ship and log in the captain's information. A gentle feminine voice echoed once more. Activate? How does one activate it? Xi Xingyan inquired. Please insert the key into the captain's console, the voice instructed. The captain's console? Xi Xingyan indeed discovered a slot on the captain's console that felt strangely familiar. He retrieved the Heart of the Sun from his pocket and placed it into the slot, as if this heart-shaped orange-yellow pendant were intrinsically part of the bridge itself. Fitting perfectly, upon embedding the Heart of the Sun into the captain's console, it radiated a warm glow. Ship activation in progress. Please take your seat in the captain's chair. Captain, me? Xi Xingyan pointed to himself, bewildered. Quickly, young master. Take your seat. Du Ling urged excitedly. What are you waiting for? Sit down. This will log your captain's information, and thereafter, this starship will belong to you. Wang Di shouted within Xi Xingyan's consciousness. Oh, all right. Encouraged by Wang Di's words, Xi Xingyan felt a surge of exhilaration and promptly seated himself in the captain's chair. As he settled in, a display screen rose from beneath him, revealing a red box on its right side, which was blinking rapidly. Please log in your palm print to verify your identity. What? Verify my identity. Does this mean the starship has an owner? Yet, he thought, it matters not. Allow me to erase the original owner's information. Before Wang Di could finish his sentence, Xi Xingyan placed his right palm upon the red box on the display. Verification successful. Welcome aboard for the first time. Captain Xi Xingyan. Old Wang. I hope I haven't interrupted your performance. Xi Xingyan chuckled. No. It is I who has interrupted you, Captain. Wang Di emphasized the title with a playful tone. Ship activation complete. System self-check in progress. Expected to finish in approximately 10 minutes. Please be patient. After the gentle voice concluded, all screens on the bridge began to flash self-check data, and various indicator lights on the consoles flickered incessantly. What on earth is happening? The venerable leader of the Nab tribe, leaning on a bone cane, could no longer contain his curiosity. At that moment, another elder, identical in appearance to the Nab leader but leaning on a vine cane, approached and said, I too wish to inquire. And I, chimed in yet another elder, resembling the previous two, who stood with a wooden cane alongside them. Who are these two? Xi Xingyan gazed in astonishment at the trio of identical elders. Mr. Ian. These two are respectively the grandfathers of the Yebu tribe and the Kinbu tribe of the Huangshi and Elnchi clans. They are triplets with our Nab tribe's elder. Snoopy introduced. Blue Star people, what is the meaning of this? Why has the sanctuary transformed into the bridge of a starship? Why have our sacred artifacts become mere waste crystals? Most importantly, why has the curse upon our kin not been lifted? The Yebu elder, leaning on his vine cane, spoke with palpable anger. Indeed, Blue Star people, did you deceive us 12 years ago? You owe us an explanation. The Kinbu elder pounded the ground with his wooden cane as he questioned Xi Xingyan. Both of you calm yourselves. The Nab elder struck each of their heads gently with his bone cane. At your age, you should know better. The Nab elder's reprimand resembled that of a guardian instructing wayward children. I apologize for their rudeness. The Nab elder turned to Xi Xingyan and continued, however, I too wish for you to clarify our doubts. Clarify? How can I clarify? Xi Xingyan had pieced together the information he had gathered during his investigation on Blood Spirit Star, yet there remained some unresolved matters. How can I clarify? Very well. Allow me to elucidate the events that transpired from the time my mother arrived at Blood Spirit Star until now. Xi Xingyan rose from the captain's chair, taking the now transparent spirit blood crystal from the Nab elder's hands, and continued, over a decade prior to my mother's arrival at Blood Spirit Star, a band of interstellar raiders invaded, stealing a sacred artifact belonging to your lineage, that is, this spirit blood crystal. They may have intended to seize all 3 pieces, but they lost 2, likely to other creatures of Blood Spirit Star. Ah, I know. It was the great bird that took it. Little Ba raised his hand. It told me it snatched it from a group of pale-skinned strange people, but it lost 1 piece. Yes, that seems plausible, Xi Xingyan added. 12 years ago, my mother arrived at Blood Spirit Star. After investigating the situation, she discovered a method to completely cure the early aging affliction of the Spirit Blood clan. Thus, she appeared to spend 2 years constructing 3 sanctuaries, while in reality, she was building this starship underground. But, young master, Juling interjected, how could 2 years suffice to construct such a massive starship? 2 years? No, the 2 years spent on the sanctuaries were merely a ruse to mislead others. The actual construction time was 12 years. Impossible. How could it be 12 years? Your mother left after finishing the sanctuaries in 2 years. Who then constructed the starship over the next 10 years? The Nab elder queried in disbelief. Xi Xingyan glanced around the bridge. Initially, I could not comprehend. But upon seeing the engineering robots earlier, everything became clear. Ah, the engineering robots. It is said that one engineering robot is equivalent to an advanced engineering team. Juling realized. 5 years ago, my mother retrieved the spirit blood crystal stolen by the raiders. On one hand, the starship was still under construction, and on the other, she encountered some unforeseen circumstances, preventing her from returning the crystal to Blood Spirit Star. Xi Xingyan continued. What unforeseen circumstances? The Qinbu elder asked. She passed away. A heavy silence enveloped the group. What of our curse? Qinbu persisted, but before he could finish, the gentle feminine voice resounded once more. Self-check complete. Now commencing the Blood Spirit Star Resurrection Plan. 2 minutes later, aboard the bridge of the Nanyang strategic ship, report, Captain. A colossal starship has been detected approaching at high speed from the surface of Blood Spirit Star, expected to arrive in approximately 5 seconds. Should we be on alert? No need. Mark the approaching starship as friendly. Zuga Changyun, seated in the captain's chair, smiled and remarked, Ah, they have finally arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive red starship, identical in size to the Nanyang, came to a halt beside it. This starship was entirely red, with 2 wings at both the front and back. The rear wings slowly rotating around the tail end of the vessel. Captain, shall we contact the friendly starship? Inquired the communications officer on the Nanyang bridge. No, they have tasks to attend to and likely cannot spare us their attention at this moment. Zuga Changyun commanded with a smile. Proceed to retreat and activate the shields at maximum power. Within the Infinity Bridge, all were left bewildered. Moments ago, they were conversing on Blood Spirit Star, and now they found themselves in the vastness of space. Moreover, what was this resurrection plan for Blood Spirit Star? Xi Xingyan attempted to glean some information from the captain and Oppos, as consul, only to discover that all control devices on the bridge were locked, rendering them utterly unmanageable. Brother Ian, look. Look, we can see 3 stars simultaneously. Mumu exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the enormous virtual display screen on the bridge. 3 stars simultaneously? Xi Xingyan casually remarked. This place is situated in the TriStar system. The TriStar system? Indeed. I understand now. I have an inkling of what may transpire next. The wings of the Infinity ship unfurled, transforming from 2 to 4, each extending a cannon. The anti-gravity cannon was charging, set to fire in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. What is an anti-gravity cannon? Shi Xingyan pondered, intrigued, for he had never heard of such a weapon in either the original universe or the current one. I have not encountered it either. It must be a new weapon. Wang Di responded in the realm of consciousness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire. Fire? Wait, where is it aimed? By the time Shi Xingyan grasped the situation, four beams of green light had already been unleashed, converging ahead of the Infinity ship into a massive dark green beam that struck the Blood Spirit Star. Quick, stop it. It will destroy the Blood Spirit Star. The chief of the Nabu tribe exclaimed anxiously. Calm down, elder. Look closely. The Blood Spirit Star is unharmed, Shi Xingyan replied serenely. Upon hearing his words, everyone turned their gaze towards the Blood Spirit Star. Indeed, while the dark green beam had impacted the star, it had caused no damage. What purpose does this anti-gravity cannon serve? Du Ling inquired. Observe the Blood Spirit Star closely. You should discern the changes, Shi Xingyan said as he returned to the captain's chair. It is moving. The Blood Spirit Star is in motion, Snoopy exclaimed. The Blood Spirit Star is moving? Where is it headed? Nabu asked curiously. To where it is meant to go. Shi Xingyan leaned back in the captain's chair, smiling. Allow me to elucidate, everyone. This tale dates back several centuries. I recall the elder mentioning that the Blood Spirit Star was once inhabited by the Lingxue clan. However, one day, the entire clan suddenly succumbed to premature aging. This was no mere coincidence. I suspect it was due to a shift in the Blood Spirit Star's orbit. But how could a planet's orbit change so easily? Du Ling questioned. Because we are situated in the Tristar system, which comprises 3 stars. The differing gravitational pulls of these stars can cause the orbits of the planets within the system to alter. Several centuries ago, the orbit of the Blood Spirit Star changed, drawn by another star, resulting in a deterioration of its environment and causing the Lingxue clan to collectively suffer from premature aging. My mother must have uncovered this cause, which led her to develop the Infinity ship equipped with an anti-gravity cannon, constructed beneath the surface of the Blood Spirit Star. Upon completion, she utilized 3 Lingxue crystals to activate the Infinity ship, using its anti-gravity cannon to return the Blood Spirit Star to its rightful orbit. When the Blood Spirit Star returns to its appropriate orbit, will our curse, oh no, the premature aging be curable? Kimbu asked. Once the Blood Spirit Star is restored to its proper orbit, the planet's environment will significantly improve, and this premature aging will resolve itself without the need for medication. Shi Xingyan smiled as he explained. Is that truly the case? How wonderful. Our clan shall be saved. Nabu exclaimed, gazing at Shi Xingyan. Thank you, Blue Star friend. You are our benefactor. No, that is not correct. You should not thank me. Shi Xingyan rose from the captain's chair, his expression turning solemn. The one you ought to thank is the Blue Star woman who visited your planet 12 years ago, my mother. It was she who reclaimed the Lingxue crystals that were taken from you. She constructed 3 sanctuaries to help you locate the lost crystals, and ultimately, she orchestrated this grand plan, constructing the starship equipped with the anti-gravity cannon to save your kin. Thus, the true gratitude belongs to her, or to the solar commerce she represents. Very well, we shall regard the solar commerce as our brethren. An hour later, a feminine voice resonated from the bridge once more. This ship's mission has been accomplished, disengaging lock status. Shi Xingyan checked the controls at the captain's station, confirming that he had regained control. What of the Blood Spirit Star? How is it faring? The elder of the Nabu tribe leaned on his bone cane, rushing to the virtual display screen to assess the condition of the Blood Spirit Star. At that moment, the Blood Spirit Star had shifted from its original crimson hue to a vibrant orange, its surface twinkling with countless glimmers, peacefully traversing its new orbit. Infinity, please scan the status of the Blood Spirit Star, Shi Xingyan commanded from the captain and Oppo's chair. This task would typically fall to the operators on the bridge. But given that Shi Xingyan was the only appointed officer currently present, he had no choice but to let the ship's artificial intelligence handle it. Captain, please do not refer to me as Infinity, the gentle feminine voice replied, slightly irate. Infinity is the name of this ship. As the artificial intelligence steward of Infinity, I possess my own name. Should you continue to address me in that manner, I shall ignore you. However, if you wish to call upon me, kindly refer to me as Xiao Zhen. A hush fell over the room, as all present, except for Xiao Ba and Mu Mu, struggled to suppress their laughter. Wang Di roared with laughter in Xi Xinyan's consciousness. I never imagined that your illustrious reputation would be challenged by an artificial intelligence. This AI has character. I like it. My apologies, Xiao Zhen. Would you kindly assist me in scanning the status of the Blood Spirit Star? Thank you. Xi Xingyan replied. His expression darkened, contemplating the need to recruit personnel soon, as he could not allow his authority as captain to be undermined by an artificial intelligence. Of course, Captain. 30 seconds later, Xiao Zhen reported, scan complete. The report has been sent to you. Xi Xingyan opened the virtual screen on the control panel, and indeed, the report was displayed before him. He examined it closely. The atmosphere of the Blood Spirit Star had remained unchanged, while the water coverage had increased from 15 to 45 and was still rising. Most astonishingly, a vast number of Lingxue crystal veins and an unknown elemental vein had been discovered on the planet Endopos' surface. Upon sharing this news with the 3 elder tribesmen and Snoopy, they were overjoyed. Let us return to the Blood Spirit Star. We must see if our kin have been healed. Chapter 33. The Purple Spirit Qi Xi Xingyan and his companions, accompanied by the 3 elder clan leaders, ascended to the shuttlecraft aboard the Infinite and made their way back to Blood Spirit Star. Although the dock on the Infinite was quite spacious, Xi Xingyan only managed to find 2 small shuttles. Fortunately, each shuttle could accommodate 8 individuals, allowing him to transfer control of the starship to Xiao Zhen before embarking with the entire group back to Blood Spirit Star. As the shuttle descended upon the Redstone tribe, it was mid-morning. Due to a change in the orbital trajectory of Blood Spirit Star, the planet's rotational speed had also shifted. What should have been afternoon had now turned into morning. The 3 elder clan leaders hurriedly disembarked from the shuttle, only to be met with the sight of a village that had nearly been reduced to ruins. Most of the houses had collapsed, and the stone totems surrounding the village lay shattered, presenting a scene of devastation. My village, my people. The elder clan leader, Dabu, wept bitterly upon witnessing the desolation. After carefully surveying the surroundings, Xi Xingyan placed a reassuring hand on Dabu's shoulder and said, Elder, no, Dabu, do not despair just yet. Look closely. Although the village has been destroyed, there is not a single corpse of a Spirit Blood Clan member in sight. Your people are likely safe. Elder? At that moment, a young girl peeked out from behind a partially collapsed house. Who are you? Dabu inquired, puzzled, as he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the girl, but could not place her. It's me, Lu Luna. Don't you recognize me? She exclaimed. Lu Luna, you have returned to your 8-year-old self? Dabu's eyes widened in recognition as he compared the girl's face to that of a middle-aged woman. This is wonderful. Elder, you too have become younger. Lu Luna laughed. Is that so? Dabu touched his face, astonished to find the wrinkles fading away. What is happening? He glanced at Yi Bu and Kin Bu, noticing they too were visibly rejuvenating. With Blood Spirit Star restored to its normal orbit and the radiation from the sun becoming suitable, the planet Endopos' environment and climate had significantly improved. Furthermore, with the revival of the Spirit Blood crystal mines, the early aging affliction plaguing them would be cured upon their return to Blood Spirit Star. You shall never suffer from it again, Xi Xingyan stated with a smile. What of the other clan members? Dabu asked. Elder, there was an earthquake in the village earlier, and everyone thought it was divine punishment, so they all took refuge in the sacred site behind the mountain, Lu Luna explained. 20 minutes later, under Lu Luna and Apos' guidance, Xi Xingyan and his party arrived at the sacred site of the Redstone tribe. Although referred to as a sacred site, it was merely a cave at the mountain's foot, now shielded by a pale yellow light barrier. Is this a shield? Wang Di exclaimed in awe within Xi Xingyan's consciousness. Lu Lubi, I have returned, and I brought the clan leaders. Lu Luna called out to the cave entrance. With a hum, the light barrier dissipated, and a petite girl dashed out from within. Sister, has Brother Snoopy returned? Where is he? When Lu Lubi spotted Snoopy among the group, she leaped into his arms. Snoopy had transformed into a 5-year-old version of himself, and the once-fitting clothes he wore now hung loosely, causing him to stumble as Luby, who was a head shorter, knocked him to the ground. "Ah, look at that," Xi Xingyan chuckled, stroking his chin. "Our Snoopy seems to have quite the charm with the ladies." Indeed, Ling Er imitated Xi Xingyan's gesture, echoing his sentiments. Upon entering the cave, Xi Xingyan felt a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of his previous experiences in the sanctum. He turned to Dabu and inquired, "If I may be so bold, was this sacred site also constructed by my mother?" "Yes, it was built 12 years ago alongside the 3 sanctums," Dabu affirmed. "Oh, that explains it," Xi Xingyan mused. The 3 rejuvenated clan leaders soon beheld their long-lost kin, now restored to their youthful forms. A glance around revealed that most of the 400 Spirit Blood clan members were adolescents, with children and young adults being relatively few. The youngest among them was merely 3 or 4 years old, while the oldest had yet to reach 20. Upon witnessing the return of their 3 clan leaders, the youthful Spirit Blood members erupted in joyous celebration, resembling a throng of children at play. "This clan is remarkably youthful," Xi Xingyan sighed. "But thankfully, my mother endowed them with the means for self-preservation. Did you notice?" Wang Di exclaimed excitedly. "The cave's architectural structures are distinctly designed to starship specifications, indicating that there may be another starship hidden here." Xi Xingyan paid little heed to Wang Di's revelation, instead joining the revelry, calling for a grand feast. Several older Spirit Blood members brought forth food and drink, fulfilling his request. Thus, a magnificent banquet commenced, where he joyfully danced and frolicked with those of similar age, basking in the happiness of the moment. As night fell, all within the sacred site lay sprawled on the ground, some intoxicated, others exhausted from play, all soundly asleep. Dabu and Xi Xingyan sat atop a large stone in the corner, each raising wooden cups for a toast. The fruit wine within did not render them inebriated, but placed them in a pleasantly tipsy state. "Once again, I owe you my gratitude, friend from Blue Star," Dabu declared, clinking his cup with Xi Xingyan's. "You have not only saved our clan from extinction, but have also rescued our planet. I've mentioned before." "There is no need for thanks," Xi Xingyan replied, sipping the verdant fruit wine. "All of this was orchestrated by my mother. I was merely a messenger." "Ah, yes, indeed. Your mother," Dabu chuckled. "Speaking of your mother, she left something with me, saying one day someone would come to claim it. I suspect that person is you." "What is it?" Xi Xingyan inquired, curiosity piqued. "Just a moment." Dabu retrieved his bone staff, twisting the head several times until it detached, revealing a purple key. Rather than a key, it resembled a rod adorned with uneven grooves. "This is it, the purple spirit key. Your mother mentioned that one would come to undergo a trial to claim this key." Dabu picked up the purple key and handed it to Xi Xingyan. Xi Xingyan accepted the key, scrutinizing it closely. It was a rod crafted from purple crystal, intertwined with murky white, resembling clouds. "This is purple cloud crystal," Wang Di exclaimed loudly. "Do not covet this key. It is part of my trial," Xi Xingyan warned Wang Di. Understood," Wang Di replied, somewhat disinterested. With that, 2/3 of the inheritance key had been secured, and the next destination would be the Great Tang Women's Kingdom. Xi Xingyan's thoughts drifted to the stubborn and impulsive girl, a smile creeping across his lips. The following morning, as dawn's first light bathed the cave, Xi Xingyan held the purple spirit key aloft, allowing the sunlight to filter through the crystal and illuminate his face. The violet glow enveloped him in comfort and tranquility. "Master, we have acquired the key. Shall we take our leave?" "Not just yet. We shall remain for a few more days." Xi Xingyan retracted the purple spirit key and addressed Juling, Linger. "Return to the Infinite and bring back 2 engineering robots to assist the Lingxue clan in rebuilding their village. I have previously granted you the authority of acting captain, so upon your return, you may directly contact Xiaozhen." "What about you, young master?" Juling inquired. "I and old Wang are heading out to mine," Xi Xingyan replied with a smile. After acquiring the authority of acting captain, Juling successfully retrieved the engineering robots from the Infinite within an hour and transported them back to Blood Spirit Star. While she directed the robots in the reconstruction of the village, at the commercial satellite Rose 3 in the V-25 star domain, a woman adorned in alluring attire, wearing dark sunglasses and a form-fitting black leather outfit, languidly sat on a sofa, swirling a glass of red wine as if awaiting someone. A middle-aged man resembling a butler stood beside her, attentively holding a bottle of wine. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open, and a tall, handsome man clad in black attire and a dark cloak entered. He removed his cloak and took a seat opposite the woman, crossing his legs and gazing intently at her. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, you are late," the woman remarked with a frown. "Regent, what was the urgency that summoned me?" Shishinku asked, taking a sip of the red wine poured by the butler. "Did we not have an agreement? To exchange the legacy key of the Sun Merchant Association for my military assistance? Are you prepared to hand over the key now? Allow me to show you this," the woman said, presenting a blueprint to Shishinku. "This is a blueprint for a warp engine?" he remarked apathetically, placing the blueprint aside. "What use is this to me? I am no engineer. This is a blueprint for a new type of engine that can enhance warp travel speed to 15 times. Are you not interested?" she said, pushing her sunglasses up her face. Shishinku picked up the blueprint again and inquired, "Are you suggesting this as a substitute for the legacy key?" The woman removed her sunglasses and laughed lightly. "Oh no, Your Highness has misunderstood. I merely wish to request your assistance in constructing the engine depicted in the blueprint." "Oh, what isn't it for me?" Shishinku placed his legs on the coffee table, surveying the woman with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "As compensation, I shall give you this blueprint," she replied with a sultry smile. "Not sufficient." Shishiku's gaze fixated on her voluptuous figure. The woman finished her glass of red wine in one gulp and exchanged a knowing glance with the butler, who discreetly exited the room, carefully locking the door behind him. She unzipped the front of her leather outfit and perched herself on Shishinku's lap, seductively cradling his face and pressing it against her chest as Shishinku rolled over, pinning her beneath him. Meanwhile, Shishingyin piloted the shuttle to the location of the unknown elemental or vein previously scanned aboard the Infinite. "Are you certain this vein is that of purple cloud crystal?" Wang Di queried, having just exited Shishingyan's body. Shishingyin produced the purple spirit key, stating, "Upon analyzing the key's composition, I discovered it corresponds with the data of the unknown elemental or vein. Thus I am sure this vein is indeed that of purple cloud crystal." After a thorough search, Shishingyin finally detected the radiation of purple cloud crystal nestled between two mountains. "This must be the place," he declared, drawing a pistol from his waist. "Hey, have you forgotten? Your handgun is not equipped with live ammunition. The explosive rounds are likely absent as well," Wang Di remarked with evident disdain. "Oh, I indeed forgot. My apologies." Shishingyin chuckled awkwardly. With no other option, he returned to the Redstone tribe to retrieve an engineering robot. Yes, engineering robots can indeed be utilized for mining. The engineering robot left to him by his mother proved to be highly efficient, carving a hole into the mountainside within minutes, revealing the ore vein within. Regrettably, the vein yielded only 2 palm-sized pieces of purple cloud crystal, while the remainder consisted of ordinary amethyst. What a treasure! During the construction of the Phoenix Eye, I chanced upon a small piece of purple cloud crystal, which enabled the creation of such a powerful AI core. Wang Di marveled at the 2 pieces of purple cloud crystal. That is not its only utility, Shishingyin thought excitedly, as a wild idea took form in his mind. "Linger, can you hear me?" He contacted Dueling via the communicator. "Ah, young master, we are quite busy here. You took an engineering robot without notice, doubling our workload. We are severely understaffed, and the restored Lingxue clan members are merely children incapable of labor. When will you, Ling and Appos, listen to me?" Shishingyin interrupted the incessant chatter of Dueling. "Is your brother's body still with you?" After a minute of silence on the other end, Dueling responded darkly. "My brother's body has yet to be buried. It is currently preserved aboard the Nanyang." "Excellent. Quickly head to the Nanyang and have Zuga send your brother's body to the Infinite. Remember, ensure it is treated with care. Do not let it be damaged," Shishingyin commanded. "Ah, very well, I shall do so." Though Dueling was uncertain of Shishingyin's intentions, she was resolute in her obedience to his orders. Dueling returned to the Nanyang to explain the situation to Zuga Changyun, who readily agreed and dispatched Fu Bo to accompany Dueling in transporting the body. After delivering Fu Bo and her brother's body to the Infinite, Dueling hurried back to Blood Spirit Star. Fu Bo arrived on the bridge of the Infinite, marveling at the ship's decor. Welcome aboard the Infinite. Upon hearing the gentle voice of a woman, Fu Bo trembled, tears welling in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Miss, is that truly you?" The woman's voice fell silent for half a minute before resonating once more. Fu Bo, it has been a long time. Chapter 34. The Return of the Soul. That evening, Si Xingyin led Dueling, accompanied by Mumu and Xiaoba, aboard the shuttle back to the Infinite. Young master, I am utterly exhausted, Dueling yawned. Today, I've traveled back and forth on the shuttle several times. I still have to assist the Lingxue clan in rebuilding their village. None of those little brats understand how to construct houses, leaving all the work to me. You even requisitioned an engineering robot, doubling my workload. Are you intent on turning me into a beast of burden? Si Xingyin tapped Dueling's forehead with his finger and replied, somewhat exasperated, "You little girl. You are merely 14 years old." Young master, Dueling puffed her cheeks in indignation, ready to retort. But Si Xingyin pinched her lips with 2 fingers to silence her. All right, tomorrow I shall assign all the engineering robots to you. But tonight, I have a surprise. 2 hours later, in the Infinite's laboratory, Si Xingyin instructed Zuga Changyun to transfer his laboratory from the Nanyang to the Infinite. The setup resembled that of the Nanyang. Yet a mini-engineering robot, about the height of Xiaoba, was added to the lab. Si Xingyin had reviewed the robot's functions on the ship's equipment list. It was originally designated for daily maintenance tasks aboard the ship, with 6 such robots in total. However, he deemed that not all were necessary for routine upkeep. So he allocated one to the lab, knowing that he and Wang Di could not always be present, and this mini-robot would assist them significantly. The lab also featured a regenerative medical pod and 3 cultivation pods, all recently constructed by Wang Di. At this moment, both Si Xingyin and Wang Di donned their laboratory uniforms, awaiting with solemnity. The lab door swung open, and Dueling entered, pushing a metallic coffin with a sorrowful expression. Young master, why have you asked me to bring my brother and Apos' corpse to the lab? Dueling and Apos' voice trembled, nearly in tears. He is already dead. Do you truly believe there is any use for his body? Seeing Dueling in such distress, Si Xingyin felt as if he were a heartless demon. All right. You've misunderstood me, he said, wishing to avoid an explanation he was not yet confident in. This matter was complex, and he feared being labeled a madman or a scientific freak. I intend to attempt to revive your brother. What? Dueling gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Young master, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. She rubbed her ears, flustered. Perhaps the dust from building houses on Blood Spirit Star clogged my ears. Wang Di, clarify for her, Si Xingyin urged. Wang Di stepped in. What our young master means is that he wishes to bring your brother back to life. Dueling glanced between Wang Di and Si Xingyin, then approached Si Xingyin, placing her small hand on his forehead and then her own. Young master, have you been overworked or fallen ill? Why are you speaking such nonsense? Si Xingyin's lips twitched as he brushed aside Dueling's hand. I assure you, I am not ill and am fully aware of what I am saying. As a scientist, he could endure skepticism and criticism, even being labeled insane. But he could not abide being thought unwell. See, even your most loyal maid doubts your success. I believe, Dueling declared, her gaze resolute as she glared at Wang Di. If the young master says it, I believe it. He will surely succeed in reviving my brother. Very well, Wang Di shrugged, feigning support. Your young master is the greatest. Indeed. Yet inwardly, he cursed Dueling for her blind faith. With Si Xingyin and Wang Di working in tandem, they carefully placed Duhua's naked body into the regenerative medical pod. Fortunately, the body had been treated with liquid nitrogen, preventing decay. After scanning Duhua's remains, Si Xingyin stated, So, how do you plan to revive him? Share your strategy. My plan consists of 3 steps. First, utilize the radiation from Lingxue crystals to reactivate the cellular activity. Second, employ Xian crystals to restore his bodily functions. Third, Stimulate his brain cells to awaken his consciousness, Xi Xingyan elaborated. Your ideas are commendable, but they are merely theoretical. Practical application will present numerous challenges. Wang Di countered. From my research, Lingxua crystals are not omnipotent. Dead cells cannot be reactivated, rendering your first step impossible. Even if you somehow succeeded in activating the cells, how can you ensure that the Ziyun crystals will effectively restore bodily functions without inadvertently damaging the now activated cells? Furthermore, your final step, stimulating brain cells to revive consciousness? I've studied consciousness transfer and know it is unattainable. Brain cells are exceedingly fragile. If the stimulation is too weak, it won't work. If too strong, the cells will be destroyed. Thus, Wang Di concluded, your theory is purely hypothetical and cannot be realized. Not entirely impossible, Xi Xingyan smiled. While it's true that dead cells cannot be activated, what if we employ certain specialized methods to stimulate the cells? Like using nanobots to deliver slight electric shocks to revive them? You mean for me to do it? Wang Di queried, pointing at himself. Precisely. During the first step, I need you to enter Duhua's body and apply electric shocks to activate his cells. As for the second step, Xi Xingyan grinned mysteriously, rest assured. I have already tested the second step aboard the Phoenix 1 and encountered no issues. The key challenge lies in the third step, where stimulating brain cells is indeed problematic. Therefore, I plan to awaken him directly through consciousness. Awakening through consciousness, you mean? Your consciousness transfer device. Wang Di exclaimed, rising in shock. Have you lost your mind? Absolutely not. I will never consent to this. Juling, perplexed, interjected, what is happening? What do you mean by awakening consciousness? Consciousness transfer? Your young master has gone mad. Wang Di shouted in frustration. He is willing to risk his life to revive your brother. Juling's face was one of confusion. What do you mean? Your young master intends to transfer his consciousness into your brother's body to awaken him, Wang Di explained angrily. But your young master's consciousness does not belong to your brother's body. Upon entering, it will trigger a rejection reaction, potentially damaging his consciousness. The worst-case scenario is that your young master's consciousness will be obliterated, and if he is fortunate, he may become a simpleton or suffer amnesia. What? That is unacceptable. I cannot agree. Juling exclaimed angrily. Young master, you are not only the heir of the solar merchants, but also a prince of the Great Xia Empire. How could you risk yourself for my brother? Xi Xingyan's expression darkened. Would you believe me if I said I was merely conducting an experiment for the sake of technological advancement? Not a chance. Not a chance. They echoed in unison. Your dissent is inconsequential. Xi Xingyan slammed the table and rose. Duhua died saving me. If there is even a chance, I will certainly bring him back. But there are no buts. Xi Xingyan interrupted Juling, a powerful aura emanating from him, causing Juling to stumble back in shock, while Wang Di's nanobot body disassembled under the pressure. Young master, what just happened? Juling asked, alarmed. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming sense of oppression surged toward them, as if all of her organs were being gripped tightly, leaving her with the sensation that she could be crushed at any moment. What is this? Wang Di asked in astonishment after reassembling his body. Just moments ago, the signal from the nanobots sustaining him had momentarily faltered, causing a brief interruption in his consciousness. In that fleeting instant, he felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss. What did you experience? Xi Xingyan inquired, glancing at the two of them. Hey! An overwhelming sense of pressure. Dou Ling stammered. My consciousness just vanished for a moment. Wang Di replied, still shaken. What on earth is happening? Xi Xingyan pondered the transformations occurring within himself. I suddenly believe that resurrection might be worth attempting, Wang Di declared. Old Wang, what are you talking about? Dou Ling shot him a disapproving look. In that brief moment, your consciousness surged to unprecedented levels. If your previous success rate in awakening others' consciousness was merely 10%, with your current formidable awareness, the success rate should be at least 70%. Wang Di disregarded Dou Ling's disapproving gaze and asserted, I believe it's worth a try. With that, Wang Di began preparing the consciousness transfer device. Young master, Linger, there's no need to persuade me further. We three have grown up together. You are my dearest companions, and I could never abandon any of you. Si Xingyin gently ruffled Dou Ling and Appo's hair and said, "Just wait a moment. I will return your brother to you." Wang Di swiftly assembled the consciousness transfer device and connected one end to Dou Hu and Appo's head. "Xiaozhen, secure the laboratory. Do not allow anyone to enter without my permission," Si Xingyin commanded. "Understood, Captain. Are you ready?" Wang Di asked Si Xingyin, who nodded in affirmation. Wang Di transformed into nanobots and entered Dou Hu and Appo's body. Initiating the first step, Si Xingyin closed the regeneration medical chamber and Appo's door, placed a piece of spirit blood crystal into the core compartment, and activated the chamber. The red liquid quickly enveloped Dou Hu's entire form. As Wang Di began to send electrical impulses to Dou Hu and Appo's cells. After a few slight convulsions, Dou Hu and Appo's pale complexion began to regain color. "Is it working?" Dou Ling asked anxiously. Si Xingyin glanced at the vital signs monitor beside him and replied, "Yes, your brother's cellular activity has been reactivated." Wang Di emerged from the medical chamber, reverting to his human form. "The first step is complete. Now on to the second." "Excellent." Si Xingyin opened the core compartment of the regeneration medical chamber and replaced the spirit blood crystal with a purple cloud crystal. Upon reactivation, the red liquid gradually changed color, ultimately transforming into purple. "Monitor all data closely and document your findings," Si Xingyin instructed Wang Di. "Already on it," Wang Di responded. Their focus was not on the fear of failure, but rather on the scientific curiosity, as they recorded the properties of the purple cloud crystal. "What is happening with my brother?" Dou Ling whispered, as if fearing that her voice might jeopardize the resurrection. "Everything is fine. Your brother's indicators are rising. Look, his heartbeat and breathing have stabilized, and all his organs are recovering," Si Xingyin reassured Dou Ling, who covered her mouth with her hands, tears welling in her eyes. Half an hour later, Dou Hu's organs returned to normal, and all vital signs stabilized. Now for the final step. Si Xingyin positioned himself at the other end of the consciousness transfer device, donning the connecting segment on his head. He glanced at Wang Di and Dou Ling, saying, "Let us begin." At the moment Wang Di pulled the lever on the consciousness transfer device, Si Xingyin felt himself being drawn into a pitch-black space. "Is this Dou Hu's consciousness space?" Si Xingyin thought, then began to shout, "Dou Hu, are you there? Wake up." However, his voice seemed to freeze, lodged in his throat, unable to escape. "What is happening?" Si Xingyin strained to call out again, but still no sound emerged. He then realized he could not move, as though his body were no longer his own. "Stay calm. This is merely Dou Hu's consciousness space," Si Xingyin reminded himself, attempting to regain control over his body. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not move a single finger. "I am destined to be an emperor. How can I be confined by such a trivial consciousness space?" Si Xingyin fumed, the energy around him escalating until, with a furious roar, it erupted. In that instant, the surrounding darkness dissipated, revealing a realm of white, and Si Xingyin regained his freedom. The dispelling of darkness indicated that Dou Hu's consciousness space had been restored. Now, he needed to locate Dou Hu's consciousness. Looking around, Si Xingyin spotted a black sphere in the corner. "What is this?" he mused, reaching out to touch the sphere. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and he found himself standing at the edge of a black abyss, where a young boy in tattered uniform struggled to climb upward, none other than Dou Hu. "Dou Hu," Si Xingyin called out. The boy looked up in surprise upon recognizing Si Xingyin. "Your Highness, what are you doing here? You must leave. This is not a place for you." "No. I came to bring you back," Si Xingyin insisted. "Climb a bit higher. I will pull you up." "All right." Dou Hu, setting aside any hesitation, quickened his ascent and soon reached the edge of the abyss. "Grab my hand. I will pull you up." Si Xingyin extended his hand toward Dou Hu. Just as Dou Hu's hand was about to touch Si Xingyin's, a powerful force from the depths of the abyss surged upward, threatening to pull Dou Hu back down. Si Xingyin acted swiftly, grasping Dou Hu's hand just in time. "Want to escape? It won't be that easy." A nightmarish male voice echoed from the depths of the abyss. Upon hearing that voice, Si Xingyin was struck with terror. The Mechanical Emperor. Chapter 35. The Aura of an Emperor. "Oh, it is you." The great emperor of humanity. A voice erupted in laughter. Ha! You have come too. Come, join me in this hell. Suddenly, the pull from the abyss intensified. Let go. You are no match for him. Quickly return and take care of my sister. The guardian cried out in despair. You take care of your own sister. I aspire to be an emperor. I have no time for her. So you, get back up here this instant. The aura of Xingyin surged, matching the abyss's pull, and began to show signs of suppressing the enemy. You damn insect, still so bothersome. The voice of the mechanical emperor echoed once more. But this time, you want to have so many tricks to save you. Come, let us revel in the beauty of this hell together. You shall not. Xingyin roared. You can enjoy this hellish beauty all by yourself. Guardian, come with me. Xingyin continued to pull the guardian upward. Great emperor of humanity, once you arrive, do not leave. The mechanical emperor tempted. Come down, your family, your friends are below. Join us. Get lost. Xingyin's aura soared again, gripping the guardian's hand even tighter. Ha ha ha, you cannot escape. This is my realm. After uttering these words, the surroundings transformed. The abyss vanished, and Xingyin found himself and the guardian beside a black hole, a massive force pulling them toward it once more. Curse it, you tricked me. Xingyin finally realized that what he had seen was an illusion. He and the guardian had long been ensnared by the mechanical emperor. No, I have much yet to accomplish. I cannot perish here. Xingyin recalled the many who awaited him outside, and he tightened his grip on the guardian's hand. Follow me. We must leave this place. At that moment, mechanical tendrils emerged from the black hole, wrapping around both the guardian and Xingyin, gradually dragging them toward the void. Ha ha. Surrender, come to hell. The mechanical emperor and Apos' laughter became distorted. Xingyin struggled to pull the guardian free, but it was futile. The mechanical tendrils multiplied around them. In a short while, they were halfway engulfed by the black hole. Is this it? Xingyin murmured. A gentle sigh from above echoed. These children, truly worrisome. Xiaojin. Xingyin thought he heard the voice of the infinite intelligence. A beam of white light descended, shattering the mechanical tendrils entwined around them in an instant. Ah! The mechanical emperor let out a heart-wrenching scream. Who are you? How can you harm me? Get out of this space. The woman's voice commanded. This is not a place for you, retreat. The white light intensified, yet it enveloped Xingyin and the guardian in warmth. Ah! The mechanical emperor continued to wail, as the black hole before Xingyin shrank rapidly under the light's radiance. This is not over, great emperor of humanity. I will seek you out. Wait for me, ha. The distorted laughter of the mechanical emperor ceased abruptly as the black hole vanished, leaving only Xingyin and the guardian in the space. Ah, thank you, esteemed lady. May I ask? Before Xingyin could finish, the gentle voice spoke again. Child, your aura of an emperor has grown, but it is still insufficient. Continue to expand your influence. The greater your power, the stronger your aura will become, enabling you to save this world. The aura of an emperor. To save the world. Wait, what does this mean? Yet the voice offered no further explanation, as the white light became blinding, forcing Xingyin to shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself back in the laboratory, within his own body. Young master, it is wonderful, you are safe. Do you remember me? Du Ling asked anxiously. Your name is Du Ling, my personal maid, who often stole my snacks and peeked at me while I bathed. Xingyin responded casually. Ah, enough. You Haven and Apos, lost your memory. Du Ling quickly covered Xingyin and Apos' mouth to prevent him from revealing childhood embarrassments. So, young master, what is 5 plus 5? Du Ling inquired again. Enough, Ling and Amp. Apos. I am not senile. I am quite sharp. Xingyin removed the connector from his head and turned to Wang Di, asking, Old Wang, how is the guardian and Apos' condition? Wang Di examined Du Hu and Apos' vital signs and replied, all is well. The brain cells have been activated. From the activity observed in the cerebral cortex, there are no major issues. He has simply exhausted himself and will need to sleep for a while, but he will awaken naturally. That is good. Xingyin was about to rise when darkness clouded his vision, and he fell backward, only for Du Ling to catch him just in time. Wang Di glanced at Xi Xingyan's vital signs and sighed. You have exhausted yourself even more. It is best to sleep well. 2 days later, Xi Xingyan awoke to find himself lying on a soft bed, surrounded by the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, as if he were in a garden, refreshing him upon waking. What a delightful sleep. Xi Xingyan stretched, realizing he had hardly had a good night's rest since arriving at Blood Spirit Star. Often merely dozing lightly, it was rare for him to sleep comfortably until waking naturally. You are awake? Captain, how was your rest? Xiao Zhen's gentle voice brought comfort to Xi Xingyan. Quite well. Did you create this virtual scenery? Indeed, Captain. Research indicates that a pleasant environment enhances sleep quality. Xiao Zhen explained patiently. How long did I sleep? You slept for a total of 48 hours, 43 minutes, and 12 seconds. I slept for 2 days? Why did no one wake me? Xi Xingyan asked. At the time, you had fallen into a deep sleep, so Miss Du Ling exercised her authority as acting captain, instructing me to arrange for you to rest in the captain's lounge and ordered that no one disturb you. Xi Xingyan pressed a hand to his forehead. This Ling and Appos, was truly becoming increasingly audacious. By the way, Xiao Zhen, I have a question. Xi Xingyan recalled something important. Captain, please go ahead. Do you know what the aura of an emperor is? Xi Xingyan posed this question with caution, as he had sensed a similarity between the gentle voice he had heard in the Guardian's consciousness and Xiao Zhen's voice, both melodious and soothing. The only difference was that the woman's voice carried a commanding presence, while Xiao Zhen's was more akin to the tender warmth of a neighborly older sister. Though the two voices were similar, their tones and qualities were distinctly different, yet he felt something was amiss and wished to probe Xiao Zhen. Captain, according to database inquiries, the aura of an emperor is described as follows. Xiao Zhen began to elucidate. Firstly, in ancient cultures and various legends, the aura of an emperor is perceived as an extraordinary quality or trait possessed by certain individuals, symbolizing dominance, majesty, power, and leadership. Secondly, the aura refers to specific characteristics in the appearance, demeanor, and mental qualities of an emperor. In terms of appearance, it may convey a sense of grandeur and an extraordinary presence. In demeanor, it may manifest as succinct, confident, steady steps, and piercing gaze. In mental qualities, it may encompass a strong sense of responsibility, mission, the ability to consider issues from a holistic and long-term perspective, resolute decision-making, and a stable mindset. Lastly, in the realm of feng shui, the aura of an emperor typically signifies a location's feng shui believed to possess qualities capable of nurturing emperors or bestowing dominion. In summary, the concept of imperial charisma is relatively subjective and cultural, with varying interpretations among individuals. After a brief moment of reflection, Xi Xingyan decided that Xiao Zhen's response offered little useful information, leading him to conclude that she was merely an ordinary artificial intelligence. Perhaps he had overthought the matter. With that, he tidied himself up and left the captain's lounge. Lao Wang, are you there? He inquired while walking away. I'm here. Wang Di replied weakly, finally awake. I've been keeping you company for 2 days. Stop being so ambiguous about it. I'm a straight man. Xi Xingyan frowned. TCH. If it weren't for your foolish little maid insisting I not wake you, would you have slept so comfortably? Wang Di retorted with dissatisfaction. You've been asleep for 2 days, not eating, making it impossible for me to recharge. I had to remain in your consciousness space. Can and Appos, you draw energy directly from my body? Why wait until I eat to recharge? Xi Xingyan asked, astonished. With the way you looked from overexertion and lack of sleep, how could I possibly take energy from you? I don't wish to be seen as a parasite, Wang Di huffed. Hearing Wang Di's words, Xi Xingyan felt a warm surge within him. After arriving in this universe, he discovered he was despised by his father and hunted by his brothers, feeling utterly alone. Only Du Ling had remained by his side, and now he had gained another true friend who could understand and connect with him. All right, I'll go have a feast soon to replenish your energy, Xi Xingyan said with a smile. By the way, what happened to Duhu later? I don and damp, Appos, no. Not long after you fell into a deep sleep, I returned to your body, so I am unaware of subsequent events, Wang Di replied. Xiao Zhen, Could you report the whereabouts of the other crew members aboard the ship? Xi Xingyin inquired after a moment of thought. Captain, the acting captain, and Mr. Du are in the training room on the fourth deck, while Mr. Fu, Mr. Xiaoba, and Miss Mu Mu are in the restaurant on the third deck. Why is Mr. Fu aboard the ship? Xi Xingyin wondered. Captain, Mr. Fu came with the acting captain to escort Mr. Du to this ship, and he has remained ever since. Xi Xingyin chose not to delve further into this matter and took the ship and Oppo's elevator to the fourth deck, arriving at the training room. Inside, Du was bare-chested and clad in athletic shorts, his well-defined muscles gleaming bronze under the training room lights. His pronounced pectorals resembled two small hills, solid and impressive. His abdomen displayed an exquisite arrangement of 8-pack abs, perfectly aligned, each segment as hard and textured as steel. Wow, this physique. Xi Xingyin recalled that Du had always been muscular, but he hadn't expected that his resurrection had further enhanced his physique. At that moment, Du was practicing boxing against a heavy bag, his fists clenched and striking the bag with lightning speed. The dull thuds echoed as the bag swung violently. Du and Oppo's punches quickened to the point where they became a blur. Suddenly, he stepped back and delivered a thrust punch that tore through the bag, sand spilling everywhere. Yet his force left an imprint on the distant wall. Wow, brother, what kind of move is that? Can you hit from a distance? Du Ling exclaimed, rushing over with a towel to wipe his brother and Oppo's sweat. Clap, clap, clap. Xi Xingyin applauded as he entered the training room. I call this move Sniper Fist. Your Highness. Du immediately moved to kneel in reverence, but Xi Xingyin supported him, saying, from now on, there is no need for such formalities in private. In public, a simple bow will suffice. But your Highness is my savior, granting me a second chance at life. How could I not kneel? Du insisted, attempting to kneel again. Xi Xingyin firmly kept him upright, saying, Ahu, I revived you because I need manpower. If you wish to show gratitude, then work diligently for me. Yes, your Highness's kindness is etched in my heart. Du replied respectfully. Ahu, could you refrain from being so overly formal in your speech? And from now on, please don't call me your Highness, Xi Xingyin said, shaking his head. Brother, your Highness is now the young master of the Sun Merchant Association, so we must refer to him as young master. Du Ling interjected. The Sun Merchant Association. Is that the one belonging to Empress Xin? Du exclaimed. Nodding with a smile, I knew young master would inherit the Empress's association. You know about the Sun Merchant Association? Xi Xingyin asked in surprise. Yes, I've heard the Empress mention it. When she wasn't by young master's side, she was handling the association's affairs, Du explained. Oh, I see. This makes me increasingly curious about my late mother, Xi Xingyin mused. Just then, their stomachs growled in unison, prompting an awkward exchange of smiles. Let us go eat, Du Ling said cheerfully, leading the two young men to the restaurant on the third deck. In the restaurant, Mr. Fu was busily placing delicious dishes onto a round rotating table, while Xiaoba and Mu Mu sat beside it, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Mr. Fu, when can we eat? Mu Mu is starving, she said, swallowing hard. Yes, yes, Xiaoba is hungry too, he echoed, unable to contain his impatience. You two little rascals. The young master will arrive shortly. Just wait a bit longer, Mr. Fu said affectionately, patting their heads. Chapter 36. Journey to the Tang Dynasty. Juling led Xihong Yin and the freshly bathed and dressed Du into the dining room, where they were astonished by the lavish spread before them. Wow, Uncle Fu, did you prepare all this? Juling exclaimed, rubbing her hands together. Indeed. Go wash your hands and savor the fruits of my labor, Uncle Fu replied with a smile. His culinary skills were commendable, and the ample food satisfied everyone's appetites. Old Wang, did you see that? Xihong Yin communicated with Wang Di telepathically. Xiaoba is actually eating. ISN and Oppo's. T supposed to be like you, a nanobot? I did see. This is quite strange. It seems Xiaoba has undergone some changes that I am unaware of, Wang Di responded, equally astonished. The secrets hidden within Xiaoba were significant, and for now, Xihong Yin decided to regard him as an ordinary boy, keeping his condition from others. Having not eaten for 2 days and needing energy for Wang Di's presence within him, Hong Yin devoured the food voraciously, and soon the table was cleared. It seems our young master is growing, Uncle Fu observed, glancing at the household robot clearing the empty plates. I shall have the Nanyang ship deliver more ingredients shortly. Thank you, Uncle Fu, Hong Yin said, scratching his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. By the way, Uncle Fu, I have retrieved the second part of the inheritance key. Does that mean I have completed the trial? He produced the purple spirit key from his pocket and handed it to Uncle Fu. Indeed, this is indeed a part of the Sun Merchant Association's inheritance key. The purple spirit key, Uncle Fu said, examining it closely. Congratulations, young master. You have completed the trial of the Blood Spirit Star. He respectfully returned the key to Hong Yin. Now, please acquire the final part of the key as soon as possible. Hong Yin secured the key and inquired, Uncle Fu, is the last part of the key related to the royal family of the Tang Dynasty? Yes, the final key is hidden within the royal family of the Tang Dynasty. Though I do not know its exact location, Uncle Fu confirmed. Did my mother have a connection with the Tang royal family? Hong Yin asked. The young lady was close friends with the late Emperor of Tang, Uncle Fu replied, a smile illuminating his face as memories danced in his eyes. She once supported the late emperor during difficult times, and thus, a betrothal was arranged between them. Betrothal? What betrothal? Dueling, who was pouring tea for everyone, nearly spilled it on Duhu in her surprise. Young master, do you have a betrothal? With whom? Hong Yin shot Uncle Fu a warning glance. But Uncle Fu ignored it entirely, saying, it is with the crown princess of the Tang female kingdom, the very girl you brought back last time. What? Her? Dueling and Appos. S cheeks puffed out in protest. Why her? That woman is so fierce, and even struck the young master. I refuse to accept this. Haha, the devoted fan is upset. Wang Di laughed heartily in Hong Yin's consciousness. Don't gloat. Hong Yin muttered under his breath. Linear, you must not be rude. The betrothal arranged by the princess is not something you can meddle with, Duhu admonished sternly. Brother, dueling shot Duhu a glare. Ha. Enough of the quarrel, Uncle Fu interjected. Additionally, the young lady mentioned that the final key will surface during the coronation ceremony. It seemed all signs pointed toward the coronation of the Tang Empress in a month. They needed to hasten their journey to the Tang Dynasty. In the V-25 star domain, aboard the luxurious Rose No. 3 commercial satellite. The bedroom was suffused with a soft purple light, creating an intimate atmosphere. On the circular bed, a lively scene unfolded, marked by soft gasps and the sounds of fervent physical encounters. After a prolonged moment, Hong Zhu, bare and glistening, rolled off a voluptuous woman, raising a glass of red wine to his lips and savoring its richness while caressing her body. To think that the esteemed regent of the Tang female kingdom, Mu Qiunya, possessed such remarkable secret arts, truly a delight beyond measure. Mu Qiunya rose, taking the empty wine glass from Hong Zhu's hand and pouring herself a glass. Your Highness, you are not too shabby yourself. You have kept me busy for 3 days, almost exhausting me, but I feel I have yet to satiate the regent, Hong Zhu said, his hands continuing their exploration of Mu Qiunya's curves, prompting another gasp from her. Be gentle. Mu Qiunya swatted his hand away. Your Highness, don't forget your promise. What promise? Hong Zhu licked his fingers, feigning ignorance. Mu Qiunya turned, her voice rising. Hong Zhu, I have spent 3 days and nights with you, and now you wish to abandon me? Suddenly, Hong Zhu grasped Mu Qiunya and Appos' throat, pinning her against the wall. Mu Qiunya, let me remind you. You are currently seeking my assistance. Mind your attitude. Also, remember, I am not helping you because of what you possess, but rather because of what I desire. Mu Qiunya's face turned pale, her eyes rolling back as he released her, continuing, but rest assured. I have already dispatched people to recruit engineers capable of creating a warp engine. We should have news soon. Panting heavily, Mu Qiunya leaned against the bed, her anger simmering beneath the surface. Yet, as she regained her composure, she provocatively approached Hong Zhu. Your Highness, you misunderstood. I did not mean that. She continued. As long as you can produce the latest warp engine, not only will I benefit, but so will you. I fail to see the value of a mere engine. You might as well help me retrieve the inheritance key hidden within the Tang royal family by the Sun Merchant Association, Xihong Zhu said dismissively. Glancing at the blueprints on a nearby table, Mu Qiunya rolled her eyes, thinking, the prince of the Great Xia Duchy is either a fool or a lecherous idiot. I painstakingly acquired these precious engine blueprints from that little wretch, Mu Xingyun. If I can manufacture and deploy the engine, both economically and militarily, it will lead to tremendous advancements, rendering the Sun Merchant Association insignificant. If it weren't for my lack of an engineering team and fear of Mu Xingyun discovering my secret army, I would never collaborate with this lecherous fool. Yet, Mu Qiunya concealed her disdain for Xihong Zhu, continuing to seduce him with her charming voice. Oh, Your Highness, I entrust the engine matter to you. I shall. Oh no, I shall continue to serve you well. With that, she leaned closer to Xihong Zhu, whispering sweetly in his ear, her warm breath igniting the moment once more. Unbeknownst to them, the blueprints on the corner table had vanished. A minute later, at the back entrance of the opulent mansion, the lighting flickered slightly. Suddenly, a woman clad in a red combat suit, wearing a breathing mask, leaped down from the rooftop, drawing a short sword from her waist as she descended. With a clang, the sword met its target mid-air, sparking as it struck something. Following the blow, the red-clad woman executed a backflip, landing gracefully 10 meters away. Suddenly, the woman in red seemed to sense something and leapt backward once more. Following this, she appeared to be evading an unseen threat, jumping, dodging, and sidestepping. Abruptly, her expression shifted. It seemed she could not evade in time and could only raise her short sword to block to the left. A clash of metal rang out, accompanied by a shower of sparks. The woman in red failed to fend off the invisible assault, and her sword was knocked from her grasp, embedding itself in a distant tree. Drawing another short sword from her waist, she assumed a defensive stance, poised for the next wave of attacks. However, the anticipated assault did not materialize. Instead, several meters in front of her, the light began to warp again, gradually forming a humanoid shape. As the distorted shadows dissipated, a blonde woman clad in black combat attire appeared, wielding a silver military knife, none other than Ling Feng, the Dark Guard leader who had previously been beside Mu Xingyun. Cursed be my overconfidence. I have maintained my optical camouflage for too long, and my energy is depleted. Ling Feng lamented, regretting the time spent observing the lively scene. Why must the duration of this optical camouflage be limited to merely 1 hour instead of 2? The most baffling aspect was how this woman in red managed to see her despite her invisibility. Had it not been for her intervention, she would have fled long ago. Round 2. The woman in red murmured, raising her short sword to strike at Ling Feng. Insanity. Ling Feng sidestepped the oncoming attack, swinging her knife towards the woman's legs. Yet, the woman leapt into the air, aiming another strike at Ling Feng's head. Ling Feng raised her knife to block, and again the clash of metal resounded, accompanied by sparks. Utilizing the momentum from the block, the woman vaulted backward, landing precisely where her first short sword had embedded itself in the tree. She retrieved the sword, now wielding 2 blades. Round 3. The woman in red's eyes glimmered with cold determination as she lunged with her dual swords. Madness. Ling Feng once again swung her knife with one hand, cleaving through the woman and Oppo's dual swords with tremendous force, nearly sending them flying. Seizing the moment, Ling Feng delivered a swift kick to the woman's left side. The woman, unable to evade, braced herself against the blow and was sent sprawling, tumbling several times in midair to dissipate much of the impact, yet she still slid several meters upon landing. Once more, the woman in red sprang up again, wielding her dual swords like a ferocious beast unleashed, attacking Ling Feng anew. This time, Ling Feng felt a palpable pressure and was compelled to wield her knife with both hands. For the next few minutes, the two women engaged in a fierce exchange. But gradually, the woman in red found herself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, after another fierce clash, Ling Feng managed to disarm both of the woman's swords. Kill me. The woman in red knelt, raising her head to expose her alabaster neck, awaiting Ling Feng's final strike. However, Ling Feng sheathed her knife instead. Indeed, madness. After casting one last penetrating glance at the woman in red, Ling Feng prepared to depart. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck her lower back. Turning her head, she discovered a middle-aged man in a butler's uniform standing behind her, having approached unnoticed. With another muffled thud, Ling Feng felt something violently extracted from her back, along with her strength, causing her to collapse to the ground. Looking up, she saw the butler holding a bloodied dagger. "I was careless." Ling Feng, now on the ground, reached into a small pouch at her waist. "Humph, perish." The butler lunged at her heart with the dagger. Just then, a short sword flew through the air, accurately striking the dagger from the man in Appo's hand and sending him staggering back several meters. "What are you doing?" The butler bellowed at the woman in red. At that moment, Ling Feng threw a black sphere, which soared directly toward the butler. With a resounding explosion, the sphere erupted in blinding white light, accompanied by arcs of electricity shooting forth. The butler, blinded by the brilliance, was struck by the electric arcs and collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. As the black sphere detonated, the woman in red shielded her eyes, and when her vision cleared, she found the butler convulsing on the ground, while Ling Feng had vanished, leaving only a pool of blood behind. 3 days later, in the Z-78-star region, the village of the Spirit Blood clan was finally completed with the assistance of all 6 engineering robots aboard the Infinite. After bidding farewell to the Spirit Blood clan, Xi Xingyan and his companions prepared to head towards the V-25-star region. During these 3 days, Xi Xingyan accomplished numerous tasks, upgrading the Infinite's warp engine, adjusting it to a speed of 30 times warp. He also provided a copy of the engine blueprints to Zuga Changyun, generously requesting only several crates of provisions in return, stating that the turtle engine was simply too sluggish and needed an upgrade to prevent hindering his progress. Subsequently, Xi Xingyan and Wang Di scoured Blood Spirit Star and its neighboring planets. Aside from collecting some Spirit Blood crystals on Blood Spirit Star, they failed to find any more purple cloud crystals, but did obtain a considerable amount of the derivative mineral, purple crystal. With all preparations complete, the Infinite and the Nanyang both activated their warp engines, reaching the V-25-star region in just over an hour. Chapter 37. Rose 3 on the bridge of the Nanyang. Various units reported the status of the ship. Zuga Changyun sat with authority in the captain's chair, issuing orders. "Report to the captain. All is normal in the engine room. The power core room is functioning properly. Communications are all normal." Finally, the first officer reported the outcome. "The warp flight experiment has been successful. Shall we stand down from alert status?" "Stand down the ship's alert. All departments, return to your posts." Applause erupted in the bridge. "Captain, we have once again broken the shackles of the warp engine, doubling our warp speed." The first officer exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, there is no need for such astonishment." Zuga Changyun replied with a smile. "I have a premonition that surprises like this might become a frequent occurrence for us." In contrast, the bridge of the Infinite was far quieter than that of the Nanyang. Aside from Captain Xi Jingyan, there were only the 2 siblings, Protector Juling and the 5-year-old Snobby. Yes, Snobby had also come along, deciding to leave Blood Spirit Star to join the crew of the Infinite. Xi Jingyan had initially wanted Jean Kuei to work on the bridge, but he declined, claiming he was too rough for such duties and preferred to manage his 20-odd soldiers. Xi Jingyan respected his choice, acknowledging that everyone has their own aspirations. For the 3 on the bridge, Xi Jingyan made temporary appointments. He appointed Dueling as acting first officer, designated Snobby as helmsman, and simultaneously took on the role of navigator, relieving Dueling of her acting captain duties and appointing her as operations officer, while also temporarily assigning her as communications officer. Due to the severe shortage of personnel on the Infinite, Xi Jingyan had no choice but to delegate other bridge duties to the artificial intelligence, Xiaozhen. Recruit. We urgently need more crew members." Xi Jingyan sighed, gazing at the sparse bridge, reminiscent of his previous tenure as captain in another universe, where the bridge was always bustling with activity. Captain, Dueling called out twice. "Oh, what is it?" Xi Jingyan returned to reality. "Captain, we have arrived at the V-25-star region," Dueling informed him. "Good. Xiaozhen, report the status of the ship." "Captain, All data is normal, and the modified warp engine shows no abnormal reactions. Shall we stand down from alert status? Xiaojin inquired. Stand down. Understood. Captain, should all departments continue operating in unmanned mode? Xiaojin asked again. Continue, Xi Jingyan replied. All right, Captain. Xi Jingyan was troubled. Not only was there a lack of senior crew on the bridge, but all major departments were also understaffed, forcing them to rely on unmanned operations temporarily. Captain, the Nanyang has sent a communication request, Dueling stated. Put it through. A young man with sharp brows and bright eyes appeared on the virtual screen ahead. Oh, isn't this Captain Zuga? Long time no see. Xi Jingyan smiled. Zuga Chongyun's expression twitched slightly. Long time no see? Didn't you just take several large boxes of provisions from me a few days ago? How is this long time? He quickly replaced his expression with a smile, saying, Young master. What are you talking about? We just met a few days ago, didn't we? Zhuge's casual address of young master felt insincere to Xi Jingyan. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, What is it you need? Zhuge Chongyun rubbed his nose and explained, Young master, the Nanyang has some important matters to attend to, so we need to leave for a while. I hope you understand. What? You are leaving? You are abandoning the young master? Dueling exclaimed. Linger. This is a conversation between captains. Do not overstep. Dueling scolded softly. But what will happen to my trial task if you leave? Xi Jingyan asked, frowning. No worries. Uncle Fu will remain on the Infinite as a witness to the task, Zhuge Chongyun assured him. What should I do once I have gathered all the inheritance keys? How can I truly inherit the Solar Commerce Guild? Xi Jingyan inquired. Rest assured, young master. I believe you may have forgotten that Uncle Fu is the acting president of the Solar Commerce Guild. He will guide you on what to do once you have gathered the keys, Zhuge Chongyun explained. All right, I understand. I will head to Luotian Star myself then. Oh, by the way, young master, I suggest you visit the largest commercial satellite of the Tang Women's Nation, Rose 3, before heading to the Imperial Star of the Tang Women's Nation. After all, Zhuge Chongyun paused, a mysterious smile gracing his face. There will be a tremendous surprise waiting for you there, young master. A surprise? I hope it's not a fright. Xi Jingyan squinted suspiciously. Young master is joking. I shall take my leave now, wishing you great fortune, Zhuge Chongyun concluded before ending the communication. Once I collect all the inheritance keys, I will make you kneel and sing my praises. Xi Jingyan muttered indignantly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Nanyang once again entered warp and departed. Young master, how can they just leave like that? Dueling pouted. Ling and Oppos. We are on the bridge. You must address him as captain. Protector Dueling corrected. Brother. All right, enough noise. Xi Jingyan rubbed his temples and commanded Snobby, locate Rose 3 and set course immediately. 40 minutes later, the red starship, Infinite, arrived near Rose 3. The satellite was named for its solar battery array, which resembled the petals of a rose when unfurled. This satellite was independently developed by the Tang Women's Nation and served as a window for foreign trade, boasting the largest interstellar port in the V25 star region. The trade revenue from Rose 3 accounted for 30% of the Tang Women's Nation's economy, making it a commercial hub. Xi Jingyan, accompanied by Protector Dueling, the two siblings, and Snobby, along with the three little ones, boarded the shuttle to Rose 3, leaving Uncle Fu to oversee the Infinite. On the bridge of the Infinite, Uncle Fu, dressed in a black tailcoat, watched the shuttle depart for Rose 3. Miss, it has been 18 years since your last visit to Rose 3. Do you remember how you snuck away from the family with me back then and hid here? Uncle Fu, a hero should not dwell on past glories. Xi Jingyan laughed. Miss, are you shy? Uncle Fu chuckled. But it was here that you started from scratch to establish the Solar Commerce Guild. And it was here that you met Mu Chunxiao and Si Boang. Uncle Fu and Oppos. S tone noticeably hardened at the mention of Si Boang and Oppos' name. Uncle Fu. 10 minutes later, the shuttle carrying Xi Jingyan and his companions docked at Port 6 of Rose 3. Wow, young master, this port is so enormous. Dueling exclaimed, stretching her arms wide as she ran around the expansive port like a child. Hee, this is fun. I want to join. Little Ba chimed in, imitating Dueling and Oppos' actions. Hee, I want to play too. Snobby brother, let us play together, she said, pulling Snobby along. Ah, wait. I dawned and oppose. Snob's protest was drowned out as Mu Mu dragged him around. Si Jingyin watched the trio frolicking across the vast port, a tender smile gracing his lips. Though this body was merely 15 years old, his true age was already 35. In the original universe, he was perpetually engrossed in governmental duties, resulting in him and Mu Xingyun welcoming their first child a full 15 years after their marriage. Regrettably, he never witnessed the birth of his child, which remains his greatest sorrow. Thus, when he beheld the innocent and carefree smiles of these children, an inexplicable warmth surged within him. All right, Don and Oppos, run away. Come here. We are leaving. Si Xingyin called with a smile, summoning a large child and 3 smaller ones to his side. Young master, where are we going now? Dou Ling inquired, tilting her head curiously. Where are we going? Echoed Xiaoba, mimicking the head tilt. Where are we going? Repeated Mu Mu, also tilting her head in unison. Snoopy glanced between them and Si Xingyin, awkwardly attempting to replicate the head tilt. Meanwhile, Dou Hu, standing nearby, felt somewhat uneasy, pondering, what are they doing? Why are they all mimicking the young master? Should I do the same? Just as Dou Hu hesitated, Si Xingyin spoke again. We shall first explore the largest market here, and then find a place to dine. Yay. At the same time, in a lavish mansion located in another corner of rows number 3, Si Xingzhu and Mu Qiuyue sat on separate sofas. Mu Qiuyue was seething with rage, downing glass after glass of wine, while the respectful butler, old Sun, stood behind her. Si Xingzhu lounged with one leg crossed over the other, exuding an air of leisure. Beside him knelt a woman clad in a striking red outfit and a breathing mask, her body marred with injuries. Mu Qiuyue slammed her glass onto the ground, shouting hysterically, Si Xingzhu, you carelessly lost the engine blueprint I painstakingly acquired. Was it intentional? Your Highness, please remain calm, Si Xingzhu replied serenely. The blueprint was merely stolen by a mouse. It can be retrieved swiftly. With a bang, Mu Qiuyue stood up, pointing at the kneeling woman in red. A mouse? But according to my butler, this mouse was released by your people. Si Xingzhu remained unperturbed, tossing a photograph onto the table and casually stating, however, it seems this mouse has followed your highness here. I am currently assisting your highness in luring her out to eliminate her. Shouldn't you be grateful? Mu Qiuyue grabbed the photograph and gasped. She recognized the individual in it as Ling Feng, the leader of Mu Xingyun's covert guards. If she was near, it implied that Mu Xingyun might already be aware of her machinations. Can you assist me in locating this person, your highness? Mu Qiuyue fretted, uncertain of how much Mu Xingyun knew of her actions. If you find her, ensure she disappears entirely when you reclaim the blueprint. Si Xingzhu smiled. Your highness need not worry. This little mouse cannot escape from rows number 3. I merely wish to ascertain whether there is only one mouse or more. His words sent Mu Qiuyue into a frenzy. More mice? No, she could not sit idly. Ahaha, then I shall trouble your highness. I eagerly await your good news. After signaling old Sun, the two hurriedly departed. After watching them leave, Si Xingzhu downed a glass of wine and approached the woman in red. TSK, Alice, how dare you take it upon yourself to let that mouse go? You truly disappoint me. Si Xingzhu observed Alice with a playful glint in his eyes. Alice remained unresponsive, still kneeling with her head bowed. Si Xingzhu grasped her chin, lifting her face. Although her breathing mask obscured her features, her eyes radiated defiance. With a swift slap, Si Xingzhu knocked her to the ground. Do not look at me with such eyes, he roared, his fury igniting. I saved you from the marauders 5 years ago, and now you rely on this respirator to sustain you. Instead of gratitude, you dare to defy me. Yet, Alice, still on the ground, continued to glare at Si Xingzhu with unwavering resolve. I warned you not to look at me like that. Just as Si Xingzhu was about to erupt again, a thought occurred to him. He squatted down before Alice, a cruel smile gracing his lips, and forcefully removed her breathing mask. Once stripped of the mask, Alice revealed a delicate face, though her expression was contorted in pain as she trembled, curling into a ball. Wrinkles and age spots marred her once youthful visage, transforming her into a dying crone in mere moments. How do you fare now, Alice? Are you ready to obey? Or shall I let your kin experience this near-death sensation too? Xi Xingzhu taunted, patting her cheek. I will obey. Alice gasped, struggling against the agony of aging as she managed to utter the 3 words. Remember your promise, Xi Xingzhu replied, tossing the breathing mask back to her. Do not forget that your kin are in my grasp. With that, Xi Xingzhu exited the room. Trembling, Alice picked up the mask and placed it back on her face. Moments later, she reverted to her youthful appearance, casting a glance at Ling Feng's photograph on the table, her eyes gleaming with a sinister light, eerily transforming to a blood-red hue. On the other side of rows number 3, at the expansive Rose Square bustling with a free trade market, Xi Xingyin and his companions were enjoying a delightful shopping spree. Xi Xingyin procured an array of electronic components and tools. Dou Ling acquired numerous exquisite garments and jewelry, while the 3 little ones each clutched a cotton candy. Dou Hu, acting as the pack mule, was laden with bags of various sizes, nearly obscuring his face. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd approximately 50 meters away, a figure cloaked in black trailed them stealthily. Chapter 38. The Broken Cauldron Tavern. Mr. A. Yan. Snoopy gently tugged at Xi Xingyin's clothing. I understand. Let us keep our voices down. There are too many people here, Xi Xingyin whispered, casting a knowing glance at the protector, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. They continued to move forward, while a figure clad in a black cloak stealthily trailed behind them, maintaining a cautious distance. As Xi Xingyin and his companions turned into a narrow alley, the shadowy figure followed without hesitation. Towering buildings flanked either side of the street, casting a pall of darkness that rendered the entire area somewhat ominous. Upon reaching a corner, Xi Xingyin abruptly halted and turned to confront the cloaked figure, who also came to a stop, eyeing them warily. Friend, you've been following us for quite a while. Is there something you wish to discuss? Xi Xingyin inquired with a smile. The cloaked figure remained silent, placing her right hand on the hilt of her military dagger. Suddenly, a fierce energy surged from behind her, catching the figure off guard as she instinctively raised her undrawn dagger to block an impending attack. With a muffled thud, the cloaked figure was propelled backward by a terrifying force, sliding several meters away. What immense strength, she thought, glancing up to see the man burdened with various packages who had been following Xi Xingyin moments ago. When did he manage to get behind her? Drawing her dagger, the cloaked figure fixed her gaze on the protector, who now exuded an intimidating presence, and charged at her with a clenched fist. How foolish, she mused, believing it madness to confront her sharp blade with bare hands. However, as she aimed to strike the protector's fist with her dagger, she discovered that the confined space of the alley rendered her weapon ineffective. The moment she attempted to swing, her blade became lodged against the wall. With the protector's fist poised to land a blow, she swiftly discarded her dagger, evading the punch, but the force of the wind from his strike tore through her cloak, exposing her sun-kissed skin. After dodging the attack, the cloaked figure seized the opportunity to ensnare the protector and Apos' neck with her arms. Brother, dueling, hiding behind Xi Xingyin, gasped in alarm upon witnessing her brother ensnared. Ling and Apos, do not fret, Xi Xingyin replied, arms crossed with a calm smile. Your brother has not yet exerted his full strength. Just as the cloaked figure prepared to exert force to snap the protector's neck, she found herself unexpectedly yanked forward, compelled to leap and wrap her legs around his waist. Enraged, the protector struggled fiercely to dislodge her. The cloaked figure was taken aback. She was renowned for her strength throughout the great Tang female nation. Yet she was gradually losing control over this man. Could it be the injury at her waist hindering her? As she felt herself slipping, she crossed her legs tightly around his waist, transforming her hold from a lock to an embrace, clinging resolutely to his neck. The protector, now more furious, reached backward to grasp the cloaked figure's garment, attempting to throw her off. Yet her strength was formidable, and with a powerful tug, the fabric of her cloak tore apart, revealing her alluring figure, flowing golden hair, and an expressive face with a sun-kissed complexion. A woman? Everyone present, save for the protector, was left in stunned silence. What is it with your expressions? The protector inquired, continuing to twist in an effort to free himself from the figure clinging to him. Brother, perhaps you should show a little restraint, Dueling suggested, scratching her head. Uft. Ahu, you look as though you're carrying a bride. Si Xingyin stifled a laugh. Unbeknownst to them, Mumu had been watching with a complex expression ever since she caught sight of the golden-haired woman. What bride? The protector questioned, perplexed by their banter. Unable to shake off the figure behind him, he charged toward the wall. With a resounding crash, the golden-haired woman collided against the wall, causing fine cracks to spread across it. The impact struck her injury, reopening the wound and causing blood to flow profusely. As pain surged through her, the strength ebbed from her body, and she slumped against the wall. The protector turned, raising his fist to strike her chest. No! Mumu cried out, rushing forward. Mumu! Si Xingyin and Juling exclaimed in surprise, hastening after the fleeing girl, but she nimbly evaded them. Upon seeing that the person before him was a golden-haired woman, the protector halted his fierce strike, his fist hovering just shy of her body. Awkwardness enveloped the scene. The protector's ambiguous posture appeared as though he were about to make an inappropriate advance. Confused and unsure of how to proceed, he found himself at a loss. Just then, Mumu dashed forward, arms outstretched to shield the golden-haired woman. Do not bully Sister Foam. At that moment, Juling rushed over, grasping Mumu's hand in an attempt to pull her away. Mumu, this sister may seem a bit unstable, but rest assured, your brother, Ahu, would never harm a woman, even if she is mad. No, that is not it. Mumu wriggled free, continuing, she isn't a mad sister. She is Sister Foam. Juling furrowed her brow. Is there really a difference? How can you not understand? Mumu stamped her foot in frustration. Anyway, Sister Foam was my sister and Apos' subordinate, responsible for protecting me. She was my personal shadow guard. What? The others gasped in astonishment, realizing the woman's remarkable identity. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, witnessing the peculiar bond between Mumu and the others, concluded she was neither kidnapped nor coerced, and thus relaxed, only to collapse as blood flowed from her severely torn waist. Seeing this, Mumu's face turned pale as she rushed to Ling Feng, weeping, Sister Foam, what has happened to you? Linger, quickly assess her injuries. Si Xingyin instructed Juling, for she was the only one present with medical knowledge. While he could summon Wang Di to treat the woman's wounds, he could not do so in front of everyone, as he had no way to explain his actions and wished to keep his cards close to his chest. After examining the golden-haired woman and Apos' injuries, Juling scolded the protector, brother, how could you be so careless? You struck her so hard. She. The protector stammered, wanting to explain that he had not realized she was a woman. Yet, sensing her curves against his back earlier and the faint fragrance of magnolia lingering in the air, he should have deduced her true identity. After hastily treating Ling Feng's wound and applying a basic bandage, Juling declared, this won't do. Young master, her wound is far too deep. I cannot stop the bleeding, and it seems to be infected. If we are to save her, we must return to the Infinite. Indeed, the regenerative medical pod aboard the Infinite could swiftly heal Ling Feng's injuries. Very well, we shall take her back immediately. Si Xingyin was about to voice his decision when Ling Feng interrupted weakly. Wait, you cannot take me away. I am unable to leave Rose 3 at this moment, as the Regent has ordered the blockade of all starports. No one can enter or exit the satellite. Is it your imperial aunt? Why would she seal off Rose 3? Mumu, still teary-eyed, asked in astonishment. Your Highness, allow me to report on this matter later. We must depart from here at once. The Regent's spies are ubiquitous within Rose number 3, and we cannot linger in one place for too long, lest we be discovered by her minions. Ling Feng said with difficulty. But your injuries? Si Xingyin observed the fresh blood seeping from the recently bandaged wound of the woman. Ling Feng retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Si Xingyin, saying, I came to this market in search of a renowned physician for my treatment, but upon seeing your Highness, I followed. You are truly. Si Xingyin intended to call him foolishly loyal, but upon witnessing Mumu's tearful countenance, he refrained from continuing. He glanced at the paper and noted that it bore the name Broken Cauldron Bar, followed by an address and a string of numbers. Ahu, take Wind's guards. We shall proceed to the Broken Cauldron Bar immediately, Si Xingyin commanded. 20 minutes later, The scene shifted to a luxurious mansion at the other end of rows number 3. What? You have located Ling Feng? Mu Qiuye sprang up from a leather sofa, nearly crushing the communicator in her grasp. What are you waiting for? Kill that wretch at once and retrieve the blueprints for me. The small bearded man on the communicator's screen appeared troubled, saying, We have indeed found Ling Feng. She was taken into the Broken Cauldron bar at Rose Square by a group, which is owned by the Sun Merchant Association, and we fear. The Sun Merchant Association. Mu Qiuye was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. What of it? Shangguan Zhen is dead. No one leads the Sun Merchant Association now. You need only present my royal decree to apprehend them. But, the small bearded man stammered, we saw the young princess among that group. What? Mu Xingyao. Are you certain you saw that little wretch, Mu Xingyao? Yes, your highness, I would not mistake it. The bearded man was sweating profusely. Well, it seems Mu Xingyun has indeed sought the Sun Merchant Association as her backing. However, it matters not. Even when Shangguan Zhen was alive, she could not do anything to me. Now that she is dead, why should I fear her ragtag remnants? Mu Qiuye scoffed, then added, Very well. I shall go in person. After ending the communication, Mu Qiuye instructed her steward, Old Sun, bring my royal guard. Today, I shall cleanse Rose No. 3 of the filth left by Shangguan Zhen. Yes. Old Sun hesitated before asking, Should we inform Xishinku about this? Reveal Ling Feng and Apos' whereabouts to him, but do not disclose any information regarding the Sun Merchant Association. A cunning smile spread across Mu Qiuye's face. Furthermore, inform him that if he eliminates Ling Feng and retrieves the blueprints, I shall reveal to him the location of the heirloom key. 10 minutes earlier, at the Broken Cauldron bar, this establishment was exceptionally opulent, breaking away from the typical dark, damp, and smoky atmosphere of bars. Instead, it was brightly lit, with various neon lights illuminating the grand stage at the center. A band was performing blues rock music, and a woman clad in a deep blue gown sang a soulful blues rock ballad, her voice a gentle ray of light in the night, imbued with a subtle melancholy and profound emotion that seeped into the very depths of the soul. All patrons sat in rapt silence, absorbing the cleansing power of her song. At that moment, Xingyin kicked open the bar's grand doors, storming in with his entourage, rushing to the bar and calling out to the bartender, Where's the physician? Bring him out to save a life. The bar fell into an immediate hush. Not only did the music cease, but the patrons fell silent as well. The bartender glanced at Xingyin and then at Ling Feng, cradled in the arms of her protector. She had succumbed to unconsciousness, blood continuing to flow from her waist, which prompted Xingyin's urgent search for a doctor. He had considered seeking assistance from Wang Di, but the latter had refused, not out of fear of exposure, but because Ling Feng's wound had become infected and the nanobots could not treat infected injuries. To act recklessly in repairing the wound could cost Ling Feng her life. State the service code, the bartender demanded, his gaze fixed on Xingyin. Service code? Xingyin recalled the slip of paper Ling Feng had given him. He quickly retrieved it from his pocket and recited the string of numbers to the bartender. The bartender did not respond immediately, but instead looked toward the blue-gowned woman on stage, who appeared unfazed by the interruption and signaled to the band. The music resumed, and she continued her blues song. I apologize, sir. The service code you provided does indeed authorize the treatment of a critically injured patient, but your abrupt entrance has angered the esteemed physician, and therefore he has decided against offering assistance, the bartender stated calmly. What? How can you stand by and do nothing? It was merely a song. Surely it could be sung again. Du Ling exclaimed. What to do? Brother A Yin, please think of a way to save Sister Feng. Mu Mu cried once more. Xingyin seized the bartender by the collar, pulling him close and demanding, What must I do to change the esteemed physician's mind? Surely there must be a way, yes? As Xingyin uttered the last word, a powerful aura erupted from him, radiating outward like a shockwave. Glass bottles and cups near him shattered instantly, while those further away toppled over. This was the aura of a sovereign. The woman in the blue gown on stage remained unaffected. She ceased her singing and regarded Xingyin with keen interest. In fact, there is indeed a way to persuade the esteemed physician to reconsider. The woman in blue declared loudly. Chapter 39. The Phoenix Physician, what method do you propose? Xi Xingyin inquired, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the woman in the blue dress. With a charming smile, she replied, this is the Broken Cauldron Tavern, where patrons come not only to drink, but also to enjoy music. Since you have interrupted my song, the most fitting remedy would be for you to offer a song in return. A song in return? Xi Xingyin looked at her, perplexed. What do you mean? It means that you must take the stage and perform a song for everyone. If you can move the esteemed physician, I am certain he will agree to help the young lady in need, she said with a beaming smile. What are you saying? You want our young master to sing for you? You have quite the audacity. Du Ling rushed forward, ready to confront the woman. Linger. Xi Xingyin pulled Du Ling back and approached the stage, carefully scrutinizing the woman in blue. She appeared to be in her 30s, with wavy hair cascading like silk over her fair and delicate visage. Her skin was as smooth and luminous as mutton-fat jade, her brows gentle like distant mountains, and her large, bright eyes held a faint tear mole at the lower corner of her left eye. Her nose was straight, and her lips curved slightly upward, exuding confidence and grace. From the moment Xi Xingyin laid eyes on her, an inexplicable familiarity enveloped him, as if they had known each other for ages. Now, as he drew closer, that sense of recognition intensified, particularly in her gaze, which invoked a sense of warmth within him. However, Xi Xingyin was certain that this was the first time he had encountered this woman. Is one song truly sufficient? Xi Xingyin asked once more. The woman nodded with a smile. Very well, but I will need to borrow the band. Of course. Xi Xingyin ascended the stage, surveying the ensemble composed of 2 guitarists, a bassist, a drummer, and a keyboardist, before striding directly to the lead guitarist. May I borrow your electric guitar? He requested, extending his hand. The lead guitarist, taken aback, glanced at the woman in blue. After receiving her approval, he removed the guitar from his shoulder and handed it to Xi Xingyin, stepping off the stage. Once Xi Xingyin had slung the guitar over his back, he addressed the other band members. Just follow my lead. After receiving affirmations from the ensemble, he positioned himself at the center microphone. What is the young master about to do? Play the guitar? Sing? The guardian holding Ling Feng stared at Du Ling in bewilderment. When did our young master learn to play the guitar? Du Ling shrugged, equally perplexed. It was no surprise that the siblings were unaware. In this universe, Xi Xingyin had never received any musical education and could be deemed tone-deaf. Yet, in the original universe, Xi Xingyin was an ardent lover of rock music, particularly blues rock. During his university years, he had formed a band, and several of his original songs had gained immense popularity, even surpassing the fame of contemporary pop idols, becoming anthems sung in every street corner. Had it not been for his father compelling him to return and claim the throne after graduation, he might have already embarked on a journey as a rock star. Taking a deep breath, Xi Xingyin commenced strumming the guitar, weaving a melancholic prelude. After a sorrowful introduction, he began to sing. There and Apos, S a lady who and Apos, S sure all that glitters are gold and she and Apos. S buying a stairway to heaven when she gets there she knows if the stores are all closed with a word, she can get what she came for ooh and she and Apos. S buying a stairway to heaven. Xi Xingyin's mournful voice articulated the English lyrics, narrating a sorrowful tale. After 16 measures, he ceased singing and began strumming chords, with the drummer and bassist instinctively joining in. The tempo quickened, elevating the song toward its climax. Xi Xingyin then launched into an extended 2-minute guitar solo, during which the other band members seamlessly harmonized, igniting the atmosphere once more. The song transitioned into a rock segment, and Xi Xingyin unleashed a powerful, raw vocalization for the chorus. And as we wind on down the road, our shadows taller than our soul, there walks a lady we all know who shines white light and wants to show how everything still turns to gold. And if you listen very hard, the tune will come to you at last when all are one and one is all. Yet to be a rock and not to roll. As he sang these lines, Xi Xingyin's aura surged, waves of energy emanating from him, igniting the audience into a frenzy. Patrons swayed wildly to the pulsating rhythm, as if under the influence of an unseen force, their expressions wild and entranced, their eyes ablaze with fervor. In a sudden moment, Xi Xingyin halted his guitar playing, and the band followed suit, suspending the music. With a clear, resonant voice, he delivered the final line of the song, and she and Apo's buying a stairway to heaven. As the last note faded, the venue erupted into fervent cheers and applause. Nearby, the woman in blue smiled to herself, murmuring, "This young man is rather intriguing." Xi Xingyan returned the electric guitar to the band's guitarist and leaped off the stage. Approaching the woman in blue, "Did my song pass muster? Your rendition of Stairway to Heaven, a classic from Led Zeppelin composed in 1971, is a relic in this universe. Nearly forgotten by all, it is akin to an eternal masterpiece. An excellent blues rock song," the woman remarked. "It has profoundly touched the heart of the physician, and thus he has consented to assist the injured young lady. Then I kindly request the esteemed physician to commence the healing forthwith." Xi Xingyan gestured invitingly. Feigning surprise, the woman asked, "How did you discern that I am the physician?" "By the fragrance that surrounds you," Xi Xingyan explained. "The aroma is neither that of perfume nor of scented garments, but rather the essence of herbs. Thus, I concluded that you must be the esteemed physician. Indeed, you are becoming increasingly fascinating." The divine physician, having prepared to treat Ling Feng, suddenly recalled something. She turned around and, lifting Shi Xingyan's chin with her finger, remarked, "Little one, I must caution you that sniffing the fragrance of a beautiful woman is quite impolite. You must amend this behavior henceforth." "Ah, yes, I and Apos, am sorry." Shi Xingyan immediately apologized. The divine physician released Shi Xingyan, leaving him with a sense of relief, as if he had been granted a reprieve. The peculiar feeling lingered. Despite his rebellious nature, he felt an inexplicable need to submit before this enchanting healer, as if under some ancestral compulsion. The beautiful physician approached Ling Feng, who was being cradled by Do Hu. She examined the wound on Ling Feng's waist and inquired, "Who treated this injury?" It was me," Do Ling answered timidly, raising her hand. "Well done. Have you studied medical knowledge?" The physician praised. "Yes, I studied for 2 years in medical school," Do Ling responded. The physician then lifted Ling Feng and Apos' eyelid to inspect her pupil, before grasping her wrist to check her pulse. She turned to the bartender and instructed, "Xiaojiao, prepare the operating room." She then looked back at Shi Xingyan and commanded, "Little one, come here and assist me." Me? All right," Shi Xingyan replied. Though he questioned internally, "What is happening? Why do I feel an inability to refuse?" Following the divine physician, Shi Xingyan and the others descended into the bar's basement. Passing through a wine cellar, the physician opened a concealed door, revealing a vast greenhouse. The warmth and comfort of the greenhouse, illuminated by sunlight from overhead lamps, was filled with various herbs. After traversing the greenhouse, they finally entered the operating room. "Place her on the operating table," the physician instructed Do Hu, who complied. "Now, little one, stay here. The rest of you, please leave." Once everyone had exited, the physician glared at Shi Xingyan and said, "What are you staring at? Hurry and change into surgical attire. If you delay, and something happens to this young lady, do not blame me." As Shi Xingyan changed in the adjoining room, he pondered, "Why does this enchanting physician's demeanor transform so drastically upon entering the operating room? And why do I feel utterly powerless to resist when she glares at me?" Outside the operating room, the 2 adults and 2 children sat on the floor, awaiting the conclusion of the surgery. "Linger, do you not feel that the young master has changed?" Do Hu asked Do Ling. "I noticed long ago. In fact, the young master transformed after the last assassination attempt. He has become more intelligent, brave, and even more handsome. Not only has he subdued the fox-hunting legion, but he is also on the verge of taking control of the Sun Chamber of Commerce. Impressive, isn't it?" Do Ling proclaimed proudly, resembling a peacock displaying its feathers. Mumu tugged at Do Ling's sleeve and asked, "Sister Ling, do you think Sister Feng will be all right?" Do Ling gently ruffled Mumu's hair and reassured her. "There is no need to worry. The young master has enlisted the divine physician's help to save Sister Feng. She will surely be fine, so rest assured." Inside the operating room, the beautiful physician retrieved a delicate cloth pouch embroidered with a phoenix motif and tossed it to Shi Xingyan. "Little one, open it." "Oh." Shi Xingyan obediently complied, unveiling a set of silver needles of varying lengths and thicknesses. Are these acupuncture needles? Why are you still dawdling? Disinfect the needles. Ah. Oh. Shi Xingyan promptly began to follow her instructions, using alcohol to sterilize the needles. Divine physician, will you use the silver needles to treat the wound infection? Infection? Who told you her wound was infected? The beautiful physician, masked but unimpeded by her disguise, glared at Shi Xingyan with disdain. This girl has a knife wound, and the blade was poisoned. Unbeknownst to her, she recklessly stitched the wound. She pointed at the blood spots on either side of Ling Feng's injury and continued, "Look, this girl is quite fierce." She used a stapler to close the wound. Although it has not become infected, the untreated poison has caused necrosis, making it appear as though an infection has occurred. I will now employ the silver needles to seal the acupoints, numbing the nerves around her wound to temporarily alleviate pain while also stopping the bleeding. The physician picked up the needles and added, "I will demonstrate only once, so pay close attention." Shi Xingyan was taken aback. "Oh, what? You mean? You will teach me? Why are you making such a foolish face? I and Appos am about to begin, so watch closely." Oh. The beautiful physician adeptly grasped 5 silver needles and, with remarkable speed, inserted them around Ling Feng's waist wound, gradually halting the bleeding. "Done. Did you see clearly?" she inquired. "I did," Shi Xingyan replied, astonished. He had witnessed the physician's swift technique and, remarkably, each point she punctured resonated in his mind with its corresponding acupoint name, as if it were preordained knowledge. Now, the next crucial step. I will first scrape away the necrotic tissue from her wound for debridement. Then I will perform a series of needle techniques to expel the toxins from her body, simultaneously revitalizing her and enhancing her healing capacity. The physician looked intently at Shi Xingyan and said, "Once again, I will perform this only once, so observe closely." Yes, the beautiful physician executed the procedure with remarkable skill, deftly wielding the scalpel to cleanse the necrotic areas of Ling Feng's wound. "Now, I will commence with the needlework." The physician cast a glance at Shi Xingyan. "Okay." This time, she grasped 9 silver needles, inhaled deeply, her gaze sharpening, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. "This technique has been passed down through my family for generations. It is called Appos, Phoenix Dance 9 needles, and Appos, each needle and Appos. Force and depth must be executed with absolute precision. Any deviation could lead to treatment failure. The patient may worsen or, in severe cases, die instantly. As the 526th generation Phoenix physician, I now impart this technique to you. Observe closely." The aura emanating from the physician mirrored that which Shi Xingyan had experienced on stage, yet he perceived this energy within her as more restrained, lacking any sense of external projection. With remarkable speed, the 9 silver needles pierced 9 acupoints on Ling Feng's back. Then, with her right hand open, she gently brushed over the exposed ends of the needles, and in a flash, she withdrew the 9 needles, reinserting them into 9 different acupoints. This cycle continued for 9 repetitions until she finally retracted all the needles, discarding them onto the surgical tray. Suddenly, Ling Feng lifted her head and expelled a mouthful of black blood before fainting once more. The toxins have been expelled, and the treatment is complete. Now, summon that chattering girl outside to stitch her wound. The beautiful physician began, only to sway backward. Shi Xingyan, quick to react, rushed to support her. "Divine physician, are you all right?" Removing her mask, the physician weakly replied, "Little one, I'm fine. It has simply been years since I last employed this technique, and using it all at once has left me somewhat fatigued." "Did you remember the technique?" "I did," Shi Xingyan exclaimed, astonished. He had committed the method to memory as he observed the physician, the process feeling remarkably natural, as if this technique had always resided in his mind. "All right, I shall rest for a while. Ensure that girl comes to stitch the wound." The beautiful physician pushed Shi Xingyan aside, ominously warning, "Do not disturb me while I sleep. My temper can be quite formidable." Shi Xingyan obediently nodded. At this moment, outside the Broken Cauldron bar, a man with a small mustache surrounded by a contingent of soldiers stood at the entrance. Subsequently, a luxurious golden sports car came to a halt before the bar. Dressed in an ensemble of dark leather, Mu Quni gracefully descended from the vehicle, swaying her hips as she approached the bar's entrance. Chapter 40. A Clash of Titans. Mu Qiue cast a disdainful glance at the bronze-colored bar entrance, her enchanting visage betraying her distaste. She turned to the man with a small mustache, signaling him discreetly, and he, understanding her cue, led a contingent of soldiers into the bar. Inside, the stage had been vacated by the band, leaving only a few patrons engaged in idle chatter over their drinks. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers stormed in, brazenly overturning tables and chairs. The barkeep, Xiaojiu, rushed over, positioning himself in front of the soldiers. "Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this?" Before he could finish, one of the soldiers struck him down with the butt of his rifle. Witnessing Xiaojiu's fall ignited a furious response among the patrons, who sprang to his side, helping him to his feet. "What are you doing? How dare you strike him?" Just then, the man with the small mustache emerged from behind the soldiers, clad in a military uniform, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon receiving intelligence that an assassin targeting the regent was hiding in this establishment, he declared, picking up a bottle from the floor and smashing it against a nearby table, commanding, "Search the place." At his command, the soldiers surged forward, demolishing everything in their path: tables, chairs, bottles, and glasses shattered under their relentless assault. A few soldiers ascended the stage, destroying the instruments placed there. The patrons clenched their fists, teeth gritted, glaring at the soldiers as they wreaked havoc, yet feeling utterly powerless against the fully armed force. Suddenly, two soldiers were hurled through the air, crashing into the wall by the entrance with a resounding thud. As their bodies slumped to the ground, the mustached man shouted in fury, "Who dares?" His face darkened, eyes ablaze with rage. "It is I," came a voice, and the protector strode confidently from the direction of the bar, his steps imbued with unwavering strength. At the same time, he seized two soldiers and tossed them aside like refuse. They flew through the air, colliding with the wall once more, causing a heavy thud that left a crack in the surface, shaking the entire room. "Such audacity! Do you know who we are?" the mustached man thundered, as the soldiers ceased their destruction, raising their plasma rifles at the protector. You are nothing more than a band of unscrupulous bullies," the protector declared emphatically. "You ignorant fool. We are the personal guard of His Excellency, the Regent," the mustached man retorted, his face flushed with anger. "The Regent is a figure of immense authority in the Great Tang, second only to none." "And what of the Regent?" The protector's powerful voice rang out again. "This is Rose number 3, the city of free trade. All traders present here are protected under the Interstellar Trade Act. Royal authority holds no sway here." The protector spoke the truth. Indeed, a century prior, various star domains had united to establish the Interstellar Trade Act to promote cultural and technological exchange. This act was enforced solely in designated free trade areas, stipulating that traders were not subject to local laws unless they violated them, in which case local judicial authorities could file complaints with the Interstellar Trade Union, which would then adjudicate the matter. Thus, the mustached man's invocation of the regent's name was utterly futile. Upon hearing the protector's words, the crowd erupted in agreement. "Exactly. What is the regent to us? We are free trade merchants. Go on, try to arrest me. The Interstellar Trade Union will make you pay. How dare you shout in your ignorance? Lacking the ability to back it up? Silence! Silence!" The mustached man bellowed, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control. "You are already fish on the chopping block. Do you think the Interstellar Trade Union will come to your rescue?" With that, he pointed accusingly at the protector, commanding, "Kill him." The soldiers, understanding the order, prepared to fire, but in the instant they pulled the triggers, their weapons disintegrated into a heap of parts. A hush fell over the room. Meanwhile, behind the bar, Xiao Ba and Mu Mu were crouched, stealthily observing the unfolding chaos. "Xiao Ba, why did their guns fall apart?" Mu Mu asked, her curiosity piqued. "Perhaps they were using inferior products, haha." Xiao Ba chuckled, but unbeknownst to anyone, his right hand had vanished, leaving only an empty sleeve. The bar erupted in laughter, and they claimed to be the regent's personal guard. They don't even possess decent weapons. Are they a scout troop? Their guns are like Lego toys, fall apart at a touch. Could it be that this squad is composed of Lego soldiers? They jeered. The mustached man's complexion fluctuated between green and purple as he shouted at his soldiers. What is the meaning of this? One soldier replied. Report. We Don and Oppos. T know how it happened. The guns just fell apart. Useless. I and Oppos am not blind. The mustached man fumed. What is wrong with the weapons? Didn't and Oppos. T you check them before leaving? All the patrons closed in around the mustached man and his soldiers, creating an impenetrable barrier. W, what do you want? I am the captain of the Regent's personal guard. He stammered, brandishing his sidearm. But before he could even pull the trigger, it too fell apart in his hand. Haha, Lego Captain, stop your futile struggle, a bald giant remarked. Who are you calling? Before the mustached captain could finish, the bald man landed a punch that sent him crashing to the ground, and then he mounted the captain, raining down blows. Beat them. The other patrons surged forward, joining the fray. The bar transformed into a battleground, and soon, the entire squad of soldiers lay defeated. The Regent, you say? The personal guard, huh? Second to none, right? The bald man continued to pound the mustached captain, blood streaming from his face, his nose twisted grotesquely, resembling a broken condiment jar, with a mix of salty, sour, and spicy dripping from him. A woman's voice rang out, stop! Dressed in a black leather outfit, Mu Chiu strode into the bar alongside butler Lao San, followed by over 300 soldiers clad in combat gear, weapons at the ready, encircling the patrons once more. Achoo! Mu Chiu sneezed, and butler Lao San promptly offered her a handkerchief. Covering her nose, Mu Chiu remarked, what a foul place. It's filthy. As she beheld the soldiers sent earlier lying on the floor, moaning in agony, she chuckled coldly. I wondered why they hadn't returned. Approaching the mustached captain, she surveyed the bloodied and bruised figure and scolded, incompetent. You couldn't handle such a trivial matter. What use are you to me? Upon hearing this, the mustached man scrambled to his feet, kneeling before Mu Chiu, banging his head against the floor in desperate supplication. Your Highness, please grant me another chance. I beg you, Your Highness, I do not wish to die. However, Mu Chiu paid him no mind, covering her nose as she walked away. Butler Lao San stepped forward, wrapping his arms around the mustached man's neck and with a swift twist, silenced his cries, leaving him lifeless upon the ground. Hiding behind the bar, Mu was nearly startled into a scream at the sight, but Xiaoba swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. After two soldiers dragged away the corpse of the mustached man, Mu Quni leisurely paced a few steps within the ravaged bar, casting her gaze over the crowd. Her eyes lit up when they fell upon the guardian. This tall youth, with his handsome features and robust physique, was precisely the type of muscular man she adored. Mu Quni swallowed hard and pointed at the guardian, commanding, bring him to me. Two soldiers stepped forward, intending to seize the guardian. But he was not one to be easily subdued. As one soldier's hand reached out to touch him, the guardian countered, swiftly grasping the soldier's arm and twisting it with a sharp motion, resulting in a sickening crack as the soldier's arm contorted painfully. With a cry of agony, the soldier stumbled back, but the guardian advanced, seizing the other soldier's arm and twisting it in the opposite direction, producing yet another audible snap. But the encounter was far from over. The guardian lunged forward again, lifting both injured soldiers effortlessly and tossing them towards Mu Quni, where they landed at her feet, moaning in pain. The events transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how effortlessly the guardian had dispatched the two soldiers. Witnessing the two men now incapacitated and unrecognizable, the remaining soldiers felt a chill of fear. Mu Quni glanced at the two soldiers, now unconscious from their injuries, and instead of displaying anger, she smiled. She relished the thought of having such a powerful man as her companion. Clapping her hands, she approached, exclaiming, very good. I find you quite appealing. How about accompanying me? No matter what your previous master offered you, I will pay tenfold. What are you to me? Why would I follow you? The guardian retorted defiantly. Impudent. You stand before the regent of the great Tang women's kingdom, Princess Mu Quni, shouted Old Sun, who had been following behind. I care not for your title. The only master I recognize is our young lord. The Guardian replied coolly. Is that so? What a pity. Mu Quni shook her head, stating, since you refuse, I shall have no choice but to cripple you before taking you with me. As her words fell, Old Sun, who had been trailing behind Mu Quni, suddenly vanished from sight. The Guardian felt a surge of murderous intent approaching him and quickly retreated. Yet Old Sun had already materialized before him, his right hand morphing into a knife-like strike aimed at the Guardian's neck. Realizing he could not evade the attack, the Guardian raised his left arm in defense. With a sharp crack, Old Sun's palm struck the Guardian's forearm, leaving a clean incision that caused blood to flow profusely. Old Sun, were you trying to kill him? Mu Quni and Apos' voice was laced with frost. Old Sun shivered slightly, turning to her with a sheepish smile. Apologies, Your Highness, I momentarily forgot. I shall be more careful next time. When he turned back, the Guardian noticed that Old Sun's murderous intent had intensified. This time, Old Sun wielded both hands like blades, slashing at the Guardian's limbs, inflicting numerous wounds. The speed of Old Sun's attacks escalated to a point where they became nearly imperceptible to others. However, the Guardian felt a strange sensation. Old Sun's movements had inexplicably slowed down. Since his resurrection, his body had undergone tremendous changes, becoming more robust and powerful. Xi Xingyan had once told him that a special mineral was used to enhance his form during his revival. Yet recently, he had noticed that moving objects appeared to leave after images. Initially, he thought it was a problem with his vision, but a checkup with Du Ling revealed that his eyesight was perfectly fine. Realizing Old Sun's movements had slowed, the Guardian was able to discern his motions clearly. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by a cold smirk. In a swift motion, he vanished and reappeared in front of Old Sun, seizing both of his arms. Old Sun was taken aback, astonished by the Guardian's speed. Before he could react, the Guardian unleashed an overwhelming force that surged through Old Sun and Apos' arms. This kid, what immense strength! Old Sun marveled internally, sensing that the Guardian and Apos' prowess was formidable. However, Old Sun was not one to be trifled with. He quickly adjusted his stance and summoned all his strength to confront the Guardian. Their forces clashed, generating a powerful aura. Old Sun's strength surged forth, matching the Guardian's might. Impressive skills. It would be a shame to kill you. But someone like you cannot be allowed to remain in this world. Old Sun's face twisted into a strange grin as his left eye glowed with a red light. What is this? A laser cannon. The Guardian paled in horror, turning away just in time as a laser grazed past his face, leaving a bloody gash on his right cheek. You are a bioman. The Guardian questioned after kicking Old Sun away. A bioman. I am nothing of the sort. Old Sun retorted, his left eye flashing red again. However, this time, the laser did not fire because a small insect had flown into his eye, causing it to explode. What? What have you done? Old Sun shouted in agony, clutching his injured eye as he fell to the ground. The Guardian stood bewildered. What just happened? Did I do that? Wasn't your eye the one that exploded on its own? Are you sure it wasn't a defect in your laser cannon? If I said I did nothing, would you believe me? The Guardian scratched his head, asking innocently. Old Sun, come back. Mu Quni commanded sternly. Old Sun scrambled to his feet and returned to her side. I have received intelligence that the assassins who attempted to kill me 3 days ago are hiding in this bar. I suspect you are all accomplices, and I shall take you into custody for questioning. Mu Quni concluded coldly, signaling her soldiers to move in and apprehend the suspects. How imposing the regent of the great Tang women's kingdom is. Xi Xingyan, wearing a metallic mask, emerged from behind the bar counter. Chapter 41. The new young master Xi Xingyan approached the Guardian and, upon noticing the several wounds adorning his body, his expression darkened. Who injured you? Xi Xingyan gritted his teeth and inquired. It was I, Old Sun replied, having just extracted his damaged left eye from its socket and discarded it on the ground. He then produced a small box from his pocket and inserted another mechanical eye into its place. Be careful, this fellow is a bioengineered human. Wang Di warned within Xi Xingyan's consciousness. A bioengineered human? Wang Di continued, his tone tinged with disdain. It is a being that exists between human and machine, essentially. a hybrid of both. Wangdi's contempt was not unfounded. Bioengineered humans were a technological product developed over 50 years ago by a backward small nation. Upon their emergence, they faced immediate opposition from various civilizations across the universe. The process of creating bioengineered humans was utterly inhumane, involving the dismemberment of a living person and the replacement of body parts with machinery, with some bioengineered humans even having their organs removed and replaced with mechanical components. Typically, the raw materials for bioengineered humans were slaves or criminals. Originally, this small nation had intended to form a bioengineered army to bolster its military strength. However, the universe united against it, citing the ethical violations of creating bioengineered humans, leading to the nation's demise and the disappearance of the technology. Mu Qiuyue smiled at Xi Xingyan and said, "Are you the young master that this handsome man speaks of? Is wearing a mask a reason to hide from the world?" Xi Xingyan, ignoring Mu Qiuyue, vanished from his spot in an instant. What? Before anyone could react, Xi Xingyan had appeared before Old Sunday. No one, including Old Sun, anticipated that Xi Xingyan could move so swiftly, covering over 20 meters in the blink of an eye. "I heard you have half a machine inside you." Xi Xingyan grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, a smile that sent shivers down Old Sun's spine. What do you want?" "Nothing much. Just a simple question. Do you believe in light? The sanctified blue light." Before Old Sun could respond, Xi Xingyan unleashed a burst from his electromagnetic pulse star projector concealed in his sleeve. The crackling sound echoed as blue arcs of electricity jolted through Old Sun's body, causing him to convulse and collapse on the ground. "Old Sun," Mu Qiuyue exclaimed. Xi Xingyan crouched down and pried the mechanical eye Old Sun had just inserted out of his socket. Noticing the eye was covered in viscous fluid, he promptly tossed it to the ground, exclaiming, "How disgusting." With that, he stomped on the eye until it shattered, then wiped his sticky fingers on Old Sun's butler attire. "What have you done to Old Sun?" Mu Qiuyue shouted again. Xi Xingyan disregarded her cries, searching Old Sun's body until he unearthed a dagger from his sleeve, still smeared with dried blood. "Oh, so you were the one who stabbed the Wind Guardian?" Xi Xingyan taunted, tapping the dagger against Old Sun's face. "You harmed my subordinate and my woman's subordinate. Tell me, what should I do with you? Release Old Sun. Otherwise, I will annihilate your entire clan." Mu Qiuyue screeched. Yet, Xi Xingyan remained unfazed, thrusting the dagger into Old Sun's chest. Instead of blood, a thick, milky substance oozed from the wound. "What is this? How revolting." Xi Xingyan promptly withdrew the dagger, flicking off the viscous fluid, and wiped it once more on Old Sun and Appo's pristine butler attire. "Stop it," Mu Qiuyue shouted, brandishing a compact pistol at Xi Xingyan. "I command you to cease this at once. Do you hear me?" Xi Xingyan drove the dagger into Old Sun and Appo's other side, still yielding the same white liquid. Reluctantly, he withdrew and plunged it in again. After 3 back-and-forth motions, red blood finally flowed from the incision when he inserted it into Old Sun and Appo's abdomen. "Ah, so this is the true essence," Xi Xingyan mused, stroking his chin. "You wretched beast, I shall kill you." Mu Qiuyue shrieked, her finger poised on the trigger, ready to end Xi Xingyan's life. However, as she pulled the trigger, the gun disassembled into a heap of parts. "What is happening?" Mu Qiuyue gasped, staring at the scattered components. "When did you tamper with my gun?" Xi Xingyan's lips twitched. "Please, it appears you just pulled it from your chest, did you not? If I were to tamper with your gun, wouldn't I have to meddle with your chest first? I want to take the blame for this." Just as Mu Qiuyue was about to erupt again, she noticed Mu and Xiao Ba peeking from behind the bar. Mu Xingyu, Mu Qiuyue and Appo's heart leaped with joy. Based on current intelligence, Ling Feng should also be in this bar. If she could capture Mu Xingyu now, Ling Feng, as her personal guard, would surely hesitate, allowing her to manipulate the situation to her advantage. With this thought, Mu Qiuyue donned a serious expression and declared, "I have received reliable information that the little princess of the Great Tang female kingdom has been kidnapped by a band of villains. Therefore, I have personally led my guard to rescue the little princess and eradicate the brigands." "That cannot be right. My dear Regent, your subordinate just stated otherwise." They said you were here to capture the assassin targeting you. Xi Xingyan feigned concern. Oh dear, so it seems you were attacked, Where were you wounded? I see no injuries on your person. Perhaps it was in a place we are not permitted to view? His mocking tone elicited laughter from everyone present. Mu Chiyue's face flushed with anger. Indeed, she had been stabbed by a man for 3 days, ultimately gaining nothing while losing the plans. Xi Xingyan's words hit too close to home, and she gritted her teeth, muttering to herself, Xi Xingyan, you lecherous fool, once I ascend as empress, you shall be the first on my list. Humph. The kidnappers of the princess are indeed the assassins targeting me. This group of villains is hiding the little princess within the bar. Since you refuse to cooperate, you are all accomplices of those rogues. I shall have no choice but to detain you all, Mu Chiyue declared with a frostbitten demeanor. You cannot detain us. One patron shouted. According to the Interstellar Trade Act. You cannot. But before he could finish, Mu Chiyue snatched a gun from a nearby soldier and shot the patron in the thigh. He fell to the ground, clutching his wounded leg and howling in agony. Mu Chiyue returned the gun to the soldier and commanded, arrest them all, leave no one behind. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. Yes, Your Highness. Just as the fully armed soldiers advanced to apprehend the individuals, Mu dashed out from behind the bar, shouting, no, that's not it. Oh no, Mu's emergence was utterly unexpected for Xi Xingyan. He had explicitly instructed Xiao Ba to keep an eye on her. Auntie, it and amp, Oppos, it's not like that. I wasn't amp, Oppos, T kidnapped. Sister asked me to stay here and play with brother A Yin. Mu explained as she ran to Mu Chiyue. Oh, it is the little princess. Come, tell your auntie what is going on. Mu Chiyue's eyes sparkled with delight. This was truly a fortuitous turn of events. Mu, come back. It's dangerous there. Xi Xingyan called out anxiously. Brother A Yin, what are you saying? This is our auntie. How could it be dangerous? Mu innocently questioned, glancing back. However, before Xi Xingyan could utter another word, Mu Quni had already stepped forward, seizing Mu's hair with a firm grip. Mu cried out in pain, ouch. Your Highness, you hurt me. Despite Mu's pleas, Mu Quni tightened her hold, pulling her closer and gripping the nape of her neck, then shouted sharply, Ling Feng, come out at once. Your little princess is now in my possession. If you wish to see her unharmed, you will show yourself immediately. The atmosphere grew tense as Xi Xingyan and amp, Oppos' expression darkened beneath his mask. He had not anticipated that this woman, who claimed to be an aunt, would so coldly disregard familial bonds and resort to abducting his 5-year-old niece. Still not coming out? Mu Quni hissed, producing a small dagger from beneath her skirt and pressing it against Mu and Oppos' throat. At that moment, realization dawned on Mu. Her face filled with horror and despair. If you do not appear, I shall mar your little princess's beautiful face. Mu Quni cackled cruelly. Now was the moment. Xi Xingyan felt confident that he could dash forward and seize the dagger from Mu Quni in an instant. He had enhanced his body using the Ziyun crystal aboard the Phoenix One. Although he lacked the strength of a protector, his speed had reached astonishing levels. Just as he prepared to rescue Mu, however, the old man's son, lying on the ground, latched onto his foot. Damn it! How could I have forgotten him? Xi Xingyan cursed inwardly, attempting to free himself from son and amp, Oppos' grip, but the old man and amp, Oppos' hands clamped down like iron. Xi Xingyan unleashed another electromagnetic pulse on Sun, who convulsed violently yet refused to let go. It seems you have no intention of coming out, Mu Quni declared, raising the dagger menacingly. Stop, a frail voice interjected, revealing Du Ling supporting the just-bandaged Ling Feng as they emerged. Upon seeing Mu held hostage, both were filled with rage. Regent, I have revealed myself. Release the little princess at once. Ling Feng stated coldly. At last, you've come out. I was beginning to lose hope. Mu Quni's face broke into a triumphant grin upon Ling Feng's arrival. Return what you stole from me, and I shall release your princess. Ling Feng produced a piece of parchment from his pocket. I will give you the blueprint, but only if you release the princess first. Otherwise, I shall destroy it immediately. At that moment, both Xi Xingyan and Du Ling noticed the blueprint, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue. Humph. You are merely a leader of the Dark Guards. How dare you negotiate with me? Mu Quni pressed the dagger against Mu Mu's face, a sinister smile creeping across her lips. This dagger can carve flesh swiftly. Tell me, shall I cut the left side or the right? Wait, Ling Feng began, but Du Ling could no longer contain herself. Oh, you two are so tedious, she exclaimed, snatching the blueprint from Ling Feng and dashing toward Mu Quni, thrusting the paper into her hands. Here, take it. Now return Mu Mu to me. Silence enveloped the area, followed by a series of incredulous expressions from everyone present, except for Si Xingyan and Du Ling. Mu Quni eagerly seized the blueprint, examining it with delight, quickly folding it and tucking it into her bosom. You have the blueprint now. Return Mu Mu, Du Ling remarked disdainfully, eyeing the location of the blueprint. Return? What do I owe you? Mu Quni chuckled. The girl is still far too naive. You, how can you, old woman, renege on your word? Du Ling retorted angrily, stamping her foot. Old woman? Mu Quni paused, her fury igniting. Who do you dare call an old woman? Du Ling scratched her head, counting on her fingers. Look, Mu Mu is 5 years old, her sister Mu Xingyun is 17, and you are their aunt. So you must be, at least, around 50, perhaps? I am merely 38. Not 50. Absolutely not. Mu Quni loathed discussions about her age. She took great care in her appearance to be perceived as a youthful woman in her 20s, rather than approaching 40. 38 is still quite old, Du Ling muttered. Silence. Silence. Mu Quni spiraled into madness, shouting, Ling Feng, do you wish to save the princess? If you take your own life now, I shall release her, otherwise, I will slit her throat. What? Outrage filled the onlookers. What kind of cruel aunt would threaten the life of her 5-year-old niece? Terrified, Mu Mu cried, Your Highness, please don't hurt Sister Feng. I promise to be obedient from now on. Silence. Mu Quni struck Mu Mu hard, causing blood to spill from her mouth. You little wretch, why are you crying? If you cry again, I shall end your life with a single stab. Seeing Mu Mu struck, Si Xingyan bellowed, Stop. If you lay a finger on her, I will tear you to pieces. As his words echoed, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from Si Xingyan, crashing into Mu Quni and sending her sprawling to the ground, immobilizing her. Seizing the opportunity, Du Ling scooped up Mu Mu and swiftly retreated behind Si Xingyan. After a moment, Mu Quni regained her footing, struggling to rise, only to discover that the dagger she had clutched was now bent at nearly a 90-degree angle. What was that just now? What kind of power was that? Who are you? Mu Quni asked in terror. Me? It matters not. I shall reveal myself. I am the newly appointed heir of the Sun Merchants Association, Shangguan Yin. Chapter 42, The Solar Merchant Association. Young Master, Shangguan Yin. Mu Qiyue absorbed the information she had just received, and suddenly her pupils constricted as she asked, Are you a member of the Shangguan family? No, that's not right. A member of the Shangguan family cannot inherit the Solar Merchant Association unless they possess the inheritance key. The inheritance key? What is Shangguan Zhen to you? Si Xingyan was taken aback, thinking to himself, Goodness, what did I just hear? Uncle Fu had mentioned that this woman had once used the entire power of the Merchant Association to assist the previous emperor of the Tang Dynasty. It turns out she was helping her seize the throne. My mother truly played a grand game. The madness on Mu Qiyue's face vanished, replaced by an air of aloofness. She tidied her disheveled hair and clothing, smoothing down the dust from when she had been knocked to the ground. After completing these actions, she turned to the soldiers behind her and signaled, Eliminate everyone here except for Mu Xingyao. Leave no survivors. Understood, Your Highness. The soldiers replied in unison, raising their weapons to aim at everyone in the bar. You are shameless. We have already given you the blueprints, and you still intend to kill us. Du Ling exclaimed angrily. Arin and Amp. Oppos, you afraid of the Solar Merchant Association? Ha ha. Mu Qiyue laughed again, pointing at Si Xingyan. What is the Solar Merchant Association? I had no fear of that scoundrel Shangguan Zhen when she was alive, let alone now that she has passed away. Why should I fear her ragtag remnants? Speaking of which, that scoundrel met a rather tragic end. TSK. I heard that even her corpse was. Upon hearing Mu Qiyue's disrespectful words about his mother, Si Xingyan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Although he did not have much affection for the mother of this universe, Shang Wanzhan, the emotions of the original owner of this body seemed to have influenced him, igniting a fierce rage against Mu Qiuyue and Apos' insults. "Enough! Do not insult the president," shouted a bearded drunkard among the crowd, visibly furious. "Exactly. You can insult us, but you cannot insult the president. What a pathetic regent. Not even worth a finger of our president." The patrons in the bar began to vocally curse Mu Qiuyue. Xi Xingyin was astonished. It turned out that all the guests in the bar were members of the Solar Merchant Association, or rather, this was the association's stronghold on Rose 3. What surprised him even more was the evident affection these people held for his mother, as they stood up to defend her without hesitation against Mu Qiuyue's insults, instilling admiration in him for their loyalty. "What are you waiting for?" Mu Qiuyue coldly commanded the soldiers. "Eliminate these scum." Yes. What followed was akin to the previous events. All the soldiers and Apos' guns shattered simultaneously, scattering into a multitude of parts on the ground. Again? Who did this? Who was responsible? Mu Qiuyue roared in fury. Dueling leaned closer to Xi Xingyin and whispered, "Young master, was this done by old Wang?" Xi Xingyin glanced at the bar counter, where a small head peeked out. "Perhaps. Humph. Do you think that without guns, I cannot kill you?" A cold smile crept onto Mu Qiuyue and Apos' lips, with a gesture towards the soldiers. They understood immediately and swiftly drew out razor-sharp short blades from their waists. The blades gleamed ominously, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Faced with the soldiers wielding short blades, Xi Xingyin exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, a slight smile graced his lips, his eyes shining with confidence and determination. "Oh, are we preparing for close combat?" He chuckled, his tone dripping with disdain. Just then, Duhu appeared beside him, still stained with blood from his earlier battle with Old Sunday. Most of his wounds had healed, leaving only faint red marks. What terrifying regenerative ability! Xi Xingyin marveled inwardly. It seemed that Duhu's body had transformed under the influence of the purple cloud crystal, nearly acquiring superhuman capabilities. He wondered what other enhancements had occurred beyond just increased speed. "Humph, in a fight, we fear no one," the bearded man declared again, drawing a metal baton from his waist, poised for action. "Indeed, fighting is our forte. Today, let us show you the might of the Broken Cauldron merchant team." With synchronized precision, everyone present drew similar batons, their movements fluid and rapid, as if honed through countless drills. Meanwhile, the soldiers brandishing short blades raised their weapons, confronting the baton wielders, creating a tense atmosphere rife with impending conflict. Just as a battle seemed on the verge of eruption, a cool voice rang out from a corner of the bar. "Stop your incessant noise. Who is disturbing my slumber?" The beautiful divine doctor emerged, yawning, dressed in adorable cartoon pajamas that starkly contrasted with her previous elegant demeanor. Upon seeing the beautiful divine doctor in pajamas, the previously aggressive members of the Broken Cauldron merchant team immediately sheathed their batons, bowing their heads collectively like children caught misbehaving. Hardly daring to breathe for fear of attracting her attention, the divine doctor surveyed the wreckage of the bar, and her brows furrowed tightly in displeasure as her expression turned icy. Then, she began to scan the room with her chilling gaze. When her eyes fell upon the members of the Broken Cauldron merchant team, their heads dipped even lower, none daring to meet her gaze. The divine doctor then turned her attention to Xi Xingyin, and when their eyes met, he felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him, as if the very air around him had solidified into frost, rendering him motionless. "I believe I mentioned not to disturb my slumber. Have you forgotten so quickly?" The divine doctor said coldly. Xi Xingyin stammered, puzzled at how he had gone from calm to tongue-tied in her presence, as if she had an innate ability to suppress him. "It is not the young master's fault. It is they who—" Whoosh! A flying knife shot toward Dueling, instantly silencing him. "You were to stitch up that young lady and Apos' wounds. Have you completed the task?" "Ah, yes, it and Apos' done." Dueling stood at attention, appearing exceedingly obedient. "Since you stitched her wounds, she is now your responsibility." "Ah?" Turin looked puzzled. "What do you mean? Why are you still standing here? Your patient has already escaped. Shouldn't you help her back to rest?" "Oh." Turin immediately grabbed Mumu, and fled hastily. Who are you? Mu Qiuyue pointed imperiously at the beautiful physician. The beautiful physician turned around to face Mu Qiuyue, and in that moment, Mu Qiuyue clearly saw her face. Her complexion turned ashen, and beads of sweat poured down as if she had encountered a hellish specter. She stammered, "Why you are?" Shangwan Wu? Mu Qiuyue and Apos. S words left Si Xingyan stunned. Shangwan Wu, a member of the Shangwan family, the family of my cheap mother. Will I be beaten for using the Shangwan surname earlier? Oh, so it's you? Mu Qiuyue, Shangwan Wu sneered. Why you not dead? Mu Qiuyue gazed at Shangwan Wu as if she had seen a ghost, recalling something terrifying. What do you think? Shangwan Wu and Apos. S icy stare sent shivers down Mu Qiuyue and Apos' spine. So what if I'm alive? Today, I shall take your life. Mu Qiuyue forced herself to regain her composure and commanded her soldiers, charge. Kill her. The soldiers, upon receiving the order, surged forward, intent on dismembering Shangwan Wu with their short blades. However, suddenly, a formidable aura emanated from Shangwan Wu, instilling fear even in Si Xingyan. He thought to himself, what kind of power is this? It seems she hasn't done anything, yet I feel an overwhelming pressure, as if my heart is being squeezed. Thankfully, I'm standing beside her. Had I been in front of her, I doubt I could have remained standing. The soldiers, wielding their short blades, were less fortunate. They staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground, foaming at the mouth, like puppets with severed strings. In no time, Mu Qiuyue found herself the sole figure standing amidst the chaos. Thud! Mu Qiuyue, terrified, sank to the ground. Her soldiers had fallen, and the situation had reversed dramatically. Suddenly, sensing danger to his master, the fallen Lao Sun sprang up, pulling the dagger from his abdomen and lunging at Shangwan Wu's back. Watch out! Si Xingyan shouted. However, Shangwan Wu appeared to have eyes in the back of her head. She turned and deftly deflected Lao Sun's grasp on the dagger, twisting his hand. Lao Sun winced in pain as the dagger fell from his grip. Shangwan Wu kicked the fallen dagger aside and struck him on the nape of his neck, lifting him by his collar. This sequence of actions was so fluid that Si Xingyan was left in a daze. Shangwan Wu tossed the unconscious Lao Sun at Mu Qiuyue's feet and clapped her hands, saying, "What rubbish! Here, take it back. Do not come any closer." Mu Qiuyue, seeing Shangwan Wu approach, crawled backward, trembling like a leaf. What do you mean? Shangwan Wu stepped forward and patted Mu Qiuyue's pale face, saying, Mu Qiuyue, you destroyed my bar, assaulted my bartender, and harmed my customers. Most importantly, you disturbed my sleep. Now tell me, how do you intend to repay this debt? What do you want? Mu Qiuyue quivered. Let me think. You must compensate for the losses to my bar, cover my employees' medical expenses, and those of my customers, as well as damages for disturbing my sleep. Shangwan Wu began to count on her fingers. Damages for disturbing your sleep? Mu Qiuyue looked up at Shangwan Wu. Waking me from my slumber makes me irritable. Would you prefer to compensate or endure my wrath upon waking? Shangwan Wu asked with a smile that felt like winter's chill. I'll compensate. I'll compensate. Mu Qiuyue shuddered again in fear. Good, I won't extort you. Let us settle on a flat rate of 100 million energy crystals. Oh, 100 million? Mu Qiuyue was taken aback by the figure, her trembling ceasing as she exclaimed, Are you blackmailing me? Where would I get that much money? Oh, do you think you're invincible now? Shangwan Wu stepped forward, pinching Mu Qiuyue's cheek, then whispered ominously in her ear. What if I were to smear something on your pretty face? Would you? I'll give it. I'll give it. Mu Qiuyue was horrified, fearing for her appearance. She quickly retrieved a card from her pocket and handed it to Shangwan Wu. Xiaojiu, process the card. Shangwan Wu tossed the card to the bartender. Xiaojiu. All right. Xiaojiu quickly produced the card reader, deftly deducting 100 million energy crystals. Then returned the card to Mu Qiuyue. After receiving the money, Shangwan Wu addressed Mu Qiuyue. By the way, lift the blockade on rows 3. My customers still have business to attend to. Okay. Mu Qiuyue immediately took out her communicator, contacting her subordinates at the interstellar port to revoke the blockade order. All right. You may leave now, but do not trouble my customers again, or I will come after you. Understood? Shangwan Wu warned. Yes. Mu Qiuyue, as if granted amnesty, crawled out of the bar and fled in her luxurious sports car. After Mu Qiuyue's departure, Shangwan Wu observed the soldiers lying scattered on the ground, her brows furrowing in concern. She thought, how could I forget about these lowly soldiers? I should have instructed Mu Qiuyue to have them removed. Then, Shangwan Wu turned her gaze to Si Xingyan, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. I heard you say your name is Shangwan Yin. Does that mean you are a member of the Shangwan family? Which branch do you belong to? Ah, that one isn't worth mentioning. Si Xingyan chuckled awkwardly. Our branch lacks any notable reputation. Oh, I also heard you say you are the new young master of the Sun Merchant Association. I'm curious how you came to hold that position. Shangwan Wu's smile grew increasingly menacing. Hee, it was merely luck. Si Xingyan continued to feign ignorance. Si Xingyan, how long do you intend to deceive me? Shangwan Wu abruptly yanked the mask from Si Xingyan's face, gripping his collar as she demanded, what is your game? Why you know me? Si Xingyan was taken aback, realizing Shangwan Wu had already uncovered his identity while he had been pretending all along, feeling utterly embarrassed. Of course, I'm also part of the Sun Merchant Association. Uncle Fu has long since shared your information with every one of us. Shangwan Wu said nonchalantly as she released Si Xingyan. Is that so? Si Xingyan felt even more embarrassed. So, when I first entered the bar, didn't you all recognize me? What do you think? Shangwan Wu retorted sharply. Why, I'm sorry, Senior Shangwan. I didn't mean to misuse the Shangwan surname. It was simply because. What senior? Shangwan Wu interrupted. Call me Annie. Chapter 43. The Assassin Strikes Little Auntie? Si Xingyan was taken aback, while Du Hu and Du Ling were equally astonished, and Wang Di dropped his jaw in Si Xingyan's consciousness space. The expressions of everyone in the bar were nothing short of spectacular. Wait, Senior, is Little Auntie your nickname here? Is that how everyone refers to you? Si Xingyan cautiously inquired. Shangwan Wu pressed her hand to her forehead and replied, What nickname are you talking about? Your mother's name is Shangwan Zhen, and I am Shangwan Wu. She is my biological sister. So how should you address me? Little Auntie? Si Xingyan tentatively called out. Ah, that and amp. Oppos, that's more like it. Shangwan Wu exclaimed as she pulled Si Xingyan close, pressing his head against her bosom and affectionately ruffling his hair. Si Xingyan finally understood why Shangwan Wu could impart the ancestral technique of Feng Wu Jiuzhen to him. He was indeed a descendant of the Shangwan family. He also comprehended why he had unconsciously obeyed Shangwan Wu and Oppos' orders, as it was a manifestation of the elder and Oppos' bloodline dominance over the younger. The members of the Broken Pot merchant team looked at the two of them, their faces adorned with affectionate smiles. Sensing their gazes, Si Xingyan forcefully pushed Shangwan Wu away. Upon noticing everyone's attention, Shangwan Wu glared and shouted, What are you all staring at? Hurry up and clean this place up. All right. Yes, boss. The members of the Broken Pot merchant team obediently sprang into action. In no time, the soldiers sprawled across the bar were expelled, the broken tables, chairs, and bottles were cleared away, and the entire establishment was left spotless, adorned with brand new furniture, while the bar was restocked with various beverages. Even the musical instruments at the center of the stage were replaced with new ones. The efficiency of the Broken Pot merchant team was indeed impressive. Observing their swift actions, Si Xingyan couldn't help but marvel. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Shangwan Wu led Si Xingyan to the center stage of the bar and clapped her hands, calling out, All members of the Broken Pot merchant team, gather around. Upon hearing Shangwan Wu's call, everyone quickly assembled around the stage. Si Xingyan glanced over the crowd, noting that most were human, with only a few belonging to alien races. Among them were individuals of all ages, each sporting a small badge featuring a sailing ship emblem, and each carrying a metal baton at their waists, their expressions filled with vitality. I would like to introduce to you all my grandnephew, the son of the former president, and the current young master as notified by Uncle Fu, Si Xingyan. Greetings, young master. Everyone bowed in unison, and after the salutation, they began to converse animatedly. The young master is truly a handsome figure. Of course, the young master is the son of the president, the boss's beloved grandnephew. A young master this handsome. I wouldn't mind marrying him. Get lost. You're practically a grandma now. You only covet the young master's physique. The chatter among the crowd prompted Shangguan Wu to clap her hands again, saying, "Quiet down." Continuing her introduction, Shangguan Wu explained to Si Xingyan, "These individuals are the Broken Pot Merchant Team, an independent merchant group under the Solar Merchant Association, founded by your mother in her youth. It was through this team that she carved a path across the star systems, amassing wealth while attracting talent, ultimately establishing the Solar Merchant Association." As she spoke, pride and nostalgia illuminated her face, as if she were transported back to the days of fighting alongside her sister. They traversed the star realms with passion, overcoming various challenges and difficulties with ease. Each successful transaction and the addition of new members filled them with exhilaration and satisfaction. Although those times were arduous, they remained some of the most unforgettable memories shared between the sisters. "Ah, so you are the esteemed founders of the Solar Merchant Association. On behalf of my late mother, I express my sincerest respect and gratitude to you all. It is because of loyal and courageous individuals like you that the Solar Merchant Association has thrived. Particularly during my mother's leadership, your unwavering support greatly contributed to the prosperity of the association. I would like to especially thank you for your kindness and assistance towards my mother. As the newly appointed young master, I hope you will continue to look after me, and I promise to lead you all to new heights in the future." With that, Si Xingyan extended his left hand and activated his wrist computer, projecting a 3D holographic blueprint of a warp engine into the air. Smiling as he said, "Please take a look. This is the latest design of the warp engine I have created. I believe you have heard that the warp engine of the Solar Merchant Association's flagship, the Nanyang, has successfully achieved a speed of 15 times the original. This blueprint is my latest development, which further enhances the speed to 30 times the original warp speed." As soon as Si Xingyan finished speaking, the crowd erupted in excitement. "What? I just heard that the flagship Nanyang successfully tested the 15 times warp engine, and now there's already a 30 times version? The young master isn't pulling our leg, is he? We haven't even utilized the 15 times engine yet. When will we see the 30 times one?" Anticipating their skepticism, Si Xingyan quickly contacted Uncle Fu aboard the Infinity and projected the video call interface into the air. "Hello, friends of the Broken Pot Merchant Team. This is Uncle Fu, dressed in a black tailcoat, smiling as he greeted everyone. It's Uncle Fu. Good day, Uncle Fu." The crowd greeted him enthusiastically, as if they were old friends catching up. Uncle Fu then confirmed the successful development of the 30 times warp engine and presented various data to the audience. As you can see, the 30 times warp engine has successfully passed testing, so this blueprint is authentic and valid. I now present this blueprint to you all, hoping you can help the association achieve greater glory. Great. We will certainly support the young master. Yes, from now on, whatever the young master does will be our concern. We will certainly follow the young master's lead. Observing the sycophantic behavior of the crowd, Shangguan Wu chuckled to herself. This little fellow knows how to win hearts. Shangguan Wu clapped her hands once more, signaling for silence before declaring, "Next, I will temporarily accompany the young master away from Rose 3. The Broken Pot Tavern will be temporarily managed by Xiao Jiao, and it will remain the Broken Pot Merchant Team's stronghold in the Tang Dynasty. If anything arises, simply contact Xiao Jiao, understood?" "Understood, boss. We will protect the Broken Pot Tavern in your absence," everyone replied in unison. That evening, in Shangguan Wu's private residence behind the tavern, Si Xingyan and Shangguan Wu sat across from each other at a beautiful glass tea table, with 2 steaming cups of jasmine tea served in exquisite teapots. "I never imagined the Broken Pot Merchant Team would be so obedient to you, little Annie," Si Xingyan remarked. "Of course. Who do you think trained them?" Shangguan Wu yawned in response. "Little Auntie is truly beautiful, kind-hearted, and capable, not to mention her exceptional medical skills and martial prowess. Indeed, a role model for our generation." Si Xingyan praised enthusiastically, giving a thumbs up. "Oh, your flattery is quite sweet." Shangguan Wu laughed. "You'll surely be skilled at charming your future wife." Speaking of future wives, Si Xingyan thought of Mu Xingyun on Luotian Star, recalling the stubborn girl. "By the way, little auntie, regarding the final inheritance key, Uncle Fu mentioned that clues will appear during the coronation ceremony of the Empress of the Tang Dynasty. Do you know anything about this?" Shang Wanwu pondered for a moment before responding, I'm sorry, my grandnephew, but I don't know much about that either. I recall that the last encounter between your mother and the late Emperor Mu Chunjiao of the Tang Dynasty occurred when she was 8 months pregnant with her second child. During this meeting, they established the betrothal between you and Mu Xingyun, after which your mother hastily returned to the Great Xia Duchy. However, on the very night of her return, news of her demise broke. The palace physician claimed she succumbed to an extraterrestrial plague, yet we all knew she had always been in robust health, unlikely to fall ill easily. Due to your mother and Apos' immense popularity among the citizens of the Great Xia Duchy, the Merchant Guild incited the populace to demand an autopsy. It was then that your father, the Emperor of the Great Xia Duchy, committed a horrific act, broadcasting the live dissection of your mother's corpse to the entire nation. At this point, tears brimmed in Shang Wanwu's eyes as she bit her lip tightly. Upon hearing these words, Si Xingyan and Apos' expression darkened considerably. His eyes reddened as he clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms. He envisioned the gruesome image of his mother's body being sliced repeatedly, filled with rage and sorrow. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, what happened next? Shang Wanwu took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure, and continued. After they dismembered your mother's body, they publicly declared to the citizens that she had indeed died from an extraterrestrial disease. Consequently, the public no longer harbored any doubts regarding her death, simultaneously shifting all blame onto her and quelling public outrage. Scoundrels! Si Xingyan cursed vehemently. A month following your mother's death, the Empress Mu Chunjiao unexpectedly went into premature labor, giving birth to the second princess, Mu Xingyao, the little girl you are currently escorting, only to die from postpartum hemorrhage. After sharing this tragic tale, Shang Wanwu took a large sip of tea, as if attempting to swallow her sorrow. She continued, the final portion of the inheritance key vanished after your mother's visit to Mu Chunjiao. This is the only lead we possess. And coupled with your betrothal to Mu Xingyun, we speculate the key will likely surface during the coronation ceremony. Why do you presume this? What is the connection to the betrothal? It is due to the regulations of the imperial family of the Tang Dynasty. Shang Wanwu glanced at Si Xingyan and explained, according to royal decree, the crown princess can only ascend the throne upon turning 18. Simultaneously, the empress can only wed her consort after reaching the age of 18. Upon marrying the empress, she must surrender the keys to the inner palace and the empress's private treasury to her consort, signifying the consort's authority over the harem's affairs. Are you implying that the inheritance key resides within the empress's private treasury? Si Xingyan stood in shock. At that moment, concealed behind a tree at the corner of the courtyard, a figure clad in a red cloak, Alice, silently observed everything within. Her eyes glowed a blood-red hue. Inside a large room on the second floor of the courtyard, a grand bed lay occupied by 3 5-year-old children. Mu Mu and Xiao Ba were sleeping soundly, with Xiao Ba occasionally smacking his lips. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the bed, Snoopy suddenly sat up, alertly gazing out the window, his eyes also transforming to a blood-red color. Simultaneously, in the adjacent room, Ling Feng gradually awakened. She surveyed her surroundings and spotted Do Ling sitting at her bedside, resting her chin on one hand, dozing off. A needle was inserted into her left arm, connected to a bag of blood plasma, which dripped steadily into her body. Ling Feng struggled to sit up, startling Do Ling from her slumber. Do Ling immediately approached her, exclaiming, you're awake. How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? Is the little princess safe? Where is the little princess? Ling Feng did not answer Do Ling and Apos' questions, but eagerly inquired about Mu Mu and Apos' condition. She had not witnessed how Mu Mu was rescued at the bar. She had fainted from blood loss at the very moment Si Xingyan erupted with power. Calm down. Mu Mu is fine. I brought her back. She is currently sleeping in the next room, Do Ling said while gently pushing Ling Feng back onto the bed. What about the Regent? The Regent came with the royal guards. You must take the little princess away. As she spoke, Ling Feng once again attempted to rise. Do Ling pressed her back down into the bed, tucking her in, and replied, that old woman has already been chased off by our young master's aunt. She even had to compensate our young master's aunt with 1 billion energy crystals as reparations. What on earth? Ling Feng was utterly bewildered. Here's what happened. Do Ling then recounted the events that transpired at the bar while Ling Feng was unconscious, embellishing the tale. So that is how it was. I never imagined the arrogant regent would fear Miss Shang Guanwu, Ling Feng remarked. Indeed, when she encountered our young master's aunt, she resembled a mouse confronted by a cat. They exchanged a knowing smile. Ling Feng glanced again at the blood bag suspended above her, asking, "This blood is?" "Oh, this is from my brother. He has type O blood, making him a universal donor," Do Ling replied, casting a glance at the blood bag. "Your brother is?" "My brother is Do Hu, the big oaf who fought with you in the alley and injured you." At the mention of Do Hu, Do Ling grimaced. "It and Appos, it's all his fault. He hit too hard. Tomorrow, he must come to apologize to you." "Miss Do Ling, please don't say that. It's not Mr. Do Hu's fault. He was merely fulfilling his duty, and in truth, it was I who acted too impulsively." Ling Feng felt her cheeks flush, realizing she had mistakenly taken the little princess's friend for a kidnapper. Suddenly, with a crash, the floor-to-ceiling window shattered, and a cloaked figure burst into the room. Upon entering, the figure removed the hood of the cloak, revealing Alice, who wore a breathing mask. "It's you?" Ling Feng gasped, attempting to rise and fight, only to discover her weapon was absent, and even her attire had been changed to a silken nightgown. Alice drew 2 short swords from her waist, assuming a combat stance directed at Ling Feng. At that moment, Do Ling positioned herself in front of Ling Feng, demanding, "Who are you? What do you want?" Understanding she was no match for the assassin, Do Ling sought to buy time. Knowing the loud crash of the shattered window would surely attract their young master and his companions. If she could stall long enough for reinforcements to arrive, they would be safe. "Step aside or die," Alice stated mechanically. "You shall not pass." Do Ling feigned calmness, though her heart raced with anxiety. "Die?" Alice lunged forward, thrusting her sword toward Do Ling. "Miss Do Ling, get out of the way." Ling Feng cried out in alarm, as Do Ling braced for impact. Closing her eyes in fear, a resounding clang echoed through the room. When she opened her eyes, she found not her young master nor her brother standing before her, but a 5-year-old Snoopy. Chapter 44. The Device of Enslavement. "Snowby? What are you doing here?" Turin exclaimed in shock. "You must leave at once. This is no place for a child." Snowby did not respond to Turin. At that moment, he held 2 short blades, acquired from the previous knight's guards, and stood resolutely against Alice's twin swords. Realizing her attack was thwarted, Alice leapt back, attempting to sidestep both Snowby and Turin to launch an assault on Ling Feng. Yet Snowby seemed to anticipate her next move, positioning himself directly in her path. Clang! Their blades clashed once more, and after a brief exchange, both retreated. As Alice adjusted her stance to strike at Ling Feng from a different angle, Snowby again intercepted her with his short blades. The two engaged in a series of back-and-forth clashes, until they mutually paused, weapons raised in a tense standoff. The scene in the room was peculiar. A young woman of approximately 20, wielding twin short swords, faced off against a 5-year-old boy brandishing dual blades. Turin and Ling Feng, lying on the bed, gazed in astonishment, their mouths forming perfect ovals. Turin thought, "Goodness, is Snowby really that formidable? How did I not notice this before? He can hold his own against this female assassin. No wonder the young master sought to recruit him. Truly a wise decision." Ling Feng pondered, "What kind of individuals have I encountered today? A man of extraordinary strength, a healer who instills fear even in the regent, and now a young boy capable of matching this mad assassin in skill. Remarkably, he seems to be the same age as the little princess. What sort of companions does she keep?" As they mused, Alice and Snowby resumed their fierce duel. Alice and Appos' swordplay accelerated, each stroke accompanied by a fierce gust of energy, while Snowby, despite his diminutive stature, exhibited remarkable agility to evade her strikes. However, Alice showed no mercy, intensifying her onslaught, each swing imbued with lethal intent, as if she aimed to eliminate Snowby entirely. With a swift motion, Alice's blade tore through Snowby's clothing, exposing his fair skin beneath. Momentarily distracted by the tear in his garment, Snowbye faltered, allowing Alice to seize the opportunity. She delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling, then turned her attention to Lingfeng with renewed ferocity. Clang! Once again, Alice and Appo's blade was intercepted, but this time it was not Snowbye who blocked her, but the imposing figure of the bodyguard. Dressed in loose sleep pants and a snug tank top, his muscular physique seemed ready to burst free from its confines. The definition of each muscle on his broad back resembled a rolling landscape, exuding an undeniable aura of strength, captivating Lingfeng entirely. The bodyguard wielded a standard alloy baton, akin to that of the broken cauldron trade caravan. After deflecting Alice's sword, he swung forcefully, disarming her right-hand blade, which flew across the room to embed itself in the wall. Alice retreated 5 steps, creating distance from the bodyguard. She glanced at the short sword pinned to the wall and switched her remaining blade to her right hand, regarding the bodyguard with cold detachment. Just then, Snowbye, having regained his footing despite minor scrapes, approached the bodyguard, raising his short blade in a stance of readiness, seemingly prepared to fight alongside him. Yet, Alice displayed no sign of concern at the shift in odds, her expression remaining as icy as ever. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, her remaining sword slicing through the air with astonishing speed. Snowbye acted first, his small frame surprisingly nimble, easily countering Alice's attack and launching a counteroffensive. The bodyguard soon joined the fray, his larger form slower than Snowbye, but his immense strength compensated for his lack of speed. During the clash between Snowbye and Alice, the bodyguard seized the moment to swing his baton with brute force. Alice sensed the impending strike too late and instinctively raised her left arm to deflect the blow. With a sickening crack, her left arm shattered under the impact, yet her expression remained unchanged, as if the injury were inconsequential. Now deprived of one short sword and with a fractured arm, her combat prowess diminished significantly. Astonishingly, she appeared unfazed by her wounds. Suddenly, her eyes turned blood red, and she became a whirlwind of rage, disregarding her own injuries as she charged forward, undeterred by Snowbye and the bodyguard and Appo's attacks, inching ever closer to Lingfeng. Danger! Snowbye seemed to sense the peril and urgently called out to the bodyguard, "Mr. Ahu, stop her. We cannot allow her to reach the Wind Guardian." Responding to his plea, the bodyguard moved to block Alice's path. However, she barreled into him like a frenzied bull, knocking him to the ground. Blood-red-eyed Alice leaped onto the bodyguard and Appo's shoulder, launching herself towards Lingfeng with her sword raised. With a resounding thud, just as her blade was a mere 5 centimeters from Lingfeng, a small figure darted in from the side, colliding with Alice at lightning speed. It was Snowbye, his eyes now mirroring Alice's crimson hue. In that moment, an astonishing power surged within Snowbye, as if boundless energy coursed through his small frame. This force was staggering, even momentarily stunning Alice. The impact of Snowbye's charge caused Alice's sword to slip from her grasp, and she was sent flying backward. Simultaneously, Snowbye clung tightly to her waist, propelling both of them through the room's large window. With a deafening crash, shards of glass scattered, and both Alice and Snowbye burst through the window, tumbling into the night. "Snowbye!" The bodyguard and Turin shouted in unison, yet only the cool breeze from the shattered window answered them. "No, I must help him." The bodyguard approached the broken window, turning to Turin. "Linger, stay here and protect Miss Wind. I'll pursue Snowbye." With that, he leaped out into the darkness, vanishing from sight. "Wait, brother." Turin rushed to the window, but he could no longer see the bodyguard. Stamping her foot in frustration, she pouted, "What do you mean I must protect Miss Wind? Please, I need someone to protect me too." Meanwhile, Miss Wind sat on the bed, gazing dreamily in the direction the bodyguard had departed. "Miss Wind, you're drooling." Outside the courtyard, Alice limped away, her body battered and bruised, desperate to escape and find a place to tend to her wounds. This assassination attempt had ended in utter failure, a defeat unlike any she had previously experienced. As a deadly assassin raised by that man, she had executed numerous assassination missions, never encountering failure. Yet, this time at rose number 3, she had already failed twice. Particularly in this latest attempt, She had even resorted to her berserk mode, only to be gravely injured and forced to flee in haste. However, she could neither return nor dare to do so. She could not fathom the extent of punishment that terrifying man would inflict upon her for an unfinished task, nor could she bear the thought of her kin suffering alongside her. Thus, Alice sought a place to rest, hoping for another opportunity to strike again. Yet, she had scarcely ventured far when her path was obstructed by Snoopy. He stood there silently, his gaze fixed intently upon Alice, who reciprocated his stare, awaiting his next move. The two faced each other, locked in a tense standoff, neither making a sound. "Are you also of the Spirit Blood clan?" Snoopy broke the silence, inquiring. "I can sense your mental energy, unique to our kind. You can sense mine, can't you?" Alice did not respond to his question. Instead, she removed her tattered cloak and drew the only remaining short sword from her waist. "No, I sense pain and fatigue emanating from you. Your current condition renders you unfit for battle. You will perish," Snoopy urged loudly upon sensing her distress. However, Alice showed no inclination to heed his counsel. With a determined leap, she lunged forward, aiming her short sword at him. Snoopy sidestepped and retreated 3 steps, failing her initial strike. Alice swiftly turned the sword into a slicing motion, aiming again at the retreating Snoopy. He performed a backflip to evade her attack, surprising Alice with his agility and resilience. Alice had never intended to kill the boy before her. Upon arriving near this villa, she had sensed a familiar aura akin to her kin, albeit with subtle differences. During their confrontation, she recognized Snoopy as one of her own, having never encountered a Spirit Blood clan member so small, let alone a male. She was perplexed by his mention of the Spirit Blood clan and what it meant to sense emotions. Since her birth, Alice had always been surrounded by her kin, unaware of their origins. She had no intention of killing Snoopy. Rather, she sought to glean information about herself from him. Just as their scuffle intensified, Duru arrived, wielding a club and joining the fray, shifting the tide of battle. Soon, Alice found herself retreating under Duru's relentless assault. Suddenly, her last short sword was knocked away by Duru's club, leaving her weaponless. "Mr. Ahu, do not take her life. I have important questions for her," Snoopy shouted. "Very well," Duru replied, stowing his club and preparing to subdue Alice with his bare hands. Seeing her lack of weapons, Alice closed her eyes, only to reopen them with a blood-red hue. "Stop. You cannot activate the blood spirit state again. Your body has reached its limit. Doing so would be akin to sacrificing your life," Snoopy shouted once more. Alice disregarded his warning and charged at Duru with astonishing speed. Taken aback, Duru reached out to seize her, but as his hands neared, the woman before him vanished like a specter. As Duru searched for her whereabouts, he instinctively felt an oppressive force from above, prompting him to leap back to evade an incoming strike. With a thunderous crash, Alice's fist struck the ground, creating a deep crater. What strength! Duru marveled at the power behind Alice's blow, intrigued by the force contained within her petite frame. This realization ignited his competitive spirit, and he dashed forward, gesturing for her to unleash her full might. At that moment, Alice calculated the duration of her berserk mode. She was unaware of what Snoopy referred to as the blood spirit state. All she knew was that in moments of fury, her eyes would turn red, and her strength and speed would surge, akin to a frenzy. Thus, she referred to it as her berserk mode, which was time-limited, typically lasting around a minute, after which she would feel utterly drained. Seeing Duru provocatively close, Alice summoned all her strength and struck toward him. "Come at me," Duru roared, muscles bulging as he unleashed his full power to meet her fist. The clash of their fists sent shockwaves rippling outward. With a sharp crack, Alice's breathing mask shattered under the force of Duru's strike. "Ah!" Alice screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, trembling and curling into a ball. Her body aged at an astonishing rate, wrinkles and age spots rapidly appearing on her face as her form stooped into that of an elderly woman within moments. "What is happening?" Duru gasped in horror at the sight before him. At that moment, Sai Xingyan and Shengwan Wu arrived, spotting Alice curled on the ground. Both furrowed their brows and exclaimed in unison, "A Spirit Blood clan member? No, this isn't right. The aging of a Spirit Blood clan member should be gradual, not instant. Cai Xingyin remarked, puzzled. Upon seeing Snoopy fiddling with the shattered breathing mask, he rushed forward to seize it from him. Mr. Ahu, is this breathing mask the cause of her rapid aging? Snoopy inquired. Cai Xingyin gazed at the mask, his expression turning grave. This is not a breathing mask. This is a slavery device. Chapter 45. A tragic past. What is this enslavement device? Shangguan Wu inquired, curiously examining the apparatus that Cai Xingyin had handed her. To her, it appeared to be an ordinary breathing mask. Isn't this just a regular mask? This device emits ultrasonic waves and hallucinogens to manipulate the brain, compelling the wearer to obey the controller and Oppo's every command, willingly becoming a slave, even to the point of sacrificing their own life. Cai Xingyin elucidated. What? How could such a cruel contraption exist? I've never heard of it. Shangguan Wu gazed intently into Cai Xingyin's eyes. Ian, have you encountered this before? Where did you see it? In a nightmare. Cai Xingyin replied, having indeed seen the enslavement device, but not in this universe. In his original universe, the mechanical emperor had devised this device to subjugate humanity, overseeing the enslavement of an entire planet, ultimately inciting its inhabitants to turn against one another until all life was extinguished. To him, it was a terrifying nightmare. Mr. Ian, Snoopy's urgent call jolted Cai Xingyin back to reality. What is it? Cai Xingyin queried. Snoopy gazed at him earnestly. Mr. Ian, can you save her? After assessing Alice's condition, Cai Xingyin asked, Snoopy, do you possess any spirit blood crystals? Yes, just a small piece, Snoopy replied, removing a pendant from around his neck, revealing a beautifully polished fragment of spirit blood crystal. Since Blood Spirit Star had returned to its normal trajectory, the improvement in climate and environment had revitalized the spirit blood crystal mines. The Spirit Blood clan had begun to wear these crystals as adornments, a nostalgic reminder even though their premature aging had been entirely cured. What shall we do next? Snoopy inquired. Place the crystal around her neck. Cai Xingyin instructed. Snoopy adorned Alice with the crystal pendant, and within moments, her body visibly rejuvenated, ultimately settling at an appearance of approximately 20 years. However, she succumbed to unconsciousness. The protector sighed. Goodness, although I've heard Linger speak of it, I thought she was exaggerating. Is this truly her original state? That should not be the case. Cai Xingyin shook his head. Wearing the spirit blood crystal can only temporarily alleviate the symptoms. To truly heal her, we must either return her to Blood Spirit Star or take her aboard the Infinity. Shall we head back to the Infinity now? Shangguan Wu frowned. This girl appears gravely injured. Should we not treat her first? No need. Cai Xingyin replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Annie, allow me to show you something remarkable. The following morning, after packing their belongings, Cai Xingyin and his companions took the shuttle back to the Infinity. Besides Cai Xingyin and Oppo's group, the new arrivals included Shangguan Wu, Ling Feng, and an unconscious Spirit Blood clan woman. Ling Feng also boarded the Infinity. Firstly, she needed to recuperate. Secondly, leaving her alone on Rose 3 would likely expose her to further pursuits by Mu Chiyue. And thirdly, as Mu Mu's personal attendant, her presence was a request from Mu Mu herself. Since the Infinity was bound for Luotian Star to find Mu Xingyun, it was a fortuitous arrangement. Upon returning to the Infinity, Cai Xingyin promptly led the group, pushing the unconscious Alice to the medical room. This room was entirely distinct from a conventional medical facility. The walls no longer bore a monotonous white hue, but instead featured dynamic lighting that shifted soothing colors based on the patient's emotions and condition, creating a relaxing atmosphere. The medical room was divided into two sections, a standard treatment area with 5 beds, each equipped with intelligent sensing systems capable of automatically adjusting the bed's angle, temperature, and humidity to provide the most comfortable recuperation environment. Virtual screens beside the beds displayed the patient's vital data and treatment plans for real-time updates. Additionally, a fully automated diagnostic robot moved gracefully throughout the area, performing comprehensive body scans to deliver detailed and precise diagnoses instantaneously. The second section, a specialized treatment area, revealed its true nature upon passing through an electronic door. As the door slowly opened, A vast circular space came into view, its walls composed of seamless smart glass that could display varying information and imagery as needed. Countless tiny light sources embedded in the ceiling simulated the most natural illumination, with adjustable brightness and color temperature. At the center of the space lay an operating table, no longer a cold metallic surface, but crafted from intelligent material capable of sensing the patient's vital signs and automatically adjusting for comfort. Surrounding it were a series of hovering medical devices, agile as sprites, swiftly positioning themselves when required. In one section of the circular area were 3 newly added regenerative medical pods designed by Xia. Upon entering the medical room, Shangwan extended her hand, gently brushing over everything in both areas, her face reflecting a nostalgic expression as though she were intimately familiar with the technology. "What is this? What equipment is this?" she inquired, pointing to the 3 enormous devices lying against the wall of the specialized treatment area. "Auntie, this is what I wanted to show you. These are high-tech medical devices I developed myself, called regenerative medical pods. As the name suggests, they can heal any external injury, whether it be a severed limb or internal damage, as long as there is no brain death or injury," Xia proclaimed proudly. Shangwan playfully patted Xia and Appo's head, smiling. "You little rascal, so proud of yourself." "Humph, Auntie." Xia feigned indignation. "Your words might damage my brilliant mind." All right. No more teasing." Shangwan affectionately ruffled Xia's hair. The others exchanged bemused glances, with the protector's siblings thinking, "Goodness gracious, is this truly our illustrious young master? I feel like I'm witnessing something extraordinary. Will I be silenced for this?" "Enough of this chatter. Let us now treat this Spirit Blood Clan girl," Xia declared, opening the glass door of one regenerative medical pod, glancing at Alice and hesitating. There's a bit of a complication." "Why are you stammering? Speak plainly," Shangwan exclaimed in exasperation. "To enter the medical pod, one must remove all clothing." Xia's voice dwindled. "Then tell me how to operate it." Shangwan sighed. After learning the operational procedures of the regenerative medical pod, Shangwan ordered the male members present to leave, leaving only the protector's siblings, Ling Feng and Mu to assist. Ling Feng thought, "Do I need to stay too? I suppose I am an injured party as well." Just as this thought crossed her mind, Shangwan voice broke her reverie. Yes you. Remove your clothing and enter the other medical pod." Shangwan commanded Ling Feng. "Me? I don't need to, right? It's just a minor injury." Ling Feng scratched her head sheepishly. "You can choose to obediently enter, or," Shangwan said, producing silver needles from her pocket, "I can give you an injection that will render you immobile, and then I'll toss you in." I'll go in myself." Ling Feng, terrified, quickly stripped off her clothes and dove into the medical pod. 5 hours later, in the lounge of the Infinity, Xia, the protector siblings, Snoopy, and Xiao Ba, along with the 20 members of the Fox Hunting Corps led by Jin Kuei, were gathered together, indulging in afternoon tea. Uncle Fu smiled as he served a platter of delectable pastries. The Fox Hunting Corps had just returned in the afternoon, having visited Rose No. 3 for a day of revelry, where they indulged in food and fun while procuring an array of weaponry and fresh ingredients for Uncle Fu. The lounge area of the Infinite was quite spacious, and Xia noticed that its design bore a striking resemblance to the Broken Cauldron bar on Rose No. 3, with a central stage and a bar tucked in a corner, almost identical in layout, leading him to suspect that the same designer might have crafted both spaces. At that moment, Shangwan arrived with Juling, Ling Feng, Mumu, and a petite girl who shared Mumu's height. This little girl had long, chestnut hair reminiscent of Snoopy, with delicate, porcelain-like features, yet her expression was remarkably indifferent. Dressed in a charming blue princess gown, she was bound by a length of twine, the other end clutched tightly in Juling's hand, who appeared quite anxious as if fearing the girl might break free at any moment. Shangwan boldly sat beside Xia and addressed Uncle Fu, requesting jasmine tea and strawberry cake. "Certainly, second miss," Uncle Fu replied with a smile. Xia regarded the little girl with curiosity, noting her attire. "That outfit isn't my choice. I have no such peculiarities," Shangwan retorted with irritation. I was unaware that she was merely 5 years old following her recovery from progeria, and in the absence of suitable clothing, I had Moo find something for her. Who knew the little one would bring back this ensemble? Moo, feeling a bit sheepish, added, I just thought that with her looks, a princess dress would suit her perfectly. The group could only twitch their lips at Moo's whimsical logic, where even an assassin could don a princess gown if she was beautiful enough. But why is she tied up? Si Xingyan asked, bemused by the girl's current predicament. You have no idea. This little girl attempted to harm Ling Feng right after waking up, and I intervened just in time, Shang Wanwu said, sipping the tea that Uncle Fu had served. However, the infirmary is now in complete disarray due to her antics and is temporarily unusable. Oh, that's of little concern. I'll send the engineering robots to clean it up shortly. Si Xingyan replied nonchalantly, turning to gaze at Alice, seemingly trying to see through her. Who sent you to assassinate the Wind Guard? Alice remained utterly indifferent, silent as stone. Even without your answer, I already know who you are, Si Xingyan smirked. You are Alice, a death warrior trained by the Grand Prince of the Great Xia, Si Xingzhu. Alice stared at him in disbelief. How do you know? Si Xingyan tossed a blood-stained metallic chip onto the table. This is an identity card implanted behind your ear, a symbol of a death warrior. Indeed, I am a death warrior. My task is to eliminate this woman and retrieve the blueprint she possesses, Alice replied coolly. Now that you know, why ask me? I have cured your progeria, and you need no longer wear that breathing mask, Si Xingyan smiled. You are free. Alice's pupils constricted. Free? 5 years prior. A young girl awoke to find herself encased in a massive glass vial filled with liquid, her limbs restrained and immobile. She struggled desperately to escape, yearning for freedom. But to no avail. Just as despair began to consume her, the vial opened and the restraints released, allowing her to spill out onto the floor, weak and feeble. A man approached, extending his hand with a smile. In the first year, the girl grew stronger and more agile. The man subjected her to brutal training, teaching her various killing techniques day and night. Exhausted and filled with fear, she longed to escape and attain freedom, but the man had implanted a tracker within her, ensuring she could be swiftly located and recaptured no matter where she fled. Each failed escape was met with a merciless beating, only ceasing once she was nearly lifeless. By the second year, the girl had transformed into a young woman, and the man began assigning her missions, all involving murder, targeting individuals of all ages and genders. Despite her efforts to complete these tasks, each killing plunged her deeper into guilt and terror, awakening the realization that she had become a cold-blooded assassin, a life she never desired. Thus, she resolved to attempt escape once more, determined to break free from her chains and reclaim her liberty. To achieve this goal, she endeavored to locate the tracker within her body and extract it. After considerable effort, she succeeded in finding and removing the tracker, fleeing from the man. In the third year, she roamed to evade the man's pursuit, experiencing countless brushes with death, yet never relinquishing her yearning for freedom. However, fate seemed to mock her. One day, she fell ill, her body beginning to age prematurely. Realizing her life was slipping away, despair enveloped her until the man found her. He presented a special breathing mask, claiming it would halt her aging. Faced with this choice, she was tormented. Accepting the man's terms meant eternal subjugation, while refusal would lead to her swift demise. Ultimately, she donned the mask, halting her decline, but at a steep cost. She was now bound to kill for the man, a mere tool in his grasp. In the fourth year, she had taken the lives of many on the man and Appo's behalf. Each act of violence numbed her heart further, leaving her emotionally desensitized. No longer caring for anyone or anything, she mechanically executed the tasks assigned to her, until one day, she sensed a peculiar warmth, as if someone were calling her. Uncertain of its origin, she chose to follow this feeling in search of answers. After much effort, she discovered a hidden chamber filled with numerous glass vials, each containing a girl like herself, imprisoned by the man. Upon seeing these girls, an overwhelming sense of kinship surged within her. She realized they were her people, her family, her sisters. In that moment, she reclaimed her emotions and resolved to rebel against the man, to rescue these girls. However, The man discovered her plan and turned the girls against her, threatening their lives if she did not obey his commands. Chapter 46. Mental connection. Alice recalled the tragic past of these 5 years. How she longed for freedom. Since discovering her premature aging condition, she had been forced to rely on the breath mask provided by that dreadful man, Xinghu. Little did she expect that her condition would now be cured, granting her true freedom to escape from him and live the life she desired. Yet, she could not flee. For her kin, her family, and her sisters remained in his clutches. Thud. Xingyin slammed the breath mask Alice once wore onto the table. Did he tell you that to survive, you must wear this mask? Xingyin inquired. Alice instinctively nodded. He extended his left hand, using a wrist computer to scan the mask, projecting its 3D structure into the air. He pointed to the 2 air sacs on either side of the mask, stating, "These are easily mistaken for breathing devices. However, they contain hallucinogens that can induce illusions." Xingyin enlarged the structural diagram and disassembled the 3D model piece by piece, extracting a square component. This is an ultrasonic emitter that emits a specific wavelength of ultrasound, designed to influence the mind, providing psychological suggestions to control the brain. After observing Xingyin's demonstration, Alice, though unable to fully comprehend, understood the gravity of the situation. Biting her lip and clenching her fists, her eyes were filled with cold determination. Xingyin picked up a small spoon from the table and pried at the cracked part of the mask. After lifting the surface cover, he sneered, "What a foolish design." He turned the mask upside down, dislodging a thumb-sized crimson crystal. Xingyin pinched the crystal between his fingers, inspecting it under the light with a disdainful chuckle. "How foolish. Mr. Ian, is this a spirit blood crystal?" Snoopy asked, astonished at the sight of the crystal in Xingyin's hand. "Of course not." Xingyin scoffed, tossing the crystal onto the table. "Snoopy, what kind of eyes do you have? This worthless trinket is merely a crude imitation." "An imitation?" Dueling picked up the crystal for a closer look. "Indeed. A true spirit blood crystal should be blood red, while this one is merely crimson." Xingyin explained. Spirit blood crystals emit special wavelengths of radiation, serving as a remedy for the premature aging of the spirit blood clan. They also promote cell division, healing both the spirit blood and human races, providing a warm and comforting sensation upon contact. Dueling held the crystal in her palm, noting, "Indeed, this crystal feels cool." Xingyin abruptly swatted the crystal from Dueling's hand. "Warning, do not keep it in contact with your skin. This poorly made imitation emits unstable radiation wavelengths and can cause poisoning with prolonged contact." "What? Poisonous?" "Ah!" Dueling shrieked in fright, rushing to wash her hands. "TSK, why scare her?" Shangwan Wu lightly slapped Xingyin's head. "Oh dear, my genius head could get damaged." Xingyin feigned annoyance, mimicking Dueling's expression. The others exchanged glances, wondering if this was truly the young master or some peculiar creature masquerading as him. Xingyin then adopted a serious demeanor, turning to Alice with gravity. "Wearing this crystal may temporarily alleviate the premature aging of the spirit blood clan, but the effect is fleeting. Prolonged use will lead to severe dependency, and once removed, the symptoms of aging will intensify to unbearable levels." Alice's heart sank at his words. He spoke the truth. Ever since she donned the breath mask from Xinghu, her aging symptoms had slowed, yet she felt a persistent discomfort. Removing the mask inflicted excruciating pain upon her. "Let me tell you one more thing," Xingyin said, fiddling with the mask. "This device is actually called a slavery apparatus, designed to subjugate you." His voice was low and icy, piercing Alice's heart like a sword. Boom. While Alice had suspected as much, hearing Xingyin articulate it sent a tremor through her. The sudden revelation felt like a lightning strike, causing her world to crumble. Alice's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the mask in Xingyin's hand. What once appeared ordinary now seemed grotesque and terrifying, like a demon poised to consume her very soul. She gritted her teeth, striving to maintain her composure, yet fear and rage surged within her, rendering her restless. Her breath quickened, her hands instinctively clenched into fists, nails digging into her palms, causing a sharp sting. Xingyin regarded the girl before him, feeling a surge of emotions. He sighed softly, then turned to the attendant beside him. Release her. Hesitant, the attendant glanced between Ling Feng and Xi Xingyan, uncertain. Young master, if we release her now. Xi Xingyan furrowed his brow, giving the attendant a sharp look. Do as I say. He understood that Alice had regained her freedom and would no longer carry out Xi Xinghu and Apos' assassination orders. Intimidated by Xi Xingyan and Apos' glare, the attendant dared not protest further and approached Alice, carefully untying the ropes that bound her. As the ropes fell away, Alice felt liberated. In that instant, she shoved past the attendant and vanished from sight in a flurry of movement. Young master, the attendant looked questioningly at Xi Xingyan. Let her go. She needs some time to calm down. Meanwhile, on the planet Luotian, in the imperial study of the Tang Dynasty palace, Mu Xingyan paced anxiously, resembling an ant on a hot pan. Suddenly, the door swung open and the maid, Xiao Tao, hurried in, quickly locking the door behind her. What's the news, Xiao Tao? Have you found anything? Mu Xingyan asked, grabbing Xiao Tao's arm in urgency. Your Highness, although we have yet to contact Commander Ling, our informants at the Rosno 3 Interstellar Port have just sent reliable news that they witnessed Commander Ling leaving Rose number 3 with the little princess. Xiao Tao relayed the information eagerly. What? Are you certain it was Mumu? Mu Xingyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Absolutely. Your Highness, please take a look. Xiao Tao produced an encrypted communicator, projecting a surveillance video before Mu Xingyun. It showed Mumu being pulled along by Juling, closely following Xi Xingyan, while Ling Feng was supported by a tall man, seemingly injured. Excellent. That's wonderful news. Ling Feng must have escaped danger. Upon seeing Xi Xingyan, Mu Xingyun felt a wave of relief wash over her, easing the tension that had gripped her for days. She murmured to herself, Ian, have you arrived? By the way, Your Highness, we have also received information regarding the Regent at Rose number 3. Xiao Tao added as she stowed the communicator. Oh, what did she do? Mu Xingyun inquired, taking a seat behind the desk, her tone casual as if indifferent to the affairs concerning Mu Qiyue. It is said that the Regent had a fierce altercation with someone at a bar in Rose Square, even mobilizing her personal guard. Xiao Tao suddenly burst into laughter and continued. However, it is rumored that she did not fare well this time. Her entire guard was knocked unconscious and discarded in the street, and she herself fled in a panic. Is that so? What delightful news this is. This is the best tidings I've received in days. Mu Xingyun exclaimed joyfully, secretly speculating, perhaps this was the work of a yin. 2 hours later, in a corridor aboard the Infinite, Alice stood in silence. The atmosphere was serene, with only the sound of her own breathing breaking the stillness. She gazed through a window at the vast universe outside. The infinite expanse of stars made her feel insignificantly small, as if she might be engulfed by the dark cosmos at any moment, powerless to resist. Suddenly, Alice spoke with an expressionless countenance. Come out. I can sense your presence. Snoopy emerged from around the corner, carefully balancing a tray that held a fragrant steak and a glass of milk. He moved slowly and cautiously, as if cradling a priceless treasure. Approaching Alice, he paused, took a deep breath, and gingerly stated, Alice, Mr. Fu asked me to bring you some food. Alice remained motionless in her spot, her gaze fixed calmly on the universe outside, seemingly indifferent to Snoopy's arrival. However, when he mentioned food, her body involuntarily shuddered. Despite her face maintaining an air of indifference, her eyes instinctively darted toward the delectable steak. Just then, a loud growl broke the silence, emanating from Alice's stomach. It struck her that she had not eaten since the previous night, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head, attempting to mask her discomfort. Snoopy, sensing her awkwardness, chuckled, Go ahead and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Our tribe's chieftain always says, no matter the difficulties we face, we must first fill our stomachs before devising a solution. Encouraged by Snoopy's words, Alice finally set aside her reservations. Directly grasping the steak with her hands and devouring it voraciously, much to Snoopy's astonishment. Minutes later, Alice had polished off the steak, leaving the plate spotless, even licking the sauce clean. Snoopy, ever considerate, offered her a napkin to wipe the sauce from her face. Observing her confusion, He gently took the initiative to help her clean up. Initially, Alice resisted Snoopy's assistance, but upon realizing the comfort it brought, she ceased her struggles and allowed him to proceed. "Tell me about yourself," Alice said, gazing at Snoopy. "Oh, all right, my name is Snoopy. I hail from the Redstone tribe on Blood Spirit Star, and our chieftain is Naboo, the oldest person on our planet." For the next 2 hours, Snoopy elaborated on the rich history of Blood Spirit Star, recounting his quest to find a cure for early aging, how he encountered Xi Xingyan and his companions, the adventures they undertook together, and the efforts made to save Blood Spirit Star and its people from the affliction of early aging that had plagued them for millennia. He spoke in great detail, fearing he might omit any crucial detail. Alice listened intently, and with the aid of her psychic abilities, she felt as though she could vividly envision every event Snoopy described. Once he concluded his narrative, Snoopy turned to Alice and inquired, "Now, would you share your story with me?" "What should I say?" Alice replied, her expression unchanging. Snoopy scratched his head and suggested, "Perhaps you could tell me about your origins. You were not born on Blood Spirit Star, were you?" Alice shook her head slightly and answered in a flat tone, "I do not know where I was born." Snoopy waited in eager anticipation for her to elaborate, but after a prolonged silence, Alice remained quiet. Then what happened?" Snoopy ventured after a moment's pause. "Then, that man said he rescued me from the raiders," Alice remarked, her gaze fixed on the cosmos outside. They lapsed into silence once more for several minutes. "Actually, I have kin," Alice finally said, lowering her gaze. "You have kin?" Snoopy asked incredulously, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The Spirit Blood clan had suffered greatly from early aging, leaving only about 400 members. To encounter another member of his kind in the vast universe was already a rare fortune. Finding more would be thrilling. With a rush of enthusiasm, Snoopy asked, "Where are they?" "They are imprisoned by that man. They are in—" "I do not know." Alice struggled to recall, remembering only that they were in the man's secret chamber, but the location eluded her, her mind filled with fragmented images. Snoopy furrowed his brow in thought for a moment before his expression turned serious, as if he had made a momentous decision. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly said to Alice, "Alice, our tribe in Apos, chieftain once confided a secret to me. 2 spirit blood kin of the same age can achieve a connection through a special method, psychic link, to exchange thoughts and memories. This method may help you remember the whereabouts of your kin." Upon hearing Snoopy's words, Alice's eyes sparkled with hope. "What must I do?" Snoopy explained. "The psychic link is quite simple. First, we need to touch foreheads and remain relaxed. Then, we must concentrate and use our mental energy to sense each other's presence. If our mental energies can synchronize successfully, we may enter a state of psychic connection." Chapter 47. Peril in the Illusion. The method of spiritual connection described by Snoopy indeed mirrors that which Chief Nab had previously mentioned. However, Snoopy did not convey the entirety of Nab's words. In truth, he deliberately concealed a portion of the information. The spiritual connection of the Blood Spirit clan is exceedingly perilous, should either party possess insufficient mental fortitude. Both may descend into madness during the connection due to a loss of control. Consequently, the Blood Spirit clan has classified spiritual connection as a forbidden technique, prohibiting all its members from engaging in such practices. Nevertheless, with the fate of a group of potentially enslaved kin at stake, Snoopy resolved to take the risk. Snoopy led Alice back to his chamber, where they seated themselves cross-legged upon the yoga mat and gently closed their eyes. First, they sought to calm their minds, casting aside any extraneous thoughts and focusing their attention. Snoopy spoke softly, his voice tender and tranquil. Alice nodded slightly, inhaling deeply several times, attempting to still her tumultuous heart. Snoopy sensed her emotions. At that moment, he perceived Alice's heart was filled with both anticipation and anxiety. Now, envision yourself standing upon a serene meadow, where a gentle breeze caresses you, carrying the fragrance of fresh grass. The sun bathes you in warmth, enveloping you in unparalleled comfort. Snoopy continued to guide her. Alice endeavored to follow his instructions, and gradually, the image of the meadow emerged in her mind, as if she were truly there. Next, He encouraged her to attune herself to her surroundings, to feel the earth beneath her feet, the air surrounding her, and the distant landscape. Do not ponder anything. Simply immerse yourself in the sensations of the present. Snoopy's voice, akin to a lullaby, entranced her. Alice surrendered to this wondrous experience, and time seemed to come to a standstill. Her thoughts gradually emptied, and her body grew light. Now, let our foreheads meet, and with our mental energies, perceive one another's emotions. Although their eyes remained closed, they could distinctly sense each other's presence. They drew closer, gently touching their foreheads together. It was as if time had frozen, leaving only the two of them in existence. Snoopy could feel Alice's breath, soft and warm, reminiscent of the gentlest spring breeze. In turn, Alice sensed Snoopy and Appo's heartbeat, resonating with the rhythm of life itself. The warmth emanating from their foreheads penetrated deeply into their hearts. In this intimate contact, there existed an unspoken communion, a tacit understanding that reached the very depths of their souls. Their thoughts intertwined. Snoopy glimpsed the fragility and strength within Alice's heart, while Alice comprehended the dreams and aspirations residing in Snoopy's soul. Every unvoiced secret, every deeply hidden emotion, was unreservedly exchanged and merged in that fleeting moment of contact. The world around them blurred, leaving only their existence clear and palpable. In that instant, they ceased to be two separate entities. Instead, they became a unified whole, two hearts entwined, souls connected. Suddenly, they opened their eyes simultaneously, discovering themselves in an endless meadow. "Where is this?" Alice inquired curiously. "This is my spiritual realm, the world I long for," Snoopy replied, his eyes filled with yearning as he gazed upon the landscape. Alice surveyed her surroundings and asked, "Does this mean we have successfully established a spiritual connection?" "Indeed. Now you must recall your past, and I shall assist you in this recollection." "My past." As Alice whispered softly, the meadow around them faded into darkness, replaced by a vast void, where a colossal glass vial emanating a crimson glow stood before them, within which lay a young Alice, her limbs restrained. Suddenly, the device beneath the glass vial illuminated a green light, and alarms blared throughout the vicinity. The vial then opened automatically, and the liquid within poured forth, liberating the restrained Alice, who collapsed onto the ground, coughing and struggling to rise. At that moment, a man clad in black approached, smiling as he extended his hand to assist Alice. "At last, it is accomplished, my perfect assassin," he murmured. An elderly man in a white lab coat and glasses approached, adjusting his spectacles as he remarked, "Your Highness, although we have successfully cloned the blood spirit, we remain powerless against their congenital aging syndrome. However, we are researching methods for a cure. There is no need for a complete cure. Simply find a means of alleviation." The man replied coldly. Witnessing all this, Snoopy was utterly astonished. You are a clone." Alice gazed at the unfolding scene in bewilderment. I was created?" The scene before them dissolved once more, plunging them back into darkness, where a battered Alice hung suspended in the air. The man reappeared, wielding a whip as he paced before Alice, sneering, "Alice, oh Alice, I gave you life, provided for your needs, educated you. Why would you run away?" Alice remained silent, her head bowed as she avoided his gaze. The man struck her with the whip, yet Alice did not utter a sound. Noticing her lack of response, his demeanor grew icy. He struck her twice more, and when she still did not speak, he erupted in fury. He lashed out at her with frantic intensity until he was breathless, finally ceasing his assault. He tossed the whip to another, commanding, "Continue to beat her. As long as she has breath, let it be so." "Yes, Your Highness." Snoopy looked at Alice, whose expression was devoid of emotion in response to the horrific scene unfolding before her. This reaction only deepened his sorrow. The scene shifted once again, revealing Alice, armed with twin swords, fiercely battling a group of menacing foes. She deftly maneuvered through the throng, her movements precise and fluid, and within moments, she had dispatched them all. Yet, she was not unscathed. A blade had pierced her back. As she withdrew the weapon, she was astonished to find it had extracted a metallic fragment embedded within her body, a tracking device. Alice pierced the metal with her sword and swiftly fled the scene. "I escaped from that man and lived a year of freedom," Alice boldly declared for the first time. Just as Snoopy began to respond, the scene shifted once more, revealing Alice exhibiting signs of her aging condition. Wrinkles adorned her face, and strands of white peppered her dark hair. Before her stood the man, who tossed a breathing mask at her feet. "My Alice, wear this, and your body will return to its former state, but you must never run away again. It would break my heart," he said, his tone laced with amusement. Trembling, Alice picked up the mask and placed it upon her face. Her body began to transform, and moments later, she regained her youthful appearance, her skin smooth and delicate, her hair restored to its rich hue, radiating vitality. "So this is when you began to wear the enslavement device," Snoopy marveled. The scene transitioned to a dimly lit room, steeped in a musty atmosphere. Alice, wielding a short sword, cautiously explored her surroundings. She sliced open a hidden door, entering a room shrouded in mist. Inside, dozens of enormous glass vials pulsed with a faint glow, each containing a young girl. Upon seeing these vials, Snoopy instantly sensed the unique aura they emanated. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "They are all members of the Blood Spirit clan." Snoopy came to the realization that these were the imprisoned members of the Spirit Blood clan. "They were my kin, my family, my sisters. I must save them." Alice looked at Snoopy, her eyes filled with a desperate plea. Snoopy began to scrutinize the surrounding environment. Aside from dozens of glass vials, there was nothing else in sight. "My kin, my family, my sisters." Alice's gaze became hollow, as if her soul had been lost, fixated on the girl within the glass vial, murmuring to herself. Upon hearing Alice and Apos' words, Snoopy and Apos' expression changed dramatically. "Alice, your mind is being affected. Do not dwell on the emotions of those girls." His voice was tinged with panic, for he understood that this was merely a memory manifested through the spiritual connection between him and Alice. The fact that Alice was being influenced by the illusions within this scene signified that her spirit had already been tainted by the emotions of those girls. Snoopy, frantic, rushed towards Alice, striving to awaken her from the endless slumber. He grasped her arm tightly, shaking her vigorously while anxiously calling out, "Alice, wake up. Please wake up." Yet, Alice seemed ensnared in a profound dream, unresponsive to Snoopy's pleas. This could not continue. If Alice's spirit remained tainted, it would ultimately shatter, leaving her forever lost in this illusion. Snoopy was acutely aware of the urgency of the situation. He had to find a way to awaken Alice swiftly, lest the consequences be unimaginable. In a moment of desperation, Snoopy pressed his forehead against Alice's once more, channeling all his mental energy to envelop her, preventing further spiritual contamination. However, at that moment, he sensed a profound loneliness emanating from Alice, an overwhelming sensation that engulfed him like a tidal wave. "Where is this?" Snoopy murmured in confusion, slowly opening his eyes to find himself in a strange and confined space. This place was suffocating and isolating. Suddenly, he heard faint sobs. Alert! He turned his gaze towards the corner not far away. There, a small figure was curled up, trembling and emitting intermittent cries. Snoopy approached cautiously, discovering that the girl was indeed Alice, her face streaked with tears, her eyes betraying boundless sorrow. "Alice!" Snoopy called softly. Alice lifted her head, her gaze vacant as she stared at Snoopy, whispering, "All this time, I have been alone." Her voice seemed to originate from a distant realm, filled with endless sadness and solitude. "I feel so lonely," Alice murmured, tears cascading down her cheeks, ultimately falling onto the cold ground. "Alice, we must leave this place," Snoopy urged desperately, extending his hand to her without hesitation. "Can you free me from this loneliness?" Alice trembled as she reached out, attempting to grasp Snoopy's hand. However, the moment Snoopy's hand clasped hers, an intense and terrifying loneliness surged within him like a flood. This time, even he could not escape the onslaught of spiritual contamination. His body began to tremble, his eyes reflecting fear and despair as memories of leaving Blood Spirit Star alone resurfaced, bringing back the loneliness and hopelessness. In an instant, the loneliness and despair radiating from Alice transformed into a quagmire, from which terrifying tendrils emerged, wrapping around Snoopy and dragging him towards the abyss. Just as Snoopy was about to be engulfed, powerful hands seized both him and Alice. Instinctively, Snoopy turned to see a familiar smiling face. Mr. Ian. Xi Xingyan pulled both Snoopy and Alice from the mire, yet Alice continued to exude an aura of loneliness. Can you free me from this solitude? Alice asked once more. Enough with the nonsense. Xi Xingyan roared. I don't know if I can relieve your loneliness, but I do know that I shall not be lonely myself. Therefore, I will continually seek companions to join me, as long as I have allies by my side. I shall never be alone. Xi Xingyan's words struck like thunder, instantly shattering the tendrils ensnaring Alice and Snoopy, reducing even the mire they were trapped into dust. Companions? Alice whispered, before vanishing from sight. The scene shifted back to the space filled with glass vials. The mist dissipated, revealing a sign on the ground that clearly read U52, B2. With a sudden rush, Snoopy and Alice emerged from their mental connection, gasping for breath, relieved to have narrowly escaped. You too, reckless children. Do you wish to throw away your lives by engaging in a mental connection without permission? Are you not aware that this is a forbidden technique of the Spirit Blood Clan? Xi Xingyan chided, lightly tapping both Snoopy and Alice on their foreheads. Mr. Ian, is that really you? Snoopy asked, clutching his forehead. How did you know we were engaging in a mental connection? What do you think? Xi Xingyan replied, exasperated. If it weren't for Xiao Zhan informing me that two ignorant and arrogant children were performing forbidden techniques on my starship, you two would likely have met your end here today. But wait. Snoopy suddenly recalled something and asked, Mr. Ian, how did you enter the mental connection illusion? I won't tell you. Xi Xingyan rolled his eyes, unwilling to divulge that he had learned about the mental connection technique from the elder of the Spirit Blood Clan in the original universe. Although Xi Xingyan lacked the formidable spiritual sensitivity of the Spirit Blood Clan, rendering him unable to establish a mental connection, he had mastered the method to intervene in such connections, allowing him free access to others' mental linkages. In any case, the area you investigated is located on planet U52, B2 in the U52 star region. However, we must remain in the Great Tang for over a month to resolve matters here, after which I will accompany you to rescue them. Xi Xingyan declared, rising to leave. He turned back to admonish, you two better behave and refrain from acting recklessly. As Xi Xingyan reached the door, he glanced back at Alice, saying, by the way, Alice, I've temporarily arranged your room next to Snoopy's. Tomorrow, I will assign you some tasks. Do not think you can live off my ship without working. Who is Snoopy? Alice asked, turning to Snoopy, who could only twitch his lips in response. Chapter 48. Commencement of Special Training on the second day. The Infinite ship sailed towards the planet Luotian at a normal cruising speed, estimated to take approximately 15 days to reach its destination. This was a request from Miss Shengwan Wu, although the reasons remained undisclosed for the time being. After breakfast, all crew members were summoned to the conference room by Captain Xi Xingyan. Dressed in casual attire, Xi Xingyan cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. Good morning, everyone. Today, I wish to introduce a new member and outline our upcoming tasks. He gestured to the young woman beside him. First, allow me to present Miss Shengwan Wu, who will serve as the chief medical officer aboard this vessel, overseeing sanitation, outpatient care, and the treatment of battle injuries. Starting today, she will be stationed in the ship's infirmary. After a moment's thought, he added, in my absence, she will also act as the interim captain. Next, he turned his gaze towards Miss Ling Feng, who was seated next to Mu Mu, clad in loose athletic wear. In unison, the attendees shifted their attention to Ling Feng, who appeared bewildered. Huh, me? What is my role here? She exclaimed, pointing at herself. Miss Ling Feng will temporarily assume the position of security officer, primarily responsible for the internal security of the ship, Xi Xingyan stated, smoothly assigning her duties. Ling Feng remained silent, knowing that as long as she could protect the little princess and return to Luotian, she would willingly undertake any task, even cleaning the ship's restrooms. Xi Xingyan then turned his attention to Alice, who was sitting beside Snoopy, adorned in a pink dress and styled in twin ponytails, an evident result of Mu Mu's influence. He smirked and proclaimed, next, we have Miss Alice. The room fell silent as everyone's eyes focused on the lively and adorable Alice, eliciting bemused reactions from the Duhud siblings and Ling Feng. Miss Alice will currently serve as the second security officer, with the primary duty of providing round-the-clock protection for Mu Mu. Xi Xingyan continued. What? I object. Ling Feng slammed her hand on the table and stood up, her voice filled with indignation. Mr. Sheng Wanyan, this woman is an assassin sent by Mu Qiuya. By rights, she should be treated as a prisoner. According to the Interstellar Union Treaty, such prisoners should undergo interrogation and then be confined. Even if she wishes to switch sides, she should only be assigned trivial tasks under supervision. Oh, is that the case? Xi Xingyan inquired, casting a questioning glance at Shang Wanwu. She shrugged and spread her hands. Don't look at me. I've never been a captain. How would I know? Xiaozhen, please look up the regulations regarding the treatment of prisoners in the Interstellar Union Treaty. Xi Xingyan sighed, realizing his lack of knowledge about certain fleet rules and seeking assistance from the ship's AI. Certainly, Captain. The database provides the following insights. The Interstellar Union Treaty dictates that when dealing with prisoners, interstellar fleets typically adhere to humanitarian principles, ensuring their basic rights and safety. Initially, they must be investigated for identity and background to ascertain their affiliations, actions, and any pertinent intelligence they may possess. In some cases, negotiations may be necessary to extract valuable information or reach a peace agreement. For prisoners without severe crimes who are willing to cooperate, education and rehabilitation are encouraged to facilitate their reintegration into society or contributions to peace. Conversely, highly dangerous enemies or those guilty of serious crimes may require prolonged confinement in specialized facilities under strict supervision. Different races and factions have varying methods of dealing with prisoners. Some aggressive extraterrestrial species may employ brutal tactics, while others focused on peace and cooperation may adopt more humane and rational approaches. Oh, I see. Thank you, Xiaozhen. Xi Xingyan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. You're welcome, Captain. Now, Miss Ling Feng, have you heard? My personnel arrangements pose no issue. Xi Xingyan asserted, looking at Ling Feng. How can there be no issue? Firstly, Yu Haven T interrogated her. Her origins and intentions remain unknown. Ling Feng slammed the table again, questioning loudly. Regarding that, Snoopy and I interrogated her last night. She is merely a member of the Ling blood race, abducted 5 years ago and subsequently sold to an assassin organization. Your regent hired her to assassinate you and retrieve some plans from you. Am I wrong, Snoopy? Xi Xingyan stated with a straight face, winking at Snoopy after his absurd claim. Huh. Oh, yes. That's how it is. Snoopy blushed, staring at the ceiling, reluctantly delivering his first lie. Ling Feng glared at the two, incredulous at their brazen fabrications. Do you think I'm blind or deaf? Even so, she was originally an assassin, a ruthless killer at that, and should be strictly monitored. I have crossed paths with her. She is inherently aggressive. I believe it would be prudent to employ severe measures for her oversight, such as a collar that can remotely eliminate her or shackles that incapacitate her. Regarding that, let me put it this way. Xi Xingyan said as he stood up and moved behind Alice. As you know, the one who engaged you and attempted to assassinate you was a young female assassin in her early 20s, correct? Ling Feng instinctively nodded. Now, I have transformed her from a cold-blooded killer into an innocent 5-year-old child, forcing her into a cute twin ponytail and a pink dress. Isn't that a form of cruelty? Xi Xingyan spread his arms wide behind Alice, presenting her adorable appearance to the assembly. Indeed, Duhud remarked, stroking his chin. She previously had a fearsome demeanor. Now she appears as a sweet girl. This transformation is quite brutal. You are changing the narrative. Ling Feng was rendered speechless, her eyes wide with fury. She had never encountered anyone capable of such blatant distortion of truth as Xi Xingyan. She slammed the table once more. But what about the supervisor? You cannot gloss over that. The supervisor has already been decided. Snoopy, Xi Xingyan replied, glancing at Snoopy. There are 2 reasons for this. First, Snoopy is strong enough to manage Alice. Second, as a fellow member of the Ling blood race, he can sense her emotional state and location through mental resonance. Fine. Even if all this can be justified, Assigning an assassin from Mu Qiuye to protect the little princess is tantamount to courting disaster. Ling Feng finally voiced her concerns. The rest of the matters were inconsequential. But the safety of the little princess outweighed her own life. "Oh, that matter is even easier to address," Xi Xingyan said with a sly smile. "I believe her proximity to Mu Mu will serve to reform and educate her. After all, our Mu Mu is simply too adorable and kind-hearted. Right, Mu Mu?" Mu Mu nodded, radiating an innocent and charming smile that melted the hearts of those around her. "And this will also allow Alice to reintegrate into society or contribute to the pursuit of peace. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Ling Feng? You are so eloquent. I cannot refute you." Ling Feng, rendered speechless by the retort, could only sit aside in silent fury. "All right, Sister Feng, Sister Alice is so beautiful. She must not be a bad person. We will surely become good friends," Mu Mu comforted, patting Ling Feng's hand. "Friends," Alice murmured. Just as Ling Feng was about to say something more, an alarm sound from the artificial intelligence, Xiaozhan, interrupted. "Warning! Warning! A small warship has been detected ahead. Identified as the golden armored guard of the Crown Prince of the Great Xia Principality, recognized as an enemy vessel. Captain, please issue combat orders immediately." Xiaozhan. "Put the Infinite into red alert. Prepare all units for battle, activate shields, and scan the enemy ship's armament level." Xi Xingyan commanded as he and his crew hurried to the bridge. "Understood, Captain." Shields activated, scanning enemy vessel. 1 minute later, Xi Xingyan arrived at the bridge and immediately contacted Jean Kuei. "Old Jean, are your men in position?" "Rest assured, Captain, everyone is stationed at the cannons. And the weapons are preheated, just waiting for the signal to commence." Jean Kuei's rough voice came through the internal communication channel. "Captain, the scan indicates that the enemy ship is a heavily armed warship, equipped with 3 main cannons and 24 secondary turrets." "Good. Snoopy, keep a steady course. Linger, monitor radar communications. Ahu, watch over the ship's data. Let's give that rascal Xi Xingku a resounding blow." Xi Xingyan exclaimed, his blood boiling with excitement. "Yes." However, just as the fervor surged within the bridge, it was abruptly interrupted by a weary voice over the public communication channel. Is this the Infinite?" "The captain." Dou Ling looked at Xi Xingyan with a pleading expression, unsure whether to answer the call. "Who are you? How do you know about the Infinite?" Xi Xingyan inquired after accepting the call. "Well, I just wanted to ask, is Master Shangwanwu present?" "She sent us here," the slow, fatigued voice replied. "Shangwan, are you looking for my aunt?" Xi Xingyan was taken aback. "Oh, your aunt? It seems we haven't made a mistake." "Master Shangwan said to send us to instruct her nephew," came the voice. Instruction? Ultimately, the anticipated battle did not occur, and the Infinite was taken off red alert. 10 minutes later, a small shuttle descended into the docking bay of the Infinite, from which 4 individuals emerged. One was a tall, robust man clad in heavy space combat armor. Another was a youth of medium stature dressed in lightweight leather armor, appearing rather sickly. And the last 2 were familiar to Xi Xingyan. One was the charming hostess from the Mars auction, and the other was the young engineer, Li Ming, whom he had met both at the auction and aboard the Nanyang. "Master Shangwan." Upon seeing Shangwan Wu, the 4 individuals immediately knelt on one knee, paying their respects. All right. I am no longer the Shangwan Wu of old. Please refrain from such grand gestures," she said, waving her hand dismissively. The 4, upon hearing this, rose, their faces revealing disappointment. Meanwhile, Xi Xingyan gained a new understanding of his aunt. "Again, let me introduce you to these 4, Shangwan Wu began. "This tall man is Situ Nan, one of the 4 great generals of the Solar Commerce's War Department. He commands the largest fleet of the Solar Commerce, has achieved remarkable victories, and is known as General Nan. This delicate beauty, whom you should have seen before, is Morong Feiyue, also one of the 4 great generals of the Solar Commerce. Her fleet consists entirely of small warships, but do not underestimate her. That would spell disaster for you." Before joining the Solar Commerce, she was a notorious pirate who raided nearly all merchant fleets across the universe, even plundering many national armies, earning her the title of the Crimson Demon. "And this sickly youth is Aguna," Shangwan Wu continued. "He is a member of the Spirit Blood clan. Xi Xingyin interjected. You can actually tell that I am of the Spirit Blood clan, Aguna replied slowly, his tone reminiscent of an elderly person speaking with fatigue. I already have 2 Spirit Blood clan members on my ship. How could I not recognize you? Xi Xingyin smirked. Having had the most exposure to aliens from the Spirit Blood clan, Aguna is the head of the intelligence department in the Solar Commerce's War Department, the strongest operative of the Solar Commerce. As for his remarkable achievements within the organization, I'm afraid they cannot be disclosed publicly. Lastly, you are already acquainted with this individual. He is the former chief engineer and science officer of the Nanyang, Li Ming. What? Xi Xingyin looked at Shangwan Wu in confusion. Yes, I suspect you have guessed it. He has come to serve as the chief engineer of the Infinite. However, his team is currently on a mission and cannot join us just yet, Shangwan Wu explained, playfully patting Li Ming's shoulder. Kid, I forcibly recruited you from that old fox Zuga Chanyan, so you must assist my nephew well. Yes, Master Shangwan, Li Ming replied, bowing respectfully before turning to Xi Xingyin with a smile. Young master, it's good to see you again. Actually, Master Shangwan's statement isn't entirely accurate. While she requested my transfer to the Infinite, I was also eager to come, and thus made the request to Captain Zuga myself. Is that so? That's splendid. When I am conducting research in the lab, you can be my assistant, Xi Xingyin replied, shaking Li Ming's hand with a smile. And me? Wang Di fretted anxiously in Xi Xingyin's consciousness space, behaving like a scorned lover. It's been so long without my part. Have you forgotten about me? You promised to find an excuse to release me once we reached the Rose 3. Ugh, stop being so dramatic. We encountered an urgent matter upon arriving at Rose 3, and I had to prioritize. Please understand. Xi Xingyin casually reassured Wang Di in his consciousness. He was exhilarated, having suddenly gained 4 formidable allies, which felt akin to striking it rich overnight. Xi Xingyin bowed to the 4 individuals, expressing, "Thank you all for joining. I assure you I will not mistreat you." However, when he lifted his gaze once more, he found all 5 present regarding him with peculiar expressions. Uffed. Murong Feiyue could no longer contain her laughter and, suppressing her mirth, said to Shangwan Wu, "Master Shangwan, I believe the young master has misunderstood." Smack. Shangwan Wu delivered a resounding slap to Xi Xingyin's head, exclaiming, "What are you dreaming about? I only brought Li Ming." Huh. Then what are the other 3 here for? Xi Xingyin asked, clutching his forehead in dismay. They are here to provide you with specialized training. Chapter 49. Fleeting Glory is Special Training? Sima Xingyin gazed at Shangwan Wu, bewildered. Do you genuinely believe you can conquer the world with your ragtag band of misfits? You must be dreaming, Shangwan Wu retorted, rolling her eyes coquettishly. Go summon your imbecilic comrades. Ah, there's no need, Ogu interjected languidly. We shall seek them out ourselves. Within the opulent confines of Mu Qiuye's mansion, designated Rose 3, Sima Xian was wreaking havoc, smashing the exquisite furnishings to smithereens. He had just endured the most humiliating episode of his life, his warship brazenly commandeered by 3 formidable individuals, right before his very eyes. Although he had brought only a small warship to the Tang Dynasty to maintain a low profile, it was nevertheless an expensive, heavily armed vessel. Well, who is causing such an uproar in my humble abode? Mu Qiuye remarked derisively from the doorway, clad in a resplendent gown. If it isn't the esteemed first prince of the Great Xia Kingdom. Mu Qiuye, you deceitful harlot. Sima Xian roared at Mu Qiuye, his voice laced with fury. Deceitful? What deception are you referring to? Mu Qiuye chuckled mirthlessly. I graciously disclosed Ling Feng and Appo's location to you, requesting that you eliminate him and retrieve the map. In exchange for these services, I would reveal the whereabouts of the key to the inheritance. Yet, Ling Feng remains alive, and the map is nowhere to be found. And now, you dare to vent your anger upon me? Humph, Mu Qiuye, don't think your petty machinations are lost on me, Sima Xian scoffed. You merely sought to pit me against the Solar Syndicate, using me as a pawn to eradicate their influence within the Great Tang Dynasty. Mu Qiuye hissed through gritted teeth. So what if that's the case? In a little over a month, I shall ascend to the throne as the Empress of the Great Tang, and I refuse to tolerate the presence of those Solar Syndicate vermin within my realm. Mu Qiuya's animosity towards the Solar Syndicate had reached a pathological level. Your foolishness has drawn the attention of the Solar Syndicate to me. Not only have I lost my most capable henchman, but I have also forfeited a warship in vain. Sima Xian lamented, his heart aching at the thought of the lost vessel. Enough with your complaints, Mu Qiuya retorted. If you still desire to learn the whereabouts of the key to the inheritance, your only recourse is to aid me in ascending to the throne. Mu Qiuya watched Sima Xian with an air of triumph. A sardonic smile played on Sima Xian's lips. He replied unhurriedly, "Oh, the Regent seems exceedingly confident, as if victory is assured. Yet, I have heard that your esteemed crown princess, who is set to inherit the throne, will be crowned empress at the coronation ceremony in just over a month. Is this not a foregone conclusion?" Upon hearing this, Mu Qiuya's countenance darkened, and a flicker of anger danced in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She scoffed, "Humph, that little vixen, Mu Xingyun, shall not ascend to the throne so easily." Sima Xian raised an eyebrow, inquiring with a hint of mockery, "Is that so? Does the Regent possess a foolproof plan?" A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Mu Qiuya's eyes as she declared, "I have ways of dealing with her, of course. If I so desire, I can ruin her reputation and strip her of all support at any moment." Sima Xian pressed further with piqued interest, "Oh, pray tell. I am curious to witness how the Regent intends to tarnish her reputation." Mu Qiuya's lips curled into a sly smile as she replied cryptically, "That is not your concern. Suffice it to say, I shall ensure that Mu Xingyun pays a heavy price." The atmosphere within the infinite training room was electric as Du Hu and Jin Kuei engaged in a fierce sparring match in the center of the small arena. Clad in athletic shorts and stripped to the waist, their muscular physiques glistened with sweat. Each punch and kick carried immense power, tracing sharp arcs through the air. Du Hu's movements were swift and precise, his fists striking with lightning speed, making them difficult to evade. Jin Kuei, while not as agile, was a seasoned mercenary with a wealth of combat experience. He skillfully dodged his opponent's attacks, seeking opportunities to counter. Below the arena, members of the Hunting Fox Legion cheered with fervor, their eyes glued to the battle. They alternately cheered for Du Hu and applauded Jin Kuei, filling the training room with an atmosphere of intense excitement, as if witnessing a genuine life-or-death struggle. In a corner of the training room, Ling Feng's gaze was fixated on Du Hu's chiseled physique, as if drawn by an invisible force. Her eyes glimmered with fervent longing, betraying an uncontainable excitement and desire. At that moment, the stirrings of spring began to blossom within Ling Feng's heart, for she had never encountered a man so handsome and well-built. As the leader of the Moon Shadow Guard, the royal guard of the Great Tang Dynasty, she had always projected an image of strength and decisiveness. But now she found herself unable to resist the surge of emotions within her. "Miss Feng, you're drooling," Du Ling cautioned from the side. Ling Feng snapped back to reality, wiping the corner of her mouth and stammering, "Oh, well, didn't you say that the warship of the first prince of the Great Xia Kingdom was approaching? Why hasn't there been any movement?" "Ah, it seems that Miss Shangguan Wu has a friend in the Solar Syndicate who, for some reason, is piloting a golden armor guard heavy warship for a visit," Du Ling said, scratching his head. "Does the Solar Syndicate have dealings with the first prince of the Great Xia Kingdom?" Ling Feng's countenance turned cold. She had previously stumbled upon Sima Xian's affair with Mu Qiuya while investigating the stolen map, which led to her being hunted and nearly killed. If the Solar Syndicate was also in league with Sima Xian, she would be caught between a rock and a hard place. "Impossible. That scoundrel, Sima Xian, is my young master's sworn enemy," Du Ling exclaimed through gritted teeth. "Furthermore, Sima Xian sent assassins after my young master, causing him severe injuries and nearly killing my brother. Is that so? What is the feud between your young master and Sima Xian that would warrant such a relentless pursuit?" "We have no idea. We were completely baffled when he suddenly began hunting us," Du Ling replied with a troubled expression. He could not reveal the true reason for Sima Xian's pursuit of Sima Xingyan to Ling Feng, as it would expose his identity. Sima Xingyan was currently posing as Shangguan Yin, the new young master of the Solar Syndicate, which they had all agreed upon before coming to the Great Tang Dynasty. Then why is Miss Shangguan Wu's friend piloting Sima Xian's warship? Because we hijacked Sima Xion's warship and sailed away with it right in front of his face, ha ha ha. A hearty laugh echoed through the room as a hulking figure clad in heavy space combat armor and a bewitching beauty in a blue qipao approached. They were none other than Situ Nan and Morong Feiyue. Who are you? Ling Feng asked warily, sensing a strong scent of bloodlust emanating from the pair. These two were not to be trifled with. Ah, it's you. Du Ling exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Morong Feiyue. You're the ante from the Mars auction. Upon hearing this, Situ Nan quickly distanced himself from the qipao-clad beauty, as if fleeing for his life, and headed toward the arena. My dear young lady, I am only 28 years old. Is it appropriate to address me as Annie? Morong Feiyue said, giving Du Ling a chilling face-hugger that nearly caused him to wet his pants. I'm sorry, Aun. I mean, sister. Beautiful sister. No, a kind, beautiful, and generous sister. Hee. You're quick on the uptake, little girl, Morong Feiyue said, retracting her earlier expression and giggling. All right, go back to your room and pack your things. You're coming with me. Where to? Du Ling asked, bewildered. Of course. I am taking you to a splendid place. Morong Feiyue replied with a charming smile, pulling Du Ling along. Startled by Morong Feiyue's sudden action, Du Ling nevertheless followed her obediently. As they passed Ling Feng, Morong Feiyue seized Ling Feng's wrist, exclaiming, Come, you shall come with me too. Ling Feng's eyes widened in surprise as she struggled to free herself, shouting, Hey, why are you grabbing me? Isn't it enough that you have her? Du Ling glared at Ling Feng, slightly irritated. Miss Ling Feng, you lack loyalty. I even helped you stitch your wounds. Ling Feng twisted her body fiercely, attempting to escape Morong Feiyue's grip, but soon realized that Morong Feiyue's hold was as firm as a vice. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free, leaving her feeling frustrated. Why was her once prized strength constantly being subdued by others? Just as Ling Feng was preparing to resort to force, an indescribable power emanated from Morong Feiyue's grasp, leaving her dizzy and weak. Her body became limp, devoid of any strength to resist, and thus, both Ling Feng and Du Ling were taken away by Morong Feiyue. On the arena, the Guardian noticed the commotion near Du Ling. Seeing his sister being led away by a stranger, he prepared to leap off the platform to pursue her. However, his path was blocked by Situ Nan, clad in battle armor, who let out a thunderous laugh. Ha ha ha, young man, where are you off to? The booming laughter pierced the ears of everyone present, but the Guardian paid it no mind. Step aside, do not obstruct my way, he demanded. Situ Nan shook his head. I will not let you pass. The Guardian turned to bypass Situ Nan, only for him to step forward and block the way again. What are you doing? The Guardian asked, somewhat irked. Nothing much. If you can defeat me in a duel, I shall allow you to pass, Situ Nan replied with a grin. At this moment, members of the Hunter Fox Legion could no longer stay silent. One mercenary shouted, What nonsense! With your size and heavy armor, how can you dare challenge our unarmed Guardian brother? Indeed, you're just bullying the honest. Another chimed in, If you're capable, shed your armor and face the Guardian brother. Hearing the chorus of protest from the Hunter Fox Legion, Situ Nan nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Wearing this armor does seem a bit unfair. With that, the armor plates on his chest opened automatically, allowing him to emerge from the suit. He then made a provocative gesture toward the Guardian. The Guardian wasted no time, throwing a punch at Situ Nan's face. However, Situ Nan neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, he reached out a hand and slapped the Guardian, sending him crashing to the ground. Instantly, the previous chatter ceased, and everyone stared in disbelief at the fallen Guardian, wondering how he, who had just been overpowering the leader in their earlier spar, could be so easily defeated. The Guardian rose from the ground, stepping back cautiously while eyeing the imposing Situ Nan. Ha, not bad, not bad. To withstand my slap and stand up immediately. It seems Lord Shangwan Wu has found me a fine specimen. Situ Nan's gaze swept over Jean Kuei and the others from the Hunter Fox Legion, a smirk playing on his lips. Come, no need to just watch. Join me, and let Anopos see what you are truly capable of. Situ Nan's words ignited the fury of the Hunter Fox Legion, and the group surged toward him. Be careful, this man is not ordinary, the Guardian warned. 2 minutes later, Only Situ Nin stood triumphantly in the training room, while the Guardian, Jean Kuei, and the members of the Hunter Fox Legion lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in defeat. Jean Kuei flipped over, lying on his back, clutching his stomach as he exclaimed, "Impossible. With so many of us, we couldn't even touch his clothing. And yet we all fell." Situ Nin crouched before the Guardian, gently patting his face. "Young man, in this state, you won't even be able to protect yourselves, let alone assist your young master." He glanced at the others and continued, "You too. What kind of Hunter Fox Legion are you? With such little skill? How dare you call yourselves mercenaries? You and Oppos, nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings." His words struck like a stone thrown into a lake, causing ripples of determination among those present as they attempted to rise and fight again. Observing their efforts, Situ Nin smiled with satisfaction, redonning his armor before addressing the now-revived Guardian and Jean Kuei. "Do you wish to grow stronger? If so, follow me." Meanwhile, aboard the Infinite, Snoopy busily manned the helm. Although the ship was on autopilot, he also served as navigator, spending his days planning and documenting the voyage, aside from eating, sleeping, and meditative training. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of murderous intent emanating from a member of the Lingxua tribe. He realized that only he and Alice were aboard the ship, and since Alice was not the source of the killing intent, it meant another member of the tribe had arrived. Dropping his work, Snoopy dashed toward the source of the ominous energy. At the same time, Alice, who was playing video games with Moo Moo and Xiaoba, stared at the ceiling out of boredom. Having never served as a protector, she was unsure how to safeguard others. After accompanying Moo Moo for the entire morning, she realized that Moo Moo did not require protection but merely companionship. Suddenly, she too sensed the overwhelming killing intent. "Is it another member of the tribe?" Alice murmured to herself, feeling the intent of a fellow tribesman while also sensing Snoopy rapidly approaching it. However, when she attempted to connect with Snoopy, she could perceive his thoughts clearly, forming a coherent sentence in her mind. "Why is there another member of the Lingxua tribe on board? Why is the killing intent so strong? Is this person an enemy? Why can I hear you speak? You are not in front of me." "Alice." Snoopy's voice echoed in her mind again. "You can hear my thoughts. And I can hear yours." Alice closed her mouth, thinking, "You can really hear what I'm thinking?" Snoopy replied, "Very clearly. This is truly marvelous." Alice ceased the mental dialogue and hurried toward the source of the killing intent. Chapter 50. The Emperor's Secrets. Alice. Snoopy observed Alice standing dazed at the entrance of the dining hall. She seemed lost in thought, murmuring, "The people inside are dangerous, extremely powerful. I can't compete." Snoopy was momentarily taken aback, then gently patted Alice's shoulder, reassuring her, "It's all right. Don't worry. I sense a formidable aura as well. But I do not perceive any hostility. They are likely not our enemies. Come, let us enter and see." With that, Snoopy took Alice's hand and led her into the dining hall. Inside, Oguna, clad in leather armor, sat at the table, unceremoniously devouring the sumptuous meal prepared for him by Fubo. He also pulled out a leather flask from his belt and took several hearty swigs. "You brat, even while eating, you radiate such a murderous aura. What? Is the food I prepared unpalatable?" Fubo grumbled as he brought out another plate of delicacies. "Oh, I suppose I shall accept it now." As soon as he spoke, the palpable bloodlust emanating from him dissipated. He glanced at Snoopy and weakly remarked, "You must be from that brat Bunaz tribe?" "Indeed, I hail from the Redstone tribe," Snoopy replied respectfully. "Ah, good, good, a fine child with commendable talent." Oguna regarded Snoopy with the eyes of an elder observing a younger kin. When he turned his gaze to Alice, he was taken aback. "Goodness, I never imagined there would be someone able to create such a perfect spirit blood kin." Oguna scrutinized Alice intently. "Is this?" Oguna's eyes widened as he stood up and circled around Alice and Snoopy several times, then curiously asked, You have actually succeeded in establishing a spiritual connection?" "Ah, one could say that." Snoopy scratched his head, admitting that while he and Alice had smoothly entered a spiritual connection, he inadvertently fell into Alice's emotional illusion, nearly losing himself. Fortunately, the intervention of Si Xingyan saved them. "Did Buna not inform you what a spiritual connection signifies for spirit bloodkin?" Oguna suddenly inquired with a serious expression. Well, It seems not, Snoopy replied awkwardly, recalling that the tribe leader had explained the spiritual connection, but he had not paid close attention afterward. Oguna's face turned frosty, and he said angrily, "That brat Buna must be feeling reckless, neglecting such an important matter and causing this blunder. Next time I return, I shall insist on replacing him as the leader of the Redstone tribe." Snoopy felt a jolt of shock and tentatively asked, "May I inquire who you are?" "Me? I am Oguna." Oguna straightened up, exuding an air of authority. "Why, you are the great leader." Snoopy was utterly astonished and immediately knelt on one knee, bowing to Oguna. Snoopy pays his respects to the great leader. Oguna? Great leader? Alice stood there, processing the information she had just heard, still looking utterly bewildered. "Quick, kneel and pay your respects." Snoopy tugged at the hem of Alice's skirt, whispering, "He is the legendary great leader of the spirit blood kin, the strongest among them, and the father of Buna, Yibu, and Kenbu." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Alice's face, yet she maintained her composure and did not kneel. "Oh, I am not one of your kin, and he is your leader, not mine," Alice stated expressionlessly. Oguna laughed heartily, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Alice and Snoopy, his eyes sparkling with mischief. He waved his hand, saying, all right, there is no need for formalities. Snoopy, you may rise." However, Oguna's tone shifted, becoming serious. Snoopy and Alice exchanged a glance, a foreboding feeling welling up within them. "Little girl, you cannot simply dismiss not being one of our kin," Oguna said slowly, his gaze fixed intently on Alice. Alice frowned slightly and questioned, "What do you mean?" Oguna smirked, revealing a mischievous grin, then continued, "You two are already a married couple. How can you claim not to be one of our kin?" This statement struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving both Alice and Snoopy momentarily stunned. "What? Married?" they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, a spiritual connection is, in fact, a form of marriage ceremony for spirit blood kin. Once a pair of opposite-sex spirit blood can establish a spiritual connection, their spiritual resonance becomes eternally linked, inseparable throughout their lives. This tradition has been passed down since ancient times among the spirit blood kin. Oguna stroked his chin, a glint of amusement in his eyes as he regarded them. "Did you not realize? After forming the spiritual connection, your mental resonance becomes extraordinarily acute, allowing you to easily perceive each other's innermost feelings and thoughts, as if communicating directly from the heart. This wondrous transformation is emblematic of a marriage among spirit blood kin." Upon hearing this, Snoopy and Alice both fell silent, a torrent of complex emotions surging within them. They exchanged another glance, filled with astonishment and confusion. Oguna's smile widened as he continued to elucidate. "When you completed the spiritual connection, your souls intertwined, deeply imprinted within each other's essence. This spiritual alignment not only enables you to discern each other's thoughts, but also allows you to feel each other's joys and sorrows, emotional fluctuations, even the most subtle shifts in feelings. But, great leader, we are merely 5 years old, still children." Snoopy felt utterly drained, regretting not having listened carefully to Buna's words. Now he found himself inexplicably entangled in a lifelong commitment. Alas, what can be done? "You both dared to employ a forbidden technique reserved for adult spirit blood kin," Oguna shrugged. "Is there any way to sever our spiritual connection?" Alice inquired, her face remaining cold and impassive. After a moment's contemplation, Oguna replied, "Believe it or not, there is a way, but you must accompany me for a time." The next morning, after a brief wash, Xingyin entered the dining hall of the Infinite. However, upon stepping inside, he found an unusual silence. The once vibrant and bustling scene had vanished. Typically, at this hour, the dining hall would be teeming with people clamoring for breakfast, yet today it was exceptionally quiet, with only Moo Moo and Xiaoba seated there. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Xingyin turned to the busy Fubo. "Fubo, what is going on? Did everyone collectively oversleep? Not even partaking in your delicious breakfast?" Fubo paused his tasks, looked up, and smiled, explaining, "Young master, they all departed the Infinite last night." At that moment, Shangguan Wu entered the dining hall, a gentle smile gracing her face, as if the matter were of little concern to her. Upon hearing Fubo's words, Xi Xingyin was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Shangguan Wu, astonished. What? Auntie, what on earth is happening? Why did they suddenly leave the infinite? Shangguan Wu approached the table and sat down, calmly responding, Did I not already inform you? They all require special training, so I had them taken away. Xi Xingyin furrowed his brows, anxiety and unease evident in his gaze. He raked his fingers through his hair, exclaiming, What? They've all been taken away. What will happen to the daily operations of the infinite? His voice was laced with concern and helplessness. After downing a large glass of milk, Shangguan Wu replied, Isn't there Xiao Jin to manage the infinite? As the most advanced artificial intelligence, she is more than capable of managing an entire fleet. You can confidently entrust the infinity to her care, right, Xiao Jin? Indeed, Miss Shangguan Wu, as the finest artificial intelligence. I can not only handle the daily operations of the infinity, but also devise various tactical strategies for warfare. Therefore, entrusting the infinity to my management poses no issue whatsoever. However, no buts. Shangguan Wu abruptly stuffed a sandwich into Xi Xingyin's mouth and hoisted him away, stating, Time is of the essence. You must commence your special training. 10 minutes later, in the training room of the infinity, all fitness equipment had been dismantled, leaving behind only a vast empty space. Auntie, must I undergo special training as well? I'd rather invent more high-tech weapons with that time. After all, no matter how skilled I become, I still fear my high-tech kitchen knife. Xi Xingyin chuckled. Yin, you still harbor another within you, do you not? Shangguan Wu astutely revealed Xi Xingyin's secret. What? What do you mean by another person? Auntie, you jest. Xi Xingyin feigned ignorance, though inwardly he was alarmed, fearing he had inadvertently exposed himself. Oh, is that so? Shangguan Wu's lips curled into a cold smile, her tone icy. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as a formidable aura radiated from Shangguan Wu, expanding outward like a surging wave. Simultaneously, Xi Xingyin felt a tremor coursing through him, and his body became remarkably lighter. Ouch! A pained cry echoed from behind Xi Xingyin. He turned to see someone sprawled awkwardly on the ground. Old Wang, how did you get out? Xi Xingyin exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, how did I emerge? Wang Di appeared aggrieved, resembling a wronged spouse, his eyes filled with sorrow. He lamented, Recently, my role has dwindled to near invisibility, nearly becoming an extra. For the past few days, I've been napping in your consciousness space. Who would have thought a sudden gust of wind would blow me out of you? But aren't you a consciousness entity? How could the wind expel you? Xi Xingyin furrowed his brow, perplexed. How should I know? Wang Di sighed, shaking his head helplessly. By the time I realized it, I had already been swept out along with the nanobot body. Just then, as Xi Xingyin and Wang Di conversed, Shangguan Wu interrupted with a couple of coughs. The two immediately fell silent and turned to her. Ahaha. Auntie, allow me to defend myself. Oh no. Let me explain. Xi Xingyin stammered, attempting to charm her. Indeed, Auntie, hear his explanation. Wang Di mimicked Xi Xingyin's obsequiousness. Silence. Silence. Shangguan Wu and Xi Xingyin exclaimed in unison at Wang Di. Startled, Wang Di quickly covered his mouth, afraid to utter another word. Xi Xingyin cleared his throat and recounted his experiences aboard the Phoenix One, elaborating on how Wang Di entered his consciousness space. Half an hour later, Xi Xingyin concluded his tale. Shangguan Wu remained silent for a moment before speaking. I never imagined you would have such an extraordinary encounter. However, how did you discern the presence of old Wang within me? Xi Xingyin inquired, puzzled. And how did you expel him from my body? Shangguan Wu refrained from answering immediately, instead posing a question. Yin, are you familiar with the concept of imperial aura? Her gaze deepened. Imperial aura? Xi Xingyin frowned, recalling he had encountered the term before, though its precise meaning eluded him. The last time he heard it was in the consciousness space of the Protector, from a voice akin to that of the artificial intelligence Xiaozhen. The memory of encountering the mechanical emperor at the entrance to hell within the Protector's consciousness space sent shivers down his spine. He had attempted to inquire about the details of that experience, but the Protector had lost memories from the time between death and resurrection, leaving him unable to provide further information. Hearing Shangwan Wu mention Imperial Aura again piqued his curiosity, prompting him to ask, I believe I've heard this term, but I do not fully understand its meaning. Shangwan Wu sighed, explaining, Imperial Aura is a mysterious power, said to be possessed only by those who hold the true destiny of a ruler. Some say it is an innate power of those with imperial fate, destined to become emperors or sovereigns. Ruler's fate, imperial destiny. Xi Xingyan was left bewildered, struggling to comprehend. He pressed further. Does such a power truly exist? It sounds fantastical. Reflect on your recent experiences. Have you noticed any unusual phenomena occurring when you are angry or emotionally charged? Shangwan Wu inquired. Yes. During your revival of the Protector, an unusual energy emanated from you, scattering my consciousness for several seconds. Wang Di interjected. Xi Xingyan contemplated, realizing that he had indeed caused several phenomena around him due to heightened emotions recently. Could this be the Imperial Aura? He recalled the voice in the consciousness space urging him to expand his influence, claiming that the greater his power, the stronger his Imperial Aura would become. If my influence is sufficiently powerful, will my Imperial Aura also grow stronger? He asked. Shangwan Wu shook her head, stating, it is not that simple. Imperial Aura is not merely dependent on status or power. It is also influenced by a person's temperament, vision, and sense of mission. Only those who possess a grand vision and bear a sense of responsibility for the world are likely to cultivate Imperial Aura. Moreover, even with Imperial Aura, one must continually refine and elevate oneself, or it will gradually fade. Xi Xingyan nodded, somewhat understanding, realizing that Imperial Aura appeared to be more intricate and profound than he had anticipated. He pondered for a moment before asking, how does one wield Imperial Aura? Shangwan Wu elaborated, there are three primary methods of utilizing Imperial Aura. The first is known as the Emperor's Spirit, which generates psychological and spiritual intimidation against opponents through the formidable presence of a ruler. This can manifest through eye contact, speech, or gestures, exuding an aura of majesty that instills fear and helplessness in adversaries, potentially even rendering them faint or incapacitated. The second method is referred to as the Emperor's Dance, where a ruler's charisma inspires the morale of subordinates, enhancing their combat effectiveness and confidence. This requires demonstrations of eloquence, singing, or even dancing to showcase the ruler and Apos' grace and charm, allowing followers to feel the ruler and Apos' authority and warmth, thereby igniting their fighting spirit and loyalty. The third method, known as the Emperor's Heart, is undoubtedly the most challenging and powerful application. It demands the integration of Imperial Aura's power into actual combat, whether in close-quarters fighting or ranged attacks, showcasing unparalleled might. Moreover, when employing the Emperor's Heart, one can discern all illusions and perceive the essence of matters. Mastery of this method requires a profound understanding and precise control of Imperial Aura to unleash its full potential. Emperor and Amp, Apos' Spirit. Emperor and Amp, Apos' Dance. Emperor and Amp, Apos' Heart. Xi Xingyan absorbed these newly introduced concepts, realizing he had encountered nothing of this nature in the original universe. Shangwan Wu clapped her hands and declared, well, I have said all that needed to be said. For the next 2 weeks, I shall diligently train you on how to harness the aura of the Emperor. Chapter 51 3 Wishes 2 weeks later, the Infinite finally arrived in the vicinity of the orbit of the planet Luotian. Luotian is a water-blue planet, with 80 of its surface covered in water, lacking substantial land masses and dotted with scattered islands. The average depth of the oceans on this planet is merely 1,500 meters, giving it a stunning water-blue hue, resembling a brilliant sapphire. At this moment, Xi Xingyan lay sprawled on a beach, clad in beach shorts, soundly asleep. His body bore numerous wounds of various sizes, most of which had scabbed over, forming a dense network of scars akin to a tattered spider's web. A gentle and melodious voice broke the tranquility. Captain, we have arrived at Luotian. However, Xi Xingyan merely rolled over, mumbling incoherently in his sleep, scratching his backside, and continued his slumber. Half an hour later, the sweet voice called out again, Captain, an unmarked civilian shuttle is requesting to dock with our ship. Captain? Captain? Yet, Xi Xingyan remained deeply asleep, unresponsive. Ian! Wake up! Ian! Shangguan Wu burst into Xi Xingyan's room like a gust of wind, lifting the still sleeping Xi Xingyan with ease. The unfortunate Xi Xingyan, half awake and bewildered, mumbled, "Auntie? What's wrong? Are you here for a vacation at the beach too?" As Xi Xingyan finally focused on Shangguan Wu, he noticed she was wearing a seductive purple silk nightgown, her figure exquisite and breathtaking. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he teased, "Auntie, I'm your nephew, and I'm already betrothed. You shouldn't harbor such thoughts. It's quite inappropriate." "Xi Xingyan, you little rascal." Shangguan Wu's fury ignited instantly. Without hesitation, she lifted Xi Xingyan and hurled him out. With a loud thud, Xi Xingyan awakened abruptly. At that moment, the sunlight, beach, and sand of his dream vanished, and he found himself in an awkward position, sprawled on his bed. "Auntie, are you trying to murder your own nephew? Thankfully, you threw me onto the bed, otherwise I might not have made it through today," Xi Xingyan complained, rubbing his head in grievance. "If you dare speak nonsense again, I swear I'll make you regret it." Shangguan Wu's enchanting face bore a terrifying expression, sending a shiver down Xi Xingyan's spine. "Wait, Auntie, why are you really here?" Xi Xingyan struggled to rise from the bed. "We have arrived at Luotian." Shangguan Wu shot him an exasperated glance. Xi Xingyan hastily donned a t-shirt and replied, "So we've arrived. Can't we just enter tomorrow? Why the commotion at this hour?" "Humph, that's what I thought too, but..." Shangguan Wu scrutinized Xi Xingyan's attire and continued, "I suggest you freshen up." "Why?" Xi Xingyan scratched his head, utterly perplexed. "Because your fiancée is here." 20 minutes later, in the guest lounge of the Infinite, Mu Xingyun, with her hair elegantly pinned up and dressed in a simple yet graceful dress, sat on a sofa. Behind her stood Xiao Tao, dressed in a modest outfit, her face flushed with indignation. "Your Highness, the people from the Solar Merchants are unbelievably rude. Although you are visiting incognito, they only allowed an AI butler and robots to greet us. It is utterly outrageous. Xiao Tao, I have told you not to call me your Highness outside the palace. Refer to me as Miss." Mu Xingyun sipped her red tea, which tasted just as delightful as her mother's brew, and took another few sips. "We are the ones who intruded at midnight. How can we blame them for our rudeness? But miss, we've been waiting for nearly half an hour, and we haven't even seen a single living soul." Xiao Tao grew increasingly agitated, snorting in frustration. "I suspect they have no regard for us." "Who says so?" Xi Xingyan, dressed in his captain's uniform, entered alongside Shangguan Wu, who wore a professional outfit complemented by black-rimmed glasses. They took their seats across from Mu Xingyun, while a serving robot brought forth 2 cups of jasmine tea. "Ayun, it has been a while." Xi Xingyan greeted Mu Xingyun with a smile. Despite her simple dress, the graceful updo radiated a gentle charm that captivated him. "How dare you refer to our miss in such a manner? Such audacity!" Xiao Tao rebuked from the side. "Xiao Tao, do not be rude. Mr. Xi Xingyan is my friend and the savior of both Mu and me. I permitted him to address me in such a way." Mu Xingyun interjected, halting Xiao Tao's impertinence. Xiao Tao shot Xi Xingyan a glare before respectfully replying, "Yes, miss." Xi Xingyan ignored Xiao Tao and Appo's dagger-like gaze and smiled at Mu Xingyun, saying, "I apologize. At this moment, Mu is asleep. I couldn't bring her to see you." "That is fine. I trust Mu is safe with you." Mu Xingyun paused and added, "I hadn't anticipated that you, the impoverished young master, would acquire your own starship so quickly, and a battleship at that. Truly impressive. Hee. Just fortunate, just fortunate." Xi Xingyan chuckled awkwardly. Mu Xingyun smiled and inquired, "By the way, Ling Feng is with you too, right? I wish to take her back." "Oh, that is not possible at the moment. She has been assigned to a mission as a temporary crew member aboard this ship." Shangguan Wu responded, "What? How could you unilaterally assign Commander Ling to work for you? She is..." "Xiao Tao, step aside." Mu Xingyun dismissed Xiao Tao once more, then glanced at Shangguan Wu beside Xi Xingyan before asking coolly, "And who is this?" Xi Xingyan opened his mouth to respond, but Shangguan Wu preempted him, saying, "Hello, I am Shangguan Wu, sent by the Shangguan family to assist the young master. I serve as his secretary." She extended her hand for a handshake with Mu Xingyun. Wait, oh. Just as Xi Xingyan was about to clarify Shangguan Wu's true identity, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his foot. It was Shangguan Wu. Having stepped on him with her high heel, Shangguan Wu shot Xi Xingyan a glare, then smiled and asked, "Young master, are your wounds hurting again?" "Oh, yes. Ouch. That hurts." Xi Xingyan grimaced in pain, left with no choice but to cooperate with Shangguan Wu's charade. At this moment, Mu Xingyan noticed the wounds on Xi Xingyan's face and asked with concern, "Ian, are you injured?" "Oh, it's nothing, just a minor injury, nothing serious." Xi Xingyan dismissed, then shifted the conversation. Is there something important you wish to discuss at this late hour?" "I do indeed have something significant to discuss with you," Mu Xingyan said, glancing at Shangguan Wu beside Xi Xingyan. Xi Xingyan perceived her hesitation and assured her, "There's no need for concern. Miss Shangguan can be trusted." Mu Xingyan nodded, though still uncertain on how to proceed. Xi Xingyan encouraged, "Ayun, please feel free to speak. We need not be so formal with each other." With Xi Xingyan's encouragement, Mu Xingyan took a deep breath, finally mustering the courage to say, "In 3 days, Luotian will host a grand celebration for the goddess of the river, during which all royal members and dignitaries will attend the ritual at the river goddess temple. I will preside over the ceremony in my capacity as the crown princess of the Tang Dynasty." She paused, her gaze steadfast as she earnestly continued, "Hence, I require your assistance." Xi Xingyan was momentarily taken aback, asking, "How do you need me to assist you?" "I hope you can attend the sacrificial ceremony on behalf of the Sun Chamber of Commerce and discreetly ensure my safety during the event. Simultaneously, I would appreciate your support and assistance when necessary." At this point, Mu Xingyan paused, gripping Xi Xingyan's hand tightly, her earnest gaze fixed upon him as she earnestly stated, "I am aware that the Sun Chamber of Commerce has remained aloof from the royal disputes among nations over the years, but I find myself utterly isolated and defenseless. Will you extend your assistance to me?" "Wait." Just as Xi Xingyan was about to readily agree, Shangguan Wu interjected inopportunely, "We can certainly assist you with this matter, but our help does not come free of charge." As she spoke, she withdrew her hand from Xi Xingyan's grasp, reclaiming it from Mu Xingyan. Furrowing her brow, Mu Xingyan inquired, "What do you mean by that, Miss Shangguan?" "Quite simply, we are the Sun Chamber of Commerce. Although we possess wealth rivaling nations and wield considerable power, we are fundamentally merchants, motivated by profit. For us to assist you, there must be sufficient benefits involved. So, what advantages can Miss Mu offer us?" Shangguan Wu adjusted her glasses as she posed the question. "Benefits? Yen, is this also your perspective?" Mu Xingyan turned to Xi Xingyan, seeking his affirmation. He was inclined to declare, "Of course not. I would brave any danger for you." Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Shangguan Wu shot him a glare, silencing him. Noticing Xi Xingyan's silence, Mu Xingyan chose not to dwell on the matter further and coldly asked, "Then what benefits does young Master Shangguan desire? Wealth? Do you believe the Sun Chamber of Commerce lacks money?" Shangguan Wu lifted her teacup, blowing gently on the surface before taking a sip. "Is it power or status that you seek?" Mu Xingyan questioned, her brow knitted in concern. Shangguan Wu set her teacup down with a smile, stating, "The Sun Chamber of Commerce is affluent and influential. If we desire something, there is little in this world that we cannot attain." "Oh, so it appears the Sun Chamber of Commerce is indifferent to all matters. What, then, do you truly wish for? Are you intentionally making things difficult for me?" Mu Xingyan scoffed. Shangguan Wu smiled slightly, replying, "What we seek are 3 wishes, one of which must be pledged by you in your capacity as the crown princess of the Great Tang." Mu Xingyan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. She could not fathom Shangguan Wu's intentions. Shangguan Wu continued, "In the future, our young master will present you with 3 wishes, which will entail assisting him with 3 tasks. These tasks will not contravene ethics or public order. However, when the young master articulates his wishes, you must agree and fulfill your commitment." Upon hearing this, Mu Xingyan furrowed her brow slightly, finding the request both sudden and peculiar. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and began to contemplate. Although she was uncertain of what the future held, If it merely required her assistance with 3 tasks that did not violate ethics or public order, it did not seem overly burdensome. After all, a certain understanding and trust had already developed between her and Xia. Nevertheless, using this as leverage for assistance left her feeling uneasy and slightly irked at such manipulation. However, Shangguan subsequent words completely altered Mu Xingyun's perspective. Of course, our young master will not merely offer assistance this once. From the moment you accept our terms, he will wholeheartedly support and assist you until you successfully ascend to the throne. After finishing her tea, Mu Xingyun declared, "Very well. I accept, my lady. How can you agree to such unreasonable terms?" Xiao Tao interjected once more. Mu Xingyun replied to Xiao Tao, "Do you possess an alternative?" Xiao Tao was left speechless. Since that is the case, Shangguan produced a contract from her leather pouch, stating, "Then let us sign this agreement." Mu Xingyun took the thin sheet of paper, noticing the terms had been pre-written. It was evident that Shangguan had come prepared, or rather, she mused that she was walking into a trap. As she spoke, she retrieved a pen to sign. "My lady, you mustn't." Xiao Tao protested again. Mu Xingyun pushed her aside, coldly asserting, "My decision is made." Xingyun observed Mu Xingyun and Appo's expression with mixed emotions. He had never intended to manipulate her. His purpose in coming to the Great Tang was solely to assist her. Now, all of this stemmed from his aunt's suggestion. "Well, since we have established the contract, I shall refrain from further disturbances. Xiao Tao, let us depart," Mu Xingyun said as she rose to leave. Suddenly, she recalled something and turned to Xingyun, saying, "By the way, Mu and Ling Feng will also participate in the sacrificial ceremony as the little princess of the Great Tang and the leader of the Royal Guard, the Moon Shadow Guard. Please ensure that young Master Shangguan escorts them back to the palace." "Ayun, allow me to explain. And one more thing." Mu Xingyun interrupted Xingyun, stating, "You and I have distinct ranks. Henceforth, please address me as Your Highness the Crown Princess." Having uttered these words, Mu Xingyun turned and strode away without looking back. Xiao Tao shot Xingyun a glare before hastily following her. "This little girl has quite the temper. It seems you will have your hands full in the future," Shangguan remarked, reveling in the misfortune. Chapter 52. The Situation in the Great Tang Ant. Why must we have Mu Xingyun agree to assist us with 3 tasks? She is my fiancée, so is it not natural for me to help her? Xingyun questioned Shangguan with a hint of grievance. Shangguan corrected him. "It is you who should have her assist you with 3 tasks, not us. What difference does it make?" Xingyun retorted irritably. "Aren't we both offending someone? With her stubborn and impulsive nature, she will undoubtedly hold a grudge against me. No, I must clarify everything with her the next time we meet." "And how do you plan to explain that?" Shangguan teased. "Will you tell her your true name is Xingyun and not Shangguan? Will you reveal that you are the younger brother of the man who once threatened her? Will you confess that you have a marriage contract assigned by your parents? Or will you admit that your intention in approaching her was to reclaim the inheritance key?" Xingyun fell silent. Although Shangguan words struck him like a dagger, she was right. Revealing all these matters could very well lead Mu Xingyun to kill him on the spot. Observing his despondent demeanor, Shangguan sighed inwardly and murmured, "You truly are just like your mother, both lost in love." She gently patted his shoulder and earnestly advised, "All right, do not be so downcast. Regarding your fiancé, we must take our time and proceed cautiously. From my observations, that girl actually harbors feelings for you as well. If you find an appropriate moment to explain everything to her, I believe she will listen attentively and understand you." At this point, a sly smile crept onto Shangguan lips as she continued, "Moreover, have I not secured 3 wishes for you that she cannot refuse? That is your bargaining chip." Upon hearing this, Xingyun was momentarily taken aback, realizing Shangguan thoughtful intentions. These 3 wishes were indeed a safety net for him. The following morning, Xingyun, dressed in loose pajamas and sporting deep dark circles under his eyes, sat heavily in the dining room. Indeed, after Mu Xingyun left last night, he had been unable to sleep. From a distance, he resembled a panda in pajamas, frowning over a bowl of oatmeal. To be honest, Xingyun despised coarse fiber foods like oatmeal. However, as the sole chief physician aboard the Infinite, He had no choice but to adhere to the dietary plan devised by Shangwan Wu. Just as he was about to swallow a spoonful of the sticky, mushy oatmeal, a sharp, piercing scream suddenly pierced the air. "Young master, I'm back." Cough, cough. The unexpected shout startled Xi Xingyan, causing him to choke on the oatmeal, which erupted from his nostrils. He looked up to see a woman clad in a crimson pirate uniform striding in with great enthusiasm. This woman was covered in soot, as if she had just emerged from a coal mine. Yet, what captured attention most were her eyes, darker than coal itself. As she entered the dining room, her eyes swiftly scanned the room before locking onto Xi Xingyan with astonishing speed, and she charged towards him without hesitation. My goodness! Xi Xingyan was so frightened that his hair stood on end. He clumsily dropped his spoon and bolted away. However, the dark-faced pirate was relentless, quickening her pace to chase after him. "Mother!" Xi Xingyan cried, exerting every ounce of strength to flee. Thus, an exceptionally bizarre scene unfolded in the dining room. A black-faced female pirate relentlessly pursued a panda in pajamas, desperately trying to escape. Eventually, the frenzied pirate caught up with the exhausted Xi Xingyan, tackling him to the ground. Young master, I missed you so much." The pirate buried her soot-covered face into Xi Xingyan's chest, rubbing back and forth. The black grime smeared onto his pajamas, leaving a large black smiley face imprint. After wiping away the dirt, her fair skin was revealed, allowing Xi Xingyan to see that the woman before him was Duling. "Is it really you?" Xi Xingyan exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. In his memories, Duling was always immaculate, fond of dressing up and meticulous about etiquette and appearance. Yet, the figure before him was a disheveled and uncouth woman. "It's me. Young master, your Duling has returned," Duling shouted excitedly, pressing her face against Xi Xingyan's chest and playfully rubbing against him like a mischievous kitten. "Hee, I've forgotten my master the moment I returned. That makes me so sad." Murong Feiyue entered the room clad in a revealing qipao, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Following closely behind was Ling Feng, also in a pirate uniform, wielding a military saber. Ling Feng's face was smeared with dirt, and her right eye was covered with a black patch, seemingly injured, forcing her to observe her surroundings with only her left eye. Xi Xingyan immediately helped Du Ling to her feet and approached Ling Feng, examining her eye with concern. "Miss Ling, your eye." "My eye is fine," Ling Feng said as she lifted the eye patch for Xi Xingyan to see her right eye, then added, "The master said that seeing the world with one eye allows one to perceive the essence of all things, enhancing my swordsmanship." Murong Feiyue turned back to pat Ling Feng's shoulder, saying, "Indeed, remember my words well. When I roamed the martial world, I too dressed like you," which made all the merchant caravans across the universe admire my prowess and willingly offer treasures. Xi Xingyan's expression darkened. "You think wearing that pirate outfit would make ordinary merchants willingly offer their goods? I've never seen someone make robbery sound so refined." Murong Feiyue gracefully bowed to Xi Xingyan, stating, "Young master, I have completed the task entrusted to me by Lady Shangwan Wu, and now I return these two young ladies to you. I shall take my leave and return to the Spirit Turtle." "Spirit Turtle?" Xi Xingyan looked bewildered. "Oh, that is the warship we seized from Xi Xian," Murong Feiyue clarified. "Ah, so it is that warship." Xi Xingyan recalled the small, heavily armed vessel resembling a turtle. Ever since Murong Feiyue and her companions took his crew for special training, Xiao Zhan had remotely assumed control of the Spirit Turtle, keeping it in tow behind the Infinite. Now that Murong Feiyue had returned, Xi Xingyan thought he should have Xiao Zhan relinquish control of the Spirit Turtle back to her. "By the way, Miss Ling, since you've returned, I have some matters to discuss with you," Xi Xingyan said after Murong Feiyue departed. Ling Feng glanced awkwardly at Xi Xingyan, then lowered her head and softly said, "Mr. Shangwanyan, perhaps I should freshen up first. I am quite presentable at the moment." Upon hearing this, Xi Xingyan paused, finally noticing that Ling Feng indeed looked rather disheveled. Just then, Du Ling interjected, Yes, young master. I haven't tea-bathed for 2 weeks since I left." Realizing the source of the issue, Xi Xingyan became aware of the overpowering stench of sweat and blood emanating from both Ling Feng and Du Ling. The odor was overwhelmingly pungent. "Ah, then by all means." You should go and freshen up. Shi Xingyan waved his hand helplessly, signaling them to leave quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Feng and Juling vanished like startled rabbits. Watching their retreating figures, Shi Xingyan couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, they were all girls, he murmured softly. Then, he caught a whiff of the unpleasant odor left by Juling rubbing against him, and he couldn't help but frown, saying, I should go back and take a shower. With that, he turned and left the dining hall. An hour later, Ling Feng and Juling had both groomed themselves and donned red and black uniforms. However, Ling Feng still wore an eye patch over her right eye, seemingly convinced by Morong Feiyue's words. They both arrived at the lounge, where Shi Xingyan, now dressed in a matching red and black captain's uniform, was seated at a tea table savoring jasmine tea. The two approached and sat down. Juling obediently sat beside Shi Xingyan, pouring tea for him, while Ling Feng naturally took a seat opposite him. After casting a glance at Ling Feng's new appearance, Shi Xingyan refrained from commenting. Last night, Mu Xingyun came by. She must have sneaked out of the palace to find me, Shi Xingyan stated directly. Ling Feng's eye widened in surprise. The crown princess, she came? I missed her. After pausing for a moment, she anxiously inquired. Her late-night visit must mean something significant has happened. Did she mention what it was? Seeing Ling Feng's anxious demeanor, Shi Xingyan felt a sense of comfort toward Mu Xingyun's loyal subordinate. He replied, she came seeking help to navigate the challenges posed by the upcoming Luoshui Goddess Festival in 2 days. Ling Feng jumped to her feet, exclaiming, the Luoshui Festival? How could I have forgotten such an important event? It should be in 2 days, right? I need to return to the palace immediately. Calm down. Going back alone won't help Her Highness, Shi Xingyan said loudly, observing Ling Feng's distressed expression. He knew that if she left now, not only would she be unable to assist their princess, but she might also endanger herself. You don't understand. The princess has resorted to secretly leaving the palace to seek help, which means she has no other options left. The nobles and the regent are likely plotting against her. Her Highness is in grave danger, and I must return to protect her. Ling Feng retorted passionately, her voice tinged with emotion. She could not accept that her princess was in such peril, nor could she bear the thought of not being by her side in time. As Ling Feng grew increasingly agitated and turned to leave, Shi Xingyan suddenly bellowed, sit down. His voice was deep and powerful, imbued with an aura of authority. Ling Feng, who had been about to step out, momentarily lost her focus, then found herself halting involuntarily. Slowly, she turned back and obediently resumed her seat, her expression becoming calm and submissive, as if willingly acquiescing to Shi Xingyan's command. Have you calmed down? Shi Xingyan asked, lifting his gaze. Ling Feng nodded slightly. Then tell me about the current political situation in the Tang Women's Kingdom. Ling Feng, puzzled as to why she had so readily complied with Shi Xingyan's words after being so anxious moments before, began to narrate the political landscape of the Tang Dynasty. Since the previous Empress Mu Chuanjiao had passed away due to complications during childbirth, the domestic situation had plunged into turmoil. At that time, the Crown Princess Mu Xingyun was merely 12 years old, unable to govern. According to royal decree, Mu Chuanjiao's sister, the former Princess Mu Quni, was appointed as regent to assist the young Crown Princess until she turned 18 and could formally ascend to the throne. Once in power, Mu Quni actively sought to win over court officials, employing various means and incentives to successfully recruit nearly half of the court ministers into her faction. This maneuver rapidly bolstered her influence in the court, establishing her as a formidable force. The official system of the Tang Dynasty had continued to adhere to the 6 ministries established a millennium ago, including the Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Rights, Ministry of War, Ministry of Justice, and Ministry of Works, each responsible for specific state affairs. Above these 6 ministries were the Chancellor, the Regent, and the Grand General, the 3 principal ministers of state. At present, the political landscape of the Tang Women's Kingdom had distinctly fractured into 3 factions. The first faction, led by Regent Mu Quni, wielded considerable power and influence. The second, led by Grand General Situ Ao, held a significant position in the military realm. And the third, led by Chancellor Fu Yinshang, possessed a degree of political clout as well. These three factions competed against one another, engaging in both overt and covert struggles, which had plunged the Tang women's kingdom into stagnation, showing signs of regression rather than progress. The once advanced technology was gradually losing its edge, overtaken by other nations, while the economy faced severe impacts, indicating a continuous decline. Despite her exalted status as the crown princess and a spiritual leader for the populace, Mu Xingyun's power had been effectively undermined, rendering her incapable of exercising her authority. Meanwhile, Regent Mu Quni was clearly reluctant to relinquish power to Mu Xingyun, having orchestrated multiple assassination attempts against her, even colluding with the third prince of the Great Xia, Situ Shui, and the first prince, Situ Yi, to achieve her ends. However, Mu Xingyun was not one to easily submit. Confronted with immense pressure and danger, she remained steadfast in her resolve to protect herself and reclaim her rightful power. Aware that decisive action was necessary to extricate herself from her predicament, she sought support and assistance. On the other hand, Chancellor Fu Yunshang appeared to support Mu Xingyun's ascension, yet her true intention was to manipulate the emperor to command the lords. With ulterior motives, she aimed to exploit Mu Xingyun's identity and position to fulfill her political ambitions. This placed Mu Xingyun in an even deeper predicament, as she had to navigate threats from the regent while remaining vigilant against the chancellor's schemes. As for Grand General Situao, he was the sole male official in the Tang women and Oppos' kingdom, commanding a formidable military force with an army of millions under his leadership. Initially, both Mu Quni and Fu Yunshang sought to recruit this general into their factions. Unfortunately, Situao's character was as his name suggested, proud and unruly, beyond anyone's control. Thus, neither Mu Qun nor Fu Yunshang succeeded in winning him over, rendering him a unique neutral force on the political stage of the Tang women and Oppos' kingdom, impervious to manipulation. Chapter 53. Journey to the imperial capital. After recounting the political landscape of the Tang women's nation, Ling Feng's expression turned grave as he added, "Currently, Your Highness can only rely on the officials of the Ministry of Works and the Royal Guard." Upon hearing this, Xi Xingyin furrowed his brows, lost in thought. After a moment, he slowly inquired, "The Ministry of Works? Is it a department solely responsible for construction?" Ling Feng took a deep breath and explained, "Indeed. The Ministry of Works is primarily in charge of construction projects. However, in Tang, it encompasses much more. This ministry not only oversees national construction but also serves as the most significant research and development institution in the Tang women's nation. It encompasses technological advancements across various fields, including science, military, agriculture, and medicine, making it the core of Tang's technological innovation." Xi Xingyin's eyes widened in confusion. "So, you're saying Your Highness controls the very lifeblood of Tang's technology? Logically, she should have more influence in the court. How has she fallen into such a precarious position? That is all the doing of the regent," Ling Feng exclaimed, his voice laced with resentment and dissatisfaction. "The technological research of the Ministry of Works requires substantial financial and material support. Yet the regent has instructed the Ministry of Revenue to cut off funding and resources, plunging our research efforts into a dire predicament." Ling Feng frowned, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. "Without sufficient funding, we cannot procure the necessary materials and equipment, nor can we compensate our technicians and engineers adequately. This directly hampers the progress of our research, forcing many vital projects to a standstill. The factories managed by the ministry are on the brink of closure." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Moreover, the regent has employed various tactics to poach our technical talents. She offers better pay and conditions, luring away those researchers and engineers who originally served the ministry. We have lost many exceptional technical experts, further weakening the ministry's capabilities." Ling Feng's fists clenched tightly, his face betraying his anguish. "For years, Your Highness has been devoted to advancing the ministry's technological progress, striving to contribute more to the nation. Yet now, due to the regent's interference, our research efforts have nearly ground to a halt." Having listened to Ling Feng's words, Xi Xingyin sighed heavily, realizing that what he initially perceived as a misfortune was, In fact, a catastrophic turn of events. He finally understood why Mu Xingyun had insisted on bringing him back to Tang. She sought to leverage his strength to alter the current circumstances. Indeed, Tang now required talents like Xi Xingyan to stabilize the situation and assist Mu Xingyun in garnering public support through leading Tang toward prosperity. At this thought, Xi Xingyan felt a sharp pang in his heart. He understood that beneath Mu Xingyun's stubborn exterior lay a profound vulnerability and helplessness. Her pretense of strength in such dire straits filled him with immense compassion. Suppressing his emotions, Xi Xingyan asked, "What about the royal guard under your highness? How capable is she of self-defense?" Ling Feng responded, "The royal guard is the only military force at your highness's disposal, as they pledge loyalty solely to the royal lineage. Each member is an elite warrior, meticulously selected and rigorously trained, making their combat prowess formidable." He continued to elaborate. "The royal guard is effectively divided into two factions: the imperial bodyguards, who are tasked with the constant protection of your highness, and the Moonshadow Guards, which I command." However, Ling Feng's words struck like a thunderbolt. There is also a garrison of 5,000 imperial guards surrounding the palace and another 5,000 city guards within the imperial city. Both forces belong to Prime Minister Fu Yunshang, and notably, the commander of the city guards is none other than the Prime Minister's only son, Fu Hongquan, effectively placing a combined force of 10,000 troops under the Prime Minister and Apos' control. Upon hearing this, Xi Xingyan and Apos' expression grew serious. Realizing that Mu Xingyun's situation within the palace was far more perilous than he had imagined. "And what about your highness's forces? How many personnel are in the royal guard?" Xi Xingyan asked nervously, an ominous premonition welling up within him. Ling Feng's voice was solemn. "The imperial bodyguards number 500, while the Moonshadow Guards consist of 500. 3,000 against 10,000. The disparity is staggering." Xi Xingyan could not help but exclaim, despair flooding his heart. The numerical difference placed Mu Xingyun in an exceedingly disadvantageous position, making it nearly impossible to contend with the Prime Minister's forces. "There is no choice. The Prime Minister is ambitious and aims to control your highness. So she will not allow your highness to develop her own military power," Ling Feng sighed. "What about Mu Qiyue? What is her military strength like?" Xi Xingyan asked. Shaking his head, Ling Feng leaned back in his chair, saying, "According to royal decree, the regent cannot possess an army. So Mu Qiyue only has a personal guard of 1,000 men. Mu Qiyue is not as simple as she seems, is she?" Xi Xingyan remarked lightly. Sipping from his teacup, Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, although Mu Qiyue appears to have only a personal guard, she has secretly allied with the Grand Prince of the Daxia Kingdom, Xi Xingzhu. As the prince with the most private soldiers in Daxia, he can easily provide significant military support to Mu Qiyue if he chooses. Xi Xingyan scoffed disdainfully. "Humph, that scoundrel Xi Xingzhu is no ally. He would never genuinely assist Mu Qiyue. Anyone who has collaborated with him has not fared well, let alone expect to gain any advantage." Ling Feng questioned, "Why are you so certain Xi Xingzhu will not aid Mu Qiyue? They seem quite close at the moment." Ling Feng recalled the inappropriate activities Xi Xingzhu and Mu Qiyue had engaged in at rows number 3, his cheeks flushing slightly. A hint of disdain flashed in Xi Xingyan's eyes as he casually replied, "I simply know." He thought to himself, "After all, he is my little brother in this universe. How could I not understand him?" "And what of the Grand General?" Xi Xingyan asked again. "He does not engage in political struggles nor align himself with any faction. What is his status in Tang?" For the first time, Ling Feng furrowed his brow, saying, "Grand General Situ Ao was promoted by the late emperor in his youth. His origins are entirely shrouded in mystery. He is known to be the only male official permitted to attend court sessions, supposedly granted this privilege by the late emperor." Ling Feng straightened in his seat and continued, "Grand General Situ commands the legitimate military forces of Tang, though their exact numbers are incalculable. It is said he possesses an invincible fleet of 100 warships, and estimates of his troops' strength vary wildly, with some claiming he commands 1,000,000 soldiers, while others speculate the figure could be as high as 10 million. Xi Xingyan looked astonished, exclaiming, 10 million? How is that even possible? What is the total population of Tang? Ling Feng nodded. I share your skepticism, but such are the rumors. Moreover, it is known that all fleets of Tang fall under General Situ's command. Aside from the late emperor, no one else can mobilize his troops. However, but what? Xi Xingyan asked, puzzled. However, Grand General Situ has no troops stationed on Luotian Star. His forces are primarily deployed along the borders of Tang, specifically in the V25 star region. This is also why the Tang Women's Nation still ranks third among human factions. Ling Feng spoke with pride, clearly holding deep admiration for Grand General Situ. General Situ? Xi Xingyan was quite curious about this general with the compound surname. He murmured to himself, Situ. Situ. The late emperor in his youth. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up Xi Xingyan's eyes, as if he had recalled something significant. Though he wasn't entirely certain, he decided he would seek confirmation from his aunt later. Captain, Mr. Snoopy and Miss Alice have returned to the Infinite, and they are currently in the dining hall, came the gentle voice of Xiao Zhan. Wonderful. They are back. Xi Xingyan exclaimed joyfully. You all take a moment to rest. I shall go see them, and we will set off for Luotian Star shortly. With that, he hurriedly rose and rushed out. Ling Feng watched Xi Xingyan's receding figure and turned to Juling, asking, Is your young master always this full of vigor? Juling scratched her head, reflecting on the once clumsy Xi Xingyan. I do not know. I find myself increasingly perplexed by him. By the way, Sister Linger, has your brother returned? Ling Feng inquired, her cheeks flushed. Juling tilted her head and replied, He should not be back yet, Sister Feng. Are you missing my brother? And no, I did not say I missed him. I am going to rest for a bit. Ling Feng stammered before fleeing like the wind. Still denying your feelings for my brother. Humph. Juling chuckled mischievously before leaving the lounge. In the dining hall of the Infinite, Snoopy and Alice were voraciously devouring a magnificent feast. Both clad in light leather armor and carrying some gear, appearing quite fatigued yet exhibiting an unusual sparkle in their eyes. Upon entering, Xi Xingyan beheld Snoopy and Alice, and a warm smile graced his face. He approached them, patting their shoulders, and said, You two have finally returned. Snoopy looked up, joy evident in his expression. He stood, pulling Alice up with him, and cheerfully greeted Xi Xingyan. Mr. Ian, we are back. We apologize for causing you concern. I have returned. Thank you for your care. Alice said, her head bowed, somewhat shyly. Xi Xingyan was utterly astonished by Alice's transformation. 2 weeks prior, she had been icy and aloof. Yet today she was expressing gratitude. His jaw dropped further when he noticed their fingers intertwined. Snoopy, you. Alice, you both. Xi Xingyan stammered, pointing at their hands, at a loss for words. He had jested about them being a couple, never expecting them to openly display their affection before him. Oh, it is as such. We have accepted the fact that we are now married. Moreover, the Grand Elder informed us that our spiritual connection would enhance our strength, allowing us to better assist Mr. Ian, Snoopy explained with a smile. Is that so? Aha. Xi Xingyan laughed awkwardly, finding it hard to believe the Grand Elder's words. Perhaps he had been so troubled by the dwindling numbers of the Spirit Blood clan that he was trying to forge a match. But these two were merely 5 years old. Was the Grand Elder not a beast? As he pondered, the young couple finished their meal, hand in hand, and bowed to Xi Xingyan, saying, Mr. Ian, we will return to rest for a while and then resume our duties. Oh, wait. Just as they were about to leave, Alice turned back, speaking, Mr. Ian, the room you prepared for me is no longer needed. I wish to share a room with Snoopy. What? You intend to cohabit? Xi Xingyan could hardly believe his ears, suspecting he had misheard. He cleared his ears and insisted, Please repeat that. Perhaps the wind made it difficult for me to hear. Snoopy, seeing Xi Xingyan's astonished expression, chuckled helplessly and explained sincerely. Alice means that since we are now married, living together will allow us to better understand each other and strengthen our bond. Xi Xingyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, But your room only has one bed, does it not? How will 2 people sleep there? Alice, however, replied nonchalantly, Oh, that is fine. We can sleep in the same bed, as we do when we practice together. Her expression conveyed that it was no big deal. At this, Xi Xingyan's mouth twitched. Internally, he mused, You are but 5 years old. Is it truly appropriate for you to cohabit under the guise of marriage at such a tender age? Yet he found himself powerless to intervene. For he understood that once a spiritual connection was established among the Spirit Blood clan, they were considered legally married, and he had no authority to separate them. Watching them depart, hands entwined, a twinge of envy stirred within him. That evening, Xi Xingyin donned his metallic mask once more and, accompanied by Juling, Ling Feng, Snoopy, Alice, as well as Moo Moo and Xiao Ba, departed the Infinite, boarding a shuttle to Luotian Star. He had intended to bring Shangwan Wu along, but she declined, stating she had matters to attend to and would join them at Luotian Star later. On the bridge of the Infinite, Fu Bo and Shangwan Wu stood together, gazing at the virtual screen displaying Xi Xingyin's shuttle as it gradually receded. After brushing her flowing waves of hair back, Shangwan Wu asked, Fu Bo, have we contacted Zhuge Changyan? Second miss, we have made contact, and I have detailed the plan to him. Fu Bo replied respectfully. Very well. This time, we must eliminate all of Xi Xingyin's active forces. Shangwan Wu's eyes gleamed with cold determination. By the way, second miss, Situ Nan's side is also ready. They inquired when to proceed. Fu Bo added. Shangwan Wu responded, tell him not to rush. Await Mr. Ian's signal. Also, inform him that the pawn he has buried in the Tang Dynasty may commence operations. Shangwan Wu gazed once more at the distant shuttle, now barely visible, and remarked, Elder sister, soon it will be time for Ian's performance. A soft voice from the bridge, belonging to Xiao Zhen, chimed in, Xiao Wu, thank you. Chapter 54. If you are well, after presenting his entry documents to the Administrative Bureau of Luotian Star, Dueling piloted the shuttlecraft into the planet's atmosphere. Luotian Star is a planet suitable for human habitation, discovered by colonizers over 600 years ago, with a pleasant climate and a favorable environment. The most remarkable feature of this planet is that 80% of its surface is covered by water, making it the most Earth-like planet discovered by humanity to date. Soon, the shuttle arrived at the imperial capital of Luotian Star, Xinghan City. Due to the no-fly zone regulations within the city, flying over the urban area was prohibited unless granted royal permission. Thus, Xingyin had to instruct Dueling to land the shuttle at the outskirts of the city and then rented an electric shuttle bus to discreetly head towards the palace. 20 minutes later, the shuttle bus approached the palace gates. At the entrance, two guards clad in silver armor, one stout and the other lean, were engaged in conversation while carrying lightweight plasma rifles. Big brother, today is my first day on the job. After this shift ends, I'll treat you to drinks, stammered the stout guard, trying to curry favor. The lean guard inwardly cursed, thinking, what kind of stuttering fool did they send me to watch over? Clearly someone who bribed their way in. It seems the Imperial Guard will have to contend with more such useless imbeciles. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile and replied, sure, just stick with me. At that moment, an electric shuttle bus arrived at the palace gates, and as Xingyin was about to lead the group out, the two guards approached the vehicle. Hey, who told you to stop in front of the palace? Hurry up and leave, or I'll have you all arrested. The stout guard shouted, banging on the car window. Hearing this, Xingyin frowned slightly, but the mask he wore concealed his expression. He quickly replied with a smile. This esteemed guard, could you please inform that I am from the Solar Trading Guild and wish to see Her Royal Highness? The stout guard, however, remained unmoved, sneering. What nonsense is the Solar Trading Guild? You should take a good look in the mirror. Wearing a shabby mask doesn't mean you can meet the princess. Stop dreaming and get out. As he spoke, he even lowered his rifle and pointed it at Xingyin and the others. Impudent. A voice thundered from the back seat of the shuttle. Who do you think you are to speak to us like that? The stout guard was taken aback and responded furiously, You dare talk back. Come, get out of the vehicle. None of you are leaving today. You'll all be thrown into the dungeon. Are you certain you want me to get out? The voice teased. You might find that once you know my identity, you'll be on your knees apologizing. The stout guard burst into laughter. Huh? With this shabby vehicle, what kind of identity do you think you have? You want me to kneel and apologize? Great. Just remember what you said. I hope you can maintain that bravado later. Saying this, Ling Feng rolled down the window. Huh? What a charlatan. I'll see what sort of person you are. The stout guard leaned in to peer into the vehicle, then mocked. What is this? Just a one-eyed woman? The lean guard also leaned in for a look, and upon seeing the woman with an eye patch, he thought, why does this woman look familiar? He rubbed his small, bead-like eyes and stared intently at Ling Feng's face, increasingly feeling a sense of recognition mixed with alarm. Don't you recognize me? Surely you recognize this token? Ling Feng said, pulling out a golden medallion from her pocket and tossing it onto the lean guard's face. The lean guard, trembling, picked up the pure gold medallion that had fallen to the ground. It was hexagonal, inscribed with a character for wind. Wind command. You know. No. You are Commander Ling of the Moonshadow Guard. The lean guard exclaimed in shock. What Commander Ling? You're just a fool. The stout guard, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, ingratiated himself to the lean guard. Big brother, I'll have them all arrested and thrown into the dungeon. Is that so? At this moment, Mumu also poked her little head out of the window. Are you going to throw me into the dungeon too? The lean guard, seeing Mumu, was suddenly alarmed. He opened his mouth to stop the stout guard, but was met with a fierce glare from Ling Feng. The stout guard, however, continued on his reckless path, leering at the occupants of the vehicle. Well, we don't need to throw everyone into the dungeon. The men can go to the dungeon, and the women can be sold to brothels. But before they're sold, we can have our fun first. The lean guard remained silent, trembling uncontrollably. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, Oh, is that so? But I heard that in the Great Tang female nation, prostitution and human trafficking are strictly forbidden. Such crimes warrant the extermination of one's entire family. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? The stout guard boasted. There are dozens of underground brothels on Lucian Star, all owned by Fu Hongquan, Lord Fu. Who is he? He is the only son of the Prime Minister. A man even the former emperor had to show deference to. Who would dare punish his son? Ling Feng's expression turned icy. She glanced at Mumu, who had kindly covered her ears, and continued, So, you intend to sell even children to brothels? Of course, the stout guard grinned lewdly. After all, Lord Fu's brothels cater to foreign guests, and there are always those who have a taste for such things. Besides, young girls fetch a higher price. Furious yet mocking, Ling Feng replied, This rotund scoundrel Fu Hongquan truly has no fear of consequences. Shut your mouth. How dare you insult Lord Fu? Just as the stout guard was about to explode in anger, the lean guard delivered a powerful blow that sent him sprawling to the ground. Brother, did you just hit the wrong person? Aren't you supposed to hit her? Why are you hitting me? The stout guard, lying on the ground, covered his face in grievance. I hit you, you despicable scoundrel. The lean guard shouted, confiscating the stout guard's weapon and handcuffing him behind his back. He then continued to berate him. Do you know who you're dealing with? This is the leader of the Royal Guard's Moonshadow Guard, Lord Ling Feng. And the one inside is our great Tang female nation's little princess. With what you just said, even if you had thousands of heads, it wouldn't be enough to chop off. What? A little princess? The leader of the Moonshadow Guard. The stout guard was now so shocked that he could no longer stutter, crying out for mercy. Little princess, please spare me. Lord Ling, please spare me. I was just joking. No, I was just drunk and talking nonsense. Please, just pretend you didn't hear anything and let me go. With a mocking tone, Ling Feng remarked, I must say, I rather prefer your earlier rebellious demeanor. At this moment, the rotund guard was filled with regret. He was merely a pawn in his wealthy father's schemes, having been bribed into the Imperial Guards after his father secured a deal with Fu Hongquan. As for the brothel, he had only heard of it from his father. Indeed, his father held a significant stake in Fu Hongquan's establishment, which granted him considerable insight into its inner workings. You expect us to release you? Absolutely not. Xi Xingyin dismounted and approached the plump guard, crouching down to pat his face, saying, You are indeed our treasure. He then turned to Ling Feng, who had also alighted from the carriage, and suggested, Let us take this little chubby fellow with us. As for him, he glanced at the lean guard before turning back to Ling Feng and winking. Ling Feng instantly comprehended his intent. She approached the lean guard, who promptly knelt on one knee, bowing his head and proclaiming loudly, and Oppos, I am Wei Yi, captain of the 2nd Battalion of the Imperial Guards, at your service, Lord Ling. Long live your highness, the princess. Long live, long live, long live. Wei Yi executed a standard kneeling salute, his demeanor exceedingly respectful, which took Ling Feng by surprise. The kneeling position signified a subordinate's submission to their superior. It is important to note that the Imperial Guards were essentially the private army of Prime Minister Fu, standing in stark opposition to the Royal Guard. Although the guards respected Ling Feng's rank and status, they had never demonstrated subservience, with some battalion leaders even daring to challenge her openly. Wei Yi and Appo's behavior thus piqued Ling Feng and Appo's curiosity. Was he harboring some ulterior motive, or was he genuinely submissive? Ling Feng cast a glance at Wei Yi and Appo's insignia, which indicated he was merely a major, yet she sensed he could prove useful. With this thought in mind, she addressed him. As you can see, I will be taking this individual with me, and I wish for today's events to remain confidential. Do you understand what is required of you? Wei Yi bowed his head even lower, responding with utmost respect. I understand how to handle this. He will meet a fitting demise. Excellent. I appreciate a man who understands. Ling Feng was pleased with his reply and continued. Once it is done, come to see me privately. Ensure no one else is informed. Yes. 10 minutes later, under Ling Feng's guidance, Xi Xingyan and his entourage proceeded smoothly to the emperor's study. Although it was nighttime, Xi Xingyan noted the golden-armored palace guards stationed every few meters. Unlike the lax demeanor of the guards outside the palace, these sentinels stood tall and resolute, their gazes sharp and unwavering, exuding an air of discipline and exceptional training. As if each were a master of their craft, Ling Feng pushed open the door to the study, leading everyone inside. The decor of the Tang Dynasty study was remarkably simple, apart from a writing desk and a chair. There were only a few books and a computer resting on the table, creating an atmosphere of understated elegance. A cup of jasmine tea sat on the desk, from which a delicate fragrance wafted, subtly permeating the study and adding a touch of softness and tranquility. At that moment, Mu Xingyun was bent over the desk, her brow furrowed in concentration, as if grappling with an unsolvable conundrum. Ling Feng approached and knelt, announcing, "Your Highness, I have returned." Upon hearing Ling Feng's voice, Mu Xingyun jolted, slowly lifting her head. Upon recognizing Ling Feng, her eyes welled with tears. She hurriedly left her desk, rushing to Ling Feng and helping her up, exclaiming, "Feng, you've finally returned. What has happened to your eyes?" At that moment, Mu Xingyun caught sight of Xi Xingyan, who stood nearby with a metal mask, grinning at her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. "Xi Xingyan, I shall have my revenge." Mu Xingyun transformed into a furious tempest, charging at Xi Xingyan. "Oh my goodness!" Xi Xingyan exclaimed, startled, as he turned to flee, shouting, "Mother of mercy, this is the second time today I've been pursued by a she-demon. Why is my luck so miserable?" Second time. Observing this familiar scene, Du Ling pondered, struggling to recall where she had seen it before. "Sister Ling, I believe the first time you were the one chasing him," she whispered in Ling Feng's ear. "Oh, how dare you, young master? You insinuate that I am a she-demon? I shall not forgive you for this." With that, she too set off in pursuit of Xi Xingyan. "Your Highness, Your Highness, Don and Appo's, run. It and Appo's, dangerous. I shall assist you in capturing him." And Appo's, Xiao Tao joined the chase. Mu clapped her hands, giggling, and Appo's, "Hee, this is delightful. Sister and brother Yin are having so much fun. I want to join too." However, Ling Feng intervened to halt Mu's intrusion, saying, "Little princess, this is a game meant only for them. It is not suitable for your age, so let us refrain from participating." "Oh, all right, Sister Feng." Mu obediently acquiesced. After about 10 minutes of playful chasing among the four, Ling Feng seized an opportune moment when Xi Xingyan was distracted, extending her foot to trip him, causing him to tumble to the ground. The three women swiftly pounced upon him, and just before being overwhelmed, Xi Xingyan shouted, "Ling Feng, you are lacking in martial ethics." Du Ling grasped Xi Xingyan's wrists, Xiao Tao clutched his ankles, while Mu Xingyun positioned herself atop him. The scene was undeniably intimate, yet none present seemed to notice. With a sigh of resignation, Xi Xingyan lamented, "It was my oversight. I did not evade." "Be silent." Mu Xingyun yanked off Xi Xinyan's mask and began to vigorously rub his face, exclaiming, I asked for your assistance, and you demand 3 wishes? Do you take me for Aladdin's lamp? 3 wishes? Why don't you ascend to the heavens? And as for your sultry little secretary, do you think I fear her? I shall tell you, I aspire to be the empress one day, do you understand? I am the greatest in all of Tang, do you realize? And you are entrusted with my safety, and this is how you care for me? Return her eyes to her. Mu Xingyun shouted in a frenzy, attempting to claw at Xi Xinyan's eyes. Sensing the situation escalating, Ling Feng rushed forward to intervene. Your Highness, stop. My eyes are fine. Look, the eye patch is a ruse. A ruse. Du Ling and Xiao Tao also recognized the gravity of the situation, discreetly releasing their hold and stepping aside. Upon seeing the true state of Ling Feng's right eye, Mu Xingyun's strength abruptly drained away, as if all support had vanished. She weakly collapsed against Xi Xinyan's chest, beginning to weep. Her tears flowed like pearls from a broken string, soaking his attire with their relentless descent, each drop imbued with profound sorrow and anguish, evoking deep sympathy. Xi Xingyan silently endured this torrent, gently enveloping Mu Xingyun in his embrace, offering her the warmth of solace. He caressed her hair, speaking softly, Do not cry. I am here. In that moment, the world seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of them, entwined in each other as presence. Xi Xingyan longed to be Mu Xingyun's sanctuary, allowing her to find peace and security within his embrace. Regardless of what the future held, he vowed to remain by her side, to protect her, for to him, as long as Mu Xingyun was safe, it would be the most beautiful of days. Chapter 55. Midnight Conversation. After approximately 20 minutes, Mu Xingyun's emotions finally stabilized. Following her outburst and tears, the accumulated pressure of recent days was released, and all negative feelings dissipated, leaving her in a considerably improved mood. However, when Mu Xingyun realized she was lying in a rather intimate manner in Xi Xingyan's embrace, her delicate face flushed scarlet. She hastily rose, wiped the tears from her face, and quickly tidied herself, then feigned anger as she addressed her maid. Xiao Tao, why didn't you intervene just now? Xiao Tao appeared bewildered, thinking to herself, I believe I tried to intervene, yet it seemed I did not. Everything had unfolded too rapidly for her to react. Clearing her throat, Mu Xingyun stepped forward to pick up Mumu and returned to her seat behind the writing desk. She instructed Xiao Tao, prepare seats and tea. Yes, Your Highness, Xiao Tao respectfully replied, then hastened out of the imperial study. Shortly afterward, several guards brought in 6 exquisite chairs along with a matching tea table. Simultaneously, Xiao Tao entered, carrying a complete set of fine tea wares. Before long, steaming cups of fragrant jasmine tea were placed before everyone. Mu Xingyun settled Mumu on her lap and turned her gaze toward the individuals accompanying Xi Xingyan. Aside from the familiar Do Ling and Xiaoba, there were 2 other children of Mumu's age, sitting hand in hand like conjoined twins. Who are these 2 children? Mu Xingyun inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked towards Xi Xingyan. Xi Xingyan took a sip of tea and replied, Oh, this boy is someone you should know. He is Snoopy. What? He is Snoopy? Mu Xingyun rubbed her eyes and glanced at the 5-year-old Snoopy. She struggled to connect him with the naive young man she knew. Yet this boy bore a striking resemblance to the Snoopy she remembered. Recalling that Xi Xingyan had mentioned he was only 5 years old, she realized this must be Snoopy's true form. The situation was utterly bizarre and shocking, prompting Mu Xingyun to take a sip of tea to steady her nerves. However, Xi Xingyan, with his unshakable demeanor, added, The girl next to him is named Alice. She is his wife. Uft. Mu Xingyun spat out the tea she had just sipped, exclaiming, Wah. What? You mean she is Snoopy's? They are married? No. You say they are married, but they are just children. Mu Xingyun turned to glare at Xi Xingyan, demanding, as the captain, Aren't you supposed to manage this? Xi Xingyan shrugged, exhaling a sigh. I too find this absurd, but it is the decision of their clan's patriarch, and both are willing participants. I cannot intervene. Now, let us set aside this matter and discuss the upcoming sacrificial ceremony. Xi Xingyan gestured dismissively and straightened in his seat. Regarding Mu Xingyun with a serious expression and a somber tone, he inquired, "Is there anything we need to be aware of regarding the ceremony for the goddess of the Luo River?" Mu Xingyun gently nodded, then turned to Xiao Tao, who stood by, and softly said, "Xiao Tao, please take Mu to rest. She is tired." Xiao Tao complied and carried the yawning Mu into the inner chamber. Once Xiao Tao had departed, Mu Xingyun sat up straight, her expression grave as she declared, "I trust Lord Ling has informed you about the political situation in the Great Tang. According to the intelligence gathered by the Moon Shadow Guard, both the Regent's faction and the Chancellor's faction plan to undermine my reputation during this ceremony and subsequently strip me of my qualification to ascend the throne in a month's time." Xi Xingyin and Apos' expression darkened as he asked, "Do you know how they intend to execute this?" With a cold demeanor, Mu Xingyun responded, "The Regent will likely use my disappearance following the last attack as a pretext to tarnish my honor and discredit me, ultimately preventing my ascension." She continued, "Previously, I was attacked by Xi Xingshui during my inspection and subsequently abducted, reduced to being sold as a slave. This series of events was orchestrated by Mu Qiuyue." Xi Xingyin gritted his teeth. She truly is relentless in her schemes. "Fortunately, I encountered you." Mu Xingyun gazed at Xi Xingyin with gratitude, continuing, "Subsequently, she bribed an engineer in the Ministry of Works to steal the blueprints for the warp engine that you provided me." Upon hearing the mention of blueprints, Ling Feng was taken aback, rushing forward to kneel before Mu Xingyun, bowing her head as she said, "I am incompetent. I failed to retrieve the blueprints from the Regent." Ling Feng lowered her head, awaiting Mu Xingyun's reprimand, but instead, she was met with the laughter of Xi Xingyin, and Ling Feng raised her head, bewildered, glancing between the two, unable to comprehend their sudden amusement. She then shot Ling an irritated look, saying, "Sister Ling, you still laugh? It was your rash decision that led to the blueprints being given to Mu Qiuyue." Ling struggled to contain her laughter, saying, "I'm sorry, haha, Sister Ling. Actually, haha, those blueprints were designed by our young master." With that, she burst into laughter once more. Ling Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Xi Xingyin, incredulously asking, "What? Are you saying the engine blueprints you handed to Mu Qiuyue were designed by your young master?" Ling, still chuckling, explained, "Sister Ling, didn't you hear your highness mention it? The blueprints were provided by our young master." Ling Feng turned her gaze toward Mu Xingyun, seeking confirmation with her eyes. Upon seeing Mu Xingyun's slight nod, a wave of regret and resentment washed over her. Ling Feng turned to Xi Xingyin, reproaching, "Mr. Shangwan, since you were aware, why didn't you inform me? You've left me in constant fear." Xi Xingyin shrugged with a smile, "But you never asked." Suddenly, Ling Feng, as if struck by inspiration, stood up and asked, "Since the engine blueprints are designed by Mr. Shangwan, could you assist the princess in drawing another set?" "That would be futile." Mu Xingyun shook her head. "Mu Qiuyue possesses the same engine blueprints. Even if we were to create the engine, we would not have any advantage." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng furrowed her brow, contemplating a strategy. She understood that Mu Xingyun spoke the truth but was unwilling to concede defeat. Just then, Ling laughed again, saying, "I truly don't understand what you're worried about. The blueprints I gave that old woman were for the discarded turtle engine. Our Sun Merchant Association is already utilizing our young master's latest design, a 30-fold warp engine." "What? A 30-fold warp engine?" Mu Xingyun stared incredulously at Xi Xingyin, overwhelmed with excitement as she stood up from her chair, fixating her gaze on him, demanding, "Is this true? Have you designed it?" A proud smile crept across Xi Xingyin's face as he nodded confidently, "Of course, and it is already in use. That old woman Mu Qiuyue will likely be sorely disappointed." Upon receiving this news, a heavy weight lifted from Mu Xingyun's heart. She sighed in relief, gazing at Xi Xingyin with sparkling eyes, softly asking, "Therefore, would you, Mr. Shangwan, be willing to share the design blueprints for the new engine with me?" "No, I will not." Xi Xingyin unhesitatingly refused. Mu Xingyun's expression instantly dulled. Her lips pressed together as disappointment and dejection flickered in her eyes. "Is it truly impossible?" she murmured. Xi Xingyin chuckled lightly, speaking in a relaxed tone. "What need do we have for blueprints? Since I have agreed to help you construct the engine, what use are the blueprints? Mu Xingyun's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Si Xingyan, her joy evident and overwhelming. Do you truly wish to assist me? She stammered, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. Si Xingyan smiled broadly, saying, Ayun, did I not promise you long ago? We agreed to create the universe's foremost warp engine. His smile radiated warmth and conviction. Upon hearing Si Xingyan's words, Mu Xingyun felt a surge of warmth within her, as if basking in the sun's embrace. She nodded gently, her eyes shimmering with gratitude as she replied, Ayn, thank you. Her voice carried a hint of emotion. Yet, Si Xingyan appeared unaccustomed to such a sentimental atmosphere. He hastily waved his hand, a look of discomfort crossing his face, and suggested, All right, enough of the thanks. Let's discuss the Prime Minister, shall we? He swiftly redirected the conversation, eager to avoid an overly emotional ambience. Mu Xingyan noticed Si Xingyan's unease and returned to her seat, taking a deep breath while massaging her temples. The most troublesome issue is Fu Yunshang. The Moonshadow Guard has only discovered that they plan to take action, but we remain oblivious to their true intentions. She furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat distressed. Isn't that quite passive? Spoke Do Ling, her brow knitted. If we do not understand their objectives, we can only wait for them to make their move and react accordingly, which easily allows them to manipulate us. Mu Xingyun and Appo's brow furrowed into A and Appo's shape. Indeed, that and Appo's the case. In a sense, she is even more formidable than Mu Qun. Although Mu Qun is troublesome, at least we can anticipate her next steps. But with Fu Yunshang, everything is an enigma, and that is the most exasperating aspect. Then let us transform passivity into initiative, Si Xingyan declared, crossing his legs. Mu Xingyun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How do we take the initiative, Ayan? Do you already have a plan? Please share. Oh, we must express our gratitude to the good son of Prime Minister Fu. He has delivered us a significant gift, Si Xingyan teased. Mu Xingyan looked perplexed. What do you mean? What does this have to do with Fu Yunshang and Appo's son? I still do not quite understand. Si Xingyan signaled to Ling Feng, who understood and stepped out of the room. After a brief interval, he returned, dragging a chubby guard whose mouth was sealed. With a dull thud, the guard was unceremoniously tossed onto the floor. Ling Feng approached and tore away the tape from the guard's mouth. The guard immediately emitted a wailing cry. Your Highness, spare me. However, Ling Feng swiftly reapplied the tape over the guard's mouth. Mu Xingyan frowned, regarding the chubby guard, and Si Xingyan with confusion. What is going on here? Can someone explain what has transpired? Ling Feng took a step forward and recounted the events they encountered at the palace gates. After hearing Ling Feng's account, Mu Xingyun slammed her palm on the table in anger, exclaiming, Fu Hongquan is a scoundrel. How dare he establish a clandestine brothel in our great Tang female nation? Moreover, he traffics women, coercing them into becoming prostitutes. Even more despicably, he does not spare young girls. Each of these crimes warrants the execution of his entire clan in our Tang female nation. Thus, this incident could serve as a catalyst to topple the Prime Minister. Si Xingyan remarked, kicking the chubby guard. Not enough. Mu Xingyan sighed. Prime Minister Fu is a veteran of 3 reigns, and many officials in the court are her prot-gs, making it virtually impossible to touch her. Si Xingyan scoffed. How utterly ridiculous. This Tang is not her family's domain. Does she intend to shield herself from all consequences? Mu Xingyun helplessly shook her head. But that is the reality. Prime Minister Fu's influence is too vast for us to challenge at present. Si Xingyan, still beaming, replied, No matter. Even if we cannot overthrow her, we can certainly inflict a grievous wound that will keep her subdued for a time. Mu Xingyun's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, I see. We must meticulously devise our strategy to ensure a decisive strike. At that moment, Ling Feng interjected, What about General Situ? Will he take any action during the upcoming festival? Mu Xingyun paused, then resolutely stated, I have faith in General Situ. He is unwaveringly loyal and would never entertain treasonous thoughts. Upon hearing her words, Si Xingyan smiled and nodded slightly. What countermeasures do we have against the Regent? Ling Feng inquired, his brow furrowed. If she publicly reveals your Highness's abduction or sale into slavery during the festival, Your Highness will lose all claim to the throne. Xi Xingyan was puzzled by this reasoning and asked, "Why is that?" "Because the Empress of the Tang is not only a sovereign, but also the spiritual leader of our nation," Mu Xingyun explained slowly. "Thus, a female heir must be chaste." Xi Xingyan expressed confusion, "But you were never in danger during the attack." "There is no way. I cannot prove what transpired after being abducted, let alone that I was sold into slavery. In the Tang female nation, if an unmarried woman cannot validate what happened during her disappearance, it is tantamount to losing her virtue." Mu Xingyun sighed heavily, her tone filled with helplessness and resentment. Xi Xingyan frowned and asked again, "Does the Tang female nation still adhere to such feudal traditions? If Ayun cannot inherit the throne, then who can?" "Mu? Absolutely not." Mu Xingyun quickly clarified. "Mu is only 5 years old. She is far from the age of succession, so she is not a viable candidate. After me, the only remaining heirs are myself and my sister-in-law, Mu Quni." "Is Mu Quni truly chaste? Who would believe that?" Xi Xingyan asked, somewhat irritated. Mu Xingyun shook her head helplessly, acknowledging their inability to prove such a claim. After all, Mu Quni had maintained an impeccable, virtuous public image, making it difficult to take action against her. At that moment, Ling Yun raised her hand cautiously, saying, "Actually, I can prove that Mu Quni is not chaste." Her voice was soft, yet in the quiet room, it resonated clearly. All eyes turned toward her, filled with curiosity. Ling Yun took a deep breath and continued. "At that time, I was at rows number 3 and happened to witness Mu Quni and Xi Xingzhu engaged in such activities. I thought it might be useful, so I recorded it with a miniature camera." She then produced the camera from her pocket and handed it to Xi Xingyan. Xi Xingyan accepted the camera and connected it to his wrist computer. As he operated it, a video projected into the air. Everyone focused intently as the video revealed Mu Quni and Xi Xingzhu in a compromising situation, the imagery almost too shocking to behold. Dou Ling and Xiao Ba instinctively covered their eyes, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Snobby not only shielded his eyes, but also covered Alice's, as if to protect her from such indecorous content. Meanwhile, Mu Xingyun's eyes widened, her face flushed as she stared at the scandalous footage, seemingly unable to fathom what she was witnessing. Chapter 56. Each with their own plans by the heavens. Xi Xingyan could not restrain his exclamation. Who would have thought that Mu Quni, that old woman, could be so extravagant? And as for Xi Xinglu, that scoundrel, he truly is insatiable. He could devour anything. He then cast a sidelong glance at Ling Feng, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he teased, "Lord Ling, your photography skills are rather impressive, capturing such intricate details with a unique artistic flair." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's face flushed a deep crimson. She bashfully shifted her gaze to the ceiling, feigning indifference as she stammered, No, it's not like that. I merely thought that if we are to keep evidence, it must be as clear as possible." In truth, she mused to herself, it was only because this was her first time witnessing such matters between a man and a woman that she had taken a few extra shots, hoping to study them in detail later. "All right, enough of this. Let us turn it off quickly." Mu Xingyun, already blushing profusely, waved her hands in urgency. "If we keep watching, we might just develop eye strain." Seeing this, Xi Xingyan hastily shut his wrist computer, declaring, "With this, Mu Quni no longer poses a threat to us. Indeed, this time, Mu Quni shall be nailed to the pillar of shame in the annals of the Tang Dynasty." Mu Xingyun chimed in with a smile. "Feng, you have made a significant contribution this time. Once all is settled, I shall reward you." Ling Feng knelt on one knee, stating, "Your Highness, my humble efforts are hardly worth mentioning. Your Highness's grace is more than I deserve. Enough with the flowery politeness. How nauseating." Xi Xingyan joked, attempting to lighten the somewhat serious atmosphere. At this, everyone burst into laughter, the previously tense ambience dissipating. Under Xi Xingyan's guidance, the mood in the study became relaxed, and they began discussing subsequent plans and actions with fervor and enthusiasm, continuing their lively dialogue until late into the night, meticulously organizing their forthcoming strategies. The following morning, behind a rockery in the palace, Wei Yi, the slender guard from the previous night, knelt on one knee. Unlike his usual silver armor, he was clad in simple black attire, with Ling Feng standing before him, her back turned. "My lord, everything has been arranged. Pang Zi and Oppos, S and Oppos, corpse and Oppos, has been discovered by other Imperial guards, and his father will come to claim it today," Wei Yi reported respectfully. Without turning, Ling Feng slowly inquired, "Is it truly that simple to deceive everyone?" With his head bowed, Wei Yi replied in a low voice, "My lord, most of the Imperial guards regard human life as insignificant. The death of one or two is nothing to them, and thus, no one will pay any heed to these matters." Ling Feng scoffed coldly. "It seems the Imperial guards have thoroughly rotted." She lamented inwardly, having initially believed it to be an isolated issue, but now realizing the entire guard had succumbed to corruption and decay. At that moment, Wei Yi raised his head, his gaze resolute as he addressed Ling Feng. "My lord, I have a humble request." Ling Feng furrowed her brow slightly, responding in a neutral tone, "Speak." Taking a deep breath, Wei Yi lowered his head once more, determination lacing his voice as he proclaimed, "I wish to leave the Imperial Guards and join the Moon Shadow Guard." Ling Feng, taken aback, turned to scrutinize the seemingly fragile man before her. A flicker of doubt crossed her eyes as she asked, "You wish to join the Moon Shadow Guard?" "Yes, my lord." Wei Yi responded without hesitation, his gaze unwavering and earnest. A smile graced Ling Feng's lips as she regarded him with curiosity, continuing, "I had thought you would aspire to join the Imperial Bodyguards, given that it is the position closest to His Highness. Yet, unexpectedly, you wish to enter the Moon Shadow Guard?" Wei Yi's eyes shone with conviction as he replied confidently, "Because I am confident in my ability to fulfill the role of the Moon Shadow Guard." In a flash, Ling Feng vanished from her spot and reappeared behind Wei Yi. With a swift motion, her blade was poised at his throat, yet Wei Yi remained steadfast, kneeling without flinching. "Why do you not evade? Or is it that you cannot?" Ling Feng and Oppos' voice, laced with curiosity, whispered near Wei Yi and Oppos' ear. Without lifting his head, Wei Yi calmly responded, "I see no need to evade, for I feel no murderous intent from you." "How intriguing." Ling Feng chuckled softly, retracting her blade as she cautioned, "Be careful." This time, she did not hold back. In an instant, she vanished again, appearing at Wei Yi's left side, her weapon slicing through the air towards him. However, just as her blade was about to strike, Wei Yi slightly bowed his head, narrowly avoiding the incoming attack. Ling Feng was taken aback. Her strike had missed the mark. Realizing her failure, she swiftly redirected her attack downward, yet Wei Yi managed to evade her blade once more. "This shouldn't be," Ling Feng inwardly muttered, perplexed. Though she had only exerted 30% of her strength, it was unthinkable that she hadn't even grazed him. Her intention had merely been to tear his garment, compelling him to retreat, yet she had failed to even touch the hem of his clothing. Ling Feng leapt back slightly, creating distance between them. With her uncovered left eye, she scrutinized Wei Yi, whose body was seemingly rife with vulnerabilities, yet she had failed to land a single blow. What could be the reason for this? Her gaze sharpened as she swung her blade with renewed vigor, charging at Wei Yi once more. Yet, regardless of her efforts, she could not touch him. Each strike felt as though it struck nothing but air, and Wei Yi effortlessly evaded her every attempt. Eventually, Ling Feng was compelled to halt, retracting her blade as she regarded Wei Yi with a perplexed expression. Curiosity and frustration filled her heart. What manner of skill did this man possess that allowed him to dodge her attacks so effortlessly? What martial art is this? How is it that I cannot touch you at all? Ling Feng could not refrain from asking. Wei Yi offered a slight smile, kneeling once more with respect, and replied, "My lord, this trivial skill is hardly worth mentioning. It is not some extraordinary martial art, merely a simple footwork technique called and Oppos, windward willow steps, and Oppos, windward willow steps, footwork." Ling Feng pondered before proposing, "If you wish to join the Moon Shadow Guard, it is not impossible. Here's the deal. Teach me the windward willow steps, and I shall grant you entry." Hesitation flickered in Wei Yi's eyes upon hearing Ling Feng's words, but it was swiftly replaced by determination. He took a deep breath and proclaimed, "My lord, I am willing to teach you this footwork, provided I can join the Moon Shadow Guard." Ling Feng regarded Wei Yi with intrigue, questioning further, Why are you so adamant about joining the Moon Shadow Guard? You must understand that the work is perilous, each mission fraught with danger. Once you become a member, you will relinquish your own life, devoting yourself entirely to this treacherous vocation. Wei Yi lifted his head, his gaze unwavering as he met Ling Feng's eyes. My lord, this is my dream. My father was once a Moon Shadow Guard, and his heroic deeds have always inspired me. I have aspired to be like him, to become a Moon Shadow Guard and protect our highness. Though I am aware of the dangers, I am willing to pay any price for it. Ling Feng listened quietly to Wei Yi's words, feeling a growing fondness for the lean man. She nodded and said, all right. Since you are so insistent, I shall agree. But you must impart the Windward Willow steps to me. Wei Yi nodded in return, stating, I shall transcribe this technique for you shortly, my lord. No rush. Ling Feng waved her hand, adding, I need you to remain with the Imperial Guard for the time being. I have some matters for you to attend to. 3 hours later, within the grand estate of the Regent Prince in Xinghan City, Mu Qiuyue was swimming in the enormous pool located in the courtyard. Under the clear sky, the pool resembled a sapphire embedded in the earth. The statuesque Mu Qiuyue glided through the water like a mermaid, adorned in a black bikini that perfectly showcased her alluring figure. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth as mutton fat jade, radiating an enchanting glow in the shimmering water. Her slender waist swayed gently with her strokes, and her long legs powered through the water, each kick captivating to behold. Your Highness, General Situ is here to see you. The butler, Old Sun, respectfully announced as he approached Mu Qiuyue. At that moment, Old Sun's previously damaged bio-enhanced body had been restored, with most of his wounds healed, and he appeared to be back to his former self. However, Mu Qiuyue seemed oblivious to Old Sun's words, continuing her leisurely swim for 2 more laps before finally climbing out of the pool via the ladder. She gracefully approached Old Sun, took the towel from his hands, and elegantly dried her damp hair. Situeo, what brings him here? It seems I have no particular relationship with him. Mu Qiuyue's tone conveyed a hint of confusion, but more so a sense of indifference and detachment. She slightly furrowed her brow, her eyes revealing her displeasure towards the unexpected visitor. I once endeavored to win him over, yet he not only failed to recognize my efforts, but also dared to embarrass me publicly. Do not let him in. Drive him away immediately. Your Highness, you mustn't oppose. Old Sun urgently interjected. Though General Situ has no troops on Luotian Star, he commands a fleet of countless warships. Moreover, all officials in the military department heed his orders. If we can bring him under our banner, Your Highness will effectively control a significant portion of the court and military power. Mu Qiuyue's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing an expression that was both playful and enigmatic. She slowly picked up a wine glass from a nearby table, gently swirling the red wine within, her gaze deep and resolute. She then elegantly raised the glass to her lips, consuming the wine in one swift motion. After setting the glass down, she waved her hand and calmly instructed Old Sun, bring him to the reception room. I wish to see what he desires. 15 minutes later, a tall middle-aged man clad in a deep blue officer's uniform, sporting short hair and a scruffy beard, anxiously paced the reception room, his expression grave and beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His hurried and heavy footsteps suggested he bore a tremendous burden, his demeanor filled with anxiety and unease. With a loud creak, the door to the reception room swung open, revealing Mu Qiuyue, clad in an opulent red gown, her figure elegantly poised as she entered. Old Sun followed closely behind, like a loyal shadow, not daring to stray far. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Mu Qiuyue's face instantly blossomed with a captivating smile. She lightly glided to a sofa and sat down, prompting the man to quickly take a seat across from her. Mu Qiuyue gracefully lifted her hand, gently tousling her silky hair, and with a smile, inquired, General Situ, what brings you to my residence? Her voice was melodious, laced with a hint of jest and mockery. Without hesitation, Situ Ao replied, Your Highness, I have come to pledge my allegiance to you. Oh, you wish to ally with me? Mu Qiuyue raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. She scrutinized Situ Ao, seemingly attempting to peer into the depths of his intentions. After detecting no discernible outcome, she sighed. Ah, General, have you forgotten that you once claimed I was unworthy to be your ally? Why, then, do you seek me now? Situ Ao chuckled awkwardly. Ah, Your Highness, you jest. I surely do not recall saying such a thing. Ha ha. So, you genuinely wish to ally with me? Mu Chiyue languidly reclined on the sofa, resting her chin on one hand while playfully pointing at Situ Ao with the other, a teasing smile gracing her lips as she continued. What has prompted our normally upright general to switch allegiances? Situ Ao's smile faded, his expression turning serious. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he declared, because of the Chancellor. Mu Chiyue couldn't help but laugh lightly, teasing, what has the Chancellor done to compel the general to such a state? Situ Ao inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, though the fury in his eyes remained evident. He lowered his voice, saying, Fu Yunxiang, that old hag, has grown increasingly audacious. She continues to expand her influence in the court and has now extended her grasp into my military department. Mu Chiyue smirked in derision, dismissively huffing. Is it really that simple? She not only seeks to control the court, but also aims to dominate my border forces, which I cannot allow. Situ Ao continued, originally, when the late emperor was still alive, I was forcibly recalled to the imperial capital due to my overwhelming achievements. For years, I have maintained a low profile, steering clear of factions and political strife. Yet, Fu Yunxiang, during my absence from the military, has managed to lure away several of my subordinates stationed at the border, commandeering my fleets. What did you say? Mu Chiyue straightened in her seat, her voice rising in alarm. You mean Fu Yunxiang has mobilized the border forces? Situ Ao, pained, replied, indeed. While I cannot ascertain the current location of those fleets, the traces of radiation post-warp indicate they are heading towards Luotian Star. That old fox. She has truly made a move. Is she plotting to usurp the throne? Mu Chiyue slammed her palm against the tea table in frustration. This time, she was genuinely alarmed. Her private fleet was currently undergoing modifications for the latest warp engines and could not be deployed. Furthermore, the military promised by Shi Xingzhu had yet to arrive. If Fu Yunxiang successfully mobilized the border forces, all her schemes would be in vain, and her claim to the throne would slip from her grasp, a scenario she could not tolerate. General, do you have any strategies for our collaboration? Mu Chiyue inquired. Testing the waters. I have. Chapter 57. The Goddess of the Luo River as dusk descended. The dining hall of the Prime Minister's residence was suffused with the tantalizing aroma of sumptuous dishes. There sat a woman of considerable girth, comfortably ensconced at a table laden with an array of delectable fare. Her form was so ample and rounded that she resembled a small hill, steadfastly planted in her seat. The contours of her face were as round as a full moon, with chubby cheeks that seemed to glisten with the promise of indulgence. Every feature was enveloped in plumpness, devoid of any sharp lines. Her double chin cascaded in soft waves, quivering slightly with each movement. A broad and full forehead bore a subtle sheen, exuding an air of affluence and contentment. Her eyes, squeezed into narrow slits by the abundance of flesh, sparkled with a glimmer of life. At that moment, this corpulent woman unabashedly surrendered to her appetite, devouring the culinary delights before her as if she had been starved for days. With each bite, she emitted sounds of satisfaction reminiscent of a greedy little pig. Just then, an even larger man ambled into the dining hall. His bulk surpassed that of the woman, resembling a moving mountain of flesh. With heavy footsteps that seemed to reverberate through the floor, he plopped down into the chair opposite her, causing it to creak under the strain of his weight. Mother, have you arranged everything for tomorrow? I can hardly wait, the rotund man inquired, rubbing his hands together. Fu Yunxiang set her chopsticks down, furrowing her brow as she spoke sternly. Hongquan, did I not tell you? Our objective tomorrow is to manipulate Mu Xingyun, and once she ascends the throne as empress next month, I shall devise a way for you to become her consort. Thus, the great Tang will be in our grasp. Fu Hongquan sulked, muttering, Mother, why must we wait for her coronation? We already hold substantial power and command the military. Why not seize the Tang directly? He inwardly chastised his mother for her excessive caution. Silence, Fu Yunxiang exclaimed, nearly brought to tears by her foolish son. She slammed her hand on the table and scolded. You dimwit, what do you know? If we were to directly overthrow the court, do you think those ministers would sit idly by? Not to mention that Mukuni, that cunning fox, is lurking in the shadows. And do you believe the fleet I just bribed can contend with Situ Ao's million lions? We must first secure the royal family, then proceed with caution. Do you understand? Fu Hongquan, taken aback by his mother's reprimand, lowered his head, refraining from further comment. Observing her son's demeanor, Fu Yunshang felt a swell of exasperation. Taking a deep breath to collect herself, she continued, in any case, we need to patiently await the opportune moment. We cannot act rashly. Once we hold absolute power, the entire Tang will belong to us. By the way, my son, Fu Yunshang paused. You haven't stirred up any trouble lately, have you? Fu Hongquan chuckled nervously. Oh no, of course not. How could I possibly cause trouble? Best to keep it that way. The following day, at the temple of the goddess of the Luo River, a magnificent structure stood near the coastline, surrounded by lush woods and vibrant gardens. Its architectural style was unique, harmoniously blending classical and modern elements, imbuing the site with an air of mystery and solemnity. Inside, the temple was lavishly adorned, with walls etched with exquisite murals and bas-reliefs that narrated the legendary tales of Mi Fei. In the heart of the temple's grand hall stood a colossal golden statue of the goddess of the Luo River, Mi Fei. She was graceful and benevolent, holding a staff symbolizing wisdom and strength. Beneath her feet lay a crystal-clear spring, said to bring good fortune. Numerous legends surrounded Mi Fei's identity. Some claimed she was the wife of Fuxi, others said she was his daughter, while others still asserted she was the wife of Hui. However, on the Luo River Star, Mi Fei was revered as the goddess of water, embodying life, wisdom, and beauty. It was believed that sincere prayers to her would yield her protection and blessings. Each year, at specific times, thousands of devotees would flock to the temple of the goddess of the Luo River to partake in grand sacrificial ceremonies. They would offer flowers, fruits, and incense, expressing their reverence and gratitude. These rituals transcended mere religious observance. They symbolized the unity of the people of Luo River Star in their pursuit of a beautiful life. The royal procession for the sacrifice approached the temple, emanating from the direction of the palace. At the forefront marched a group of attendants clad in blue robes, each bearing a flag embroidered with intricate designs that fluttered gently in the breeze, akin to colorful clouds in the sky. Following them were the musicians, resplendent in vivid performance attire, who played ethereal melodies that enchanted all who listened. Behind them, a contingent of royal guards, clad in golden armor and wielding long spears, stood tall and solemn, exuding an imposing presence akin to unshakable mountains. At the center of this entourage was a carriage pulled by two magnificent unicorns, creatures unique to Luo River Star, strikingly similar to the unicorns of fairy tales. Their coats were as white as snow, adorned with spiraling horns that radiated an air of mystique and nobility. Trailing the carriage were nearly 100 dignitaries in red robes, with Regent Mukuni, Prime Minister Fu Yunshang, and General Situ Ao leading the assembly. As officials of the Tang's female monarchy, their presence lent an air of gravity and grandeur to the proceedings. Upon their arrival at the temple entrance, the attendants first entered the grand hall in unison, dividing into two lines upon entry, standing on either side of the hall. Subsequently, all royal guards formed two lines, standing sentinel along the path to the temple's entrance, safeguarding the way like sentinels. Simultaneously, the musicians took their places along the path, continuing to play harmonious tunes, as if heralding the approaching sacrificial ceremony. The carriage came to a gentle halt at the temple's threshold, and from it emerged Mu Xingyun and Mu Mu, clad in ethereal white gowns and adorned with flower crowns. Their flowing garments resembled pure clouds, exuding a sacred aura, with long trains trailing behind them like a celestial river. Each was accompanied by two attendants carefully managing their skirts, fearful of wrinkling the exquisite attire. As Mu Xingyun advanced towards the temple, the dignitaries followed closely behind, solemnly and deliberately entering the hall. Once the officials were lined up in the hall, a solemn and dignified sacrificial ceremony commenced. In that moment, Mu Xingyun, cradling a vibrant bouquet of flowers, gracefully stepped forward to stand before the resplendent statue of Mi Fei in the center of the temple hall, her gaze unwavering and her expression solemn. She recited heartfelt verses in praise of the Lady of the Luo River to the gathered assembly, with reverence in our hearts. We arrive at this sacred place to honor the goddess. We ignite fragrant incense and candles, their curling smoke narrating our devotion. We offer vibrant blossoms, red as fire, pink as dawn, and white as snow. Each petal carries our wishes. May the goddess bestow her grace upon the world. O Lady of the Luo River, you are the embodiment of love and beauty. Your smile melts the ice and warms the cold winter. Your gaze dispels the gloom and illuminates the night. Under your protection, life blooms in splendor. When the spring breeze caresses the earth, we feel your affection and care. The fields sway with ripening grain, a testament to the hope of harvest you provide. When the summer sun blazes, you send a cooling breeze to soothe our restless hearts. The lotus flowers bloom in the Luo River, akin to your pure countenance, enchanting all who behold. When autumn frost tints the maple leaves, you grant the earth a kaleidoscope of colors. The boughs, heavy with fruit, reflect the bounty and joy you bestow. When winter snow blankets the world, you guard the slumbering earth with tranquility. Beneath the icy veneer, new life germinates, awaiting the return of spring. We celebrate your beauty, your kindness, your gentleness, and your strength. Throughout the cycles of time, you remain the beacon in our hearts. O Lady of the Luo River, may your radiance forever shine. Let us, guided by your light, journey toward brightness and a glorious future. By the banks of the Luo River, we shall forever revere you, honor your sanctity, and perpetuate your legend. Having completed her hymn of praise, Mu Xingyun turned to cast the flowers in her hand into the pool before the statue of the goddess. Traditionally, offering flowers to the pool expresses people's admiration and reverence for the goddess. Presenting these beautiful blooms reflects the sincerest accolades toward the Lady of the Luo River, acknowledging her esteemed status in the hearts of the people. Just as Mu Xingyun was about to toss the flowers into the water, a haughty voice interrupted. Wait. Mu Xingyun halted, turning to locate the source of the voice, as the assembly's gaze shifted to the trio at the forefront of the ministers. Mu Qiuyue stepped forward, removing her hood to reveal her exquisite features. With a teasing glance at Mu Xingyun, she turned to face all the ministers, imperiously declaring, I believe allowing our esteemed crown princess to present flowers is a profound disrespect to the Lady of the Luo River. The ministers were taken aback by Mu Qiuyue's words, bewildered as to her intentions. At that moment, the stout Fu Yunshang also advanced, removing her hood. Her face contorted with anger as she pointed at Mu Qiuyue and demanded, Your Highness the Regent, what do you mean by this? We are at the most critical juncture of the ceremony to honor the Lady of the Luo River. If this ritual is delayed and the fortunes of the Great Tang are affected, will you bear the responsibility? Critical juncture? Mu Qiuyue scoffed, casting a cold glance at Fu Yunshang and retorting icily, Honorable Chancellor, do you not realize that it is precisely because it may impact the prosperity of our nation that the crown princess must not preside over this ceremony? What? It will affect the national fortune? What is happening here? I do not understand. What exactly does Your Highness the Regent mean? The ministers began to murmur among themselves, eager to decipher Mu Qiuyue's cryptic motives. Your Highness the Regent, I understand that since the late emperor's passing, you have presided over the ceremonies for the Lady of the Luo River, Fu Yunshang remarked, her expression equally stern as she addressed Mu Qiuyue. However, the crown princess will turn 18 in a month. Thus, she is entitled to host this year and Apos' ceremony, a consensus shared by all ministers. Please refrain from further unreasonable antics. What if I assert that our beloved crown princess is unqualified to preside over the ceremony? Mu Qiuyue replied, crossing her arms with a self-satisfied grin. What does that mean? What is the regent up to? The more I listen, the more confused I become. The ministers resumed their hushed discussions, while Fu Yunshang and Apos' expression darkened, as if she began to comprehend something. Mu Qiuyue smiled at Mu Xingyun and inquired, Crown Princess, may I ask what the requirements are for presiding over the ceremony for the Lady of the Luo River? Mu Xingyun replied with an impassive expression. First, the presiding host must be a member of the royal family of the Great Tang. Second, the host must be a maiden of at least 16 years of age. A commendable response. Mu Qiyu clapped her hands in amusement, exclaiming, since the crown princess is aware of these two requirements, she should realize that she cannot oversee this ceremony. Should she insist on proceeding, it would be a grave disrespect to the Lady of the Luo River, inciting divine wrath and jeopardizing the fortunes of the Great Tang. At this revelation, a collective gasp resonated among the assembly, igniting a fervor of discussion. What? It will provoke the goddess? What does the regent mean? The crown princess cannot preside over the ceremony. Does that imply she? Nonsense. Fu Yunshang and Apos. S. fury intensified as she pointed accusingly at Mu Qiyu, exclaiming, Regent, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Ahaha. Mu Qiyu covered her mouth with a laugh, gazing at the assembled ministers and saying, are your minds clouded with confusion? I have articulated my point, yet you remain oblivious? Mu Qiyu extended her hand, gesturing toward Mu Xingyun before the statue, declaring, I suspect that the crown princess is no longer a maiden. Chapter 58. The festival unraveled as Mu Qiyue's words faded. The ministers erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. What? The crown princess is not a maiden? How can this be? She is yet to turn 18. Damn it. Fu Yunshang silently cursed, fully aware of Mu Qiyue's intentions, as her own plans mirrored those of Mu Qiyu. However, she intended to privately leverage the matter of chastity to coerce Mu Xingyun into obedience. In contrast, Mu Qiyu sought to tarnish Mu Xingyun's reputation, rendering her incapable of claiming the throne, thereby placing herself in the line of succession. Regent, what do you mean by this? Mu Xingyun questioned, her countenance frosted and her tone icy. All eyes converged upon her, noting the storm brewing within her gaze. I have already briefed the ministers upon my return. Over a month ago, while investigating the agricultural yields of Shinong Star alongside the regent, we were ambushed by nefarious assailants. Thankfully, we were rescued by the solar merchant fleet, and subsequently, I returned to Luoshan Star unscathed, Mu Xingyun asserted firmly. The ministers nodded in agreement, recalling her earlier testimony. Indeed, the crown princess did mention being saved by the solar merchant fleet. I seem to remember she indeed returned on their shuttle, they murmured. Is the regent attempting to tarnish the crown princess and Apos' reputation? Mu Qiyu appeared to have anticipated Mu Xingyun and Apos' rebuttal, a sly smirk gracing her lips. Oh, the crown princess is truly eloquent. Yet while your words may deceive the ministers, they cannot mislead me. Mu Xingyun's heart raced with caution. What was Mu Qiyu truly after? Could she possess evidence that could implicate her? Just then, a voice rang out among the ranks. Regent, your severe accusations against the crown princess must stem from some knowledge. Would you care to enlighten us? Mu Xingyun glanced at the speaker, mentally noting their appearance, recognizing them as an ally of Mu Qiyu. Indeed, I am aware. Mu Qiyu retorted after casting a taunting glance at Mu Xingyun. The crown princess accompanied me to investigate the agricultural conditions on Shinong Star before departing with a retinue of guards. Concerned for the welfare of the populace, I chose to remain for an additional day. Alas, it was then that the crown princess and Apos' transport was besieged by the infamous extraterrestrial marauders. These ruthless brigands not only slaughtered the guards, but also abducted the crown princess. Her tone grew somber. The poor crown princess was held captive by these vile marauders for a full 3 days. As if that were not enough, upon her release, she was sold as a slave in the Martian black market of the Galactic Star Domain, where she remained until the solar merchant fleet intervened 5 days later. At the conclusion of Mu Qiyue's oration, an oppressive silence enveloped the chamber, the tension palpable. The expressions of the ministers varied. Some seethed with anger, others were visibly distressed, while some appeared skeptical or bewildered, and a few even reveled in the chaos. Mu Xingyun registered each of their reactions, preparing to settle the score once this debacle was resolved. As she contemplated her retribution against these treacherous officials, a voice pierced the silence. Crown Princess, might we inquire how this transpired? Did such events truly unfold as the regent claims? We seek your clarification. It was Su Jin, the left minister of the censorate, an independent body tasked with supervising officials and maintaining court discipline. Traditionally, the censorate was regarded as the most impartial and incorruptible of departments, reporting directly to the emperor without interference from other bodies. However, its officials could launch accusations based on mere rumors, devoid of irrefutable evidence. Presently, it seemed Su Jin was poised to initiate an impeachment against Mu Xingyun. If I were to assert that the regent's claims are entirely false, would you believe me? Mu Xingyun took a deep breath, offering the ministers one last chance. A triumphant smile spread across Su Jin and Apos' face as he knelt before her, declaring, I, Su Jin, left minister of the censorate, hereby impeach Crown Princess Mu Xingyun for failing to uphold her weighty responsibilities and for misleading the court. Such actions are unethical and diminish the royal dignity. As a paragon for the people, how can she inherit the throne with such a tarnished reputation? I implore you, Your Highness, to issue a self-punishment decree, relinquishing your title to the regent, thereby restoring the laws of the land and ensuring stability for the realm. A multitude of ministers knelt in unison, echoing, We beseech the crown princess to abdicate in favor of the regent, for the sake of the law and the stability of the state. Impudent fools, are you conspiring to rebel? Fu Yunxiang could no longer contain herself. Should the situation continue to escalate, Mu Xingyun's position would be forfeited, leaving her vulnerable and easily manipulated. Moreover, if Mu Qiuyue ascended to power, Fu Yunxiang recognized that she would be incapable of countering her. Thus, she resolved to prevent Mu Qiuyue from usurping Mu Xingyun and Apos' title at all costs. With this determination, Fu Yunxiang exuded the authority befitting her status as the chancellor. While I stand as the foremost minister, your counsel bears no weight. I shall see which of you dares to conspire against the lady of the Luo Shui, the revered Mi Fei. Is it you? Or perhaps you? Could it be you? As Fu Yunxiang vociferously accused her opponents, she advanced, kicking over the kneeling officials. Those who had expressed their grievances in a moment of cowardice now recoiled in fear at her indignation. Fu Yunxiang knew her position as the chancellor granted her absolute authority over state affairs, particularly regarding the removal of a crown princess, which was a matter of national significance. She possessed the power of veto. Thus, even if all the ministers sought to impeach Mu Xingyun, she could safeguard her. Ah, Fu Chancellor. Mu Qiuyue wagged her finger. I must remind you that such actions are ill-advised. Do not seek my favor later. Humph. I fear you not, Regent. Fu Yunxiang retorted defiantly. Excellent. I admire your steadfastness. Fu Chancellor. Mu Qiuyue clapped her hands and commanded, Bring him forth. As her command echoed, two soldiers clad in purple armor entered through the rear door of the temple. Escorting a portly figure, their captive, they unceremoniously tossed the battered and bound Fu Hongquan at Fu Yunxiang's feet. Hongquan. Fu Yunxiang rushed to her son's side, her heart shattering at the sight of her only child in such a wretched state. Mu Qiuyue, what foul play is this? Why have you seized my son? Mu Quni shook his head and said, Minister Fu, you have wronged me. It was not I who captured your son, but rather General Situ. What? The general? Fu Yunxiang was taken aback. How could the generally indifferent general suddenly side with Regent Mu Quni? General Situ Ao stepped forward and declared with righteous fervor. The commander of the city guards, Fu Hongquan, has been found to have established 56 illicit brothels on Luotian Star. From these establishments, we rescued a total of 986 women who had been forced into prostitution, among them 525 underage girls, including 103 children under the age of 10. A total of 30 billion crystals and ill-gotten gains were confiscated from these brothels. As General Situ recounted Fu Hongquan and Apos' crimes, the ministers erupted in fury, loudly denouncing the heinous acts. What? Daring to establish brothels within the borders of the great Tang female nation? Do they wish to be exterminated? Nearly 3,000 women and children, not even sparing those under 10? Truly barbaric. 30 billion crystals? That is equivalent to half a year's tax revenue for the national treasury. Silence. Silence. Fu Yunxiang shouted frantically, nearly beside herself. No, my son would never do such a thing. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought. She turned and pointed a trembling finger at Mu Quni, shrieking, "It's you! You madwoman! Did you frame my son?" Mu Quni smiled faintly and replied, "It seems the minister still does not comprehend. Allow me to disabuse you of that notion." She clapped her hands and commanded, "Bring forth the witnesses." Then, several guards escorted 2 individuals through the back entrance. Among them was the portly guard Tang Dynasty from the palace gates 2 nights prior, alongside his unfortunate father. General Situ explained to the assembly, "These 2 are partners of Fu Hongquan in establishing the illicit brothels. They have confessed to the crimes of coercing women into prostitution and trafficking them." Upon hearing this, Fu Yunxiang collapsed to the ground. Mu Quni ignored her and turned to face Mu Xingyun, smiling as she said, "Your Highness, it is time to make a decision. No one will assist you this time." Mu Xingyun also smiled, but a glint of sharpness flickered in her gaze. "Regent, no. Aunt, there are certain matters I find quite perplexing. I beseech you to clarify." Mu Quni gently brushed aside her flowing hair, a glint of cunning in her eyes as she tenderly responded, "Dear child, at this juncture, is there truly anything I would withhold from you?" Mu Xingyun frowned slightly and inquired, "When I departed from Shinong Star, Aunt, you were not with me, were you?" "My dear niece, did you not hear what I just said?" Mu Quni feigned annoyance and chided, "I lingered an extra day to further investigate the living conditions of the people on Shinong Star, hence I could not accompany you, and naturally could not provide testimony." Mu Xingyun's lips curled into a subtle smile, her gaze fixed on Mu Quni as she softly asked, "Then how is it that you know who attacked and abducted me? Could it be that you orchestrated my assault?" Mu Quni was momentarily speechless, pondering how this audacious girl had become so eloquent. Moreover, she exhibited no fear in the presence of Mu Quni, which was entirely contrary to her usual demeanor. Logically, she should have been cowering in terror at this moment. Though Mu Quni sensed something amiss, she maintained her composure and slowly replied, "Do not slander me. I know you were abducted because the one who intended to auction you as a slave on the Martian black market was indeed the captor. Hence, I have ample reason to believe you were taken by the raider." However, Mu Xingyun remained unconvinced, her expression one of skepticism as she retorted, "How curious. Does Anne have spies on Mars? Otherwise, how could you possibly know so much about the events transpiring there?" A look of satisfaction crossed Mu Quni's face, her lips curling into a confident smile as she declared, "I anticipated you would question this. However, you shall not escape easily this time. I possess video evidence from the day of the auction." With that, Mu Quni snapped her fingers, and 2 guards wheeled in a large electronic screen, setting it before all present, beginning the adjustments. As everyone focused on the guard's actions, Fu Yunxiang, still seated on the ground in a daze, heard a man's voice whispering in her ear, "Minister, if you wish to save your precious son, do not raise an alarm. If you agree, blink twice." Despite her surprise, Fu Yunxiang blinked twice. The man continued, "Next, do as I say soon." The guards completed the setup of the electronic screen, and Mu Quni produced a small computer from her pocket, preparing to project a video onto the screen. "Wait," Mu Xingyun called out, halting Mu Quni's actions. She beamed at her aunt and asked, "This is the last time I shall address you as aunt. Are you certain you wish to reveal this video before all the ministers? If you proceed, you will surely regret it." "Ah, my dear niece, I initially intended to spare you some dignity, but since you refused to relinquish your position as crown princess, do not blame me." After saying this, Mu Quni swiped her finger across her handheld computer, and the electronic screen lit up. "Your Highness, allow me to serve you well." The screen erupted with the sounds of passionate moans and intense physical encounters. The video was not of Mu Xingyun being auctioned, but rather of a couple engaged in intimate acts. Today was the day of her son's birthday, and after a long day out, she had finally managed to update 500 words. The remaining 500 words would be updated tomorrow. Recently, the update times had been unpredictable, so she decided to set the daily update time for the morning henceforth. She thanked everyone for their support and sent a kiss. Chapter 59. The festival's conclusion. As the video commenced, the majority of the ministers immediately shielded their eyes with their hands. Goodness, the regent possesses such audacity, daring to play such unsightly footage within the temple. Could it be that this video pertains to Her Highness the Crown Princess? Is it a scandalous recording involving Her Highness and a man of dubious character? No. I must see it. What? It is indeed a video of the Crown Princess? I must view it as well. Some ministers lowered their hands in disbelief, attempting to discern the content of the video. The woman depicted bore no resemblance to the Crown Princess. Rather, she seemed to be the Regent herself. Heavens! It is the Regent. She is entangled with a man of ill repute. Wait, the man with the Regent. I've seen him before. Isn't the Grand Prince of the Great Xia Duchy? Upon uttering this, shock rippled through the assembly, and all eyes turned to the large screen, confirming the scandalous images of the Regent in a compromising position with a stranger. My word, how could the Regent engage in such disgraceful conduct? How could she act so shamefully? This is a severe affront to the royal dignity. The revelation of the Regent's true character left many disillusioned. The ministers erupted into a cacophony of indignation and condemnation toward the Regent's actions. Meanwhile, the Regent, Mu Qiyu, was pale as a ghost, trembling uncontrollably, utterly unprepared for the exposure of her secret. No, this cannot be, she whispered, her eyes brimming with despair and terror. Yet, the harsh reality remained unyielding. Regardless of her denials, Mu Qiyue's complexion was ashen, cold sweat beading on her forehead. With wide eyes and trembling hands, she frantically pressed the buttons on her handheld device, desperate to halt the video, only to find herself powerless to do so. Why are you all still standing there? Shut it down. Quickly, she screamed at the guards flanking the screen, her voice thick with desperation. The two guards, as if awakened from a dream, rushed forward to attempt to turn off the screen, but to their astonishment, no matter their efforts, the video continued to play relentlessly. As seconds ticked away, Mu Qiyue's emotions spiraled further out of control. Clenching her teeth, she summoned all her strength and hurled her device at the screen with a resounding crash, creating a hole that finally silenced the video. A profound silence enveloped the temple, the tension palpable. The ministers who had once supported Mu Qiyu now wore ashen expressions, their faces contorted in disbelief, shock, and anger, revealing their disappointment and discontent toward her. Ah, my dear Regent, did you not claim you would present evidence of my abduction? Mu Xingyun smirked, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she sauntered beside Mu Qiyu, her tone laced with sarcasm. Yet, what we see instead is a video of you with the Grand Prince of the Great Xia Duchy. Mu Qiyue's expression darkened, her jaw clenched tightly. Refusing to respond to Mu Xingyun's taunt, Mu Xingyun's gaze shifted from Mu Qiyu to the ashen-faced left Minister Su Jin. Maintaining her calm demeanor, she remarked softly, Minister Su, earlier you dared to accuse me of losing my virtue without any evidence. I bear you no ill will, considering your position as the head of the censorate, entitled to impeach any official without concrete proof. However, the situation has now changed. We possess undeniable evidence of the Regent's indiscretions. How do you propose to address this matter? At her words, Su Jin trembled violently, her complexion drained of color. She fell to her knees, her forehead striking the ground with a sharp thud. Her voice quavered with fear as she pleaded, Your Highness, spare me. I was wrong. A chilling smile crept across Mu Xingyun's face, her eyes glimmering with mischief as she surveyed the ministers who had previously pressured her to renounce her title. Esteemed ministers, do you still wish for me to relinquish my position as Crown Princess in favor of the Regent? As her words echoed, the hall was suddenly filled with a chorus of thuds as the ministers fell to their knees, their foreheads pressed against the ground, repeatedly knocking their heads in supplication. We were wrong, Your Highness. Please spare us, they cried in trembling voices. Mu Xingyun beamed, her smile radiant like a blossoming flower, though it sent shivers down the spine. She turned to face the furious and pale Mu Qiyu, then declared to all, Regent Mu Qiyu, you have baselessly accused the Crown Princess, conspired with a foreign prince, sullied the palace, and disrespected the goddess in the temple by broadcasting vile content. From this day forth, your title as Regent is revoked, and you shall be demoted to Princess Qiyu, barred from participating in court affairs. Mu Qiyue's face blanched further, her body trembling as she glared at Mu Xingyun with rage and defiance. Mu Xingyun, what authority do you possess to strip me of my title and diminish my rank. You have yet to formally ascend as Empress of the Tang. You have no right to act against me. Let the Prime Minister address that, Mu Xingyun retorted, turning her back to the ministers and Mu Chua, resuming her devout prayer before the statue of the goddess. Lady Mo Fu Yunshang, shedding her previous despondency, rose with newfound vigor. Her eyes glinted with intensity, her face set in a vengeful expression as she fixed her gaze on Mu Chua. Mu Chua, although the Crown Princess currently wields no power, your offenses constitute treasonous collusion with foreign adversaries. Such transgressions disqualify you from participating in governance. Henceforth, you must resign from your position as regent. The duties you once held will now be shared by the Prime Minister and General Situ. Mu Chiyue trembled with rage, her eyes wide as she pointed an accusatory finger at Fu Yunshang, shouting, "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to command me to relinquish my title?" Fu Yunshang remained impassive, coldly regarding Mu Chiyue before forcefully swatting her hand away. With a derisive sneer, she said, "Humph, Mu Chiyue, do not presume yourself to be of high standing. Know this. The late emperor conferred your title of regent only after consulting with the Prime Minister and General Situ. This matter is known solely to the three of us, and we possess imperial edicts from the late emperor to restrain you should you harbor treasonous intentions. Now, what else do you have to say?" Mu Chiyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Situ Ao, seeking a denial. Yet, upon seeing him nod slightly, her final shred of hope shattered, leaving her pale and retreating in despair. "No, I have not lost yet." Suddenly, Mu Chiyue produced a communicator from her garment, her eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. Without hesitation, she pressed the button and shouted into the device, "Old son, execute Plan B. Act immediately." Boom, boom, boom. At her command, deafening explosions erupted around the temple, the shockwaves mercilessly knocking down musicians and guards stationed outside. They groaned in agony, struggling to rise but finding themselves powerless. Soon after, numerous shuttle crafts streaked through the sky like lightning, hovering ominously above the temple. Ropes dangled from every shuttle, and then a multitude of soldiers clad in purple combat attire, fully armed, descended from the heavens. Their movements were swift and agile, akin to phantoms, instilling a sense of dread in onlookers. Upon landing, they surged into the temple hall, gripping advanced weaponry, their gun barrels coldly aimed at everyone present. Outside the temple, a formidable blockade of nearly 1,000 soldiers swiftly encircled the area, leaving no escape. "Mu Quni, what are you planning? Are you conspiring to rebel?" Fu Yunshang and Appo's eyes widened in terror. Disbelief etched across her face as she beheld the unfolding chaos. Her voice, laced with fury and shock, echoed throughout the temple, plunging all the ministers into a state of utter panic. "Mu Quni, have you lost your mind? Rebellion is a capital offense." Fu Yunshang's expression was a mix of anger and astonishment as she stepped forward, her voice rising. She inwardly cursed her own complacency for allowing Mu Quni to bring her guards here, realizing it was now too late to summon help. Mu Quni scoffed, dismissing Fu Yunshang's words entirely. She gestured to a nearby soldier, took the automatic plasma rifle from his hands, and strode forward, swinging it down towards Fu Yunshang's corpulent face. The butt of the gun struck her forehead with force, blood gushing from the wound as Fu Yunshang screamed and collapsed to the ground. As she looked at Fu Yunshang sprawled on the floor, Mu Quni's eyes glimmered with disdain and revulsion. She spat, cursing, "You old, ugly hag. I've found you displeasing for quite some time, strutting around as if you're someone important. If it weren't for needing you to restrain that wretched Mu Xingyun, I would have found a way to dispose of you long ago." With her rifle slung over her shoulder, Mu Quni approached Mu Xingyun, her eyes sparkling with a triumphant gleam. "No more pretense?" Mu Xingyun inquired, her demeanor unruffled, devoid of fear. A faint smirk graced her lips, her gaze laced with mockery, as if she had seen through Mu Quni's facade long ago. "There's no need for pretense anymore," Mu Quni declared, shedding her previous elegance. "In pursuit of the imperial throne, I have meticulously prepared for this day. So you intend to force me to abdicate the position of crown princess?" Mu Xingyun replied calmly. "And if that fails, You'll have your hidden guards eliminate both me and the ministers, allowing you to ascend to the throne of the Great Tang without contest. What? Mu Quni, you intend to kill us too? Su Jin exclaimed, her voice rising in horror as the soldiers aimed their guns at her. Why? We are working for you, aren't we? Mu Xingyun sighed. Because Mu Quni desires the throne yet wishes to evade the infamy of treason, she cannot allow today's events to be revealed. Indeed, only the dead can keep a secret. Mu Quni unabashedly revealed her malevolent intentions. You fiend, Mu Quni, if you slaughter us, the entire court of the Great Tang will be thrown into chaos. The ministers erupted in outrage upon hearing Mu Quni's words. Ha ha. Mu Quni laughed heartily, as if she had heard the most amusing joke. You lot, calling yourselves loyal ministers? Those who are truly devoted to me are plentiful, so you needn't worry about your journey ahead. With that, she signaled the soldiers to open fire on the ministers. Wait, Mu Xingyun interjected. A smirk of disdain crept onto Mu Quni's lips as she halted the soldiers' actions, turning to Mu Xingyun with a mocking expression. What, my dear niece? You cannot even save yourself, yet you wish to protect these worthless souls. Mu Xingyun coldly retorted, stepping forward and raising her voice. While some of these ministers may be ineffectual, they are still subjects of the Great Tang, and I cannot permit you to kill them at will. Mu Quni paused, then erupted into wild laughter, as if the world were trembling in response. As her laughter subsided, she narrowed her eyes, a glint of coldness flickering within. Look at you. Feigning compassion, it mirrors your deceased mother exactly. Both of you are so foolish. Yet fate is cruel. Little did you know. You and your mother are destined to perish by my hand. What? You killed my mother? Mu Xingyun lost her composure, glaring at Mu Quni. Explain yourself. Why did you murder my mother? Humph. It matters not. You want to live to see another day? Mu Quni's mirth faded. Her teeth clenched as she declared. Your mother usurped my rightful throne. She was powerless, while I was the capable and illustrious crown princess of the Great Tang. The throne was rightfully mine. Unexpectedly, a sun merchant named Shang Wanjun helped my foolish sister seize the empress title from me. I endured for 13 years, and when Shang Wanjun perished, I seized the chance to poison your mother. Yet, knowing she was poisoned, she insisted on giving birth to Mu Xingyao, ultimately succumbing to complications during childbirth. How foolish. Beast. Mu Xingyun's gaze fell upon the despondent Mu Mu nearby, and her fury ignited. It was indeed you, Mu Quni. You would kill your own sister for the throne. I will not let you escape justice. Mu Quni coldly raised her rifle, aiming it at Mu Xingyun. You will have no chance. Go join your imbecile of a mother. Sister. No. Mu Mu cried out in alarm. Just as Mu Quni was about to pull the trigger on her automatic plasma rifle, a figure clad in white rushed forward, encircling Mu Xingyun's slender waist and placing himself in front of her. ZZZZZT. A barrage of bullets erupted from Mu Quni's weapon, yet none struck the two before her, all intercepted by a shimmering blue photon barrier that had materialized in their defense. What? A shield? Mu Quni exclaimed in shock. Chapter 60. The farce comes to an end. Mu Qiuyue halted her actions, her gaze fixated on the shield before her, then shifted to the figure of the man in white who stood protectively in front of Mu Xingyun. This man was the very same attendant who had previously assisted Mu Xingyun in lifting her skirt. Who are you? Why did you save Mu Xingyun? Moreover, what equipment are you using? How are you able to conjure a shield-like barrier? Mu Qiuyue and Apos' brow furrowed as she unleashed a barrage of inquiries. The man smiled and replied, Regent. Oh no, Princess Qiuyue. Or rather, it seems you can no longer even claim that title. My dear Mu Aunt, you have so many questions. And how could you forget me? We did meet once aboard the Rose 3, after all. Oh, it must be your advancing age that's affected your memory. His tone dripped with mockery and sarcasm. Fuming with rage, Mu Qiuyue's eyes widened as she indignantly retorted, Who are you calling it? Who says I am old? Who dares to question my memory? For her, any mention of her age was a grave insult, igniting a deep sense of anger and humiliation. Ah, I forgot. You mentioned your age during our last encounter on the Rose 3. If I recall correctly, it was 58 years old, wasn't it? The man tapped his head as if coming to a sudden realization. You wretched creature. Who are you calling 5'8"? I am only 38. That's right, 38. Mu Qiuyue's anger was palpable, her hair almost standing on end as she shouted at him. A stifled laugh escaped Mu Xingyun, who stood behind the white-clad man. She had never witnessed Mu Qiuyue in such a state of frenzy, and upon realizing that all eyes were on her, she hurriedly covered her mouth. My mistake, the man said awkwardly, scratching his head. Mu Qiuyue shot him a fierce glare and demanded, Speak. Who exactly are you? He Muant. Do you not recognize me? The man removed his hood, revealing a face obscured by a metallic mask, then grinned cheekily. I am Shangwan Yan. It's you. Again. It's you. Shangwan Yan. Wait. Shangwan. A sudden realization washed over Mu Qiuyue, draining color from her face and causing her body to tremble involuntarily. She stared intently at the man before her, her eyes filled with shock and dread. Her lips quivered, as if she wished to speak, yet a choking fear silenced her. Visions of the woman who had once instilled profound terror within her, Shangwan Jun, flooded Mu Qiuyue's mind. The memories of Shangwan Jun became vivid, her eyes, her expressions, and that chilling laugh were etched into Mu Qiuyue's memory. Now, gazing into Shangwan Yan's eyes, which bore an uncanny resemblance to those of Shangwan Jun, her inner turmoil surged like a tidal wave. With trembling voice, Mu Qiuyue clutched her clothing tightly, striving to regain her composure. She widened her eyes, staring deeply into Shangwan Yan's gaze, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Her breath quickened, the pounding of her heart echoed in her ears, leaving her feeling suffocated. She pressed on, What is your relation to Shangwan Jun? Are you? However, Mu Qiuyue was met with silence. For Shangwan Yin remained unresponsive. Abruptly, she shook her head, as if to convince herself, murmuring, No, no. A flicker of determination crossed her eyes, as though she had found a rationale to dispel her fear. Si Xingtong had explicitly stated that he had dealt with that wretched woman's worthless son. Thus you cannot be him. Mu Qiuyue's voice carried a hint of relief, as if she had finally discovered a means to liberate herself from the shadow of Shangwan Jun. I care not who you are. Today, no one shall save that wretched girl, Mu Xingyun. Mu Qiuyue's tone sharpened, her gaze transforming from fear to ferocity. She glared at the soldiers standing by, bellowing, What are you standing there for? Fire your weapons. He has merely simulated the effect of a shield. It cannot possibly withstand the onslaught of over 100 firearms. Let loose your volleys. Whoever kills Mu Xingyun, I shall reward with 100 million. And for slaying this little wretch, I shall bestow 50 million. Indeed, the allure of wealth was irresistible. Upon hearing of the bounties, the soldiers' eyes gleamed with greed, and they raised their weapons, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets towards Si Xingyin and Mu Xingyun. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of gunfire roared like a tempest. Countless bullets raining down upon Mu Xingyun and Appo's position, as if to rend her apart. Yin, you must flee. This mere shield cannot hold against them. Mu Xingyun cried out anxiously from behind Si Xingyin, her voice laced with dread and concern. This was her first time witnessing such an extraordinary personal shield. And like Mu Qiuyue, she assumed it to be a disposable defensive mechanism. Yet, Si Xingyin showed no signs of retreat. He turned, enfolding Mu Xingyun in his arms, a confident smile gracing his lips as he declared, Fear not. These mere rabble cannot harm me. If it were the previous model of the personal shield, it might indeed falter against the sustained fire of over 100 plasma rifles. However, I have now equipped a focused energy reactor, resolving any issues concerning shield energy depletion. Indeed, with the assistance of the artificial intelligence Xiao Zhan aboard the Infinite, he had refined the manufacturing process of the focused energy reactor, allowing for mass production. Ziz. Didida. Bang. 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 Multicolored beams and bullets erupted from the various firearms wielded by the soldiers, propelled by immense kinetic energy towards Si Xingyin. Yet, these lethal assaults were effortlessly repelled by the shimmering blue shield he conjured. Each bullet, each beam, erupted in a dazzling display of sparks upon the shield's surface, resembling an extravagant fireworks display. Yet, none could penetrate the shield, nor even leave a single crack. As moments ticked by, the soldiers continued to fire, while Xi Xingyan stood calmly, embracing Mu Xingyun, a smile adorning his face as he observed them. Half an hour passed, and the soldiers' ammunition began to dwindle. The gunfire grew sparse. Mu Qiuyue, recognizing the futility of their efforts, gestured for them to cease firing. With a grim expression, she approached. Her eyes locked on the blue shield, filled with confusion and frustration. Why? Even a shield should have succumbed to such relentless attacks by now. Mu Qiuyue shouted hysterically, Why? Why can't we breach it? Why can't we kill you? Why? I refuse to believe it. Mu Xingyun, you contemptible wretch. Today, I shall end your life. Mu Qiuyue turned to the soldiers, commanding, Resume fire. I refuse to believe this shield cannot be breached. However, the soldiers exchanged glances, none daring to act. Mu Qiuyue and Appo's expression darkened, a murderous intent gleaming in her eyes as she glared at them. What? Do you dare defy my orders? She roared, her voice brimming with fury and discontent. At that moment, a trembling soldier, resembling a squad leader, stepped forward, stammering, My lord, we have exhausted our ammunition, and I believe ordinary weapons are ineffective against this shield. Mu Qiuyue's eyes widened, her anger intensifying. Then bring forth heavy artillery and cannons. Today, even if I must bombard them, I shall see them dead. But, my lord, that would damage the statue of the goddess of the river Luo. The squad leader replied in terror, panic evident upon his face. Although they belonged to Mu Quni's faction, the people of Lushansheng held the goddess of Luo Shui as an indelible faith in their hearts, and none of them wished to desecrate or destroy her statue. Mu Quni's expression grew increasingly sinister as she raised her gun without hesitation and shot the squad leader before her, obliterating his head. Blood and brain matter splattered, and the surrounding soldiers turned pale with fright, retreating in terror. Observing the scene, Mu Quni coldly declared, Anyone who disobeys my orders will meet the same fate as this trash. A dozen soldiers, now fearful, rushed out of the temple to fetch powerful heavy weapons to confront Xi Xingyan and Mu Xingyun. Meanwhile, Mu Xingyun anxiously turned to Xi Xingyan, inquiring if he could withstand the onslaught of these heavy armaments. Xi Xingyan merely smiled reassuringly, telling her not to worry. It's nothing. His tone was light and confident, offering Mu Xingyun a comforting gaze. Noticing this, Mu Quni sneered, Humph. I shall see how long you can maintain that smile. Xi Xingyan raised his hand, glanced at the time displayed on his wrist computer, and turned to Mu Quni with a smile, saying, Aunt Mu, you might as well save your strength and tell your subordinates to cease their efforts. The time is nearly upon us. Upon hearing Xi Xingyan refer to her as Aunt, Mu Quni's face flushed with rage. She angrily retorted, You little brat, do not call me Aunt. What do you mean by nearly upon us? Xi Xingyan simply smiled mysteriously and replied, Guess boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a series of deafening explosions echoed from outside the temple, louder than before, as if the very world were trembling. What? What is happening? Mu Quni shouted in shock. Just then, a bloodied soldier stumbled into the temple, shouting, My lord, it's bad. We are surrounded by the city guards. With that, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. What? The city guards? How can this be? Mu Quni's face reflected disbelief. Wasn't the city guard commander, Fu Hongquan, already captured here? And his military token confiscated? Who has the power to mobilize the city guards? How did they even learn of what transpired here? At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from a group of captured ministers. She was plump yet exuded an indescribable confidence and authority. This person was Fu Yunshang, who raised a mini communicator hidden in her sleeve, laughing triumphantly as if everything was under her control. Of course, it's me. Fu Yunshang answered Mu Quni's question with a mocking tone, waving the communicator, her eyes glinting with pride. The city guards can be commanded by more than just my son. Mu Quni's complexion instantly turned pale as she glared at Fu Yunshang, filled with rage and resentment. It's you. Her voice trembled, barely able to contain her emotions. You despicable fat woman. How dare you scheme against me? At this moment, Xi Xingyan, standing in front of the goddess of Luo Shui's statue while holding Mu Xingyun, couldn't help but grin. His smile was bright and cunning, displaying his pearly white teeth like a victor. He teased Mu Quni. Aunt Mu, weren't you just asking how long I would keep smiling? It seems I will be the one to laugh last. Mu Xingyun gently pushed Si Xingyun's hand away and stepped forward, declaring loudly, Mu Quni, you have already lost. Surrender at once. In consideration of you being my aunt, I shall spare your life and grant you a fief to live out your days in peace. Oh, is that so? You truly believe I have lost? A frenzied glint returned to Mu Quni's eyes as she cast her gaze toward Mu Mu in the distance and commanded a nearby soldier, you lot, go and capture Mu Xingyao for me. Not good. She intends to harm Mu Mu. Mu Xingyun felt her heart leap to her throat, her face pale with terror and anger. Yet, when she prepared to rush forward to protect her sister, Si Xingyun held her back firmly. Mu Xingyun struggled desperately to break free from Si Xingyun's grasp, but his strength was overwhelming. What are you doing? Let me go, Mu Mu is in danger. She cried anxiously. Rest assured, Mu Mu is not in danger. I have already arranged for 2 exceptionally capable bodyguards for her. No one can approach her. Si Xingyun whispered in Mu Xingyun's ear. Meanwhile, several soldiers approached Mu Mu with malicious grins, their eyes glinting with evil intent, ready to seize the frail girl. Suddenly, with 2 swift sounds, 2 small white figures appeared before Mu Mu like lightning, blocking the soldiers' path. Their hoods fell away, revealing 2 youthful faces, Snoopy and Alice. Snoopy brandished 2 sharp daggers, protectively positioning himself in front of Mu Mu, while Alice wielded 2 short swords, her face etched with icy determination. In that instant, she struck. With a flash of steel, several screams erupted as the soldiers attempting to seize Mu Mu had their hands severed, blood spraying forth. Gasp! Everyone present drew in a sharp breath, astonished that such capable young bodyguards were protecting the little princess and shocked by how fiercely the petite girl had fought, effortlessly dispatching the soldiers. Observing the soldiers writhing on the ground, clutching their severed limbs, a chill ran through the crowd. Seeing that she could not capture Mu Mu, Mu Quni turned her gaze towards the ministers, now utterly deranged. She shouted to the remaining soldiers in the temple, It's fine. There are plenty of hostages here. Capture all these ministers. Mu Xingyun frowned as she saw Mu Quni's intent to seize the ministers, saying, Mu Quni, you are utterly shameless. Just now, you sought to kill these ministers, and now you want to use them as your shields. Upon hearing this, the ministers wore expressions of fury, unable to fathom that they would ultimately be utilized by Mu Quni as mere pawns. However, Mu Quni paid no heed to their responses, sneering, I will employ any means necessary to achieve my goals. With that, she commanded her soldiers to seize the ministers as hostages once more. At that moment, Si Xingyun called to another white-robed attendant beside him. Linger, it's your turn. All right. Ling rushed forward, extending the launcher from her right wrist, aiming at the remaining soldiers while shouting, chain lightning. Crackling sounds erupted as dozens of thick blue arcs shot forth, striking the soldiers in front and then branching out to those behind them. The arcs spread like an infectious disease, affecting not only all of Mu Quni's soldiers, but also all the ministers. In an instant, every soldier and minister present lay convulsing on the ground, incapacitated by the blue arcs. Mu Quni stood in stunned silence, staring at the chaos around her, exclaiming, What kind of terrifying weapon do you possess? You are monsters, demons. Smack! At that moment, a brilliant light flashed, and everyone was engulfed in a blinding white glow. The dazzling brilliance consumed everything around them. Instinctively, everyone raised their hands to shield their eyes, but it was too late. The intense light pierced through their fingers, painfully assaulting their retinas and causing everyone present to momentarily lose their sight. Moments later, the radiance gradually faded, and the crowd slowly regained their vision, only to discover that Mu Qiuyue had vanished without a trace. Chapter 61. A New Threat in a Dense Forest. A man dressed in a butler's attire hurriedly carried a woman in his arms. The woman nestled against him, her expression somber as she uttered, Old son. I have failed again, this time utterly. Old son continued to forge ahead, reassuring her, Miss, we have not yet lost. Our greatest trump card has yet to be revealed. Mu Qiuyue gazed at Old son and lamented, but I have already lost my claim to the throne. If I were to seize it by force, it would be an act of rebellion, rendering my rule illegitimate and subject to scorn from the world. Old Sun replied earnestly, Miss, to become an emperor, one must wield an iron fist, unafraid of the accompanying infamy. Besides, it is the Tang Dynasty that has wronged you. Perhaps it is time to overthrow it and establish your own kingdom. Mu Qiuyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Overthrow the Tang Dynasty? You mean to destroy it and create a new nation? Old Sun tightened his embrace around her and gently assured, Fear not, Mississippi. You shall ascend as the empress, and I shall clear all obstacles from your path. Thank you, Old Sun, Mu Qiuyue said, reaching out to caress his resolute face. Old Sun fell silent, and together they vanished into the thicket. Half an hour later, outside the temple, a scene of devastation unfolded. The ground was littered with the remains of soldiers from the Imperial Guard, their bodies and equipment strewn about in disarray. The earth was charred, pockmarked with craters, a clear testament to the fierce battle that had taken place, leaving the Imperial Guard seemingly annihilated. Xi Xingyan supported Mu Xingyun as they approached the temple. Upon witnessing the grim spectacle, tears welled in her eyes. Why are you crying again? Xi Xingyan exclaimed, unable to bear the sight of a woman in tears. He hurriedly wiped her cheeks, whispering softly, We have one around. We ought to rejoice. Mu Xingyun waved her hand dismissively. I am fine. I mourn for these soldiers. They should not have perished here. After all, they are subjects of the Tang Dynasty. Each one has their family, friends, and loved ones. Their absence will bring endless sorrow to countless hearts. They could be a husband, bearing the weight of familial responsibility, a father, nurturing children, or a son, the pillar for aging parents. It is tragic that they met their end here. As she spoke, her voice quivered, and tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Xi Xingyan sighed, gently patting her shoulder in consolation. The path of an emperor is ruthlessly cruel. It is either you perish or I do. When you chose to become the empress of the Tang Dynasty, you must cast aside such sentimentalities. Remember, small kindness can resemble great evil, and great benevolence may seem heartless. Small kindness can resemble great evil, and great benevolence may seem heartless, Mu Xingyun murmured, seemingly grasping the profound meaning behind his words. She inhaled deeply, striving to stabilize her emotions, aware that this was not the time for sorrow. Glancing at Xi Xingyan with gratitude and determination in her eyes, she said, Yan, thank you. Without you, I might have perished here. Xi Xingyan smiled faintly, shaking his head as if to convey that assisting her was merely his duty. He tenderly replied, No need for thanks. I promised to help you ascend the throne, and I have my reasons for doing so. What reasons? A wave of curiosity surged within Mu Xingyun as her gaze fixed intently on Xi Xingyan's eyes, seeking any hint of his thoughts. Yet, his eyes sparkled with mystery and cunning, leaving her feeling bewildered. Xi Xingyan chuckled softly, the corners of his mouth curving upward with an enigmatic allure. You will come to understand in due time. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Mu Xingyun standing alone, lost in contemplation. As Mu Xingyun pondered Xi Xingyan's words, Prime Minister Fu Yunxiang approached with hurried steps, kneeling before her with an air of humility. Your Highness, please take heed. I have followed the directives of the esteemed Mr. Shangguan, mobilizing the city guards to lift the siege on the temple. May I beg you, considering my long service, to pardon my son? The man who had whispered to Fu Yunxiang was indeed Xi Xingyan, who had released Wang Di's nanobots into her ear, instructing her on how to pin the crimes on Mu Qiuyue and commanding her to mobilize the city guards. Mu Xingyun regarded Fu Yunxiang coldly, a smirk playing on her lips. She recognized that Fu Yunxiang was attempting to barter her accomplishments for her son's life, an act that repulsed her. Pardon him? Mu Xingyun's lips curled into a cruel smile, chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine, as if it could penetrate the very soul. Does the Prime Minister know what crimes such as coercing virtue into vice, trafficking in courtesans, and forcing children into prostitution entail in a nation that esteems women above all? Fu Yunxiang trembled at her words, her complexion paling to that of a ghost. She was acutely aware of the gravity of such offenses, especially in a realm like the Tang Dynasty, which upheld female dignity and rights, where such transgressions were nearly unforgivable. Yet, she clung to a flicker of hope, yearning for a chance to save her son. Your Highness, Fu Yunxiang stammered, her voice quaking. Though my son has erred, he is still young and naive. I implore you to grant him an opportunity for redemption. At that moment, a group of ministers rushed over, kneeling before Mu Xingyun in succession. One minister pleaded, Your Highness, the Prime Minister has labored all his life for his son, who is his only heir. If he were to perish, it would mean the end of the Fu lineage. Indeed, Your Highness, the Prime Minister has dedicated himself to the state and the royal family. His contributions are immeasurable. To condemn him to lose his only son over this matter would be unjust. Another minister chimed in. They all bowed deeply, their foreheads touching the ground, collectively beseeching. We implore Your Highness to show mercy and spare the Prime Minister's son. Mu Xingyun silently observed the scene before her, her heart laced with disdain. These ministers were mere puppets of the Prime Minister, previously concealed, yet now revealing themselves to protect Fu Yunxiang's offspring. She understood they were seizing this opportunity to curry favor with Fu Yunxiang, hoping for his gratitude and support. However, Mu Xingyun had no intention of sparing Fu Yunxiang's son. She was acutely aware of his vile character. If she did not impose strict punishment, he would undoubtedly cause greater troubles in the future. Moreover, she had no intention of letting Fu Yunxiang off the hook. Mu Xingyun spoke slowly. Prime Minister, I understand your affection for your son. Yet the law of the land must prevail. Your son has committed a grievous offense. How can we command respect if he is not held accountable? Upon hearing this, Fu Yunxiang's face drained of color, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She realized that Mu Xingyun was resolute in her intent to punish her son, rendering any further pleas futile. Gritting her teeth, she bowed her head in submission, saying, Your Highness is wise. It is the fault of this old minister for not guiding his son properly. I beseech you, considering my years of loyal service to the realm, to grant him this one reprieve. Mu Xingyun paused for a moment, feigning difficulty, and said, Since the Prime Minister has personally interceded, I shall temper the punishment. However, while the death penalty may be avoided, there will be no escape from the consequences. Effective immediately, Fu Hongquan is to receive 100 lashes. Stripped of his position as the commander of the city guards, and relegated to the status of a commoner, never to be employed again. The city guards will be temporarily managed by General Situ. As for Prime Minister Fu, his failure in parenting his son is deemed a grave error. However, considering his long-standing service and contributions, he is sentenced to 3 months of introspection at home, a 1-year salary deduction, and the confiscation of half his assets. Upon hearing this, Fu Yunxiang was momentarily stunned, not anticipating that she too would face punishment. Yet, she could only grit her teeth and bow in gratitude, repeatedly thanking the sovereign for their mercy. Mu Xingyun observed Fu Yunxiang and calmly remarked, Prime Minister, I hope you will discipline your son properly to prevent any recurrence of such incidents. Otherwise, I shall show no leniency. Fu Yunxiang quickly nodded and vowed to heed the sovereign's counsel, promising to educate her son stringently upon returning home. Mu Xingyun waved her hand, signaling everyone to withdraw. The tumultuous affair had temporarily subsided, yet Mu Xingyun was acutely aware that this was merely a facade of tranquility, concealing tumultuous undertows beneath. That evening, the east warm pavilion within the palace was aglow with light, enveloped in an atmosphere of harmony. A round dining table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, their enticing aromas tantalizing the senses. Mu Xingyun prepared to host a banquet for Xi Xingyan and his entourage. Soon, led by Ling Feng, a group entered the east warm pavilion to take their seats. Among Xi Xingyan's group was the unexpected presence of Shangguan Wu, who had arrived at the palace alone earlier in the evening. Xi Xingyan was granted the honor of sitting beside Mu Xingyun, a privilege that she had bestowed upon him. Observing this, Shangguan Wu wasted no time in seating herself next to Xi Xingyan. Upon noticing Shangguan Wu, Mu Xingyun and Apos' brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face. However, she remained silent, offering a faint smile as she invited everyone to commence their meal. As the wine flowed and dishes were served, Mu Xingyun elegantly raised her glass, her face radiating a brilliant smile. With a melodious voice, she addressed the gathering, esteemed guests, on this beautiful and momentous occasion. I wish to raise my glass in heartfelt gratitude to each of you who have supported and aided me. It is through your formidable assistance that this celebration has unfolded so seamlessly, enabling me to successfully turn the tide and thwart Mu Chiyue's nefarious schemes, while simultaneously delivering a significant blow to Fu Yunshang's arrogance. Thus, the upcoming coronation ceremony in a month should face no substantial hindrances. Haha, the crown princess is indeed optimistic, Shangwan Wu remarked with a slight smile, lifting her glass for a delicate sip. Her tone remained calm as she continued. Firstly, you have allowed Mu Chiyue to escape, and her vast hidden forces have not been eradicated, signifying that she may return at any moment, posing a greater threat. Secondly, although you have inflicted a measure of damage to the Prime Minister's influence, these wounds are but superficial. Her power remains sufficient to sway the court and dominate the political landscape. Furthermore, according to the intelligence network of the Broken Cauldron Trading Company, Xi Xingzhu and Appos' army has already entered the V25-star region, and he is likely planning to make a move during the coronation ceremony. What? Xi Xingzhu and Appos' army? Mu Xingyun exclaimed in surprise, nearly dropping her glass. She fixed her gaze on Shangwan Wu, inquiring, Miss Shangwan, is your information credible? Shangwan Wu set down her glass, responding, the rascals of the Broken Cauldron Trading Company are not only adept in commerce, their intelligence network is among the finest in the universe, so their reports are undeniably reliable. Impossible. How could Xi Xingzhu and Appos' army breach the border defenses and enter the Great Tang domain? Mu Xingyun shook her head, unwilling to accept such a dire reality. Haha. You may not yet be aware, but multiple fleets from the border forces within the Great Tang domain have gone missing. Xi Xingzhu has seized this opportunity to infiltrate the Great Tang territory through the gaps in our defenses. Mu Xingyun stared at Shangwan Wu in shock, momentarily unable to digest this revelation. She understood the implications of the disappearance of several border fleets. Those vessels could appear anywhere, threatening the Great Tang. Moreover, if Xi Xingzhu had indeed led his forces into the Great Tang domain, the situation would grow increasingly complex and perilous. When did this occur? Mu Xingyun asked anxiously. It is said to have happened not long ago, though I am uncertain of the exact timing, Shangwan Wu replied. In any case, the Great Tang is beset by internal strife and external threats. The coronation ceremony in a month may prove more dangerous than today's circumstances. It is no simple matter of who ascends the throne. If mishandled, the Great Tang could face annihilation. Shangwan Wu's words plunged the assembly into silence, the atmosphere in the hall plummeting to an icy chill. Mu Xingyun turned her attention to Xi Xingyan, knowing that with the formidable military might of the Solar Trading Company, they could potentially resolve the Great Tang and Appos' current predicament. However, just as she was about to speak, Shangwan Wu interjected. Your Highness, are you considering leveraging the military strength of the Solar Trading Company to quell the unrest and defend against external foes? Shangwan Wu adjusted her black-framed glasses, her tone tinged with resignation. Regrettably, Your Highness, such hopes will be dashed. The Solar Trading Company is currently unable to intervene. Mu Xingyun was taken aback, astonished by Shangwan Wu's bluntness. Next to her, Xi Xingyan frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with Shangwan Wu's statement, yet he refrained from immediate rebuttal. Why not? Xiao Tao could no longer contain herself. She exclaimed, pointing at Xi Xingyan, Isn't your master a good friend of our Highness? Why can't he lend a hand? Our Highness thinks of your master every day. Silence. Xiao Tao stepped back. Mu Xingyun interrupted Xiao Tao sharply, then turned to Shangwan Wu, saying, I apologize. Miss Shangwan, Xiao Tao is simply being thoughtless. Please do not take offense. However, I would still appreciate it if you could clarify why the Solar Trading Company cannot assist. With an apologetic expression, Shangwan Wu replied, Your Highness should be aware that the Solar Trading Company is a neutral entity, refraining from involvement in the internal conflicts of any nation or ethnicity. But the previous president of the Solar Trading Company assisted my mother in seizing the throne. Did he not? Mu Xingyun questioned with a furrowed brow. Shangwan Wu elucidated, that was a unilateral decision made by the former president. Her influence commanded the company, and none dared oppose her. Then what about a yen? Regrettably, the young master is currently unable to command the Solar Trading Company. Chapter 62. The trial of the emperor, why? Mu Xingyun furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, "Isn't a yin the sole heir of your Sun Merchant Association? Could there be some hidden circumstances?" Shangguan Wu smiled faintly, took a delicate sip of the fruit wine, and then slowly replied, "Your Highness, you may not be aware that the heir has not yet obtained all the keys to the Sun Merchant Association's legacy. Hence, he has not received full recognition from the association. Although everyone addresses him respectfully as the heir, in reality, apart from possessing his own infinite-class starship, he cannot mobilize any resources from the association, nor will any member heed his commands." Mu Xingyun directed her puzzled gaze towards Si Xingyan, asking with concern, "A yin, what exactly is going on?" Si Xingyan sighed deeply, fully aware that he must clarify everything to Mu Xingyun at this moment. He elaborated on the trials of the Sun Merchant Association, explaining that the legacy keys were divided into 3 parts, and he had successfully acquired 2 of them. The final key, however, would only appear at his coronation ceremony. Yet, he refrained from mentioning his true identity and the sensitive matter of his engagement. So, this means that a yin can only find the remaining legacy key during my coronation ceremony. And only with all the keys can he command the Sun Merchant Association to assist me? Mu Xingyun asked, resting her forehead in contemplation. Indeed, Shangguan Wu calmly sipped her wine, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. Xiao Tao, standing nearby, exclaimed, "Isn't that a vicious cycle? Your Highness requires Mr. Shangguan's Sun Merchant Association's support for your ascension, while Mr. Shangguan needs you to ascend in order to obtain the legacy key to command the association. What shall we do?" Once again, the Eastern Warm Pavilion fell into silence, with everyone pondering this dilemma, yet no solutions came forth. At that moment, Shangguan Wu set down her wine cup, her gaze steady as she suddenly posed a peculiar question. "Your Highness, are you aware that you are already betrothed?" As soon as Shangguan Wu's question left her lips, Si Xingyan instantly became alert, desperately signaling her not to reveal the engagement with Mu Xingyun, but his gestures were ignored by Shangguan Wu. Mu Xingyun, unaware of Si Xingyan's unease, took a moment of silence before responding, "It is true. I have heard that the other party is the son of the former president of the Sun Merchant Association, specifically the son of the beloved consort of the Great Xia Principality, Consort Jun. He is said to be the 4th prince of the Great Xia, but it seems he has been embroiled in the factional struggles among princes and has already been killed." Mu Xingyun suddenly raised her head, warily staring at Shangguan Wu, and inquired, "Why did you suddenly ask about this, Miss Shangguan? In fact, there exists another method to mobilize the influence of the Sun Merchant Association," Shangguan Wu replied with a cunning smile. Mu Xingyun's eyes flickered with surprise and curiosity at this remark, yet her confusion grew, and she could not suppress her inquiry. "What method?" As soon as she asked, Mu Xingyun regretted it, for the smile on Shangguan Wu's face was far too sly, as if she had set a trap for her to stumble into. Sure enough, Shangguan Wu's subsequent words nearly made Mu Xingyun spit blood in shock. With a smile, Shangguan Wu suggested, "If your Highness wishes to gain the protection of our Sun Merchant Association, you may consider an engagement with our heir. This way, you will become his fiancée. Although the heir cannot wield the association's power until he acquires the complete legacy keys, the Sun Merchant Association will certainly do its utmost to protect the future lady of the house. This is a firm rule set by the former president." "What? You? Do you mean for me? For me to be engaged to a yin? I mean to Shangguan Yin?" Mu Xingyun's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice rising. At the same time, Si Xingyan gasped, "Huh? No, Miss Shangguan, does our Sun Merchant Association truly have such a regulation? You must be joking. Do I appear to be jesting?" Shangguan Wu shot Si Xingyan a glance, then turned to Mu Xingyun and said, "Your Highness, please consider this. It is the most advantageous shortcut for you. Moreover, under the protection of the Sun Merchant Association, once you ascend to the position of Empress, our heir will also naturally obtain the legacy key. This is a win-win collaboration." Mu Xingyun raised her wine cup, tilted her head, and downed the contents in one go. She then gently set down the cup, her tone resolute as she declared, "I am not opposed to a temporary engagement with Shangguan Yin, but..." However, before Mu Xingyun could finish her sentence, Xiao Tao urgently interrupted, Your Highness, how can you so casually decide on your own betrothal? This is a matter that concerns your lifelong happiness. Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Mu Xingyun's face. She turned to Xiao Tao, her gaze frosty, and spoke with an air of authority. Xiao Tao, are you instructing me on my decisions? Xiao Tao was taken aback by the intensity of Mu Xingyun's stare. Hastily lowering her head and stammering, I dare not, Your Highness. I beg your forgiveness, before quickly retreating to the side. Seeing this, Mu Xingyun's expression softened slightly. She turned back to the others and continued, I am not unwilling to engage with the Yin temporarily. However, the customs of the Great Tang Kingdom cannot be disregarded. According to the traditions of the Great Tang royal family, the husband of the Empress must be appointed by the previous Empress. If not designated by the Empress, it is viewed merely as a proposal from the male side. Furthermore, any suitor must undergo the trials set by the Great Tang royal family to become the Emperor's consort. Therefore, even if I agree to an engagement now, it would be futile. What kind of trials are those? Xi Xingyin inquired, his interest piqued rather than deterred. Noticing the curious glances from others, he awkwardly added, I am merely interested in the nature of the trials. Mu Xingyun glanced at Xi Xingyin and explained, the trials for the Empress's consort involve retrieving 3 treasures from the Devil's Forest, the Death Marsh, and the Emperor's tomb. These treasures are the Spear of the Goddess, the Qianghua Amulet, and the Empress's crown. So, if I retrieve these 3 treasures, will that allow me to marry a Yun? Xi Xingyin pondered aloud. When he looked up again, he noticed the odd stares from everyone, and he cleared his throat. Ahem. I was thinking, yes, about the collaboration indeed. Xi Xingyin continued, so when shall we set forth to retrieve these 3 treasures? Why are you in such a hurry? Shangwan Wu rolled her eyes beautifully. Even if we are to retrieve the treasures, we must first wait for the Highness to clarify the matter. Mu Xingyun cast a deep glance at Shangwan Wu, pondering. It seems that ever since this so-called secretary appeared, a Yin has become rather submissive. Moreover, she shares the Shangwan surname and claims to be from the Shangwan family. Could she possibly have a special relationship with a Yin? Might she be his elder? With this thought in mind, Mu Xingyun felt as though she had uncovered a secret, yet she refrained from pursuing it further, refocusing her attention on the current matters. There is no need to rush. This matter must be communicated to the ministers, or else those old foxes will create trouble and deny it, Mu Xingyun stated firmly. Then, her cheeks slightly flushed, she softly asked Xi Xingyin, but tell me, a Yin, do you truly wish to participate in the trials to become my consort? Her voice carried a hint of shyness and concern. She continued, in truth, I have only heard of these trials. No one has ever truly participated, as they are said to be quite perilous. If it becomes too daunting, we can simply abandon the notion and seek other means. There is no need for you to take risks on my account. What are you saying, Yin? Upon hearing Mu Xingyun's words, Xi Xingyin felt a pang in his heart and quickly patted her hand, offering a reassuring look. He said, let us not speak of this as a matter of the inheritance key. Even without this issue, I would participate in this trial because I truly wish to. However, just as Xi Xingyin was about to follow Mu Xingyun's lead and express his innermost feelings, he was interrupted by Shangwan Wu, who said, apologies, Your Highness. Our young master cannot hold his liquor, and the hour is late. We shall take our leave for now. All other matters can be discussed in tomorrow's court. With that, Shangwan Wu dragged the reluctant Xi Xingyin away from the East Warm Pavilion's grand hall. Once they departed, Mu Xingyun gazed helplessly at their retreating figures, initially intending to say something more, but ultimately choosing silence. Seeing that Xi Xingyin and Shangwan Wu had left, the others dared not linger, rising to bow and bid farewell to Mu Xingyun. She waved her hand, signaling them to depart. As the crowd gradually exited the grand hall, the room fell into a desolate silence, leaving Mu Xingyun alone, lost in thought. Sighing softly, Mu Xingyun murmured to herself, how could Yin so easily agree to participate in the trial to select a husband for me? Does he perhaps harbor feelings for me? At this thought, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Your Highness, are you unwell? Xiao Tao noticed the unusual flush on Mu Xingyun's face and asked with concern, you appear quite flushed. Do you have a fever? Shall I summon the physician? She reached out, intending to check Mu Xingyun's forehead. "Xiao Tao, I am fine." Mu Xingyun quickly stopped Xiao Tao from taking her temperature and said, "Assist me to the imperial study. I need to prepare for tomorrow's court affairs." The following day, in the morning, sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a golden glow upon the earth. Inside the grand palace hall, a solemn atmosphere prevailed, adorned in resplendent gold and brilliance, as the ministers patiently awaited the court session. However, two of the three principal figures who typically stood at the forefront were absent. The regent, Mu Qiue, had fled due to charges of treason and was now facing nationwide pursuit. The prime minister, Fu Yunxiang, had been penalized to reflect upon himself at home due to his son's crimes. The only one remaining, General Situ Ao, had gained command over 5,000 city guards, emerging as the primary beneficiary of the temple incident. The crown princess has arrived. With a guard's call, Mu Xingyun, clad in a magnificent five-clawed python robe and supported by Xiao Tao, gracefully approached the dragon throne. Her steps were light and her gaze resolute, as if she bore the weight of the nation's hopes. As Mu Xingyun settled into the dragon throne, the ministers knelt, collectively exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Her Royal Highness, the Crown Princess. Long live the princess! Long live! Long live! All rise." Mu Xingyun, poised on the throne, propped her chin with her hand, exuding an air of authority as her voice resonated throughout the hall. "Yesterday, I was taken hostage by the former regent, Mu Qiue, at the temple, but thankfully, the young vice president of the Sun Chamber of Commerce led his subordinates, cooperating with the city guards to rescue me and ensure our safety here today. Thus, I have decided to reward those who played a crucial role in the rescue." Summoned the young vice president of the Sun Chamber of Commerce and his subordinates to the court. Soon after, Xi Xingyan, accompanied by Dou Ling, Snowy, and Alice, slowly ascended to the grand hall. Xi Xingyan, wearing a mask and a splendid black brocade robe, appeared exceptionally handsome. Dou Ling donned a flowing blue gown, elegant and captivating. Snowy wore a sharp black suit, his expression stern, while Alice appeared diminutive and adorable in a white dress. Upon entering, the four knelt on one knee, addressing Mu Xingyun. "Commoners," the young vice president of the Sun Chamber of Commerce, Shengguan Yin, along with his subordinates, pay their respects to Her Royal Highness, the Crown Princess. Long live the princess! Long live! Long live! Mu Xingyun nodded slightly, smiling as she replied, "Mr. Shengguan, rise. The Sun Chamber of Commerce has rendered great service to the Tang Dynasty. So in the future, there is no need for you to kneel before me." "Yes, Your Highness." Xi Xingyan rose, responding respectfully. A subtle smile graced Mu Xingyun's lips as her voice rang clear and firm throughout the grand hall. "In light of the temple incident, I hereby confer upon Mr. Shengguan Yin the title of first-class Marquis and grant him the former regent's residence as the Shengguan Marquis Mansion. Additionally, I shall appoint Dou Ling as the leader of the Royal Guard's Special Operations Team, awarding her 500,000 crystals. Snowy and Alice shall be appointed as the left and right deputy leaders of the Royal Guard's Moonshadow Guard, each receiving 200,000 crystals." Mu Xingyun's gaze swept over the assembly, continuing, "Moreover, all city guard participants in the rescue shall receive rewards. Each commander shall be awarded 50,000 crystals. Each soldier shall receive 10,000 crystals, and injured soldiers shall receive an additional 5,000 crystals." Her voice was calm, yet powerful, as if each word had been meticulously considered. The determination and confidence in her eyes captivated those present. As Mu Xingyun's words concluded, the grand hall fell into silence, with all eyes fixed upon her, filled with astonishment and admiration. Her rewards were deemed both fair and generous, leaving everyone satisfied, especially the city guards who had anticipated merely following orders. They were pleasantly surprised by Mu Xingyun's recognition of their efforts and the substantial rewards bestowed upon them. Mu Xingyun regarded the assembly with a sense of quiet satisfaction. She understood that this act of rewarding not only showcased her fairness and generosity, but also served to win the hearts of her people, encouraging loyalty towards her. These rewards were not without purpose. For example, the rewards to the city guards were meant to cultivate their allegiance, preparing for future endeavors. As for the funds, Having recently seized 100 billion from Fu Hongquan's illicit establishments and confiscated half the prime minister's wealth, she was not lacking in resources. The titles and positions conferred upon Xi Xingyan, Dou Ling, Snowy, and Alice were strategically laid foundations for what was to come. Chapter 63. The trial begins, Your Highness. I have a word to present. The left minister Su Jin stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Mu Xingyun waved her hand and said, There is no need for such formalities. Lord Su, speak your mind. Su Jin, with utmost reverence, replied, Your Highness, I believe you are approaching the age of marriage, and it is time to select a suitable husband. Mu Xingyun chuckled softly and responded, Why do you say such things, Lord Su? I am still quite young and do not require a husband at this moment. Your Highness, you have less than a month before ascending as the Empress. According to the rules of the Tang Dynasty, the future husbands of the crown princess should be appointed by the Empress. I recall that the late Emperor had designated a candidate for you, Su Jin stated, lowering his gaze. Mu Xingyun rubbed her temples and said, I remember this matter. The candidate should be the fourth prince of the Great Xia Duchy, correct? Indeed, Su Jin affirmed, bowing his head. Alas, it is truly unfortunate. It is said that this fourth prince inadvertently became embroiled in the internal strife of the Great Xia Duchy and met an untimely demise 2 months ago. My poor fiancé, fate has been unkind. Mu Xingyun lamented, then delicately took a fine handkerchief from her attendant Xiao Tao to dab at non-existent tears. At that moment, the unfortunate fiancé Xi Xingyan stood below, his lips twitching in disbelief as he observed Mu Xingyun's performance, a few lines of frustration appearing on his forehead. Beside him, Dou Ling struggled to suppress laughter. Su Jin, observing Mu Xingyun's demeanor, sighed resignedly and said, Such a pity. However, Your Highness may choose a favored young talent from among the capable youths as your future husband. Hearing Su Jin's words, a glint of mischief flickered in Mu Xingyun and Appo's eyes as she feigned difficulty, saying, But where might I find such young talents at this moment? Su Jin glanced at Xi Xingyan and replied with a smile, Your Highness, is there not an exceptionally talented young man right here in this grand hall? Oh, pray tell who this young talent is that has so captivated Lord Su? Mu Xingyun inquired with a slight smile, leaning forward in curiosity, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. It is none other than Mr. Shang Wanyan, the young vice president of the Solar Merchant Association. Su Jin declared with conviction, his voice resonating throughout the court. The playful exchange between Mu Xingyun and Su Jin had been a meticulously crafted performance, designed to formally introduce Xi Xingyan as the man destined to become the future husband of the Empress. They had conspired the previous night to enact this drama in the Grand Hall. Indeed, after the fall of Mu Kyun, the Court of Judicial Review had come under Mu Xingyun's control. As the left minister, Su Jin was astute and had first pledged her loyalty to Mu Xingyun, compiling the incriminating evidence against all the officials and presenting it to her overnight, thus earning Mu Xingyun's admiration for this seemingly righteous woman with hidden intentions. Your Highness, I must object. I oppose this. As the ministers began to murmur among themselves, a voice suddenly rang out. The Minister of Personnel stepped forward, a serious expression adorning her face as she bowed and addressed Su Jin loudly. Lord Su, while Mr. Shangwan has indeed rendered meritorious service during the recent temple uprising, he is not a citizen of our Tang Dynasty. Furthermore, he holds neither title nor rank. How could he possibly be worthy of the esteemed position of Empress's husband? I too oppose. I also oppose. With the Minister of Personnel leading the charge, other officials quickly joined in, their voices rising in a cacophony of dissent. Most of these ministers were supporters of the Prime Minister, their expressions animated and their rhetoric fierce, as they sought to thoroughly dismantle Su Jin's proposal. Witnessing this scene, Mu Xingyun's teeth clenched in anger. She thought to herself, how audacious. The Prime Minister has been confined at home, yet his subordinates still wield such influence in the court. Once I ascend to the throne, I shall uproot all of you. Su Jin let out a cold snort, intentionally amplifying her voice so that everyone present could hear her. It seems, esteemed ministers, that your memories may be failing you. Just moments ago, His Highness personally conferred the title of First Marquis upon Mr. Shangwan, so he is not without rank or status. Moreover, Mr. Shangwan is the young Vice President of the Solar Merchant Association, a formidable entity with wealth rivaling nations and unmatched military prowess. At this moment, the Minister of Rights stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Mu Xingyun and proclaiming in a booming voice, "Your Highness, I believe Mr. Shangwan is indeed a rare gem among men. He possesses not only exceptional talent and wisdom, but also a powerful background and noble identity. Thus, I wholeheartedly support Your Highness's decision to select Mr. Shangwan as your future husband." The Minister of Right's endorsement sent ripples through the court, immediately resonating with the other ministers. They echoed in agreement, proclaiming, "We too fully support Your Highness's decision. Indeed, Mr. Shangwan is a paragon of excellence, undoubtedly worthy of our Empress." I second that. I second that. As more and more ministers voiced their agreement with the Minister of Rights, a chorus of endorsements filled the Grand Hall. Mu Xingyun gazed upon the scene with a satisfied smile gracing her lips. "Enough, enough." Mu Xingyun feigned seriousness, gently tapping the table before her. "I have acknowledged your well-intentioned support, but I now require a definitive answer. Since all of you agree that Marquis Shangwan is the best candidate for my future husband, I shall ask you, Marquis Shangwan, do you wish to become my future husband?" Upon her question, Mu Xingyun fixed her gaze intently on Si Xingyin's eyes, as if searching for the answer within their depths. Si Xingyin stepped forward, bowed, and with unwavering resolve, responded, "I am deeply honored by the esteemed minister's affection and Your Highness's trust and recognition. Therefore, I willingly offer my sincerest heart to accompany Your Highness as her future husband. In the future, I shall devote myself to assisting Your Majesty in establishing a stable realm and nurturing a harmonious family." Listening to Si Xingyin's words, the ministers nodded in approval, their eyes reflecting admiration. However, some officials wore expressions of disdain, dismissing Si Xingyin's statements with scorn. Mu Xingyun continued to gaze into Si Xingyin's eyes, recognizing the sincerity within. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and with a hint of shyness in her voice, she softly said, "Since Marquis Shangwan has agreed, then—" "Wait." Just as Mu Xingyun was about to announce Si Xingyin as her future husband, the silent General Situ suddenly interrupted her. Mu Xingyun turned to face Situ Ao, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Does the general oppose my choice of a future husband?" "I have no interest in whom Your Highness chooses as a husband," General Situ stated, stepping forward with a respectful bow. "However, the royal protocols of the Tang Dynasty cannot be disregarded. If the husband is not the one designated by the late emperor, then to court the crown princess and become the future empress's consort, one must undergo the royal consort trial. I wonder if Marquis Shangwan is willing?" Upon hearing General Situ's words, the ministers began to murmur among themselves. Could it be that he speaks of the legendary royal consort trial of the Tang Dynasty? Indeed, it must be. That is the trial that no one has ever completed to this day. What sort of test is this? It is said to be an exceedingly arduous challenge, one that only those with true strength and courage can conquer. Mu Xingyun and Apos' expression shifted slightly. She had initially hoped that since the ministers had forgotten about the trial, as long as no one mentioned it again, she could let it slide, not wanting Si Xingyin to take risks on her behalf. However, she did not anticipate that General Situ Ao would fixate on the matter, which irked her. Yet she found herself unable to express her frustration. Si Xingyin turned around, a faint smile gracing his face. He slightly bowed to Situ Ao, clasping his hands respectfully, and sincerely stated, "Thank you, General, for your reminder. I am more than willing to participate in this trial, and I firmly believe I will successfully pass it, thus rightfully becoming His Highness's consort." Situ Ao, catching the unwavering determination in Si Xingyin's deep gaze, could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, splendid. What a rightful claim. It has been a long time since I encountered such an audacious youth." As the laughter subsided, Situ Ao turned to Mu Xingyun and respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "Your Highness, I am willing to act as a witness for the Marquis of Shangwan during the imperial consort trial. May I inquire if Your Highness consents?" Feeling somewhat vexed, Mu Xingyun waved her hand impatiently and replied, "Do as you please, it matters not. So, when will this so-called imperial consort trial commence? Situ Ao appeared to have anticipated this, responding without hesitation. In that case, let us not delay any further. As the saying goes, there is no time like the present. Let us depart immediately for the trial location and commence this trial right away. At noon, under a radiant sun, a uniquely designed shuttle descended slowly before a dense forest. The exterior of the shuttle bore a crowned emblem with wings, symbolizing the royal guard. Once the shuttle came to a halt, a group of individuals disembarked. Wow, is this the Devil's Forest? It is enormous, Dueling exclaimed, gazing excitedly at the seemingly endless expanse of the colossal forest before her. The forest was so dense that it obstructed any view of its interior, leaving only an abyss of darkness visible. Indeed, this was the largest and most perilous forest on Luotian Star. Situ Ao stepped forward, stroking his chin, his gaze solemn as he regarded the forest. He slowly explained, this forest covers approximately 4.5 million square kilometers. Most of the trees are towering evergreens, with foliage so dense that sunlight rarely penetrates. It is said that those who have ventured inside have encountered demons, hence the name Devil's Forest. Just then, Ling Feng descended carrying a large metal case. She hurriedly approached and placed the box before Si Xingyan. Ahem. Situ Ao cleared his throat, his expression serious as he said, Commander Ling, I must remind you that although the Marquis of Shangguan may bring 2 attendants into each trial, as a member of the Royal Guard, you are not permitted to participate. Ling Feng opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately sighed. General, rest assured, I have no intention of undermining the trial and Oppos' regulations. I merely wish to hand over some items to the Marquis of Shangguan. As she spoke, Ling Feng opened the metal case and addressed Si Xingyan, Marquis. These are some pieces of equipment that His Highness previously provided to me. I brought them along for you to see if there is anything you might find useful. Si Xingyan glanced curiously at the contents of the case and chuckled, smiling at Ling Feng as he said, Commander Ling, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no use for these items. Nevertheless, thank you. Ling Feng's expression soured slightly at his response. Marquis, please do not be stubborn. These pieces of equipment are highly practical and should prove beneficial. After a moment, she added, I understand your desire to rely on your own strength to pass the trial. But this matter concerns His Highness's ascension plans. Please do not act rashly. At that moment, Dueling approached and, after examining the equipment in the case, smiled at Ling Feng, saying, Sister Feng, you misunderstand. We truly have no need for these items because we possess better alternatives. What? Better alternatives? That cannot be, Ling Feng exclaimed, pointing at the equipment in the case. She began to describe each item. For instance, these shoes are anti-gravity shoes that reduce gravitational acceleration, thereby lessening the impact of gravity and increasing running speed. This optical camouflage generator creates invisibility effects, and this small orb is an electromagnetic pulse flashbang that emits a blinding light while releasing several electromagnetic pulses, incapacitating nearby foes, and disabling all electronic devices in the vicinity, Si Xingyan interjected. Ling Feng was astonished. How do you know? These pieces of equipment are classified and uniquely customized, because these items were originally created by our young master. Dueling replied with a wink. Moreover, these are merely outdated products from over a month ago. Ling Feng felt embarrassed as she recalled that these items were brought back by His Highness after visiting the Solar Merchants and Oppos Guild. She had mentioned they were gifts from a friend at the guild, and the Marquis of Shangguan before her was precisely the friend His Highness had referred to. At this moment, Situ Ao approached and stated, Now, I shall explain the content and rules of the first trial. The objective of the first trial is to enter the Devil's Forest and retrieve an artifact known as the Spear of the Goddess. The rules are as follows. First, the number of participants allowed is 3, meaning the Marquis of Shangguan can bring 2 attendants. Second, due to the presence of numerous rare creatures in the forest, and to prevent forest fires, no heavy weaponry may be brought into the forest, and the strength of light weapons must be restricted to the level of stunning. Si Xingyan was speechless. These rules were eerily similar to those he encountered during his visit to Blood Spirit Star. He now seriously suspected that the same individual had devised these regulations. Situ Ao continued, "Next, please confirm the attendance the Marquis of Shangwan wishes to bring for the first trial." "Wait." Si Xingyin interrupted Situ Ao, asking, "You are sending us into such a vast forest to search for an artifact. There must be some clues, right?" Situ Ao chuckled. "I thought you wouldn't ask." Si Xingyin, visibly exasperated, replied, "So you had no intention of mentioning it unless I inquired?" Situ Ao scratched his head, saying, "It and amp. Oppos. It's not that I didn't and amp. Oppos. T want to share, honestly. I believed it would be futile. The clue pertains to animals. Regarding animals." Si Xingyin pondered for a moment before smiling. "That clue may not be useful to others, but it is highly advantageous to me. With that in mind, I can finalize my choice of companions. I shall bring Juling and Xiaoba with me." Chapter 64. The Devil's Forest. Half an hour later, deep within the Devil's Forest, Si Xingyin continued onward with Juling and Xiaoba. Clad in specially designed combat suits, each carried a travel pack on their backs. From a distance, they resembled 3 tourists on an excursion. "Young master, why is this forest growing darker?" Juling asked, a hint of fear in her voice, feeling the chill intensifying. Si Xingyin, without turning around, gently replied, "Linger. Try tapping your chest twice." "Oh." Following his instruction, Juling lightly tapped her chest, and her combat suit emitted a soft white glow. Though faint, it was sufficient to illuminate their surroundings. "Wow, this combat suit actually glows," Juling exclaimed in surprise, reaching out to touch her suit. I seem to feel less cold now." Si Xingyin shook his head helplessly. "This is merely a basic function for illumination and temperature regulation. Most combat armor possesses such capabilities. There's no need to be overly astonished." "Oh, I just wanted to lighten the mood and chat a bit," Juling pouted. "Be cautious. This forest is peculiar," Si Xingyin stated seriously. Before entering, Situ Ao mentioned that there are numerous rare creatures within, and the treasure clues we seek are related to them. "Yet, we have been walking for nearly half an hour, and have you seen a single creature?" Juling pondered for a moment. "It seems we haven't and Oppos T seen any at all. Not even an insect. That can and amp. Oppos T be right. Brother, there are many animals here." Xiaoba interjected, having walked ahead. "Since a while ago, I and amp. Oppos ve heard many animals whispering around us." At Xiaoba's words, both Si Xingyin and Juling immediately became alert. They halted, straining to listen, but aside from the rustling leaves stirred by the wind, there were no other discernible sounds. Si Xingyin extended his left hand to activate his wrist computer, scanning the surroundings. The screen displayed a blank expanse, revealing no signs of biological activity. Frowning, he questioned silently whether his device had malfunctioned or if Xiaoba had truly misheard. "Xiaoba, did you genuinely hear animal sounds?" Juling asked, her voice trembling. "Please don't frighten me. My heart isn't in the best condition." Xiaoba perked up his ears and listened again. There really are sounds of animals talking. Although I can't make out their words, they seem quite agitated. "Agitated?" Juling's voice quivered further, gripping her waist holster tightly. Eyes wide in fear as she scanned the surroundings. Creak, creak. In the dark thicket, the sound of branches rubbing against each other echoed ominously, as if countless invisible hands were manipulating them. This eerie noise sent chills down their spines. "Be careful. Something seems to be approaching." Si Xingyin suddenly alerted, raising his right hand as an electromagnetic pulse emitter extended from his sleeve, glinting ominously. "Young master." Juling anxiously grasped Xiaoba, quickly moving closer to Si Xingyin, whispering, "What is it? Is it an animal?" Si Xingyin checked his wrist computer's scan results once more, frowning slightly. "I don't know. I've already scanned and found no signs of any nearby creatures. But these sounds are indeed strange. Could it be devils?" Juling recalled the rumors mentioned by Situ Ao before they entered the forest. Creak, creak. As time passed, an increasing number of sounds drew closer to their position, as if an unknown danger was encroaching. This fear enveloped their hearts. Suddenly, all the creaking sounds seemed to hit a pause button, vanishing in an instant, plunging the surroundings back into a deathly silence. Juling whispered, "The sounds have stopped. Did those devils leave?" However, before her words could settle, She let out a startled scream, vanishing from Xi Xingyan's side in an instant. Linger. Xi Xingyan's heart raced as he dashed forward without hesitation. Fortunately, Dueling had activated the illumination system of her combat suit just in time, making her appear as a bright beacon in the nearly pitch-black thicket. Xi Xingyan rushed closer, only to discover that Dueling was ensnared by a thick vine, being dragged away. Damn it! Xi Xingyan exclaimed in desperation, realizing he had no weapon to sever the vine. He shouted, "Old Wang, help me!" On it. Wang Di responded in Xi Xingyan's consciousness space. Suddenly, a sharp longsword materialized in Xi Xingyan's hand, forged by nanobots. He leapt into action, swinging the sword at the vine that was pulling Dueling. With a sharp snap, the vine was severed, dark green liquid gushing from the cut. The severed vine retreating rapidly into the darkness. Dueling, still shaken, stood up and hurriedly brushed off the remaining vines clinging to her. These vines writhed violently on the ground, appearing almost alive, inducing a chilling sensation. "Why, young master, what was that?" Dueling stammered, still in shock from her recent ordeal. At that moment, Xiaoba rushed over, breathless. "Brother, it's bad. They're angrier now." Creak. Creak. The sounds of more trees grinding against each other approached them, this time more frantic. What on earth could it be? Xi Xingyan felt irritable. He disliked being a passive target, and even more so, being attacked without knowing the assailant. Xi Xingyan lightly tapped his combat suit's chest 3 times. Now, not only did his suit emit a soft white glow, but 2 powerful headlights also extended from his shoulders, illuminating the path ahead. With the aid of the lights, Xi Xingyan finally discerned the situation before him, but what unfolded next felt like a surreal dream. The creature before him was one he had only encountered in fairy tales from the original universe. The creature's main body was formed from a stout, twisted brown trunk, resembling a tree that had stood for decades in the forest. Numerous interwoven branches extended from the trunk, each displaying unique shapes, entwined together, adorned with small twigs and green leaves. Its body was cloaked in moss and vines, the moss forming a thin layer of green vegetation over the trunk and branches. Vines wrapped around the branches, some cascading around its body as if they were its hands. Its legs were composed of thick tree roots, intricately woven together to form a robust support structure. At this moment, the roots had lifted from the soil, entwining into 2 massive cylindrical forms, serving as its means of movement. It navigated its vast form with these root-like legs, much like a human, though its face bore only rudimentary outlines for eyes and mouth. It exuded an aura of ferocity. Its eyes resembled deep black holes, emanating a chilling light that instilled fear, its mouth slightly agape, as if poised to unleash a terrifying roar that would intimidate any foe. As Xi Xingyan finally grasped the creature's appearance, the term tree demon flashed like lightning in his mind. At this point, the 3 of them found themselves encircled by a dozen towering tree demons. "Why, young master? What are these monsters?" Dueling's face turned pale, her body trembling, her voice barely above a whisper. She cautiously surveyed the surrounding tree spirits, her eyes filled with dread and unease. Xi Xingyan stroked his chin, speaking with an air of nonchalance. It must be the tree spirits. I never anticipated such creatures existed on the Luotian star." He appeared unperturbed by the tree spirits, finding them rather intriguing instead. Dueling, anxious, tugged at Xi Xingyan's garment and whispered, "Young master, enough with the musings. We are surrounded by this group of tree spirits, and if we do not hasten to devise an escape, they might very well consume us." Her gaze betrayed her evident urgency and concern. Xi Xingyan wore no hint of panic, instead exuding calm and composure. He turned to the little Ba beside him and inquired serenely, "Ba, why not attempt to hypnotize one of these tree spirits and inquire as to why they are so agitated? Perhaps we can uncover a solution." "Oh, all right. I'll give it a try." Ba nodded and approached a tree spirit, fixating his gaze upon it. Soon, a pair of red spirals appeared in his eyes as he began to cast his hypnotic spell. Yet, after a few moments, Ba abruptly dashed back to Xi Xingyan, hiding behind him, his face a mask of terror. "Brother, it's impossible. I cannot hypnotize them." The tree spirit that had just thwarted Ba's attempt let out a chilling roar, a sound reminiscent of demons wailing from the depths of hell. Ah! Dueling shrieked, retreating behind Xingyan as well. Ba peeked out from behind Xingyan, expressing, "It seems my attempt at hypnosis only served to infuriate them further." They perceived it as a provocation. Xingyan's lips twitched slightly as he mused. Perhaps their essence as trees renders them immune to hypnosis. This might be why I failed to detect them earlier while scanning for life. Dueling, still concealed behind Xingyan, suggested in a hushed tone, "Young master, why not try the electromagnetic pulse nova?" The electromagnetic pulse nova? That is indeed a splendid idea, worthy of exploration. Xingyan pondered, adjusting the energy output of the pulse to its maximum. He silently counted. There were 15 tree spirits encircling them, each towering in stature. Xingyan contemplated whether the maximum power of the electromagnetic pulse, once equipped with the energy reactor, could fell them all in one fell swoop. "Linger, Ba, retreat a bit. I am about to unleash my power," Xingyan declared loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, he discarded his backpack and swiftly dashed forth. In an instant, he skillfully maneuvered through the encirclement of tree spirits, positioning himself behind them. Xingyan then made a universally understood provocative gesture at the tree spirits, intentionally inciting them. "Come on, you wooden beings. If you have the ability, come and catch me." The tree spirits appeared to comprehend Xingyan and Apos' gesture, turning to pursue him. However, their movements were exceedingly slow, unable to keep pace with him. Xingyan ran and paused deliberately, allowing the tree spirits to draw closer, intending to gather them together. After several minutes, seeing that the tree spirits had congregated sufficiently, he turned and unleashed the maximum power of his chain lightning. A multitude of blue-violet arcs erupted from Xingyan's right hand, striking the group of tree spirits. The arcs rebounded off each tree spirit, creating a dazzling display akin to brilliant fireworks as they connected all the spirits into a singular entity. Eventually, the arcs began to fade. However, the tree spirits showed no reaction to the barrage of electromagnetic pulses. They merely hesitated for a moment, glancing at one another, then touched the spots where they had been struck by the arcs, their expressions filled with perplexity. Young master, it seems wood is non-conductive." Dueling called from a distance. "Oh no, how could I overlook such a basic fact that even a child would know?" Xingyan lamented internally. The essence of tree spirits being would render them impervious to electromagnetic pulses. He felt a surge of embarrassment. As a genius scientist, he could not believe he had faltered over such fundamental scientific knowledge. Roars of fury erupted from the tree spirits, their voices deafening, as if they intended to rend the very forest asunder. They advanced toward Xingyan with heavy, deliberate steps, each movement causing the ground to tremble. "Young master, what shall we do to counter these tree spirits?" Dueling called out anxiously from afar. However, her cry immediately attracted the attention of the tree spirits. A few turned, noticing Dueling's presence, and swiftly made their way towards her. "What else can we do? Run!" Xingyan shouted, turning on his heel to flee without hesitation. He understood that despite their seemingly clumsy appearance, the tree spirits possessed formidable strength. The best course of action was to escape before devising any further strategies. Yet, as they fled, the tree spirits appeared to discern their intentions. They abruptly ceased their pursuit, transforming their feet into sturdy roots that plunged into the earth, merging with the ground. Almost immediately, within a 100-meter radius centered around the tree spirits, countless vines began to sprout. These vines intertwined, forming a towering green wall that ensnared Xingyan, Dueling, and Ba. "This is bad. We are trapped." Xingyan and Apos' expression shifted, and he silently cursed himself. Now confined within this wall of vines, they had no avenue of retreat. Confronted with such mighty tree spirits, how could they possibly respond? Chapter 65. The Unicorn King. Young Master. "We are surrounded. What should we do?" Dueling gasped, struggling to keep pace. "Scatter for now. Be cautious. Do not let them capture you. Find a chance to escape." Xingyan shouted. "All right," Dueling replied helplessly. For the next several minutes, Xingyan and Dueling darted around within the confines of the vine-enclosed circle, evading the tree spirits. Fortunately, the movements of the tree spirits were sluggish, and they could not touch even the hem of the two's garments. Brother, I overheard them. These tree spirits claim we have intruded upon their territory and disturbed their slumber, which is why they are so enraged, Xiaoba announced loudly after finding a corner to stand in. Du Ling halted, turning back to say, Xiaoba, why not sing a lullaby to coax them back to sleep? Roar, roar. Two tree spirits charged toward Du Ling in fury. Ah, here they come again. Du Ling's face paled with fear as she turned to flee. Sleep? Xi Xingyan paused, deep in contemplation. His gaze shifted to the other two individuals nearby. Du Ling was still frantically pursued by the tree spirits, while Xiaoba seemed untouched, almost an observer in this chaos. This anomaly sparked curiosity within Xi Xingyan, prompting him to ponder the underlying reason. As he reflected, a pivotal thought struck him. Xiaoba had never been actively pursued by the tree spirits. Only he and Du Ling had been relentlessly hunted. What, then, distinguished them from one another? This question lingered in Xi Xingyan's mind, intensifying his intrigue. Considering the differences, Xi Xingyan pondered briefly before a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. Roar, roar. Just as Xi Xingyan was lost in thought, two tree spirits lunged towards him, wildly brandishing their vines, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Young master, run. Du Ling, witnessing his peril from afar, shouted in alarm, her face etched with anxiety. Yet, contrary to her wishes, Xi Xingyan remained remarkably composed. He calmly patted his chest 3 times, and with each tap, the spotlight on his shoulder and the illumination on his combat suit extinguished, plunging him into darkness. Young master, Du Ling, seeing him vanish into the shadows, was overcome with worry, yet her call went unanswered, only to be met with the collective wrath of the tree spirits. Roar, roar, roar. The spirits seemed to have identified a primary target, all converging upon Du Ling. Ah! Du Ling nearly froze in terror as she witnessed the swarm of tree spirits racing toward her. Forsaking her young master, she fled, shouting in desperation. Don't all chase me. There's still one over there. Why not split up and pursue him? However, the tree spirits showed no inclination to heed her words, continuing their relentless pursuit. Linger, turn off the combat suit's lights and activate the helmet. Xi Xingyan's voice emanated from Du Ling's communication device. Du Ling felt a surge of relief and asked, Young master, are you all right? Do not ask. Just turn off the lights. Xi Xingyan commanded firmly. Oh, all right. Though puzzled, Du Ling complied without question, promptly shutting off the illumination system of her combat suit and activating the helmet. As the helmet engaged, a purple, airbag-like device emerged from the rear of her suit, swiftly enveloping her head. In no time, it transformed into a tactical helmet adorned with purple goggles. Inside the helmet, night vision mode activated, allowing Du Ling to perceive the forest's surroundings with clarity. At that moment, the tree spirits halted, their faces reflecting confusion, as if they had forgotten their previous intentions. Just then, Xi Xingyan's voice resonated again through the communicator. Linger, Xiaoba, do not activate any light sources. Once the helmet is on, utilize night vision mode. We will gather our belongings and quietly depart. Rest assured, as long as there is no light, they will not detect us. Du Ling nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance. Cautiously, she retrieved the backpack she had abandoned earlier, making every effort to remain silent. Then began to approach Xi Xingyan as instructed. Throughout this, the tree spirits remained still, seemingly entranced in slumber. Spotting Xi Xingyan and Xiaoba, Du Ling accelerated her pace toward them, but suddenly, she stepped on a dry twig, producing a sharp crack. Her heart raced as she crouched down, anxiously scanning her surroundings. Yet, the tree spirits remained undisturbed, standing in silent vigil. Xi Xingyan and Xiaoba tensed momentarily, but soon sighed in relief upon realizing the spirits were unresponsive. Be cautious. Avoid making any noise, Xi Xingyan whispered. Du Ling nodded in understanding. She stood carefully, continuing her advance. Finally, she reached Xi Xingyan's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. They exchanged a glance, both revealing a flicker of relief. After a moment of contemplation, Xi Xingyan said, Let us leave this place. These tree spirits are perilous. Had I not noticed in time, the consequences could have been dire. Thus, the trio began to stealthily approach the wall of vines, careful not to make a sound for fear of alarming the spirits. Indeed, the spirits remained motionless, as if caught in a deep slumber. Upon reaching the vine wall, Xia concentrated, and a sharp sword materialized in his hand. With swift precision, he carved a triangular opening into the vine wall, just wide enough for one to pass through, and they slipped away before the tree spirits could react. After walking for a while, Duling could not contain her curiosity any longer. "Young master, why did the tree spirits cease their pursuit of us?" Xia glanced at her and explained slowly. "Did Xiaoba not mention? We inadvertently trespassed into their territory and disturbed their rest." After a pause, he continued, "While being chased, I observed that they reacted strongly to light. I surmised that they awakened upon seeing light, so as long as all sources of illumination are extinguished, they would return to their dormant state." "I see." Xiaoba nodded in realization. No wonder they initially targeted Sister Ling, and then became even angrier when they saw Brother's light. "Oh." Xia turned to Xiaoba, intrigued. "Xiaoba, do you not have the ability to converse with animals? Why did you not communicate with them?" Xiaoba scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Actually, I need to hypnotize them first before they will engage with me. Without that, they seem to ignore me." Xia understood now. "Ah, that explains why you could not converse with the tree spirits. But the fact that you can comprehend their words is impressive in itself." After this exchange, Xia fell into deep thought. Xiaoba, a being composed of evolving artificial intelligence and nanobots, harbored many secrets. He felt a strong sense that Xiaoba and Apos' existence was not coincidental, as if he had been deliberately created. Yet, Wang Di claimed to have created Xiaoba, leaving Xia perplexed. While Xia contemplated, Duling's excited voice rang in his ears. Young master, there's light ahead," Duling exclaimed. Her voice tinged with excitement and anticipation as she pointed toward the front. Xia quickly followed the direction pointed out by Duling, and to his astonishment, he beheld a faint glimmer of light ahead, resembling a beacon amidst the darkness, illuminating their path forward. Simultaneously, a delicate fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, a sweet and refreshing aroma that uplifted their spirits. The trio hastened their pace, eagerly advancing toward the source of the light. Upon reaching the illuminated area, Xia felt a surge of clarity wash over him, as though he had emerged from the infernal darkness into the gates of paradise. He removed the helmet from his combat attire and surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. Here, no towering trees obstructed their view, allowing sunlight to stream unobstructed onto the earth, rendering the entire space bright and warm. Gazing further into the distance, he was astonished to discover a vast basin nestled within the forest, akin to a secret garden crafted by nature itself. As they entered this enchanting basin, Xia was instantly captivated by the breathtaking scenery before him. The first sight that greeted him was a serene, crystal-clear lake, its surface shimmering like a grand mirror reflecting the azure sky and white clouds, forming a picturesque tableau. A gentle breeze rippled across the water, creating delicate waves that twinkled with golden light. Along the edges of the lake flourished a myriad of vibrant flowers, each vying for attention, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Surrounding the lake was an expansive meadow, teeming with an array of exotic blooms, resplendent in their colors. Some flowers blazed with fiery hues, while others shone with the purity of fresh snow, and still others released intoxicating scents that entranced the senses. Just as Xia, Duling, and Xiaoba were marveling at the beauty of the basin, a sudden rush of wind howled past them, followed by a flash of white lightning that darted into the basin. It was a creature of pure, snow-white elegance, a unicorn, charging towards them with astonishing speed, as if it were the guardian of this magical place. In the blink of an eye, the unicorn stood before Xia, blocking their path. "What a magnificent sight!" Duling exclaimed in delight. Xia, gazing at the unicorn, was reminded of the 2 unicorns he had encountered during the festival of the Lady of the River. At that time, he had been equally awestruck by their sanctity and mystique. However, The unicorn before him was undeniably more magnificent than those he had previously seen. This unicorn towered over the two he had glimpsed at the festival, each detail of its form exuding perfection, as if sculpted by an artist's hand. Its coat was immaculate, reminiscent of freshly fallen snow, and it subtly shimmered with a silvery glow, evoking a dreamlike aura. Unlike the golden manes of the previous unicorns, this one sported a mane that displayed 7 vibrant colors, sparkling under the sun's rays like a resplendent rainbow. The spiraled horn upon its forehead drew the eye, radiating a golden brilliance, akin to pure gold, emanating an enchanting allure. With a low and thunderous whinny, the majestic unicorn warned the trio, its large eyes fixed upon them with vigilance, as if to caution them against approaching it or whatever lay behind. "Wow, this unicorn is so beautiful," Dueling exclaimed, her youthful heart captivated, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Unable to contain her excitement, she stepped forward, reaching out to touch the unicorn's fine coat. At that moment, Shi Xingyan swiftly grasped Dueling's arm, his expression filled with caution. "Be careful," he urged. "What is it?" Dueling asked, puzzled. "It harbors hostility toward us," Shi Xingyan whispered, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the unicorn, concern etched upon his brow as he sensed the threat emanating from the creature. "Indeed, sisterling," Xiaoba clutched Dueling's garment tightly, his voice trembling. "This unicorn is dangerous. It just warned that it would kill us if we approached the spring." "The spring?" Shi Xingyan and Apos' eyes followed the unicorn and Apos' gaze, settling on the lake at the heart of the basin. He pondered silently. Could this lake truly be the so-called spring? Just then, the unicorn let out another piercing whinny, louder and filled with fury and challenge. It took a step back, lowering its head to gather strength, preparing to charge. With a final, resonant whinny, the unicorn surged forward like a blazing meteor, its speed astonishing as it closed in on Shi Xingyan. The horn upon its forehead gleamed with golden light, aiming directly at him with fierce intent. Sensing the imminent danger, Shi Xingyan leaped to the side, narrowly evading the unicorn's assault. However, the unicorn refused to relent. It turned with determination, its eyes flashing with defiance, and once again raised its front hooves, readying for another attack. "What does it intend to do, Xiaoba?" Shi Xingyan inquired, glancing back at Xiaoba, who was hiding behind Dueling. Xiaoba replied weakly, "Brother, I can't understand what it's saying. All I hear is it repeating something about the spring and claiming to be the king here, protecting the spring." "King? Again with the spring?" Before Shi Xingyan could contemplate further, the unicorn charged once more, its horn aimed menacingly. Shi Xingyan narrowly dodged the attack yet again and turned to Xiaoba. "Can you hypnotize it?" "No, brother," Xiaoba said, feeling defeated. "I tried to hypnotize it when I first saw it, but its will is too strong. I simply can't put it under." The unicorn charged once more, and with no other option, Shi Xingyan unleashed an electromagnetic pulse. However, contrary to his expectations of seeing the unicorn collapse, the electrical arc danced around it before being absorbed by the golden-hued horn atop its head. "Damn, why are the creatures here impervious to electromagnetic pulses?" Shi Xingyan felt disheartened as his once reliable weapon had failed him twice that day. Chapter 66. The Spear of the Divine Maiden Brother. "That unicorn has gone mad," Little Ba exclaimed from behind a tree at the entrance of the forest. "Young master, you must be cautious," Dueling urged anxiously beside Little Ba, directing her warning at Xingyan. Xingyan turned to see the two retreating hastily, leaving him bemused. "Hey, you two, at least share some of the burden with me," he shouted. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the unicorn charged at him once more. This time, Xingyan intended to evade the unicorn's onslaught as he had previously, but unexpectedly. The creature altered its form mid-gallop, leaping into the air and executing a bizarre 180-degree turn. It then struck him fiercely in the chest with its hind hoof, sending him flying. A spinning kick? Xingyan thought in shock, quickly reacting mid-air with a flip that dissipated much of the force, allowing him to land steadily 30 to 40 meters away. Taking a deep breath to stifle the searing pain in his chest, he gradually stood upright, instinctively probing his chest with his right hand. He silently thanked his fortuitous choice of battle attire, woven with fibers synthesized from the amethyst crystals collected from Blood Spirit Star, which effectively absorbed much of the impact. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, despite such protection, he felt an unbearable ache radiating from his chest. Just then, the unicorn raised its front hooves, rearing back and letting out a resounding neigh that seemed to proclaim its victory, brimming with confidence and pride. It then lowered its hooves, casting a scornful gaze at Sxingen, its eyes glinting with disdain. The unicorn's derisive stare darkened Sxingen's expression, but at that moment, Little Ba peeked out from Juling's embrace, her innocent eyes wide as she innocently remarked, "Brother, I understood what it just said. It called you overconfident." Juling's heart raced at the words, hastily covering Little Ba's mouth, fearful of further indiscretions. Yet it was too late. Sxingen's expression darkened further upon hearing Little Ba's comment. He brooded, "How could a mere beast dare to belittle me, a grand emperor of humanity? This is utterly absurd." With that thought, Sxingen summoned the power within him, a formidable aura gradually enveloping him. Suddenly, the atmosphere around him shifted dramatically. The previously tranquil air began to warp violently, creating visible ripples as if the very space quivered in response to his presence. Sensing the impending peril, the unicorn's expression shifted drastically. Its eyes widened in fear, the once deep sapphire depths now filled with trepidation. Its body trembled involuntarily, hooves pounding the ground in a frantic rhythm, akin to a startled rabbit poised to flee. This was the power of an emperor's spirit. Sxingen had merely summoned a fraction of such power, for unleashing too much could easily frighten the unicorn to death. Seizing the moment while the unicorn was daunted, Sxingen cautiously approached it, a whimsical idea taking root in his mind. He extended his hand, fingertips brushing against its mane, soft and silky, a sensation like silk flowing through his fingers. The unicorn lowered its head slightly, its gaze reflecting reluctance, yet it remained still. Intimidated by the emperor and Apos' aura, Sxingen gently stroked down its neck, feeling its warm, firm skin beneath his touch. The unicorn released a soft breath, a hint of fresh fragrance mingling with the air. Advancing gradually, Sxingen moved with light and careful steps, wary not to disturb this exquisite and enigmatic creature. Upon reaching its side, he suddenly leaped onto its broad back, gripping its mane tightly, attempting to tame the unicorn. However, in that instant, the unicorn sensed the unfamiliar weight and restraint, erupting into a frenzy. It reared up, nearly standing upright, striving to unseat its rider. The wind howled past Sxingen's ears as the unicorn's vibrant mane cascaded like a resplendent rainbow. He clung fiercely to the unicorn's mane, his fingers sinking deep into the soft fur, both battling against the intense force of its movements. His body rocked violently, as if on the brink of being cast into the void. Yet, his gaze remained resolute and determined, convinced he could tame this wild unicorn. Seeing that its initial efforts were in vain, the unicorn began to sprint at breakneck speed, a blur of motion that dazzled the eye. It raced across the grassy basin like a flash of lightning, leaving behind a series of indistinct shadows. It swerved sharply to the left and then right, attempting sudden changes in direction to dislodge its rider. Each turn was accompanied by tremendous centrifugal force, as though trying to toss Sxingen into the abyss. Sxingen clenched his eyes shut, striving to maintain his balance and prevent himself from being thrown off. He could feel the unicorn's muscles taut beneath him, each stride delivering a powerful impact. Realizing he needed to gain control quickly, he braced himself for the imminent danger. Amidst the fierce chase, Sxingen was drenched in sweat, his heartbeat echoing in his ears. Gritting his teeth, he adjusted his posture, endeavoring to find a sense of equilibrium. Gradually, he attuned himself to the unicorn's rhythm, his body merging with its movements. Suddenly, the unicorn halted, then surged forward with incredible speed, as if challenging Sxingen to a final showdown. Its breath came in labored gasps, flames of defiance burning in its eyes, as if declaring it would not be easily tamed. Yet, Sxingen persevered, employing his unwavering will and exceptional riding skills, clinging tightly to the unicorn's back as they engaged in a breathtaking tug-of-war. After an extended struggle, the battle between Synopsis and the unicorn appeared to culminate. The unicorn and Oppos's once ferocious movements began to slow, its breaths no longer frantic nor enraged. Synopsis sensed the shift. The taut muscles gradually relaxed, and its vibrant mane fell softly along its neck. Gently, he released his grip on the mane, opting instead to tenderly caress the unicorn's neck. The creature quivered slightly, but did not resist. In its eyes, the former defiance and wildness were gradually supplanted by a new sentiment, perhaps recognition, perhaps reverence. Dueling and Little Ba, witnessing Synopsis' success in taming the unicorn, eagerly approached, curiosity shining in their eyes. "Wow, young master, you are incredible, having tamed this unicorn," Dueling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Little Ba chimed in excitedly, "Brother, you made it obey you without hypnotism. You're amazing." The unicorn beneath Synopsis let out a few reluctant neighs. Turning to Little Ba, Synopsis inquired curiously, "What is it saying?" Little Ba scratched her head and replied, "It said, 'Damn human, even if you suppress my body with your imperial aura, you shall never possess my heart.'" Upon hearing these words, Xia was momentarily taken aback. He then turned over and gently patted the unicorn's neck, inquiring with curiosity, "You actually know about the imperial aura? You are truly no ordinary unicorn." The unicorn emitted a low murmur, responding, "Of course. I am the Unicorn King, the sovereign of this forest. Therefore, I possess boundless knowledge." Xiao Ba continued with the translation. Xia felt a stir of intrigue within him, glancing once more at the unicorn, his eyes glimmering with interest. After contemplating for a moment, he turned his gaze towards the distant spring and asked, "What significance does that spring hold that warrants your guardianship?" The Unicorn King tilted its head to one side, displaying dissatisfaction through a series of growls, as if expressing its displeasure. It declared, "You lowly humans have no right to know." Xiao Ba relayed this faithfully. Xia chuckled lightly, slowly making his way to the central spring of the basin. He activated his wrist computer to scan the water, and as the data scrolled across the screen, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Old Wang, look! This data," Xia exclaimed in the realm of consciousness. Wang Di gasped. The readings of the spring are identical to that of the purple cloud crystal. This is utterly incredible." The Unicorn King approached Xia, nudging him gently with its horn. Xiao Ba rushed over, saying, "It states that if you dare covet the sacred spring water, even if crushed by the imperial aura, it shall fight to the end with you." At these words, Xia couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He replied helplessly, "Even if I were to covet this spring water, I would need a way to carry it away." The Unicorn King shook its head. Xiao Ba mimicked the unicorn's gesture, stating, "It claims, I do not believe you. You humans are the most cunning." Xia massaged his temples, inhaling deeply as he proclaimed, "Believe it or not. Our purpose here is to seek the spear of the goddess. As the ruler of this forest, you should know its whereabouts, correct?" However, upon hearing the phrase spear of the goddess, the Unicorn King reacted vehemently. Its eyes widened, revealing a hint of fear and alertness. As it began to shake its head continuously and retreat, as if attempting to distance itself from Xia and the others. Xiao Ba furrowed his brow. Translating the unicorn's words, "It says, have you all lost your minds? Only madmen seek the spear of the goddess. Do not drag me into your insanity. I shall never reveal its location, nor will I lead you to it." Dueling, irritated, interjected, "Do not overstep. Do not forget that you have been tamed by the young master. Do you wish to defy him?" The Unicorn King appeared even more incensed, emitting a low growl of discontent. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and bit down fiercely on Dueling's ponytail, causing her to cry out in pain. "Ouch! What are you doing? Why are you biting my hair?" Dueling exclaimed, startled by the unicorn's sudden action as she attempted to pull her hair away. Xiao Ba translated, "It states, I am not tamed by you. I am merely subdued by this man's imperial aura. I am the noble Unicorn King. How could I be subservient to you humans?" Upon hearing this, Xi Xingyin couldn't help but chuckle, stepping forward to pat the Unicorn King's neck, signaling it to release Juling's hair. Although reluctant, the unicorn complied and let go. Finding the unicorn's reaction amusing, Xi Xingyin smiled at Juling and said, "Since you are unwilling to disclose anything, never mind. By the way, linger. I am famished. Let us pause for a meal." "All right." Juling shot a glare at the Unicorn King before retrieving several food boxes from her backpack. Upon opening them, a delightful aroma wafted through the basin. The boxes contained exquisite court pastries, all meticulously packed by Mu Xingyun before their departure. Among them was a box of peach blossom pastries, specially made by Mu Xingyun, labeled for a yen. Xi Xingyin opened the box to reveal an array of beautifully shaped pastries adorned with lovely pink peach blossom patterns. Taking a bite, he found the taste of the peach blossom pastry to be sweet yet not cloying, each mouthful infused with the refreshing fragrance of peach blossoms, as if spring itself had been encapsulated within. As Xi Xingyin savored this unique delicacy, he reflected on the cherished moments shared with Mu Xingyun, each warm memory brushing against his heart like a gentle spring breeze. It dawned on him just how profound his feelings for Mu Xingyun truly were. He recalled that peach blossoms symbolize love, beauty, and happiness, often gifted by women to their beloved. Could it be that a yin has feelings for me? Just as Xi Xingyin was lost in thought, a greedy unicorn snout reached out and devoured the peach blossom pastry that Xi Xingyin had taken a bite of. Chapter 67. The forest dragon. Xi Xingyin turned around and was surprised to find that it was the Unicorn King who had devoured the peach blossom pastry from his hand. At that moment, the Unicorn King was savoring the stolen treat with a look of delight, emitting a series of muffled gurgles. Xiao Ba, while munching on pastries, translated. "It says, and Oppos, human, though I hold you in disdain, your snacks are quite delectable, I must admit." And Oppos, after swallowing the peach blossom pastry. The Unicorn King fixed its gaze on the food box in Xi Xingyin's hand, its eyes gleaming with hunger, akin to a wolf spotting its prey. Xi Xingyin noticed the Unicorn King's expression and quickly concealed the box behind him, exclaiming, "What are you doing? This was made for me by my fiancée, and you shan't have any." Seeing Xi Xingyin hide the box, the Unicorn King's face darkened, and it stomped its foreleg, producing a series of gurgling sounds. Xiaoba took a sip of tea and continued to translate. "It says, human, hand over your pastries, and perhaps I shall consider making you my subordinate." The Unicorn King's audacity amused Xi Xingyin, who had never encountered such unabashed boldness, even from a beast. Xi Xingyin took a piece of peach blossom pastry from the box, raised it before the Unicorn King, and asked teasingly, "Do you wish to have some?" The Unicorn King stared hungrily at the pastry in Xi Xingyin's hand, swallowing hard and nodding vigorously. Just as it lunged to take a bite, Xi Xingyin swiftly consumed the pastry himself. The Unicorn King was left bewildered. Xi Xingyin could not help but burst into laughter at the Unicorn King's dumbfounded expression. The Unicorn King, furious, neighed angrily, preparing to charge at Xi Xingyin. However, Xi Xingyin exuded an aura of imperial might, an overwhelming presence that bore down upon the Unicorn King like a mountain, nearly forcing it to kneel. Despite its trembling legs, the Unicorn King maintained a proud demeanor, its eyes reflecting defiance and anger. It emitted low growls, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction. "You, human, disregard the rules of combat. I merely sought a snack. Yet you use your imperial aura against me." Xiaoba translated. Xi Xingyin chuckled, not responding, but instead retrieved another peach blossom pastry from his spatial ring, waving it enticingly before the Unicorn King. "Look at this pastry. It smells delightful, doesn't it? Would you like some?" Though the Unicorn King struggled under the weight of Xi Xingyin's imposing presence, its eyes sparkled at the sight of the fragrant pastry, drooling in anticipation. Noting the Unicorn King's lack of resistance to the delicious treat, Xi Xingyin approached it, patted its neck, and said, "If you want to eat, tell me how to find the goddess's spear, and I shall grant you this delight." Xi Xingyin glanced at Xiaoba, who shrugged and relayed the Unicorn King and Oppos' response. "It says, and Oppos, I would rather die than tell you." Don and Oppos, "Do you think you can trick me with a mere pastry?" And Oppos, raising an eyebrow, Xingyin mused that the unicorn had some spirit, but he doubted its ability to resist the temptation of food. He grinned, saying, "Oh, so you find one piece insufficient." He then opened the food box, took out another pastry, and offered it to the Unicorn King. "How about I add another?" The Unicorn King stomped its front hoof again, clearly incensed. Xiao Ba quickly translated. It says, "You, human, dare to insult me with pastries." With a mischievous grin, Xingyin retrieved yet another peach blossom pastry, placing it provocatively before the Unicorn King. "And what of 3 pieces?" The Unicorn King growled menacingly, clearly furious at Xingyin and Appo's antics. Xiao Ba translated, it says, "And Appo's, you are delusional," and Appo's, undeterred. Xingyin continued, presenting a 4th pastry. "What about 4? The Unicorn King's growl intensified, filled with rage. Xiao Ba translated, it says, "You are utterly despicable." Xingyin shrugged, seemingly unfazed by the Unicorn King's fury, and produced a 5th pastry, placing it before the creature. "How about 5? The Unicorn King shook its head in anger, clearly reaching its limit. Xiao Ba translated, it says, "You humiliate me." Xingyin, amused, decided to place the entire box of pastries before the Unicorn King, asking, "What about now?" The Unicorn King gazed at the exquisite pastries and ultimately succumbed to the temptation, diving headfirst into the box, devouring the pastries with delight. With each bite, it emitted satisfied gurgles. Xiao Ba laughed joyfully, exclaiming, "Huh? Wonderful. Brother, it has agreed. It says, 'Fine, in the name of these pastries, I shall guide you to the goddess's spear.'" Half an hour later, Xingyin, Douling, and Xiao Ba rode upon the Unicorn King, racing through the depths of the Devil's Forest. This was not a forced ride. Rather, the Unicorn King felt they were progressing too slowly on foot and offered to carry them. The Unicorn King neighed. Xiao Ba, seated at the front, turned to Xingyin and said, "Brother, it asks why we seek the goddess's spear." Xingyin, no longer concealing his intentions, revealed to the Unicorn King the true reason for their quest. The Unicorn King responded, "What sort of trial is this? Those who sent you likely seek your demise." Xiao Ba relayed its words. Xingyin frowned, asking, "Why do you say that?" "You will soon find out." Moments later, they arrived at the edge of a small river, where the Unicorn King led them upstream. The banks were lush with trees, the scenery picturesque, yet Xingyin paid little attention, filled with uncertainty about the trials ahead. Before long, they reached the river's source, a waterfall cascading down a steep cliff. The water poured down, creating a magnificent spectacle, sparkling like diamonds in the sunlight. The water crashed against the rocks, sending up countless crystalline droplets, resembling scattered pearls tracing elegant arcs in the air. Below, a crystal-clear pool reflected the surrounding mountains and trees, like a vast mirror, connecting to the river and allowing its waters to flow forth. The Unicorn King set the trio down before the waterfall, emitted a few soft neighs, and then turned away, departing without a backward glance, as if something here frightened it. Xiao Ba, watching the retreating figure, said, "Brother, the Unicorn King mentioned that the goddess's spear is located in the center of the cliff, but it will not accompany us to our doom. If we survive, remember to bring it more pastries next time." "Uft, that cowardly, gluttonous Unicorn King is merely trying to intimidate us," Douling scoffed. Xingyin took a deep breath and activated the helmet system once more. This time, he utilized the helmet's telescopic feature to gaze toward the distant cliff. The towering cliffs ascend into the clouds, steep and perilous, their surfaces smooth as glass, as if meticulously sculpted by the forces of nature. Under the radiant sun, the cliffs gleam with a cold brilliance, resembling a silent giant that guards the thundering waterfall cascading behind it. Xingyin squints, carefully scrutinizing every detail of the cliff. He notices the occasional tenacious green plants clinging to the rock face, swaying in the wind, seemingly demonstrating the resilience of life. These plants inject a touch of vitality into the otherwise frigid cliffs. At first glance, the cliffs appear unremarkable. Aside from a few plants, the rest is covered in mossy stone. Unwilling to concede, Xingyin continues to scan the cliff with his enhanced vision. Suddenly, he spots a dark opening in the center of the cliff behind the waterfall, resembling a cave. Excited, he activates the sonar scan of his helmet and confirms the presence of a concealed cave entrance at that location. Xingyin feels a surge of joy, believing he has found a clue. He puts away his helmet and turns to Dueling and Xiaoba, speaking with gravity. You two stay here. I'm going to explore the cliff. Remember, don't wander off. There are dangers everywhere, and your recklessness will distract me. Understood. Dueling and Xiaoba respond in unison. Xingyin is taken aback, pondering why they so readily agreed. However, he has no time to dwell on this. His sole focus is on acquiring the spear of the goddess. He strides toward the cliff, gazing upward toward the cave's location. Based on previous measurements, there exists a daunting height difference of approximately 500 meters between the cave and the ground, with the cliff being exceedingly steep, almost vertical, presenting a chilling 90-degree angle. Compounding the challenge, he carries no climbing gear, so Xingyin does not intend to ascend using conventional methods. Old Wang, the height is about 500 meters. Round trip would be 1,000 meters. Are you up for it? Xingyin inquires, frowning as he addresses Wang Di in the realm of consciousness. Wang Di responds firmly. Rest assured, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should pose no problem. Xingyin nods slightly, replying, Good, let us commence our venture. As soon as he finishes speaking, a pair of metallic wings sprout from his back, shimmering with a lustrous sheen. He leaps into the air, soaring toward the cave hidden behind the waterfall. This is one of the fruits of his 2 weeks of intensive training. First, he shaped the wings using Wang Di's nanobot technology. Then, he reinforced them with the immense energy of the heart of the Emperor, enabling him to glide freely through the skies with these resilient metallic wings. Before long, Xingyin reaches the vicinity of the cave entrance. Behind the waterfall, the force of the water creates a mist that obscures the entrance, rendering it a fleeting glimpse of a portal to another realm. Xingyin passes through the waterfall and enters the cave. The interior is dim and profound, stretching into an abyss with no clear endpoint in sight. Occasionally, beams of light filter through the gaps in the waterfall, refracting in the mist and forming ethereal halos, creating a dreamlike beauty. The cave walls are damp and adorned with moss and ferns, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura that fills Xingyin with unease. He retrieves his wrist computer and scans the cave, discovering only a single life signal within. Moreover, the readings are highly unstable, fluctuating between strong and weak, presenting an oddity. Xingyin remains cautious. After all, the creatures encountered in this forest are anything but ordinary. Who knows what might lurk within? Thus, he opts not to activate the lighting, but instead engages the night vision mode of his helmet. Xingyin cautiously ventures deeper into the cave, where the path unexpectedly proves smooth and even. The ground appears meticulously polished, firm and unyielding, devoid of any ruggedness, as if the cave were artificially constructed. After walking for a while, he retracts his helmet upon noticing a green glow emanating from the depths of the cave, prompting him to pursue the source of the light. As he advances further, Xingyin finally discovers that the source of the green luminescence is a remarkable creature. Before him stands a colossal being, its massive form staggering, extending several dozen meters in length. It looms like a moving mountain, instilling an overwhelming sense of awe. Its body is covered in a layer of tough, heavy scales, each shimmering with a deep green hue, reminiscent of vibrant leaves. These scales are densely arranged, forming a breathtaking spectacle akin to a lush forest. They not only provide this creature with impenetrable armor, but also radiate a verdant glow. The creature's head is broad and powerful, with a pair of sharply curved horns extending from its crown, seemingly capable of piercing through any solid object with ease. Though its eyes are presently closed, one can only imagine the piercing glow they would emit upon opening. It possesses a pair of large, robust wings on its back, adorned with intricate patterns and veins. When spread wide, these wings could shade the heavens, evoking visions of its majestic flight across the skies. Its tail is as thick as a formidable whip, capable of wreaking havoc when swung. Its limbs are sturdy and powerful, with razor-sharp claws that exude an air of authority and dominance. Xingyin rubs his eyes in disbelief. struggling to fathom the sight before him. The universe seems utterly insane. Tree spirits and unicorns are one thing, but now, before him stands a dragon shimmering with emerald-like green radiance. Chapter 68. The Breath of the Dragon. As Xi Xingyan faced the verdant giant dragon, the little Ba, adorned with wings, arrived atop the cliff with Douling. The summit revealed a lush expanse of grass, home to a mystical creature from the Devil's Forest, the Pegasus. As its name suggests, the Pegasus is a horse graced with wings. Its coat is as pure as freshly fallen snow, shimmering under the sun with a delicate luster, as if woven from the most pristine clouds. The silken mane danced gently in the breeze, resembling flowing silk. A pair of magnificent wings extended from its back, the white feathers arranged neatly and abundantly. Each feather radiated a mysterious glow, as though imbued with the essence of the sky. When the wings unfurled, they could overshadow the sun, invoking an awe-inspiring spectacle. The Pegasus bore a refined and noble head, its eyes bright as gemstones, sparkling with wisdom and courage. Its long mane flowed like silver flames in the wind, adding an air of untamed charm. Its sturdy hooves seemed to be surrounded by clouds, each step light and graceful, as if it were walking upon the very heavens. When the Pegasus galloped, it moved with the speed of lightning, leaving behind a beautiful trail of light, reminiscent of a legendary creature from mythology. Wow, Ba, there really are Pegasi here. Douling exclaimed excitedly, his voice brimming with joy, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Ba patted his chest, proudly declaring, "Of course, I am quite remarkable. If we help our brother tame this herd of Pegasi, he will surely be delighted." Douling pondered for a moment, feeling that an army of Pegasi would indeed be exceedingly useful for their young master. Indeed, if we could bring these Pegasi under our banner, that would be splendid, he concurred. The two exchanged glances, both eyes reflecting avarice. They seemed to envision themselves leading a majestic flock of Pegasi soaring through the skies. Yet, at that moment, the Pegasi resting on the grass inexplicably felt a tightening in their limbs. Meanwhile, deep within a cave in the cliff, Xi Xingyan stood before the immense dragon, which lay coiled in slumber upon a high platform. The dragon resembled a towering mountain, its emerald scales shimmering with an otherworldly glow, each scale seemingly infused with boundless power. Its breathing was steady and slow, causing the surrounding air to subtly tremble with each inhale and exhale. The dragon's eyes were tightly shut, long lashes resembling delicate fans resting upon its eyelids. Its colossal form exuded an aura of formidable presence, dissuading any from approaching, even in slumber. The cave was enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic sound of the dragon's breathing reverberating through the air. Behind the dragon, atop the platform, lay a spear, presumably the spear of the goddess. At that moment, the dragon lay peacefully, its vast body obstructing the only path to the platform, rendering passage impossible. "Old Wang, can we attempt to fly over?" Xi Xingyan communicated telepathically with Wang Di. Wang Di paused momentarily, then replied, "That distance should pose no issue. But I must caution you, if we awaken such a behemoth, we both may meet our demise." "I and Appos am well aware," Xi Xingyan responded softly, as a pair of metallic wings manifested on his back. With a gentle flap, a breeze stirred, and he ascended cautiously, preparing to glide over the dragon blocking the platform. All went smoothly as Xi Xingyan reached the dragon's head, just a short distance from successfully crossing over to the platform. He took a deep breath and steeled his gaze forward. Suddenly, calamity struck. The slumbering dragon below unexpectedly sneezed, a golden mist erupting from its nostrils, enveloping the entire cave in an overwhelming wave. This golden gust was as powerful as a tempest, carrying an unparalleled force. Xi Xingyan's eyes widened in disbelief as the golden breath surged towards him. He attempted to evade it, but the speed was too great, leaving him no time to react. In an instant, the golden torrent engulfed him. Upon contact with the metallic wings, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The wings disintegrated into countless nanobots, swiftly retracting into his body. Without the support of his wings, Xi Xingyan plummeted from the sky, akin to a meteor hurtling downwards. At that moment, the dragon opened its mouth, preparing to sneeze once more. Xi Xingyan and Apos' body crashed heavily upon the dragon and Apos' head, producing a deep, resounding thud. Yet he did not halt. The sheer momentum propelled him down the smooth forehead of the dragon, sliding down as if on a treacherous slide, ultimately landing upon the dragon's upper jaw. His body rising and falling with the dragon and Apos' breath. With a soft rustling sound, the dragon slowly opened its magnificent eyes, gleaming like immense emeralds. The vertically elliptical pupils emitted a mesmerizing light, akin to fathomless black holes pulsating with an enigmatic energy. The dragon's gaze swept around before finally settling upon Xi Xingyan, who perched atop its jaw. For a moment, time seemed to freeze as the dragon and the man locked eyes in mutual astonishment. Suddenly, the dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, reverberating like a clap of thunder. The sound echoed through the air like a tempest, causing Xi Xingyan's ears to ring and his head to spin. The dragon raised its colossal head, shaking violently as if attempting to dislodge Xi Xingyan from its jaw, each movement akin to an earthquake. "Don't let it throw you off, or we are doomed," Wang Di exclaimed in a panic within their shared consciousness, his voice laced with fear and urgency. He understood that if Xi Xingyan were to be dislodged, both would face utter destruction. "I don't want to be thrown off either." Xi Xingyan frantically grasped for anything to hold on to, but the dragon's jaw was impossibly smooth, offering no purchase. Ultimately, the dragon mercilessly hurled him into the air. In that fleeting moment, he heard Wang Di's terrified voice echoing in his mind. "It's over, it's over. We're finished." As Xi Xingyan was cast out, he had hoped to roll in midair to mitigate the impact. However, upon landing on the exceptionally smooth cave floor, he slipped and fell, landing squarely on his backside. Despite his combat suit absorbing the shock, the pain in his rear was unbearable. Xi Xingyan grimaced as he stood with difficulty, only to see the green dragon, mouth agape, seemingly ready to swallow him whole. "It's over, it's over. I'm done for. Family, who understands?" This mechanical engineering genius faces the threat of death for the second time today. Wang Di lamented in despair. With unwavering resolve, Xi Xingyan shouted, "We shall not perish here today." With that, he unleashed the full power of the Emperor and Apos' soul, determined to subdue the dragon before him and seek his opportunity to act. A formidable aura emanated from him, powerful enough to cause the very cave to tremble. As if responding to his might, around him, a conspicuous distortion of space manifested. Subsequently, Xi Xingyan concentrated this immense power entirely upon the colossal dragon, attempting to daze it with his strength just as its enormous maw lunged toward him. A resounding sneeze pierced the air, and Xi Xingyan's expression transformed into one of profound gravity. The dragon before him did not open its terrifying abyss-like mouth to bite. Instead, it unleashed a tremendous sneeze, exuding a potent golden aura. This time, Xi Xingyan dared not hesitate. He immediately summoned the full might of his imperial spirit. However, upon the collision of their powers, a sense of despair welled up within him. He realized that his imperial spirit was tragically frail as the golden essence effortlessly shattered it, tearing it apart with the ease of withering leaves. Xi Xingyan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, as if his strength were mere paper in the presence of this dragon. As the golden aura transformed into a fierce wave and crashed upon him, he was strangely unharmed. In that moment, the dragon suddenly sat upright like a human, extending its massive foreclaws to rub its emerald-like eyes. It fixed its gaze upon Xi Xingyan, a hint of confusion flickering across its countenance, as if it struggled to discern the figure before it. Suddenly, the dragon seemed to recollect something, slowly unfurling its left wing. To Xi Xingyan's astonishment, several enormous spectacles hung from the skeletal structure of the dragon's wing. The dragon carefully removed one pair of glasses and donned them. Through the lenses, it scrutinized Xi Xingyan anew, and a look of realization dawned upon its face. "Are you the one who disturbed my slumber?" An ancient voice reverberated in Xi Xingyan's mind. Startled, he glanced around, perplexed, and questioned, Who is speaking?" He speculated whether other enigmatic beings resided within the cavern. However, after a thorough search, he found no trace of another presence. "Do not search any further. It is only you and I here," The voice resonated once more in his mind. Xi Xingyan's gaze settled upon the bespectacled green dragon, which pointed a claw at him and spoke with an aged yet commanding voice. Indeed, it is I who is engaging in mental communion with you. Xi Xingyan and Appo's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief as he stared at the dragon. Incredulous, You can communicate with me telepathically? How is that possible? The dragon's lips curled into a smile, though its jagged, sharp teeth rendered the expression rather menacing. It continued in its ancient voice, because I am of the dragon lineage, capable of such communion with humans. Xi Xingyan regarded the dragon's terrifying grin with trepidation, cautiously inquiring. So, was that power capable of shattering my imperial spirit unique to your kind? The dragon nodded, affirming, that was the breath of a dragon. Dragon's breath. Xi Xingyan murmured, contemplating the immense power encapsulated within that term. Noticing Xi Xingyan's silence, the dragon ventured, let us not dwell on that. You seek to claim the spear of the goddess, do you not? Xi Xingyan's head snapped up in astonishment. You know my purpose? Young man, refrain from addressing me merely as you. I possess a name. I am the forest dragon, tasked with guarding the spear of the goddess and awaiting the arrival of the worthy. The forest dragon's smile faded. A surge of joy coursed through Xi Xingyan's heart. Then may I take the spear of the goddess? The forest dragon nodded. Indeed. You have passed the trials of the devil's forest, and you may claim the spear at your leisure. Xi Xingyan ascended the platform and grasped the spear, which appeared rather unremarkable, yet exuded an aura of solemnity. The shaft, crafted from dark, sturdy wood, bore the marks of time, its surface rough yet radiating a rustic beauty. The coarse grain seemed to whisper secrets of countless battles fought and won. He secured the spear with a strap and prepared to depart. Just as he turned to leave, the forest dragon called out, Young man, your imperial aura requires fortification. Under normal circumstances, it should effortlessly subdue the breath of a dragon, yet your imperial aura could not withstand even a sneeze from me. Xi Xingyan was taken aback. He had not anticipated the forest dragon's formidable strength, realizing his imperial aura was eclipsed by even a mere sneeze. Observing Xi Xingyan's astonished expression, the forest dragon continued, but fret not, your potential is vast. With relentless training, I believe you shall grow more powerful in the future. Xi Xingyan nodded earnestly, pledging to enhance his strength. Oh, and by the way, young man, your next trial lies in the Death Marsh, where the guardian is the Crimson Flame Dragon. However, he can be rather fierce. The forest dragon remarked as it plucked a scale from its tail and presented it to Xi Xingyan. Present my scale to him, and he shall not dare to challenge you. Xi Xingyan accepted the vibrant green scale, feeling the potent energy within, and carefully stowed it in his backpack. He expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed forest dragon. Your assistance has been invaluable. The forest dragon waved its tail dismissively. No need for thanks. I hope you successfully navigate the upcoming trials. Go forth, young man. I look forward to our next encounter. Xi Xingyan bowed deeply before turning to exit the cavern. As he vanished from sight, the forest dragon murmured to itself, Master, your child has finally arrived. Chapter 69. The Death Marshes. As Xi Xingyan approached the mouth of the cave, he was about to instruct Wang Di to unfurl his wings and soar away from the cliff when an overwhelming sense of weakness suddenly engulfed him. His steps faltered, and he stumbled, his entire body teetering towards the precipice. Old Wang, can you still fly? Xi Xingyan asked weakly. Wang Di replied helplessly. The breath of the dragon consumed all the energy of the nanobots, and when you unleashed the Emperor's will, you overexerted yourself. Now both of us are in a state of weakness. Is that so? Haha, looks like we're going to be drenched. Xi Xingyan recalled that below the cliff lay a pool formed by the cascading waterfall. He had no idea how deep it was, but at that moment, he lacked even the strength to activate his anti-gravity shoes. Well, let fate decide. Suddenly, a whooshing sound pierced the air, followed by a delicate, boneless hand gripping Xi Xingyan's, lifting him and placing him onto the back of a white creature. Is this a Pegasus? Xi Xingyan managed to lift his head and, upon seeing the form of the creature he was riding, asked in astonishment. Indeed, young master, this is one that Xiaoba and I tamed at the top of the cliff. Surprised? Unexpected, came the bright voice of Dueling. Oh, Linger, thank you. After managing to utter those words, Xi Xingyan leaned against Dueling's shoulder and lost consciousness. Time passed, and Xi Xingyan slowly regained his senses. He found himself lying on a soft, grand bed, while Shangwan Wu sat on a long bench beside him, casually snacking on sunflower seeds, with shells scattered everywhere, even a few remnants on Xi Xingyan's face. Xi Xingyan's lips twitched as he said, "Auntie, you are truly excessive. I am a patient." "Oh, you finally woke up?" Shangwan Wu brushed the shells off herself and remarked, "If you hadn't awakened, I was considering burying you." Xi Xingyan's lips twitched again. Shouldn't a normal person try to wake someone up when they don't? "Oh, let me think." Shangwan Wu leisurely moved to sit at the bedside, cradling Xi Xingyan's face in her hands and scrutinizing him. After a while, she spoke, "As a descendant of the Shangwan family, to exhaust yourself while using the Emperor's energy. You truly are a waste. Perhaps it would be best to bury you early. For someone like you, a harmful waste, deserves to be buried deep underground." With that, she began to knead Xi Xingyan's cheeks as if molding dough. "Auntie, spare me. I want to do it again." Xi Xingyan's face contorted under her grasp, but he dared not resist, only pleading pitifully. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the doorway. "What are you two doing?" They turned to see Mu Xingyun, dressed in an elegant long gown with a neat ponytail, accompanied by her maid Xiaodao. From their perspective, it appeared as though Shangwan Wu was in a compromising position, sitting on Xi Xingyan, cradling his face as if about to kiss him. "Oh, Ayun, I was just saying that Miss Shangwan was checking my health, do you believe that?" Xi Xingyan asked awkwardly, looking at Mu Xingyun. Hee. Mu Xingyun chuckled coldly and retorted, "Then take a guess. Do you think I would believe you?" After saying this, she turned and left without a backward glance. Xiaodao stomped her foot and added, "Marquis Shangwan, His Highness took care of you for 2 days and nights after you fainted. How could you engage in such shameless behavior upon waking? You are truly despicable." With that, Xiaodao hurriedly followed Mu Xingyun out. Xi Xingyan watched them leave, scratching his head in confusion and asking, "Auntie, what do you mean by taking care of me for 2 days? What happened?" Sighing heavily, Shangwan Wu replied, "It's all because of you, you little brat. Forcing yourself to unleash the Emperor's will beyond your physical capacity, which led to severe backlash. You almost didn't wake up. Luckily, I acted in time, using the Phoenix Dance 9 needles to protect your heart, but due to the excessive exhaustion, you slept for 2 full days and nights." Upon hearing this, Xi Xingyan felt a tightening in his chest, filled with regret for his impulsive actions. He silently thanked Shangwan Wu for being by his side. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Shangwan Wu continued, "After learning that you were in a coma, that little girl Mu Xingyun even skipped court for 2 days and nights to take care of you. I just advised her to rest for a couple of hours. But she returned so quickly, likely misunderstanding." Xi Xingyan's expression turned anxious upon hearing this. Without a moment to lose, he leaped from the bed and rushed out. Watching his departing figure, Shangwan Wu couldn't help but sigh again and mutter, "Could it be that the love-struck brain is hereditary?" After Xi Xingyan dashed out of the bedroom, he realized he was in a magnificent villa. This exquisitely decorated mansion was once the Regent's residence, now renamed the Shangwan Marquis' Manor. However, Xi Xingyan had no time to admire his surroundings as he hurriedly exited the manor, only to catch a glimpse of Mu Xingyun's vehicle's taillights. With a heavy heart, Xi Xingyan returned to the bedroom, collapsing onto the bed. "What's wrong? You look like a lost soul. Didn't you catch up?" Shangwan Wu asked while munching on sunflower seeds. Xi Xingyan turned over, his face filled with disappointment. "I couldn't catch up." All right. Don't look so downcast. Tell me what kind of formidable enemy you encountered in the Devil's Forest that made you forcefully unleash the Emperor's will," Shangwan Wu urged. Xi Xingyan replied gloomily, "It was a dragon, a legendary giant dragon. I thought I could at least intimidate it. But it turned out that no amount of effort could match even a single sneeze from it." He then recounted all that had transpired in the Devil's Forest to Shangwan Wu. She nodded gently, indicating her understanding. If it was a forest dragon, that is not surprising. Given the amount of Emperor's energy you currently possess, Not only could you not frighten it, but you might not even be able to scratch it. Xi Xingyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Auntie, you actually know about the forest dragon? Shangguan Wu replied nonchalantly, what is so surprising about that? The forest dragon is one of your mother's servants. Upon hearing this news, Xi Xingyan sat up in shock, overwhelmed with emotions. Heavens! Even such a powerful dragon can be tamed? What kind of terrifying existence is my mother? Is she a monster? Shangguan Wu did not hold back, delivering a firm smack to Xi Xingyan's head, warning sternly, do not disrespect your mother. She is an extraordinary individual and should never be referred to as a monster. Xi Xingyan quickly covered his head, explaining, hey, I was just making a small joke. But speaking of which, the forest dragon was quite kind. It didn't deliberately make things difficult for me and willingly handed over the divine spear. That's because the trial in the Devil's Forest is the simplest of the 3 emperor trials, Shangguan Wu remarked. Xi Xingyan exclaimed in astonishment. That was the simplest? Didn't you notice that there were hardly any ferocious beasts in the Devil's Forest? Shangguan Wu rolled her eyes. Hee hee. Xi Xingyan chuckled awkwardly. The tree spirits. Unicorn kings, Pegasi, and giant dragons are all rather gentle creatures. I hope you can still smile when you arrive at the Death Marshes tomorrow. The following morning, the sun bathed the Royal Guard's shuttle in golden rays as it gently descended onto a grassy expanse near the Death Marshes. The hatch opened, and Situ Ao led a group including Xi Xingyan out of the shuttle, stepping onto this enigmatic land. Just as Situ Ao prepared to elaborate on the trial rules of the Death Marshes, a deep rumbling sound interrupted him, followed by the arrival of another shuttle that landed steadily beside them. The doors opened, and Mu Xingyun, clad in casual attire, stepped out with Xiao Tao from this unmarked shuttle. Ayun, what brings you here? Xi Xingyan inquired, hastening towards her with concern. Mu Xingyun regarded him with an impassive expression and replied coldly, I have come to observe the trials of my future suitor candidates. Xi Xingyan furrowed his brow slightly, uncertain of Mu Xingyun's intentions, but it was evident she still harbored resentment from the previous day. At that moment, Mu Xingyun's sharp gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Shangguan Wu, who stood a short distance away. She pointed at Shangguan Wu and asked, why is she here? Her tone was laced with palpable discontent. Shangguan Wu adjusted her black-framed glasses, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, I am here to collect the corpses on behalf of our young master. Collect? Corpses? Mu Xingyun and Amp Appo's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across her face. What do you mean? Witnessing Mu Xingyun and Amp Appo's reaction, Situ Ao, standing beside Xi Xingyan, shook his head in resignation and stepped forward, bowing slightly. Your Highness, may I be so bold as to first explain the trial rules of the Death Marshes? Realizing her earlier indiscretion, Mu Xingyun cleared her throat softly to mask her embarrassment. Ahem, well, General Situ, please proceed. Indeed, Situ Ao responded, turning his attention to Xi Xingyan as he began his introduction. This is the site of the second trial, the Death Marshes. This marsh spans approximately 200,000 square kilometers and is the largest freshwater wetland on Luotian Star. It is home to a plethora of rare flora and fauna, and legend has it that some unknown intelligent creatures inhabit this place. However, the exact nature of these beings remains unverified, as none who have ventured within have returned alive, hence its ominous moniker. The group listened intently to Situ Ao's account of the Death Marshes, silence enveloping them as they absorbed the gravity of this mysterious and perilous location. Noticing the lack of commentary, Situ Ao continued, Next, I shall elaborate on the trial's content and regulations. This time, the objective remains the retrieval of a treasure known as the Qianghua Talisman. The specific rules are as follows. First, as with the last trial, the number of individuals permitted to enter the marsh is limited to 3, including Marquis Shangguan and 2 attendants. Second, given that the creatures within the Death Marshes have not been thoroughly studied, I cannot ascertain their behaviors or threat levels. Therefore, in life-threatening circumstances, the use of lethal weaponry for self-defense is permitted, but one must also consider the ecological preservation of the wetland. Thus, no weapons exceeding medium size may be brought inside. Upon hearing this, Juling furrowed her brow, confusion evident on her face. What does that mean? You allow lethal weapons, but prohibit anything larger than medium? Isn't that contradictory? Her gaze reflected her bewilderment regarding this regulation. Shangguan Wu tossed her flowing hair and explained, it means the creatures in the death marshes are perilous. Thus, one is allowed to kill them in life-threatening situations, but mass slaughter is prohibited. To prevent the young master from engaging in such acts, he is only permitted to bring a handgun and cold weapons. Precisely, Situ Ao affirmed. Moreover, handguns are not allowed to use live ammunition. Only plasma rounds are permitted. I will conduct a thorough inspection of the equipment Marquis Shangguan brings before departure. Juling, visibly irked, retorted, is it really that stringent? With such rudimentary gear, are you not sending the young master to her doom? At Juling's words, Mu Xingyun's expression fluctuated, her eyes flickering as if caught in an internal struggle. She fixed her gaze on Shi Xingyan, her eyes brimming with complex emotions, and softly said, if it is too much, you need not go. No, I must go? Shi Xingyan declared without hesitation, his resolve unwavering as he straightened his back and spoke with conviction. I promise to see you ascend to the throne, and I shall fulfill that promise. Mu Xingyun's lips quivered slightly, as if she wished to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Just then, Situ Ao broke the silence. Very well. Marquis Shangguan, please select 2 attendants to accompany you to the death marshes. Upon hearing this, Shi Xingyan's eyes flickered with contemplation. He surveyed the surroundings, ultimately focusing on Snoopy and Alice. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly addressed them. Snoopy, Alice, I must ask for your assistance in venturing into the death marshes. Snoopy and Alice exchanged glances before nodding in unison, signaling their willingness to accompany Shi Xingyan. Moments later, Shi Xingyan, along with Snoopy and Alice, boarded an inflatable raft, gradually making their way into the realm of the death marshes. As the raft advanced, Shi Xingyan's figure slowly faded into the distance, leaving behind an eerie stillness. Mu Xingyun stood rooted to the spot, her gaze following Shi Xingyan and Appo's departure, her heart swelling with an indescribable emotion. She gently bit her lower lip, murmuring to herself, Ian, do you truly wish to marry me, or is it merely for the sake of the inheritance key? Her voice was barely above a whisper, filled with uncertainty, anticipation, and anxiety. In that moment, her mind was ensnared by countless thoughts, and perhaps only time would unveil the answers to her questions. Chapter 70. The Nine-Headed Serpent. The Death Swamp, a realm steeped in mystery and peril, evokes a profound sense of fear and reverence. This treacherous marsh lies amidst a desolate landscape, encircled by dense forests and formidable mountains. Upon entering the swamp, one is immediately enveloped by a stifling atmosphere. The sky is shrouded in heavy clouds, with sunlight struggling to penetrate this dark veil. The entire swamp exudes an air of decay and mortality, instilling a sense of suffocation and unease. The ground of the swamp is treacherously muddy, where a single misstep could lead one into a deep mire or even an unfathomable abyss. Various rotting plants and animal carcasses float upon the water's surface, emitting an unbearable stench that is both nauseating and inescapable. In the depths of the swamp, peculiar flora thrives. These plants take on diverse forms, some resembling gigantic mushrooms, others twisted vines, and still more akin to grotesque monsters. Their vivid hues are captivating yet laced with a deadly allure. Legends speak of their unique magical properties, capable of ensnaring the mind and leading one into despair. Moreover, tales of phantoms and spirits haunt this swamp. It is said that during the night, eerie figures and sinister laughter manifest within its confines. These apparitions seem to guard the land, preventing any unwelcome intruders from passing through. Many souls have vanished or perished here, their spirits eternally trapped in this terrifying marsh. Occasionally, bone-chilling sounds echo from the death swamp, the bubbling of air rising from the muddy depths or the low growls of unseen creatures lurking in the shadows. Each sound quickens the heartbeat, serving as a grim reminder of the lurking danger. Within this realm, life appears mercilessly suppressed, leaving only an overwhelming silence and terror, heralding the imminent approach of death. At this moment, Three uninvited guests stealthily navigate a kayak into this forbidden domain. The vessel struggles through the swamp's thick mire, its progress painfully slow, as the viscous mud presents a formidable barrier. After an arduous journey of over 2 hours, they finally penetrate the swamp's depths. Just as Xiang Yin and his companions attentively survey their surroundings, an unexpected thick fog envelopes the already enigmatic swamp. This mist, ghostly in nature, rises silently from the swamp and Appo's bottom, spreading with astonishing speed until it engulfs the entire area. It resembles a heavy white veil, gently cloaking the muddy ground, gnarled trees, and placid water surface. Under the fog shroud, visibility diminishes drastically. Even nearby objects are reduced to mere outlines. Everything in the distance vanishes into the vast whiteness, inducing a sense of unease among Xiang Yin and his companions. As noon approaches, the sun hangs high in the sky, at its zenith, attempting to pierce through the dense mist. Yet, it can only manage to cast a few feeble rays, rendering the swamp even darker. In this oppressive fog, all sounds seem stifled. Only the occasional drip of water and the gurgling from the depths of the mire disrupt the silence. Xiang Yin activates his wrist computer, attempting to ascertain his direction using its built-in positioning sensor. To his astonishment, the display reveals a chaotic array of readings. Furrowing his brow, he mutters, "It appears this place is affected by an anomalous magnetic field. Nevertheless, I have alternative methods to determine our direction." With that, he decisively shuts off the positioning sensor and activates the primordial gyroscope and sonar system for navigation. After a brief wait, the screen finally delineates a topographical map of the surrounding 2-kilometer radius. Just as Xiang Yin revels in his cleverness, suddenly, Snoopy and Alice drop their paddles and spring to their feet, brandishing their dual blades and swords, exuding an air of imminent danger. "What is it?" Xiang Yin queries, perplexed by their demeanor. "Mr. Yin, we sense a significant surge of malevolent intent approaching rapidly," Snoopy replies, his gaze scanning the vicinity for any signs of foes. "What? A large number of?" Xiang Yin gasps, quickly activating the life scanner on his wrist computer, confirming the multitude of red dots converging towards them on the screen. This is far too many," he exclaims in disbelief. Whoosh! Just as his words leave his lips, an arrow hurtles towards him, aimed directly at his face. Swish! Alice swiftly steps forward and slices the arrow mid-flight with her sword. "There are too many. If they all wield such bows, we may not withstand the assault," she states calmly. "Oh, if this is merely the nature of their attack, we need not worry," Xiang Yin asserts, pressing a blue button on the control panel at the front of the kayak. Buzz! With a soft hum, a pale blue shield envelopes the kayak, resembling a translucent glass orb, safeguarding it from harm. In the instant the shield materializes, a deluge of arrows rains down upon them, striking the barrier with a crisp sound before bouncing away, ultimately settling on the mire's surface. Observing the scene before him, Xiang Yin feels a measure of reassurance. He picks up one of the arrows Alice had severed, examining it closely. It is a crudely crafted projectile, a shaft of smooth wood topped with a sharply honed stone, bound with twine, and adorned with feathers of an unknown bird. Although rudimentary in design, it is evident that it is a creation of an intelligent civilization. "They are coming," Snoopy warns, jolting Xiang Yin from his contemplation. With a rustle, green heads emerge from the mire surrounding the kayak. These heads belong to lizards or some reptilian creatures, their broad, hardened scaled visages glistening in a cold blue-green hue. Their eyes resemble brilliant yellow gems, their pupils contracting and expanding in the light, revealing a keen and vigilant gaze. Their flattened noses flare slightly, while their wide mouths are lined with razor-sharp teeth, evoking a sense of dread. Hiss, 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 the lizard-like monsters emit low, rasping sounds, reminiscent of an owl's eerie call. They swim swiftly through the water, soon drawing near to the kayak, wielding stone axes and knives, launching fierce attacks against the vessel. However, these primitive weapons fail to breach the pale blue shield, rendering their assaults futile. Realizing their attacks are in vain, the reptilian creatures cease their onslaught, surrounding the kayak while emitting low hisses. After a moment, They seemed to recognize their inability to threaten the kayak, retreating into the mire with a few final hisses, disappearing from sight. Have they all departed? Xiang Yin muses, frowning as he remains vigilant. He glances at the screen of his wrist computer, only to find that the number of red dots has not diminished. They still swarm the display. Be cautious. A more formidable force of malevolence approaches. Just as Xiang Yin grapples with confusion, Alice suddenly calls out in alarm. At this moment, her complexion was as pale as paper, a stark contrast to her previous calm demeanor. A fine sheen of sweat had even broken out on her forehead. Simultaneously, Snoopy exclaimed in terror, "Mr. Xinyan, this is dire. I sense a formidable creature approaching beneath us. Its power is immense. We may not stand a chance." Xinyan glanced once more at the screen of his wrist computer, where alarms blared. There was not one, but 9 dangerous biological signals rapidly converging from directly below them. Suddenly, the entire swamp seemed to fall silent, as if anticipating a coming storm. With a thunderous roar, a colossal and menacing serpent's head emerged from the mire, its jaws agape like a ravenous lion, fangs glistening like daggers. The yellow eyes betrayed a cruel and avaricious gleam, as if ready to tear apart their inflatable raft at any moment. Another serpent's head broke through the surface, elongated and twisted, its jewel-like eyes flashing with an eerie light, pupils sharp and narrow, fixated on Xinyan and his companions. It occasionally flicked a black tongue, emitting a spine-chilling hiss. A third serpent's head rose from the swamp, displaying a bizarre purple hue, adorned with strange patterns that seemed to harbor malevolent, mysterious power. Its mouth was slightly agape, revealing serrated teeth that exuded a foul stench. Yet this was not the end. More serpent heads continued to emerge from the mire. Ultimately, 9 colossal serpentine heads rose above the swamp, some held high, others drooped low, swaying side to side, as if communicating sinister designs. Their expressions fluctuated between rage, cunning, and coldness, rendering them inscrutable. 9 colossal serpents? This indeed posed a challenge. Xinyan closed his wrist computer, felt for the handgun at his waist, and glanced at the enormous serpent heads before him, letting out a sigh. He attempted to reach out to Wang Di with his mind, but received no response. Since awakening the previous day, he had been unable to contact Wang Di. Had it not been for his imperial heart sensing Wang Di still existed within his consciousness, he would have feared that Wang Di had vanished entirely. "Who told you there were 9? Alice said coldly. "Didn't T. Snoopy inform you there was only 1? Xinyan looked utterly bewildered. "What do you mean?" Boom. At that moment, a rumble emanated from the swamp, and the ground began to tremble violently. Xinyan's expression shifted as he warily surveyed his surroundings. The water in the mire churned restlessly, as if some colossal entity was rising from its depths. As the tremors intensified, a massive figure gradually emerged. This behemoth, entirely dark green, was indistinct in shape, yet its size was unmistakably immense, resembling a small floating island. It rose slowly from the mire, grounding the inflatable raft that Xinyan and his companions occupied upon its surface. "What is this creature?" Xinyan steadied himself and gazed at the titanic entity beneath the raft. His expression grew grave as unease crept into his heart. The object resembled a massive floating island, covered in iron-like green scales. Each scale shimmered with a mysterious and chilling glow, as though forged from the strongest metal. More astonishingly, as this enormous entity emerged from the viscous mire, it bore not a trace of filth. Hiss! The 9 serpent heads flicked their tongues, their collective gaze fixated on Xinyan and his companions. Each head gaped wide, revealing greedy grins, as though they had caught sight of a delectable feast. What in the world is happening? Wang Di's voice suddenly echoed in Xinyan's consciousness. "I merely took a nap, and upon waking, you show me such a monstrosity? Old Wang, you've finally awakened." Xinyan felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Wang Di's voice. Wang Di replied anxiously, "No time for pleasantries. We must deal with this creature first." "But," Xinyan was perplexed, "everyone keeps calling it a monster, yet I clearly see 9 colossal serpents here. Brother, please, lower your gaze." Wang Di said wearily, "Look at where you claim the 9 serpents are." Upon hearing this, Xinyan quickly followed the line of the 9 serpent heads downward. To his shock, He discovered that the heads were all connected, and their bodies were right beneath his feet. "Oh my, this is not 9 separate serpents. This is a Hydra," Xinyan exclaimed, feeling foolish for having focused solely on the serpent heads and disregarding the massive body beneath him, which was indeed that of a Hydra. As he stood there, awkwardly stunned, the Hydra launched its attack. Its immense and fearsome form shifted slightly, generating a powerful gust of wind. This tempest, laden with the scent of blood and moisture, made it difficult for Xinyan and the others to breathe. The 9 heads reared high, each pair of eyes glimmering with a savage light, as if mocking the insignificance and helplessness of Xinyan and his companions. Suddenly, one of the heads lunged forward, jaws wide open, its sharp teeth glinting ominously in the dim light. It darted towards Xinyan and the others with a speed that left them no time to react. Yet, the Hydra's teeth crashed against the shield of the raft, producing a resounding thud. The head was repelled, several of its teeth shattered in the process. The Hydra howled in fury, clearly displeased with this outcome. Though the Hydra and Appos' attack had been thwarted, Xinyan's expression soured as he noticed the control panel on the raft indicating that the shield still had only 40 remaining. Chapter 71. Transforming Serpents into Dragons. Xinyan's gaze remained fixated on the shield value displayed on the control panel of the inflatable raft, his expression dark as if it could drip with water. Although this shield had been hastily installed before departure, he had personally reinforced and modified it, equipping it with a concentrated energy reactor as its power source. Logically, such a shield should be sufficient to withstand multiple barrages from rocket artillery. However, after merely one violent impact from a single head of the Hydra, the shield had already depleted more than half of its energy. This signified that should it endure another similar assault, the shield would shatter entirely. At that moment, the Hydra's attacking head, which had just failed in its onslaught, widened its eyes, seemingly ablaze with fury, continuously exhaling a breath of rage. It emitted a series of sharp, piercing hisses, as if venting its dissatisfaction and resentment over the thwarted attack. The other 8 heads slightly leaned closer to the failed attacker, as if conveying some form of information or offering solace. One of the heads emitted a deep hiss, a sound imbued with menace and terror, reminiscent of a call from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spine. Amidst these hisses, the attacking head gradually quieted, appearing somewhat pacified. Subsequently, all 9 heads began to writhe in unison, their movements synchronized as if they were a singular entity. Mischievous glints flickered in their eyes, suggesting a collective plotting of their next course of action. This uncanny coordination instilled a sense of foreboding, for they knew that the Hydra might unleash even more formidable tactics. Just then, 3 heads of the Hydra surged forward with astonishing speed, swiftly approaching the vicinity of the inflatable raft. These 3 heads positioned themselves at different angles against the shield sphere generated by the raft, then exerted force to lift it upwards. This unexpected maneuver left Xinyan, Snowy, and Alice utterly unprepared, as they had not anticipated such an action from the Hydra. As the 3 heads forcefully pushed upwards, the raft along with its 3 occupants was hurled into the air, tumbling helplessly. The 9 heads of the Hydra wasted no time, simultaneously launching a fierce assault towards the trio. Their attack strategy was cunning, employing a successive barrage. After one head struck, it would swiftly retract, allowing another to follow suit in a relentless cycle. After several rounds of brutal impacts, the shield finally succumbed to the strain and shattered. Concurrently, the inflatable raft was torn apart by the Hydra's vicious bites. Fragments of the raft plummeted into the mire, splattering mud in all directions. However, amidst the debris, the Hydra found no remnants of its anticipated prey, neither limbs nor blood. This absence bewildered the 9 heads, their expressions betraying confusion, disappointment, and rage. They continuously flicked their tongues, attempting to capture the scent of the 3 in the air. The 9 heads quickly detected the trio and Appos' presence and simultaneously lifted their gaze, locking onto a specific point in the sky. They clearly beheld Xinyan, adorned with metallic wings, one hand grasping Snowy and the other clutching Alice, hovering aloft like a bird in flight. Snowy and Alice exhibited no surprise at the sudden emergence of wings on Xinyan's back. In truth, prior to this trial, Xingyin had explained Wang Di's situation to them. Thus, when they witnessed the wings sprout, their hearts remained relatively undisturbed. Huh, I can fly, you foul creature. Did you expect this? Wang Di exclaimed triumphantly. All right, let us depart from this place. Absolutely not. Xingyin, Snowbee, and Alice chorused in unison. Wang Di felt a pang of frustration. What do you three intend to do? I shall slay it. Xingyin's eyes blazed with fury. I will sever it. Snowbee tightened his grip on his dagger. I intend to chop it. Alice glared coldly at the beast. Why? Wang Di asked, perplexed. Is it really necessary to expend your energy on this monster? It destroyed my painstakingly modified raft and tossed me around like a ball. Xingyin retorted coolly. It nearly harmed Alice. Snowbee added. I simply find it distasteful. Alice stated flatly. You three are mad. Wang Di regretted his inquiry. What do you plan to do? Xingyin replied. Temporarily grant me control over the nanobots. Do as you wish. Wang Di conceded helplessly. With a swift motion, Xingyin seized control of the nanobots. His gaze sharpening as he plunged downwards through the air, akin to a fierce falcon diving toward the Hydra. The Hydra sensed the impending threat, and one of its heads lunged forward with a deafening rush, attempting to engulf Xingyin. Yet, Xingyin deftly evaded the assault, his movements swift and agile, as if he melded with the very air. In that same motion, he hurled Snowbee and Alice towards the other two heads. As they were cast forth, their dual blades and twin swords erupted into radiant brilliance. It was a pair of laser daggers and a pair of laser swords, their edges shimmering with an enigmatic crimson glow, as if they contained terrifying might. These weapons had been meticulously crafted by Xingyin to counter the characteristics of the bloodline tribe. They not only transformed in shape according to the user's mental strength, but could also amplify their power through the infusion of psychic energy. Furthermore, due to the special alloy used in their construction, even without activating their mental energy, they remained as formidable as blades capable of cutting through steel. Snowbee and Alice soared like meteors, promptly arriving before the two heads. With swift precision, they raised their weapons almost simultaneously. In that fleeting moment, the originally short daggers and swords underwent a wondrous transformation, instantly elongating into long knives and swords. They shimmered with a heart-stopping red light, reminiscent of blazing flames. Each of them targeted a Hydra head, their gazes resolute and sharp. With a fierce roar, they swung their blades, unleashing an overwhelming force towards the serpent heads. In an instant, the glowing red blades collided with the sturdy scales, emitting a shrill, piercing sound as if they aimed to rend the very fabric of space. Yet, that was not enough. Both released a torrent of potent psychic energy, their auras intensifying to an extraordinary degree. A searing red mental force surged forth from within them, manifesting as a tangible entity. This mysterious power continuously infused into their blades, rendering them ever more resplendent. Then, they struck once more, this time with an even more ferocious vigor. The blades effortlessly cleaved through the tough scales, slicing towards the two massive heads with unstoppable momentum. With two resounding thuds, the heads fell, blood splattering in all directions. Simultaneously, Xingyin, who continued his descent, exhibited astonishing prowess. A colossal sword appeared in his grasp, so immense that it dwarfed his own figure, radiating an aura of majesty. Harnessing the inertia of his dive, Xingyin swung the gigantic sword towards the third Hydra head. The sword carved an exquisite arc through the air, delivering a blow of unparalleled might. Upon contact with the head, it erupted in a dazzling brilliance. As radiant as the sun, the massive head, overwhelmed by the might of the sword, ultimately succumbed and crashed to the ground. After severing the head, Xingyin did not linger. The sword vanished from his hand as he shifted his form, gracefully catching the descending Snowbee and Alice before soaring back into the sky. Enraged by the loss of 3 heads, the Hydra writhed uncontrollably, raising its remaining 6 heads and emitting spine-chilling hisses that echoed through the air. The venomous and spiteful gaze fixated intensely on the airborne figures of Xingyin, Wang Di, and Snowbee, as if it intended to devour them whole. However, the Hydra was grounded, which rendered its furious roars impotent against the trio above. Have you vented enough? Wang Di's calm and resolute voice pierced the tense atmosphere. If you have, let us depart. Do not forget we have a significant mission at hand. Furthermore, it is impossible for you to kill it. Snowy furrowed his brow, perplexed. How could that be? We just severed 3 of its heads. He exclaimed. If we do it 2 more times, it should be eradicated completely. Wang Di sighed in resignation and explained. Have you not heard the legends surrounding the Hydra? It is said that for every head severed, 2 new ones will grow in its place. Xi Xingyan interjected, addressing Snowy's confusion. I never anticipated that you, Wang, as a scientist, would believe in such unfounded myths. His tone was laced with jest, but more so with skepticism toward Wang Di's assertions. Wang Di responded earnestly, that may not be the case. The universe is vast, and anything is possible. Just observe. Xi Xingyan turned his gaze to the Hydra, where its 3 necks, now headless, trembled violently, blood gushing forth from the wounds. The blood, searing hot, caused the viscous mud below to bubble ominously. Soon, white pus-filled sacs emerged from the severed necks, pulsating like hearts, adorned with crimson veins. The previously corroded sacs began to swell at an alarming rate, resembling inflated balloons, until they reached a substantial size. With a series of dull thuds, the sacs burst, and the 3 heads that had been severed indeed reformed. Though not 2 heads, these newly emerged heads were strikingly different. They appeared formidable and fierce, adorned with sharp horns that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. Their eyes burned like flames, deep and intense, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Their wide, cavernous mouths were lined with razor-sharp teeth, ready to crush any obstacle with a mere bite. Additionally, the coloration of these heads transformed from a dark green to a sinister dark red, deep blue, and vibrant green. The 3 heads unleashed a deafening roar, their voices resonating through the skies as if celebrating their triumphant regeneration. Xi Xingyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the newly formed heads, exclaiming, This is a Jialong, the legendary dragon head. Humph. It's merely a change in appearance. It hasn't grown 2 heads, so there's nothing to fear. Alice scoffed. If I could sever it once, I can do it again. Xi Xingyan furrowed his brow, a hint of concern and wariness in his voice. No. If this is indeed a genuine Jialong, it will not be so easily vanquished. At that moment, the 3 Jialong heads fixed their gaze upon Xi Xingyan and his companions, their eyes reflecting a ruthless intent, their bodies trembling slightly, as if preparing to launch a new assault. The dark red Jialong was the first to strike, opening its abyss-like mouth to inhale the surrounding mist, rapidly consuming the fog enveloping them. It then lifted its head, casting a sinister smile towards Xi Xingyan and the others. Boom! The dark red Jialong expelled flames into the sky, which swiftly coalesced into a blue-white pillar of fire, barreling towards Xi Xingyan and his companions. As the blue flame surged forth, Xi Xingyan felt an intense heat bearing down upon him, as if it were poised to engulf them. The fiery pillar rushed forward like a ferocious dragon, its speed chilling. Xi Xingyan's expression sharpened as he, along with Snowy and Alice, swiftly evaded the attack. The fire pillar whizzed past, igniting the air with a sizzle. Fortunately, we are in the air, allowing us to evade such a singular assault. Xi Xingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, in that moment, Wang Di's voice suddenly echoed in Xi Xingyan's mind. No, you haven't evaded it. What? Xi Xingyan exclaimed in shock, hastily inquiring. But before he could finish, he felt an unexpected weight dragging him downward, as if an immense force sought to pull him down. Panic gripped his heart as he glanced to his left, discovering that the metallic wing he bore had been partially melted and was emitting smoke. Xi Xingyan's heart raced. He realized that if he did not promptly rectify this damage, he could lose balance and plummet. He immediately summoned the nanobots within him to effect rapid repairs on his left wing. After a concerted effort, the wing was restored, and he felt a measure of relief, though the earlier peril still haunted him. Perplexed, Xi Xingyan muttered, I clearly evaded it. Why was I still scorched? Moreover, this wing was reinforced with the heart of the Emperor. How could it sustain damage? As he pondered, Wang Di's voice resonated once more within his consciousness. It was likely not targeting you, but aimed for your wing from the outset. At that moment, the deep blue Jiaolong launched its assault, unleashing a high-pressure jet of water. Upon closer inspection, the water was a murky brown, revealing that it was a stream of sludge. Having learned from previous encounters, Xi Xingyan was prepared. Sensing the impending attack, he deftly evaded the onslaught, and the sludge missed him entirely. However, before he could celebrate, the vibrant green Jiaolong launched its own offensive. It opened its mouth, unleashing a barrage of yellow-green, semi-transparent orbs akin to a machine gun. Although these orbs flew slowly, their sheer number formed a dense barrage, making evasion nearly impossible. Xi Xingyan exerted every effort to maneuver left and right, dodging the yellow-green projectiles. After soaring upward, the orbs, failing to hit him, succumbed to the powerful gravitational pull of the planet, plummeting to the ground. Only then did Xi Xingyan get a chance to closely observe the orbs. Realizing they were not ordinary, they were glistening globules of viscous, toxic liquid. As these toxic spheres struck the mire, they emitted a sinister hissing noise, akin to demons whispering. The already murky surface became further corroded, releasing acrid fumes. The yellow-green poison spread through the muck like a deadly plague, transforming the once muddy pit into a grotesque mire, reminiscent of a hellish swamp. The air around was tainted by this dreadful toxin, exuding a nauseating stench. How terrifying! If this toxin touches me, I would surely be obliterated. Xi Xingyan spoke, shaken. On the mire, the three Jiaolong heads watched in fury as Xi Xingyan adeptly evaded their assaults, their anger simmering. Yet, this expression of rage did not linger long. They exchanged glances among their remaining 6 serpentine heads, revealing a cunning expression. Chapter 72. Battle with the 9-headed serpent. Snowbai sensed a sudden shift in the emotions of the 3-headed serpent, his face paling in alarm as he exclaimed, "This is bad. They are going to turn on each other." No sooner had he spoken than a dark red serpent unleashed a bolt of blue-white flame, striking one of the snake heads and instantly reducing it to ashes. Simultaneously, the light blue serpent opened its gaping maw and viciously clamped down on an adjacent snake head, tearing it off with brutal force. Following this, the emerald green serpent spewed forth venom, accurately landing on the remaining 4 heads. Those heads thrashed desperately, attempting to rid themselves of the corrosive substance, but to no avail. The venom was highly adhesive and extremely corrosive. It wasn't long before the 4 heads were completely eroded away. The self-destructive behavior of the 9-headed serpent left Xingyan in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he absorbed the unfolding chaos. He furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning, what on earth are they trying to achieve? Isn't it obvious? Wang Di replied hastily, it is clearly trying to evolve from the 9-headed serpent into a more formidable 9-headed dragon. Indeed, the 6 necks that had lost their heads began to sprout milky white pustules, which were rapidly growing. Wang Di urged once more, let us flee. While it's incapacitated, we must leave quickly. You are no match for the 9-headed dragon. Flee. Where to? Xingyan retorted with a commanding presence, his gaze resolute and his tone unwavering. It is undoubtedly the overlord of this swamp. How can we possibly complete our mission with it around? Besides, I intend to become the emperor of the entire human race. How could I allow myself to be defeated by a mere 9-headed dragon? His words resonated with gravitas, each syllable imbued with weight, rendering the atmosphere palpably tense. Unbeknownst to those present, as he articulated his grand ambitions, a faint golden light began to emanate from him. Though barely perceptible, this glow exuded a mysterious power, invigorating Snowbai and Alice, banishing their weariness. Xingyan furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze steadfast as he contemplated. His voice was low yet powerful. Although it is merely a 9-headed dragon, its ability to evolve from the 9-headed serpent indicates it possesses considerable strength. Therefore, we should devise a means to tame it, transforming it into our ally. Hearing this, Wang Di's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, have you lost your mind? What is a 9-headed dragon? It is a legendary beast, a symbol of evil and extreme cruelty. You are fortunate to escape its grasp. and yet you dare to entertain the notion of taming it. Surely you jest? However, as Wang Di continued his tirade, Snowby and Alice interjected. Snowby, brimming with excitement, asked, Mr. Ian, how do you intend to proceed? At your command, I will exert every effort to assist you in subduing this nine-headed dragon. Alice's eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation as she added, her lips curling into a smile. Taming a nine-headed dragon sounds far more intriguing than simply slaying it. Count me in. Wang Di felt as though the world around him had spiraled into madness. Muttering to himself, insanity, utter insanity, you are all mad. He struggled to comprehend why Snowby and Alice would willingly assist SX in taming the nine-headed dragon. Ignoring Wang Di's incessant ramblings, SX turned to Snowby and Alice, speaking earnestly. We cannot launch an effective attack on the nine-headed dragon from the air, and it appears its attacks are all ranged, placing us at a disadvantage. Thus, the best course of action is to find a solid ground to stand upon. Snowby nodded in agreement, affirming, Mr. Ian is correct, we excel in close combat. If we can find a suitable landing point, we can better unleash our combat prowess. Alice's gaze hardened as she concurred, I share your sentiments. If you and Snowby grant me the chance for a combined strike, I shall not fear any enemy, no matter how formidable. She exchanged a knowing glance with Snowby, a silent understanding passing between them. A confident smile graced SX's lips as he replied, I have already surveyed the terrain. Approximately 100 meters to our front left lies a patch of solid ground. The challenge now is to lure the nine-headed dragon there. After all, it has remained in the mire, rendering our situation somewhat unfavorable. Snowby chuckled, that's easily arranged. We simply need to minutes later. The massive pustules on the stout neck of the nine-headed serpent began to burst one by one. Accompanied by dull thuds, foul-smelling viscous fluid erupted from the pustules, splattering onto the ground and creating unsightly stains. As the stench permeated the air, new dragon heads began to emerge from the sites of the former pustules. In the blink of an eye, the creature once known as the nine-headed serpent had undergone a transformation, truly becoming a fearsome nine-headed dragon. These 9 dragon heads, akin to finely crafted artworks, exuded a unique charm and majesty. Each displayed a distinct hue: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, white, and black. This vibrant combination rendered the nine-headed dragon all the more enigmatic, as if it possessed boundless power. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the heavens, akin to a clap of thunder, shaking the very earth. It was the 9 heads of the dragon, simultaneously opening their gaping maws in a furious chorus. The sound was reminiscent of a stampede, echoing like tumultuous waves, its overwhelming force beyond description. It seemed to declare to the world its fiery rebirth and unparalleled strength. Following the roar, the nine-headed dragon lifted its keen eyes, scanning the sky in search of the enemy that had just dealt it a grievous blow. However, to its astonishment, the figures that had previously circled above had vanished without a trace. In a fit of rage, the nine-headed dragon unleashed another furious roar, its voice brimming with indignation over the sudden disappearance of SXing and his companions, as if it wished to rend the very fabric of the universe. At that moment, a voice, brash and audacious, cut through the air. Hey, nine-headed worm, I'm right here. Upon hearing this, the nine-headed dragon turned its attention toward the source of the voice. Not far ahead, SXing stood, gesticulating wildly in a comical manner. He twisted his body while taunting the nine-headed dragon. Come on over, come bite me. The nine-headed dragon finally located its nemesis, its roar infused with uncontainable excitement. It surged forward like a torrential flood, charging towards SXing. However, upon reaching the riverbank, the nine-headed dragon abruptly halted, as if sensing something amiss. With its sharp, cunning eyes, it scrutinized the mysterious terrain where SXing stood, then glanced down at its own predicament, half of its body ensnared in the mire, exposed and vulnerable. In that instant, a glimmer of cunning flashed across the 9 dragon heads. The nine-headed dragon did not advance further. Instead, the crimson head opened its gaping maw, unleashing a searing column of fire that surged towards Xia. Realizing the peril, Xia swiftly rolled to the side, narrowly evading the fierce onslaught of flames. Once he had firmly established his footing, he swiftly turned back to gaze, only to discover that the fiery column had left a strikingly dark mark upon the hard ground. This mark resembled a gash emerging from the depths of hell, exuding a searing aura reminiscent of molten gold. Indeed, coaxing it ashore was no simple task. With a slight furrow in his brow, Xia murmured before calling out loudly, "Snoopy, Alice, it is your turn to perform." As soon as Xia's words fell, two diminutive figures darted forth from either side of the colossal Hydra. The previously empty space suddenly manifested two forms. It turned out that Snoopy and Alice had concealed themselves using the optical camouflage of their combat suits. Upon their emergence, both quickly formed hand seals, their fingers dancing deftly as a bizarre and peculiar imprint took shape in an instant. Simultaneously, their eyes underwent a startling transformation, shifting from clear as water to a blood-red hue. Following this, a dense crimson mist began to emanate from their bodies, spreading outwards like billowing smoke at an astonishing speed, swiftly enveloping the Hydra. Within this blood-red haze, the Hydra's originally fearsome visage gradually became indistinct. Its 9 enormous heads appeared to be influenced by some formidable force, their expressions becoming increasingly dazed. This sanguine mist was a mental illusion crafted by Snoopy and Alice through their spiritual energy, which they intricately wove into the Hydra's perception. The Hydra blinked, and a strange scene slowly unfolded before its eyes. It was an expansive and beautiful grassland, with warm sunlight cascading down, a gentle breeze blowing, and various exotic creatures frolicking joyfully on the meadow. The 9 heads of the Hydra lifted slightly, a mixture of confusion and curiosity flickering within their depths. Snoopy and Alice continuously intensified the output of their spiritual energy, rendering the imagined grassland more vivid and lifelike. The fragrance of fresh grass seemed to waft through the air, and the cheerful sounds of beasts echoed in their ears. Captivated by this marvelous spectacle, the Hydra began to rise slowly from the mire, moving toward the illusory land. With each step of its colossal form, the swamp trembled violently. Yet the Hydra's focus remained entirely on the illusion conjured by their spiritual energy. As the Hydra drew closer to the shore, beads of sweat began to form on Snoopy and Alice's foreheads. Sustaining such a powerful mental illusion required immense stamina. However, to lead the Hydra onto solid ground, they gritted their teeth, determined to maintain the illusion without a single flaw. At last, the Hydra fully stepped onto the land, gradually advancing toward the central area. Xia gripped the gleaming great sword tightly, his gaze resolute and unyielding, as if ablaze with an inner fire. Drawing a deep breath, he took another step, soaring toward the Hydra, which was now under the sway of the mental illusion, much like a shooting star. He understood all too well that merely relying on the suppression power of the Emperor's spirit would likely prove insufficient to tame this formidable Hydra. Reflecting on his previous experience of subduing the Unicorn King in the Devil's Forest, Xia recognized the underlying reason. This was largely due to the Unicorn King's inherently docile nature, rather than any other factor. However, the Hydra before him was entirely different. Not only was it inherently fierce and exceptionally violent, but its physique surpassed all expectations. Thus, to truly conquer this Hydra, it was imperative to inflict sufficient injury, weakening it before unleashing the full might of the Emperor's spirit to subdue it entirely. Just as he thought this, Xia charged toward the Hydra with the swiftness of a tempest, resolutely raising the great sword high, pouring all his strength into a powerful strike aimed at the dark red head of the Hydra. A thunderous clash resounded, echoing through the air. The great sword struck firmly against the Hydra's neck, yet unexpectedly, Xia did not experience the effortless sensation he had felt when severing the serpent's head. Instead, a tremendous backlash surged through the sword, causing a sharp pain in his hands. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the blade had merely collided with the Hydra's impenetrable scales, creating a shower of dazzling sparks that erupted like magnificent fireworks in the night sky, yet leaving not a single mark upon its armor. after being struck by Xia. The massive Hydra quivered violently, its 9 colossal heads beginning to shake as if attempting to break free from some invisible shackles. Observing this, Snoopy and Alice's expressions changed drastically. Fully aware of the grave situation, without hesitation, they summoned their formidable spiritual power once more, striving to reinforce their control over the Hydra. Such an assault was utterly futile. Not only did it fail to inflict any substantial damage, but it also risked awakening the Hydra from its mental reverie. Should it awaken now, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Xia furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself as he contemplated his next move. Just then, Wang Di, who had been closely monitoring the battle from the realm of consciousness, suddenly shouted, "Pay attention to the middle head." According to legend, the central head of the Hydra was its most vulnerable point and its fatal weakness. If they could successfully strike this central head and inflict a degree of harm, they might significantly diminish its combat capabilities. The central head. Upon hearing this, Xia's eyes brightened. He rapidly activated his wrist computer, scanning the Hydra's life data. In an instant, the screen displayed the distinct life signal readings corresponding to each of the Hydra's 9 heads. After careful observation and comparison, Xia swiftly identified the head with the lowest reading, a head that emanated a faint azure glow. Chapter 73, Taming the 9-Headed Serpent. It is this cerulean head. Xia closed his wrist computer, and the colossal sword reappeared in his grasp, ready to strike down upon the head once more. Wait. Randomly swinging like before will not inflict any harm. Wang Di urgently shouted, attempting to halt Xia's attack. Its scales are too tough. We must devise another approach. Xia sheathed his sword and gazed intently at the azure serpent's head, inquiring, what other weaknesses does the 9-headed serpent possess? Old Wang, do you know? Wang Di, with a resigned expression, replied, You overestimate me. This is the first time I have encountered such a creature. My knowledge is limited to unreliable folklore. How could I know its other vulnerabilities? Amidst their discussion, a pained moan echoed, drawing their attention. To their astonishment, the 9 grotesque heads of the serpent simultaneously emitted a chorus of mournful cries, as if they were enduring indescribable agony, writhing in an effort to escape some unseen restraint. It's over. It's trying to break free. Run, or it will devour us whole. Wang Di pleaded, his voice trembling with terror. What did you say? Devour? At the mention of this word, Xia's previously tense expression suddenly brightened. He swiftly reached into his garment and extracted a delicate hexagonal metallic box. A sly, confident smile graced his lips as he murmured, I believe I have devised a plan to deal with this beast. Before he could finish, metallic wings unfurled from his back. With a powerful flap, he ascended gracefully into the air, soaring directly towards the colossal cerulean serpent's head, finally hovering at the same height. Once steady, Xia inhaled deeply and called out, Snoopy, Alice, listen carefully. When I count to 3, you must immediately retract the mental bindings on this creature and retreat as swiftly as possible. Remember, retreat as far as you can. Do you understand? Seeing Snoopy and Alice below nodding in acknowledgement, Xia wasted no time and began counting aloud. 1, 2, 3. As the final number escaped his lips, Xia gripped the metallic box tightly, his gaze fixed on the azure serpent. Concurrently, Snoopy and Alice unhesitatingly released their ongoing mental grip. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy dissipated into the air. Without delay, the two swiftly retreated like lightning, quickly distancing themselves by several meters. They may not have comprehended Xia's forthcoming actions, but they sensed that it was of utmost importance. At that moment, the 9-headed serpent appeared to awaken from a prolonged slumber. Its previously dazed eyes gradually sharpened, each head reclaiming its consciousness and strength. The serpent heads exchanged glances, seemingly communicating some unspoken message. Then, they collectively turned their gaze outward, scrutinizing the environment that had ensnared them in an illusion. Upon discovering Xia hovering before them, wings unfurled, an uncontrollable rage surged within them. Roar! The 9 dragon heads roared in unison, their voices deafening, as if they sought to shatter the heavens. They simultaneously opened their gaping maws, revealing razor-sharp fangs, bellowing furiously at Xi Xingyan, expressing their profound wrath and dissatisfaction. In the face of such ferocity, Xi Xingyan remained remarkably composed. He waved his hand in front of his nose and remarked, "Goodness, you have bad breath." Without hesitation, he hurled the energy reactor he had been holding. The shimmering metallic box traced a graceful arc in the air, landing perfectly within the azure serpent's mouth. At the same moment, Xi Xingyan swiftly raised his right arm, activating the electromagnetic pulse nova launcher embedded in his wrist, adjusting its power to the maximum. In an instant, a thick blue arc of electricity erupted, resembling a mighty serpent, surging towards the serpent's gaping maw. As it traveled, the air around it seemed to tear apart, creating visible ripples. To their astonishment, the azure serpent's once open mouth trembled upon receiving the violent impact of the electromagnetic pulse. It appeared to register unprecedented pain and shock. Immediately, it clamped its lips shut, attempting to stave off further harm. Yet, this very action spelled its doom, for Xi Xingyan had just tossed an energy reactor into its mouth. When this reactor faced the tremendous force of the electromagnetic pulse, its internal structure destabilized, leading to an overload that would trigger a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a terrifying explosion erupted from the azure serpent's mouth, unleashing a torrent of destructive power. From a distance, one could see the serpent's eyes, nostrils, and the gaps between its sharp teeth emitting blinding white light. These beams resembled countless swords, piercing through the surrounding void, instilling dread in all who beheld them. At that moment, the serpent's head swelled grotesquely from the explosive energy, as if it would burst at any moment. It exerted all its might to absorb the raging force of the explosion, but soon realized it had gravely underestimated the devastation unleashed by an overloaded energy reactor. As time progressed, the energy within the serpent's mouth showed no signs of abating. Instead, it expanded with increasing ferocity. Ultimately, the relentless energy overwhelmed its formidable teeth, shattering them into countless fragments. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The once impenetrable head of the azure serpent began to show faint cracks. These fissures spread like a spider's web, and as time passed, an ever-growing torrent of violent energy surged forth from these fractures, akin to a flood breaching a dam. Finally, after a harrowing struggle, the massive head of the azure serpent could no longer withstand the mounting energy onslaught. With a resounding crash, the head exploded, scattering countless fragments into the air. Simultaneously, an intense blaze erupted, accompanied by an unparalleled shockwave, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, surging forth from its shattered head and expanding rapidly in all directions. In the face of such a terrifying spectacle, even the colossal serpent with 9 heads could not escape its fate. The remaining 8 heads were instantly engulfed by the overwhelming explosion. At that moment, Xi Xingyan, positioned at the center, felt an unprecedented threat drawing near. Despite his desperate attempts to flee the hazardous vicinity, the speed at which the explosive energy spread was simply overwhelming. Just as he was about to be consumed by the relentless wave of energy, he activated the shield on his combat suit. However, in the blink of an eye, the shield that had just formed around Xi Xingyan was instantly engulfed in the endless explosion and flames. Mr. Yan, seeing Xi Xingyan in peril, Snobby was filled with anxiety and without hesitation turned to rush back for rescue. However, just as he turned, a figure darted in like a gale, knocking him to the ground. "Alice, what are you doing? Let me go? I must return to save Mr. Yan." Snobby struggled desperately to rise. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not free himself from Alice's iron grip on his hands. "Don't be reckless. Charging in like that is tantamount to seeking your own demise." Alice admonished sharply. "Take a moment to sense. He is unharmed." "What?" Snobby was taken aback, his heart filled with confusion and doubt. Yet, under Alice and Apos' command, he gradually calmed down and began to attune himself to his surroundings. Moments later, he was astonished to discover that he could indeed sense Xi Xingyan's presence. Moreover, from the essence conveyed, it was evident that Xi Xingyan's emotions were stable, showing no signs of injury. His mental energy remained in a normal state, clearly indicating he had not encountered any misfortune. After a considerable time, the earth-shattering sounds of the explosion finally began to subside, and the billowing smoke slowly dissipated like a great beast retreating. Although the air still hung heavy with the acrid stench of gunpowder, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a faint but palpable heat that stirred the nerves of those present. Snobby and Alice struggled to rise from the ground and turned to gaze behind them. They beheld the once formidable and imposing nine-headed serpent, now standing resiliently in place. However, compared to before, it had transformed beyond recognition. The enormous, menacing green dragon head had vanished, leaving behind only a charred and scorched neck. Looking at the remaining 8 dragon heads, their condition was no better, having just endured a breathtaking explosion. These heads were now blackened and seared by fierce flames, each sustaining varying degrees of injury. The once overwhelming and unstoppable ferocity had dissipated, replaced by an undeniable sense of weakness, as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. With a furrowed brow and an expression of deep concern, Snobby called out, "Mr. Yen, where are you?" His voice echoed across the desolate space, yet received no response. At that moment, Alice suddenly pointed and exclaimed with excitement, "Look, over there." Following Alice's direction, Snobby indeed spotted Xingyin standing firmly on the wide back of the nine-headed serpent. "Oh my, I nearly lost my life in that explosion," Xingyin muttered to himself, glancing at the flashing red words on the virtual screen inside his helmet. A series of alarming red warnings scrolled rapidly across the display, the stark letters alarming to behold. Warning: shield remaining at 1. Please recharge promptly. Warning: combat suit battery depleted. Please replace or recharge. Damn. W. I was just a hair's breadth from disaster, Xingyin said, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Now, you shall obediently submit to me. As soon as the words left his lips, Xingyin retracted his helmet into his combat suit, and an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from within him. This formidable presence surged forth like a roaring tide, expanding outward. It was the essence of a sovereign, its weight like a mountain pressing down, suffocating in its intensity. Recalling his previous perilous encounter with the forest dragon, where excessive invocation of the sovereign essence had led him into grave danger, Xingyin resolved to exercise caution this time against the nine-headed serpent. After careful consideration, he decided to test the waters. He cautiously summoned only 30% of his sovereign essence and precisely directed this potent force onto the massive body of the nine-headed serpent. In an instant, the once severely wounded and lethargic serpent trembled as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Its eyes, which had dulled in the aftermath of the explosion, gradually regained some semblance of vitality. The remaining 8 fearsome heads of the serpent began to emit a chorus of mournful cries, laden with boundless rage and resentment. It was clear that it had sensed the immense pressure weighing down upon it. It seems 30% is not sufficient. Xingyin's eyes narrowed, and he intensified the output of his sovereign essence. An imposing aura began to emanate from him, akin to that of a true monarch descending upon his realm. This presence surged like a tidal wave, rendering the very air dense with tension. The once weak and precarious nine-headed serpent now quivered under the weight of this suppressive force, its massive body trembling slightly. The 8 injured dragon heads strained to rise, their eyes filled with dread and unease. 40%? It appears the serpent's threshold is precisely at my current 40% of power, Xingyin murmured softly as his hands, which had been resting at his sides, began to ascend slowly. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from his palms, resembling an indomitable sword, racing directly toward the vast body of the nine-headed serpent. This golden radiance seemed to encapsulate boundless authority and immense power, pressing down upon the serpent like a towering mountain, instilling an unprecedented sense of overwhelming pressure. As the brilliant light enveloped the nine-headed serpent completely, it writhed desperately, attempting to escape the terrifying grip of this immense force. Yet, faced with the supreme power of the sovereign essence, all its resistance appeared futile and insignificant. As time ticked by, the serpent's struggles gradually slowed, eventually nearing a complete standstill. At last, after a grueling struggle, This once mighty beast bowed its once proud head in defeat, signaling its total submission. In that moment, Xi Xingyin gazed intently at the now tamed nine-headed serpent before him. A subtle smile crept onto his lips. He understood that from this day forth, this exceptionally powerful creature would become one of his most formidable allies.